The first thing I did after being reborn was to implant 10 kilograms of cancer cells into myself, and successfully develop terminal bone cancer. All because the end of the world is approaching soon, where billions of people worldwide awaken special abilities simultaneously. Yet, in my past life where I didn't have any special abilities, I unexpectedly discovered that cancer patients are actually the strongest hidden ability absorbers. At that moment, amidst the noisy voices, I slowly opened my eyes. The first thing I saw was a bright-looking girl who impatiently said, "Chinfeng, how many times do I have to tell you, I don't like you at all, can you stop bothering me," leaving me feeling perplexed. I blurted out, "Who are you?" The girl frowned upon hearing this. "It's no fun if you act like this." People nearby started mocking, "Ha, what a talent, pretending to have amnesia right after being rejected. It might not be an act, looking weak all the time, maybe there's something wrong with their brain, could it be mental illness?" Listening to the gossip around me, I glanced again at the heavily made-up girl in front of me. "Isn't she the campus beauty, Lu Ruyan?" Lu Ruyan in front of me coldly snorted, "Can't you understand human language? What's the point of pretending to be stupid? In any case, I won't have any interest in you. As for those bags and cosmetics you gave me, I won't return them. I've already sold them off long ago. They weren't worth much anyway." After saying that, a hint of disdain appeared on my face. I raised my eyelids to look at the joke in front of me. A cold voice rang out, "No need, what use is money when women are of no use on the impending doomsday?" Before Lu Ruyan could speak, a thunderous voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears, "The Eternal Kingdom has merged with the Blue Star map. Closed beta is now open. The lifespans of all Blue Star players have been reset, gaining a 3-day beginner protection period. After 3 days, time flow will return to normal. Players, please strive to survive the trial tasks until time flow returns to normal." An emotionless voice echoed in my ears, while the entire Blue Star underwent a massive change. Students in the classroom exclaimed one after another, "Oh my, is this the data panel in the game? It feels so real, I have a system now. I am the protagonist by fate. Ha ha ha, I also have a system." So, does everyone have a system now? I seem to have awakened a level 1 talent in fire magic. Me too, me too. Mine is the earth-level power of wind. What are you all talking about? How come I don't have any talents? I glanced at the noisy and chaotic classroom. The students still looked excited and thrilled, completely unaware of the impending danger. I didn't speak up to warn them but stood indifferently on the side, silently counting down in my mind. 3, 2, 1, ding. The first wave of newbie trials is about to begin. Players, brace yourselves to face the challenge. Surviving, the chilling sound of alerts rings in everyone's ears. Immediately, one after another, ferocious monsters rush in from outside the classroom. Holy cow, monsters are really spawning. Help, help. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Watch my big fireball. Why are the skills missing? The students see these sinister, hateful monsters for the first time and immediately panic. Some people remain relatively calm, knowing to use skills on the monsters, but the skills are terribly off target. Some people completely lose their composure, even running into the midst of the monsters. Blood and limbs fly everywhere for a moment. Scaring the students out of their wits, the girls' sharp screams echo. The classroom scene becomes chaotic for a while, just as everyone is at a loss. A figure rushes out from the crowd, grabs a stool, and smashes it towards a monster's head. Clang, 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 the stool hits accurately on the monster's head. Emitting crisp and resounding sounds, green blood flows from the monster's orifices. At the same time, system alerts ring in everyone's ears once again. Congratulations to Player Dust for successfully killing the Note Demon, obtaining the first kill in the 911 newbie area, and receiving bonus attribute points. At this moment, many people realize that the demons in front of them are not as powerful as imagined, especially after witnessing others slay the monsters. Other students also start joining the battle. The Note Demon, despite its sharp claws and teeth being a bit dull, has a small stature and a weak body. Even ordinary people armed with weapons can fight against it. Not to mention that most people have the Divine Thorn talent. As long as they stay calm, dealing with the first wave of attacks is a piece of cake. After a few minutes, the Note Demon was completely eliminated. Congratulations to the players for successfully resisting the first wave of attacks. Reward time extended by 1 hour. Countdown to the next wave of attacks, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. With the system's prompt, the students all breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the corpses all over the ground, many with a touch of absurdity in their expressions. But there are also people with extremely strong adaptability, like the school beauty Lu Ruyan. He approached me at some point and asked with a pretense of concern, "Chenfeng, are you injured? I was so worried when I saw you rushing out just now." His soft voice, neither loud nor quiet, caught the attention of the originally quiet classroom, with a hint of envy in their eyes. Especially Wang Zhe, who was clearly filled with jealousy, as he was the one who had just killed the most monsters. He had successfully slain 5 not demons, yet the reward was only an additional hour for everyone. Why do I only have this little, while he can enjoy the school beauty's admiration? Wang Zhe felt indignant, then suddenly spoke out loudly. The next wave of attacks is coming, we need to concentrate our efforts to fight the monsters. He raised his arm and diverted everyone's attention to himself. You're right, unity is strength. Wang Zhe is right. We can't be as scattered as before. We need to team up. Seeing more and more supporters, a hint of pride flashed in Wang Zhe's eyes. Since everyone supports teaming up, then let's appreciate each other's talents. I have a C-level talent for power amplification. Just as I finished speaking, someone was surprised that Brother Wang is actually a C-level talent. Wow, I only have a D-level talent for air running. I have an F-level talent for strong dogs. After appreciating everyone's talents, we realized Wang Zhe is the only C-level talent in the class. Brother Wang is amazing, he's the strongest god-piercer in our class. A student named Ji Tao immediately praised him. Wang Zhe's expression became even more proud. When he heard me say I have no divine talent, his eyes suddenly became contemptuous. So you don't even have a talent? Ha, then what's the use of holding the attribute paper? It's a waste. His disdain deepened even more. At this moment, Yi Tao immediately started clamoring, Shenfeng, quickly hand over your attribute points to Brother Wang. Only he can lead us to victory. After he finished speaking, a hint of approval appeared in Wang Zhe's eyes. Seeing this, Yi Tao became even more excited, hand it over quickly. You, a talentless person, still have to rely on us for protection. However, no student in the class stood up to speak. Either they turned away pretending not to see, or like Wang Zhe, they greedily looked at me. Among beginners with an average attribute of only 1 point, the bonus for increasing attributes is definitely a piece of fat meat. I simply said lightly that attribute points are not equipment, they cannot be traded or transferred, and I have just finished allocating them. Wang Zhe furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes as he said, you better not be lying to me. At that moment, Lu Ruyan beside me quickly stepped forward, grabbing Wang Zhe's arm, and exclaimed, Brother Wang, you were so strong just now, killing so many monsters. Upon hearing the praise from the campus bell, Wang Zhe's face showed a hint of excitement. Before the game started, a girl like Lu Ruyan, with such a level, he didn't even spare her a glance. Feeling the softness in his arm, Wang Zhe felt a sense of comfort, even provocatively raising his eyebrows at me. I did not feel surprised when I saw this scene. In the previous life, Lu Ruyan did not just follow Wang Zhe, she could be considered a social butterfly that many newbies sought after, but unfortunately, she still died at the hands of monsters in the end. I paid no attention to Wang Zhe and Lu Ruyan, instead, I turned my gaze to the personal panel, where it clearly stated a line, when attribute points are not allocated. In the Eternal Kingdom, players with innate skills are called God-piercers. Players like me without innate skills are called God-chi users. They are not accepted by the gods, and are even cursed by the rules of the game world. So they have another name, curse-bearers, and the flow of time for curse-bearers is faster than that of God-piercers. At first, I thought it was a curse, until later I discovered that innate curse-bearers often possess unique talents. With a slight thought, the system panel instantly switches to several interfaces. Opened the hidden attribute panel, found the display of cancer cells in the negative state. A warning prompt from the system sounded in my ears, enhancing cancer cells will accelerate the host's life consumption, proceed with the operation? Without any hesitation, I directly added all 10 attribute points to the cancer cells. Ding, enhancement successful, cancer cells rapidly spreading. Time, 10 minutes, time, 10 minutes. Time on the attribute keeps decreasing, killing the Not Demon, gaining 10 minutes and 1 hour of clearance rewards. Directly cleared, at the same time, an unbearable pain spread throughout my body, as if countless insects were burrowing into my bones. Feeding on my marrow and flesh, others might faint from the pain, but I was extremely excited, paying no attention to the physical pain. Finally the system sound rang again, ding. Detected that the player is in the newbie protection period, all deducted time has been cleared, current remaining time 0, awakening unknown cursed ability. Ah, current cancerization factor 1. 0, the talent quality has become unknown. Feeling the pain all over my body, a smile appeared on my face. In my past life, I only awakened the talent of cancer in the middle of the game, completely missing the golden development time in the early stage. As for the talent quality and description, they do not appear because the system cannot detect the cursed talent. But as the reborn me, I already knew all the abilities of cancer. I glanced at the floor full of corpses, grabbed a knock, and dragged a demon corpse back. Upon seeing this, Wang Zhe immediately shouted, "Chenfeng, what are you doing?" I didn't stop dragging the corpse in my hand, just calmly uttered 4 words, "Clean up the battlefield." Immediately, someone chimed in, "Yes, we need to move the corpses. The next wave of monsters is about to respawn. If there are more damp monsters, we'll inevitably fall into chaos like just now." Wang Zhe chuckled, "You do have self-awareness." Then he looked at the others and said, "All those without talents, go clean up the corpses. Tables, chairs, and benches are piled up at the door to serve as a protective wall." Wang Zhe had clearly become the leader of Classroom 208. When he spoke, no one dared not to follow. The few artifact bearers could only obey, but their eyes showed dissatisfaction as they looked at me. "It's all your fault, making us do these thankless tasks. They just got their nails done and now they're dirty." I glanced at them and then looked away, not even bothering to say a word. 99% of artifact bearers don't survive the early stages of the game, and it's not without reason. If a person has no strength, that's one thing, but if they have no value at all, then there's no need to survive. The other artifact bearers were just cleaning up tables, chairs, and benches. No one wanted to touch the unlucky corpses. I silently moved the corpses, which suited my intentions perfectly. In the hidden corners unseen by all, my index fingernail suddenly sharpened, effortlessly piercing into the body of a knocked demon, blood flowing into my body through the fingertip. The body visibly shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, then my fingertip immediately pierced into the next body, as one by one the bodies of demons and students were drained. The mechanical sound in my ears continued, the right upper limb cancerized 0, 10, 1. Soon, apart from the 2 or 3 bodies on the surface, all the ones below were hollowed out. At the same time, I could clearly feel the enhancement of strength in my right arm. This is the first ability of cancer absorption, absorbing the energy of the bodies, strengthening oneself. When all the system prompts for enhancement ended, the results also became apparent. Right upper limb cancerized 2, 3, strength 0, 6 plus 1, 15 speed 0, 7 physique 0, 5 spirit 1, 1. The strength of an adult male is 1, now, the strength of my right arm is equivalent to 3 adult males, evasion has not been strengthened yet. I squinted my eyes, thinking to myself that it's not enough yet, just a dozen knocked demons in the first wave, more bodies are needed. At this moment, Wang Zhe's shout came from behind, "Everyone come over for a meeting." Several artifact holders, upon hearing this, showed joy and eagerly followed along. I chuckled inwardly and followed along. Without much ado, Wang Zhe immediately began to ignite, "Yi Tao Lu Ruyan 2 Black Power, if you follow me as a team, the other godstabbers automatically form a squad." Those pointed out by Wang Zhe naturally feel elated. Being with strong individuals can increase survival rates. Among those chosen, except for Lu Ruyan, the others are all ground-level godstabbers just below him. Wang Zhe spoke again, "You few without skills, go stand in front, barricade the desks and chairs, don't let the monsters enter the classroom." As soon as these words were spoken, all the godly individuals' faces changed. "Are we being sent to die? Why should we stand in the front? I won't go, let whoever wants to go, go." "You can't do this, I will tell the teacher." Yi Taoji smiled and said, "The society is in chaos like this, do you think the teacher can still control you?" Others also chimed in, "Don't bother calling the teacher, even calling the police won't help." Wang Zhe also said with an unfriendly expression, "Either die now or choose for yourselves." Such a blatant threat made several godly individuals shrink back in fear, their faces showing despair and even resentment, yet they could only obediently stand in the front. Just as I was about to follow, Wang Zhe called out to Chen Feng, "You, come over to my side." I glanced back at him and then obediently walked towards Wang Zhe's back. Wang Zhe's mouth slightly curved up, looking very pleased. "You are very sensible. When I dominate the academy in the future, you will be my right-hand man." The reason Wang Zhe recruited Chen Feng was not only because of his starting 10-point attributes, but also because Chen Feng was ruthless enough to dare to be the first to go up and kill monsters. Secondly, he felt that Chen Feng had self-awareness. Knowing what he should do in this apocalyptic world, he really needs this obedient and loyal dog. "Let's start by conquering this academy first," Wang Zhe thought to himself. The other artifact holders, upon seeing me standing next to Wang Zhe, all showed expressions of envy on their faces. I coldly looked at everything in front of me, having anticipated this. In the apocalypse, one must utilize everything available. Sympathy for the weak will only harm oneself. Second wave of Tide Countdown 321. As the countdown ends, the monster's roar echoes once again, and the sinister knocked demon appears at the classroom door. However, due to the arrangement just now, the door and windows were stacked with tables, chairs, and stools, temporarily blocking their attack. "Great opportunity, let's kill them." Wang Zhe's eyes lit up. Seeing that the protective wall was indeed effective, he began ordering those god-bestowed individuals with long-range abilities to attack. Fireball, Wind Blade, Ice Arrow. Small skills aimed at the knocked demons outside the window. The knocked demons blocked by the tables were easier to hit than the agile ones on the ground, and several small skills accurately hit the demons. I hit it! Ha ha, I hit it! Someone cheered. But before they could celebrate for too long, the knocked demons broke through the not-so-sturdy protective wall in front and rushed into the classroom. Ah! Help! The front godforsaken ones panicked and attacked with the weapons in their hands. However, the number of monsters in the second wave was obviously more than the first wave. At least 20 had already entered the classroom at first glance, with more demons pouring in continuously from behind. Several godforsaken ones were quickly overwhelmed and bitten by the demons. Even the god-bestowed ones standing a little behind were trembling, starting to randomly use their skills. Wang Zhe coldly snorted at the scene. You, follow me. With that, he didn't bring anything, raised his fist, and charged out. With his sea-level strength enhancement, he quickly smashed a demon's chest. The sound of bones breaking echoed. The knocked demon sprayed blood from its mouth and fell backward. Wang Gu is awesome. Wang Gu is so strong. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Wang Zhe was like a general leading the charge, angrily shouting, "Everyone, don't retreat! Kill them!" Surprisingly, with him as a role model, other god-bestowed individuals also gathered their courage and followed him into battle. The students' performance was much better than during the first wave, and their responses were more adept. Wang Zhe watched this scene with satisfaction, but soon furrowed his brow. He still hadn't received any attribute rewards, just like killing monsters in the first wave. Killing a knocked demon only added 10 minutes to the time, nothing else. So, except for the first monster, all other kill rewards are the same? He suddenly regretted why he wasn't the first one to rush out and kill monsters. Clearly, he was stronger. Wang Zhe turned to look at Lin Chen, who was still attacking the demons with a chair. His strength seemed a bit stronger than before, but not much different from the other god-bestowed individuals. Even with 10 points in attributes, he's still useless. He coldly snorted in his heart. But it's also good. If such a person is too strong, it would be inconvenient for me to control. After a brief observation, Wang Zhe joined the battle again. The number of monsters in the second wave was around 50, slightly more than the number of god-bestowed individuals in the class, but because they had arranged their formation in advance, everyone dealt with it more calmly. In just over 10 minutes, the knocked demons in the classroom were almost cleared out. At that moment, a notification rang in the ears of all players in the 911 novice area. Ding! Congratulations to Yanzhou for becoming the first novice in the 911 novice area to successfully reach level 2, reward, plus 10 attributes, plus 1 day of time. This news shocked the students in the class. Damn, someone leveled up? They were all surprised, including Wang Zhe. The second wave was almost over, but their levels were still stuck at level 1, showing no signs of increasing. Just as everyone was astonished, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! The 911 novice area has opened the area chat channel. The chat channel was opened. The timing was similar to the previous life. Lin Chen's heart stirred, and the chat channel appeared in front of him. We can really send messages. Hello everyone, I am a sophomore in information technology at Nanshan University. What a coincidence, I am also from Nanshan University. Does anyone have signal on their phone? Can we contact the outside world? I don't know, but in our class, both phones and computers have no signal, except for this chat channel. It feels like we can't connect with the outside world at all. Same here, those monsters are so terrifying. We just cleared the second wave of monsters in our class. Oh no, I'm scared. Is there anyone who can save me? Our classmates are almost all dead. We can't even get out of the classroom. How can we be saved? Our class has also suffered heavy casualties. These monsters are too terrifying. At this moment, the monsters in classroom 208 were also cleared, and everyone's attention immediately turned to the chat channel. Is the 911 newbie area within the scope of Nanshan Academy? It seems so. They are all from the same academy. Through the messages in the chat channel, most students also concluded that the 911 newbie area is roughly within Nanshan Academy. In addition to students, there were also a few faculty and staff members sending messages. However, even if they were teachers, at this moment, they were in a precarious state themselves, unable to step forward to lead everyone and show the way. Soon, someone in the chat channel asked again. By the way, Yanzhou has actually reached level 2, so strong. What talent does he have? Exactly, we've killed 2 waves of monsters, but we're still stuck at level 1, this game is unreasonable. Is Yanzhou here? Can you tell us how you leveled up? Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Yanzhou finally appeared. Yanzhou, hello everyone, my talent is B-level Thunderfire. Wow, B-level talent. The highest in our class is only D-level. Our class is even worse, the only C-level student died in the first wave of monsters. Envious and jealous. The chat channel was filled with praise once again. Yenjo seemed to particularly enjoy this feeling, not holding back and directly revealing the method of leveling up. Yenjo, listen to me, killing monsters earns you time. When the time reaches over 6 hours, you can evolve and level up. Killing one monster only adds 10 minutes, which means Yenjo killed 30 monsters in just 2 waves of monster attacks. Wow, that's terrifying. Terrifying +1. Terrifying plus 10,086. Looking at the chat messages, Wang Zhe's face darkened. He had only killed less than 20 monsters in the past 2 waves of attacks, still a distance away from reaching level 2. He never expected Yenjo, who suddenly emerged, to be so powerful, not only having a B-level talent but also advancing to level 2 ahead of everyone. With this development, his plan to dominate the academy was already in jeopardy before it even began. Suddenly, Lin Chen, who had been silent all along, approached him and whispered, "There will be a boss in the 3rd round. Whoever becomes the first player to kill the boss will receive generous rewards." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe's eyes lit up. He showed a hint of joy on his face, then hesitated. "Is it true?" Lin Chen calmly replied, "This is the message prompt I received after killing the first monster." The message prompt was fake, but the information was real. Wang Zhe rubbed his chin, seemingly contemplating something. The rewards announced in the 2 previous area announcements were both plus 10 attribute points. If killing the boss could also grant attribute point rewards, it would be a significant boost for him as a power-type gifted individual. At the very least, it could help bridge the gap between him and Yenjo. Moreover, anyone who has played games knows that the rewards for killing a boss are much greater than those for killing ordinary monsters. It's common knowledge. If he could get his hands on some kind of artifact, his ambition to dominate the apocalypse might not be out of reach. With this in mind, a surge of excitement filled his heart, and he reached out to grab Lin Chen's shoulder, smiling and saying, "Good buddy. Rest assured, as long as I can dominate the 911 newbie area, I will definitely reward you generously." Ha ha ha. Wang Zhe was very excited and called the team together for another meeting. Lin Chen just watched him leave quietly, then continued to move the bodies with his head down. In the second wave of beasts, more monsters died than in the first wave, as did the students. None of the few godforsaken from before survived, not even several god-bestowed. There were over 60 bodies in total. Lin Chen silently moved the bodies to the balcony, his fingertips constantly piercing the bodies. The bodies quickly turned into dried corpses in his hands, leaving only empty skins. The cancerization prompt kept flashing, right upper limb cancerization +0, 1, +0, 1, +0, +0, 1. The pain of cancerization spread continuously in his right arm, while his strength kept increasing. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged throughout, like a robot moving bodies, transferring them from the classroom to the balcony. The balcony emitted a strong smell of blood and decay, making people stay away. Because of this, no one noticed the changes in these bodies. When Lin Chen stopped, the cancerization in his right upper limb had reached 6, 7, and his strength on the panel had reached 0, 6 + 3, 4. Not enough, still not enough. Lin Chen squinted at Wang Zhe not far away. A hint of sweet bloody smell wafted in the air. He licked his lips, looking at Wang Zhe as if he was looking at a juicy piece of meat. Wang Zhe did not notice any of this. He was still busy arranging formations on his own. "You, and you, will be at the forefront later." Wang Zhe pointed and directed the team. Although the team members he pointed at looked somewhat dissatisfied, they dared not resist and could only obey. Soon, a new formation appeared. Wang Zhe waved and called Lin Chen over to his side. Lin Chen, now the only godforsaken without talent in the entire class, was treated better than the other god-bestowed, standing behind Wang Zhe, looking extremely safe. The desks and chairs had been ravaged by the second wave of beasts and were basically useless. They could only be placed at the door to provide some obstruction to the demons. Soon, the countdown for the third wave of beasts began. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the third wave of beasts finally struck. Roar! The Noke demons roared. Although the size and level of the demons had not changed, the atmosphere felt completely different from the previous 2 waves. It was the quantity. Wang Zhe immediately realized that there were more beasts in front of him than before. Where's the boss? His eyes kept searching among the monsters. Finally, he found a monster larger than the others at the back of the dozens of demons. It was blood red all over, holding a steel knife, with eyes on its head gleaming ominously. Just by looking at its size, it was almost the same as an adult male, with a line of small words written above, Steel Life Note Demon, and the basic information displayed on the beast wave showed, Steel Life Note Demon, Normal Boss, Level 1, Skill, // Although the panel information was quite brief, it indicated its identity. Lin Chen didn't lie to me, there really is a boss. Wang Zhe was thrilled and immediately waved his arms. Everyone, listen to my command, push forward and charge in, he shouted. However, the students in front were unwilling. Damn, don't push me, why should we be your meat shields? Don't mess around, there are too many monsters, let's just attack from a distance for now. Exactly, we are God-bestowed too, we won't do it. Seeing these people not obeying, Wang Zhe didn't waste any words and punched a student in front who refused to move. Bang! The student's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere, causing screams from the surrounding girls. Wang Zhe ignored them and said in a gloomy tone, either listen to me, or die. Seeing that he was serious, the people in front had no choice but to obediently move forward. Wang Zhe sneered and said to his teammates, let's go. His teammates responded, alright. The people in front were forcibly pushed forward by those behind, acting as human shields. In this situation, they could only fight desperately. Skills were thrown out as if they cost nothing, landing in the pile of monsters. In no time, the entrance of the classroom became congested. Shouts, roars, and screams intertwined. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed Lin Chen weaving through the crowd. His sharp fingertips continuously pierced the bodies, swiftly sucking blood. It only took less than 2 seconds to drain a regular NOC demon's body. The higher the cancerization value of his right arm, the faster he could suck blood. No matter how fast bodies were created on the battlefield, his speed of bloodsucking surpassed them. The bodies quickly withered in his hands. Right upper limb cancerization +0. 1, +0, +0, +0, 1, the cancerization value kept rising, soon breaking through 8, 0 and approaching 10. Lin Chen smirked, his eyes scanning the battlefield. The battle quickly escalated. Wang Zhe, eager for victory, soon had casualties in his team of bestowed ones. One by one, bestowed ones were knocked down by more NOC demons, quickly losing their lives to claws and fangs. But Wang Zhe paid no attention to this, instead urging more fiercely, attack! Attack! If you don't attack, you'll die. His fists kept striking the demons coming at him. Demons fell at the hands of him and his teammates. With this reckless fighting style, the team's progress was efficient. Soon, Wang Zhe and his team advanced to the core layer of monsters, facing the NOC demon wielding a steel knife. Wang Zhe shouted excitedly, kill it. Whoever injures it, I'll let them join my team. And the rewards will be shared equally. Where there is heavy reward, there are brave souls. Upon hearing Wang Zhe's promise, the surrounding students' eyes lit up. Kill! They picked up their weapons and charged towards the demon boss. The NOC demon with a steel knife swung fiercely, injuring several bestowed ones attempting to approach. The strength of the NOC demon with a steel knife was significantly greater than ordinary NOC demons, but not invincible. Many bestowed ones' ranged skills occasionally hit, causing damage. -8-12-10. Health deduction prompts floated above its head as the NOC demon with a steel knife took several steps back. Seeing this, Wang Zhe immediately rushed forward, delivering continuous punches. -22-20-24. His damage was considerably higher than other bestowed ones, causing the NOC demon with a steel knife to retreat. Seeing this, his teammates were also excited. Yi Tao shouted, Wang, you're awesome, I'll help you. The teammates followed up with their output. They were the strongest team in Classroom 208, with members mostly having D-level talents, boasting higher output than other teams. With their help, the NOC demon with a steel knife's health bar quickly decreased. After a few minutes, the boss's health bar had dropped below the red danger line. Watching the boss's health deplete, Wang Zhe's expression revealed uncontrollable excitement, his movements speeding up. However, such rapid progress came at a cost. Including him, some of his teammates were injured to varying degrees, and their output was not as strong as before. But Wang Zhe's eyes were fixed solely on the boss. As long as I kill the boss, I can receive the notification reward. Wang Zhe's fists were getting faster and faster, and finally, the boss's health was down to the last thread. He quickly shouted, stop, let me deliver the final blow. The teammates obediently stopped their actions. Wang Zhe, seeing the reward so close at hand, couldn't help but burst into laughter. The reward is mine. With that, he was about to strike the final blow on the struggling steel blade knocked demon, but as he was about to throw the punch, he suddenly felt a tearing pain in his lower back. He turned around in horror to see Lin Chen's right arm had turned into a sharp bone sword, ruthlessly stabbing into his waist. Lin Chen looked at him expressionlessly and said, Thank you for helping me defeat the boss, I'll take it from here. The bone sword was forcefully pulled out from his waist, blood gushing out instantly. Wang Zhe uncontrollably fell backward, and his teammates behind couldn't stop what was happening in front of them. They watched as Lin Chen took a step forward, and with a sharp swipe, the bone sword cleanly severed the head of the steel blade knocked demon, rolling down the ground from the belly. Wang Zhe, lying on the ground with a face full of despair, heard the system prompt in his ears, ding. Congratulations to Lin Chen for becoming the first player in the 911 newbie area to kill the knocked demon boss. Reward, Silver Treasure Chest *1, time +1 day. Ding! Congratulations to Classroom 208 for clearing the third wave of the Beast Tide. The classroom's area restriction has been lifted, and activities can now be carried out in the 911 newbie area. The two prompts left the students in Classroom 208 stunned. Before they could even react with surprise, they were shocked by the scene before them. Lin Chen, an incompetent person, dared to betray Wang Zhe? How could he dare? Yi Tao reacted the quickest, angrily shouting, Lin Chen, you have some nerve. How dare you betray Brother Wang? He had been dissatisfied with Lin Chen's position by Wang Zhe's side since earlier. He was supposed to be the top lackey. Why was Wang Zhe valuing Lin Chen more than him? Ariai and Dali also chimed in, Lin Chen, how dare you attack Brother Wang? Who do you think you are? Faced with these accusations and threats, Lin Chen didn't even glance at them, simply pocketing the silver treasure chest he had just obtained. The school beauty Zhang Lanlan saw the shining silver treasure chest, her eyes flickering slightly as she said, Lin Chen, apologize to Brother Wang, then give me the silver treasure chest. Hand it over to Brother Wang, and we can forget this ever happened. Wang Zhe covered his bleeding waist, slowly standing up, his eyes fixed on the silver treasure chest, saying, that's right, give me the chest, and this will be over, you are still my brother. His words sounded righteous, but a barely noticeable hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Who would keep a traitor like this by their side? As soon as Lin Chen handed over the chest, he would strike him down immediately. Wang Zhe thought to himself. Lin Chen sneered, plunging the bone sword into the body of the steel blade knocked demon. Blood flowed into his body through the sword, and in a matter of seconds, the boss's corpse withered away. Left upper limb cancerization +1. The prompt sounded in time. Wang Zhe was shocked to see this scene. So you're not incompetent? Lin Chen retracted the blood-stained bone sword, saying, it's too late to realize that now. As the word now fell, he took a step forward, his right arm transformed into a bone sword, gently swinging forward. A clean arc cut through the air, and the sharp bone sword slashed towards Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe instinctively tried to step back, but his feet seemed stuck as if glued to the ground. No! His words abruptly stopped. The next moment, his head was thrown high up by a powerful force, then it fell back down. After rolling a few times, it stopped at his feet. As his consciousness was about to fade into death, he thought, before real death arrives, it turns out that one's whole body will go weak. Things happened too quickly, and the surrounding students couldn't react in time. Lin Chen, are you crazy? How dare you kill Brother Wang? Lin Chen, you're seeking death. Yi Tao and the others exclaimed in shock and anger. Lin Chen took a few steps forward and unreservedly thrust the bone sword into Wang Zhe's body. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, Wang Zhe's body, like the steel demon corpse just now, was quickly absorbed into a dried-up husk by the bone sword, making it unrecognizable. Left upper limb cancerization +0. 8. Indeed, a sea-level bestowed of godhood is more delicious than an ordinary bestowed of godhood. Lin Chen licked his lips. Monster, you're a monster. Yi Tao stepped back in fear. Other students, witnessing this horrifying scene, also felt weak. Lin Chen's abilities seemed extremely sinister. Not only could his right arm transform into a bone sword, but he could also, like a vampire in movies and TV shows, suck others' blood. Most importantly, Wang Zhe, who was just showing off in the classroom, couldn't last a second under his hand. Although there was an element of surprise attack, the clean and decisive strike was nothing like that of a novice but more like a seasoned killer. The ruthlessness of his attack far exceeded all the bestowed of godhood in the classroom. Those like Yi Tao who were challenging and shouting just a moment ago now dared not even make a sound, shrinking back a few steps. Ignoring these people, Lin Chen moved his arm slightly, effortlessly switching the bone sword back into an arm. This was the second ability of cancer deformation. As long as cancerization reached a certain level in any part, deformation could occur. Bone swords, bone knives, bone whips. As long as the cancerization value reached a certain number, more weapon forms could be produced. He scanned the classroom. The small demons in the classroom had been cleared out, and the cancerization of his right arm had reached the upper limit of level 1, so there was no point in staying here any longer. Without hesitation, he prepared to leave the classroom. Suddenly, his arm felt a soft touch. Lin Chen turned around to see Zhang Lanlan, who had hugged his arm at some point, her ample bosom pressed tightly against him. She coquettishly said, "Lin Chen, take me with you. I've figured it out, I still prefer you." After speaking, she deliberately twisted her body, revealing her perfect perky bottom half clad in an ultra-short skirt, causing many male classmates present to swallow a mouthful of saliva. Zhang Lanlan might only score an 8 in terms of looks, but she could still be crowned the campus belle of Nanshan University mainly due to her near-perfect figure. Moreover, she didn't treat her male classmates in the class as strangers, often boldly exposing herself, a true seductress. If it weren't for the dangerous situation just now, Wang Zhe probably wouldn't have been able to resist her temptation and would have succumbed on the spot. The eyes of the male students present were filled with envy. It was Wang Zhe just now it was Lin Chen, they knew they wouldn't have a chance. Pressed against Lin Chen, Zhang Lanlan said with a seductive gaze, "As long as you take me with you, we can go back to the dormitory now. Whatever you want, I can give it to you." Swish! A cold light flashed, and before Zhang Lanlan could finish her words, she felt a chill in her chest, followed by a heart-wrenching pain. She couldn't believe it as she looked down at the bone sword inserted in her chest. Before she could continue speaking, with a swish, the bone sword was pulled out again. Her body involuntarily fell backward, collapsing softly on the ground. Lin Chen simply wiped the blood off the bone sword and said indifferently, "Too much talk. Women only slow down his sword." With that, he turned and left the classroom, leaving the group of students in astonishment. Just as he walked out of the classroom, Lin Chen opened the silver treasure chest on his body. Ding! Obtained a first-order time fruit *1 ding. Gained +2 to all attributes. 2 consecutive prompts sounded. Lin Chen picked up the time fruit glowing with green light and swallowed it. Ding! Time +1 day. The time on Lin Chen's panel also increased, from 1 to 2. 1. 1 time coin represents 1 day of time. In the Eternal Kingdom, time is the experience points required for evolution and the hard currency for trading in the game. Time is especially important for a cursed one like Lin Chen. The time flow speed of a cursed one is faster than that of ordinary God-bestowed individuals, and the experience points required for leveling up are also higher. Experience points detected to meet the standard. Do you want to use 8 hours for leveling up? The system upgrade prompt sounded. More experience points needed for leveling up compared to the previous life? Lin Chen muttered to himself. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. For a cursed one, the more time consumed for leveling up, the greater the potential. Starting this life with 10 attribute points, awakening an ability indirectly increased the potential value of cancer, naturally requiring more time for leveling up. He directly chose yes. Ding! Level up completed after consuming 8 hours, +1 to all attributes. Ding! Level up completed after consuming 16 hours, +1 to all attributes. Ding! Level up completed after consuming 24 hours, +1 to all attributes. After leveling up twice, there wasn't enough time left to continue leveling up. If 2 one-time coins were given to other God-bestowed individuals, they could probably level up directly to level 5, but for him, it would only reach level 4. Along with the reward of +2 to all attributes, his personal panel underwent a transformation. Lin Chen level, for cancerization total value, 12 time, 0. 27 strength, 5. 6 + 6 speed, 5. 7 constitution, 5. 5 spirit, 6. 1. Compared to ordinary God-bestowed individuals with only 1 or 2 points in attributes, he already had a certain advantage in attributes. Once the cancerization value of the upper limbs reaches 10 points, simple distortions can be performed. The right arm could already transform into a simple bone sword, bone knife form, but more complex forms would require further increase in cancerization value. The strength value of the right arm bone sword was close to 16 points. Now, facing the previous boss, Steelblade Knock Demon, he wouldn't need to rely on other God-bestowed individuals. It wouldn't take him much time to defeat it. Roar! Just as he was about to open the treasure chest, several Knock Demons suddenly rushed out from the distant corridor, followed by more and more demons pouring out from the classrooms, filling the corridors of the entire teaching building. The classrooms that had been cleared naturally wouldn't have any remaining Knock Demons. These demons must have killed all the students in the classrooms before surging out again. In theory, the difficulty of the first 3 waves of beasts in the novice trial wasn't very high. However, these students who had lived sheltered lives, even if they suddenly gained immense power, might not be able to use it under unexpected danger. The reason why Room 208 was able to stabilize the situation quickly was not only because Wang Zhe had a C-level God-bestowed talent but also because Lin Chen took the initiative to kill the monsters, making most of the students realize that the monsters weren't as terrifying as they seemed. Calming down. Ah, help! I can't use my skills. The students fled in the classroom corridor. Many of them had just experienced a big battle. Their energy was almost depleted, and their talent skills were in cooldown. Now, facing hundreds of knocked demons in the corridor, with even one or two bosses among them, they were completely overwhelmed. Sounds of screams and wails constantly echoed from the corridor. Many students hurriedly closed the classroom doors, fearing that more knocked demons would rush in again. Lin Chen, however, did not retreat. Facing the incoming knocked demons, he wielded his bone sword and effortlessly harvested them. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp bone sword accurately beheaded each demon, one demon per strike. Ding! Time plus 10 minutes, time plus 10 minutes. However, Lin Chen's actions did not attract much attention. Soon, there were exclamations coming from the corridor. Divine Bestowal, Thunderfire. A huge explosion resounded at the end of the corridor. The fire directly engulfed dozens of small demonic creatures, leaving a trail of dismembered bodies after the explosion. Surrounding voices of shock ensued. Wow, what an awesome area skill. Who set off the bomb? Who is that guy? His talent is too terrifying. He just wiped out 20 to 30 small demonic creatures in one go? Thunderfire? Sounds familiar. Hey, isn't that the talent of Yenjo's Big Shot from the chat channel? Yenjo's Big Shot is amazing. Truly the most talented divine bestower in our academy. Cheers echoed through the corridor. With Yenjo's help, the rampant small demonic creatures on the corridor were soon brought under control. Lin Chen squinted at the battle on the corridor, choosing not to intervene but instead inserting his bone sword into the bodies on the corridor. Right upper limb cancerization +0, +0, +0, +0, 1. Left upper limb cancerization +0, 1, 0, 1, +0, +0, 1. Compared to the cancerization value of the left arm, the absorption progress of the right arm's cancerization value noticeably slowed down. Sometimes, even several bodies might not provide him with a 0, 1 cancerization value. This was because every upgrade for players was an evolution. As the level of life increased, the threshold for absorbing cancerization values also rose. At this moment, if he were to absorb bodies of lower-level monsters, the cancerization values he could absorb naturally decreased, or even disappeared. However, with numerous bodies on the corridor, Lin Chen had enough to continue absorbing. Poochie! He continued to insert the bone sword into the bodies, rapidly expiring each relatively fresh body under his hands. His speed of blood absorption also increased, from 2 to 3 seconds before, now he could drain a body in less than a second. Just as Lin Chen was immersed in the joy of consuming the bodies, a cry of horror suddenly rang out. Oh my god, what are you doing? So disgusting. A student covered their mouth, looking at him in terror. Hearing the voice, many nearby people turned their heads and witnessed Lin Chen inserting his bone sword into a student's body, which was then visibly drained at a rapid pace. Damn, a vampire. Damn. Is this some kind of humanoid monster? Hiss. Many people felt their scalps tingle, cold sweat running down their backs. The sight of blood flowing up the bone sword gave them a great sense of shock. Many instinctively thought Lin Chen was some kind of boss or monster. The commotion also attracted Yenjo, who was clearing monsters along the way. His pupils slightly contracted, clearly startled by this horrifying scene. What kind of operation was this? He was about to speak when someone nearby reprimanded first. What are you doing? Why are you messing with our classmates? Others also regained their senses. Exactly, are you crazy? What kind of lunatic is this? Sucking even people? For many, this scene was hard to accept. Some even stepped forward to advise, you must stop your actions immediately, fellow student. Lin Chen raised his eyelids, glanced at the person blocking his way, and coldly said, if you don't want to die, get out of the way. The person trying to advise turned red in the face, but seeing Lin Chen's strong attitude, they dared not say much and could only awkwardly step back. The voices of those who were just mocking him earlier also quieted down. They were all people who had just survived the beast tide and had accepted the changes in this world. Many individuals who seemed inconspicuous before the arrival of the game had transformed into admired strong individuals after receiving divine bestowal talents. Although Lin Chen appeared somewhat frail, his whole body exuded a chilling aura, indicating he was not someone to be trifled with. They had just experienced a great battle and didn't want to provoke a powerful figure over such a trivial matter. Even Yen Zhou, who was about to speak up, held back his accusation. Although he was the first gifted in the 911 newbie zone to reach level 2, it didn't mean he could dominate the academy. There might be gifteds in the 911 newbie zone with even greater talents than him. As a precaution, Yen Zhou remained silent. With Yen Zhou not speaking up, no other students dared to intervene. Thus, a very strange scene unfolded in the corridors of the entire teaching building. On one end, Yen Zhou led the surviving students in clearing the corridors. On the other end, Lin Chen continuously used bone swords to absorb the bodies on the corridor. Both sides did not interfere with each other, and even formed a certain tacit understanding. Any monsters that leaked to Lin Chen's side were not pursued by Yanzhou's side but quietly observed. Seeing him effortlessly harvest these NOC demons, Yanzhou became even more convinced of Lin Chen's extraordinary strength. The discussions about Lin Chen grew fewer and fewer until they disappeared. This was the world of the Eternal Kingdom, where only the strong had the right to speak. Many wise people had already understood this. For those who didn't understand, it didn't matter, time would teach them everything. They cleared out one corridor and classroom after another along the teaching building, and Yanzhou's team grew larger. With Yanzhou's leadership and organization, the efficiency of clearing monsters began to increase rapidly. Of course, like a scavenger, Lin Chen followed behind them, greedily absorbing bodies, his cancerization value soaring. Just as the NOC demons in the entire teaching building were almost cleared out, Yanzhou finally freed up his hands and led a group of people towards Lin Chen. "Classmate, may I ask for your name?" Yanzhou asked with a friendly smile. Lin Chen calmly uttered two words, "Lin Chen." Yanzhou's eyes flashed with surprise. "You're the Lin Chen who was the first to kill monsters and bosses? No wonder." After a slight pause, he continued, "Lin, would you be interested in joining my team?" His followers behind him also chimed in. "Ha, getting an invitation from Yen Gu, you've got quite the face." Lin Chen, Yen Gu is a B-rank gifted, it's definitely right to follow him. Yanzhou smiled and said, "That's right, instead of fighting alone, why not join our team and grow stronger together?" With that, he changed the subject, "As long as you show me your gifted talent and personal panel, we can accept you. Of course, don't worry, this is the only condition for joining the team, it's also for mutual trust. In the future, we are all brothers, and we will never betray each other." Yanzhou squinted at Lin Chen. He mainly wanted to find out Lin Chen's true ability. If he was stronger or on par with him, he needed to find a way to deal with him as soon as possible. If his strength was within his control, then he could naturally be used and become a sharp sword in his hands. The people around also showed envy. Although there were many people following Yanzhou now, these people were obviously peripheral members and had not entered his core team. Damn, being personally invited by Yanzhou, this is too cool. Whoa, can the big brother take us with him? I'm also a D-rank gifted, can I join your team? So envious, this should be the top team in our 9/11 newbie zone, right? Yanzhou responded calmly to these remarks, "Fellow students, there's no need to rush. Gifteds below D-rank are temporarily recruited as ordinary members, D-rank and above gifteds are selectively admitted to the core team. C-rank gifteds can directly become main team members and join my team. If you want to join us, you can go to the assistant to register and let's face the upcoming challenges together." With that said, the crowd erupted in excitement. Big Brother is awesome. Following Master Yanzhou is definitely the right choice. I want to sign up. Count me in. Me too. The corridor suddenly became lively. Yanzhou looked satisfied at the reactions of these people. He didn't deliberately hide the news of the upgrade when the chat channel just started, knowing that this message couldn't stay hidden for long. It was better to announce it early, lay the groundwork in the 911 newbie area, and gain some popularity. Now it seemed that the plan just now was very successful. He had already taken the lead, believing that no one in the 911 newbie area currently had a higher reputation than him, and could attract more people. As long as he quickly established his own power in the 911 newbie area, even if he encountered gifted ones with stronger talents in the future, it wouldn't matter. After all, when you're out mixing, you have to consider power and background. Solo fighting is not a sustainable path. It seems like there was such a person in the early stages of the game. Watching the situation in front of him, Lin Chen also recalled the character of Yanzhou. In a sense, Yanzhou's actions were not entirely wrong. However, what he didn't know was that in front of those truly monstrous beings, no matter how many people there were, it wouldn't make a difference. And relying too much on external forces beyond one's own strength would ultimately have a limited ceiling. Despite Yanzhou's smug look, he looked at Lin Chen and said, "How about it? Have you considered it, brother? As long as you join, you can directly become a core team member, fighting side by side with us." Lin Chen was expected to nod, but instead, he simply said, "Not interested, move aside." With that, he continued to bury the bone sword into the body, quickly sucking up the blood. Yanzhou's sidekick wanted to reprimand Lin Chen but was stopped by a glance. Yanzhou frowned, feeling somewhat displeased, but unable to act rashly without understanding Lin Chen's strength. He still maintained a smile on his face and said, "Well, if Lin Chen has other ideas, I won't force it. If we can't be teammates, there's no need to be enemies. However, as long as you change your mind, the door to my team is always open to you." With that, he smiled gracefully at Lin Chen before turning and leaving. The nearby sidekick immediately flattered him. Yenjo is magnanimous. Some people don't know how to appreciate it, they'll regret it later. Exactly, only by following Master Yenjo can we have a share of the pie. As everyone praised him, the system announcement once again spread throughout the entire academy. Announcement: the fourth wave of beasts is about to refresh, please go to the playground, players of the 911 newbie area. The fourth wave of beasts is about to refresh. Perfect timing, I was worried about not gaining enough experience to reach level 2. I've already reached level 2, but it seems I'm still a bit short of level 3. Master Yenjo, are you going to the playground to fight monsters? The crowd discussed eagerly. Hearing their words, Yenjo smiled and said, those who have already registered their names with me, follow me. For those who haven't registered yet but want to join me, you can also come with me to the playground to fight monsters. However, everyone must follow the arrangements. Others immediately agreed. That's for sure, Master Yenjo, if you tell us to go east, we won't go west. Facing the responses of the crowd, Yenjo nodded satisfactorily, then glanced at Lin Chen, who was still working with his head down, a hint of disdain crossing his face. Watch as I lead the team to devour all the experience from the beast tide, and you'll regret it. Individual bravery is no match for the strength of a team. Yenjo didn't continue to persuade Lin Chen but instead, with a grand gesture, said, brothers, follow me. With that, he led a group of people towards the playground in a grand manner. A few minutes after they left, Lin Chen finally finished sucking the blood from the body in the teaching building. There were still some Nox demon corpses in the corners, but he was too lazy to absorb them. Instead, he focused on absorbing the steel knife Nox demon corpses in each classroom. Currently, the cancerization degree of the upper limbs was relatively good. Right upper limb cancerization, 15. 2. Left upper limb cancerization, 13. 1. Strength cancerization value, 14. 2. Average, the left arm had also surpassed 10 points, capable of transforming into simple cold weapons. So far, level 1 Nox demons held no attraction for him, and the potential cancerization value that could be increased was approaching 0. To strengthen the lower limbs corresponding to speed, not only did the cancerization value of the upper limbs need to exceed an average of 20 points, but the level also needed to be above level 5. To strengthen the internal organs, the cancerization values of the limbs must be further increased. Of course, the most challenging to strengthen was the brain corresponding to mental power, with requirements for the cancerization values and levels of other parts of the body. When the cancerization values of the whole body reached a certain number, Cancer could unlock more abilities. As a talent in the curse system that ranked high, Cancer had infinite potential. In the later stages, it could even rival the talents of the top eternal races. Lin Chen closed the system panel and emerged from the countless corpses. However, instead of heading directly downstairs to the playground, he climbed to the rooftop of the teaching building. From the high vantage point, his view could encompass the entire South Mountain Academy. Just like the surroundings of the academy and the classrooms earlier, the area was filled with prohibition zones, shrouded in a mist that made it impossible to see the outside world. Occasionally, there were monster roars and cries for help from some students inside the academy, but both sounds were gradually diminishing. The ground was littered with bodies, including monsters, students, and teachers. Lin Chen's gaze swept past these teaching buildings and landed not far away on the playground. At this moment, dozens of light blue teleportation arrays of various sizes had appeared around the playground. The players who had survived the first 3 waves of the Beast Tide at South Mountain Academy began to set off towards the playground one after another, including Yenjo leading a group of people. Apart from them, there were 2 other groups not inferior to them, rushing from the directions of the second teaching building and the boys' dormitory. A 3-legged situation. Lin Chen squinted at the movements on the playground, then sneered, gathering so many people, they really aren't afraid of death. On the other side, as Yenjo had just led a large group to the 4th wave Beast Tide spawn point on the playground, he received another system prompt in his ear. Announcement: level rankings for Newbie Zone 911 have been activated, please check it out. Tip: the area level rankings are only open to the top 100. The level rankings are out? I can see my ranking now. Let me see how many hidden experts there are. Before Yenjo could look closely, he immediately received a system prompt. Do you want to make the level rankings public? Yenjo hardly hesitated and clicked yes. What he needed now was prestige, so he couldn't act as some anonymous Lone Ranger. If possible, he even wanted to display his name in the chat channel, bold and enlarged, and flood the screen 100 times per minute. Of course, while this might have some effect, it was too cheap, and he was just thinking about it. Yenjo cleared his throat and opened the area level rankings for Newbie Zone 911. First place, Li Mingliang, level 5. Second place, Jiang Yuanji, level 5. Third place, Yenjo, level 5. 4th place, Sun Mingting, level 5. 5th place, Yang Huai, level 5. 6th place, Lin Chen, level 4. I'm only 3rd place. Yanzhou's pupils contracted instantly, somewhat incredulous. At the same time, the area chat channel was also buzzing with discussions. Damn, something's not right. How can Yanzhou be only 3rd? They're all level 5. Why are these people above Yanzhou? Could it be ranked by experience points? The top 5 are all level 5? How did they level up so quickly? I'm only level 2. Ha, I'm also level 2, but I'm stuck at 100th place. Isn't this Lin Chen guy the one who received 2 announcement rewards? Why is he only ranked 6th? Just because he received rewards doesn't mean he's the strongest, maybe it's just luck. As everyone was discussing, the system announcement rang out once again. Announcement, area level ranking reward system is as follows. 1st place, rewards a golden chest *1. 2nd to 10th place, rewards a silver chest *1. 11th to 20th place, rewards a bronze chest *3. 21st to 50th place, rewards a bronze chest *2. 51st to 100th place, rewards a bronze chest *1. Tip, area level ranking rewards will be distributed after all novice trials. The settlement rewards of the level ranking immediately sparked discussions in the chat channel. Wow, the 1st place gets a golden chest. Wow, a golden chest. What's with all the wow? Do you even know what's inside a golden chest? Keep YNG endlessly. I don't know, anyway, those are rewards for the big shots, nothing to do with us small fries. It must be something good. That Lin Chen guy got a silver chest before, right? Come out and tell us. Hee, if he got something good, he must be keeping it to himself, why would he show you? Honestly, if I got a chest reward, I would keep it hidden too. Let's go for it. Even the top 50 get 2 bronze chests, I'm also level 2 now, a chance to break into the top 50. Top 10 gets silver chests, I'm going for the top 10. Yanzhou also saw the settlement rewards of the level ranking, especially the golden chest reward for the 1st place, his eyes lit up. Just now in the classroom, he didn't receive the silver chest reward, mainly because he didn't anticipate there would be a boss in the 3rd wave of beasts, and when the boss appeared, his talent skill, Thunderfire, happened to be on cooldown. If he had been prepared in advance, he might have been the one to kill the boss just now, and the one to get the silver chest would have been him. No problem, I missed the silver chest, but there's still the golden chest. A blaze of determination flickered in his eyes. This time, I will definitely get it. After the announcements from the system ended, more and more players headed to the playground. Many players who had originally planned to wait and see couldn't sit still after hearing about the level ranking rewards. Except for some players who were injured in the previous beast waves, all the surviving players rushed to the playground. The playground was now crowded with people, with over 1,000 players. Fortunately, the playground at Nanshan Academy was large enough, accommodating over 1,000 players without feeling crowded. These over 1,000 players were roughly divided into 3 groups. First, there was the group led by Yanzhou from Class 1, originally about 200 people, but they had expanded along the way, totaling around 400 to 500 people. This was currently the largest group. Then, there were the 2 groups led by level ranking 1 Li Mingliang and level ranking 2 Jiang Yuangji, each with about 200 people. Apart from these, there were some scattered players. After a brief chaos, the leaders of the various groups finally met. You're Yan Laoda? Li Mingliang looked at Yanzhou with a smile, glanced at the people behind him, and said, truly deserving of being the first to reach level 2, so many followers. Yanzhou chuckled and said, followers? These are all my brothers. As long as you join my team now, you can be included in the formation, and we can support each other when facing the beast waves later. Li Mingliang put away his smile and said, Yan Laoda, you talk big, just relying on numbers to snatch monsters. Yanzhou didn't get angry when he heard this, the smile on his face didn't diminish at all, and he said, Li, you're just joking. I'm also considering the safety of our classmates. Only with organized and disciplined resistance against the beast tide can we keep the casualty rate to a minimum. If Li trusts me, he can also join my team. Once you're in, you'll be the second in command of our flame guild. Li Mingliang frowned. His original intention was to provoke Yanzhou's team. But with just a few words, Yanzhou diffused the situation, even turning the tables on him. Truly worthy of a business background, these words were smoother than what the school leaders would say. Li Mingliang thought to himself, just as he was about to speak, a strong voice interrupted, you talk too much. Let's get straight to the point. How do we divide the territory? Jiang Yuanji raised a long spear and slammed it heavily into the ground, causing the nearby ground to tremble slightly. Among the 3, only Jiang Yuanji was a sports student, tall and robust. After the game arrived, he seemed to have awakened some talent. With a long spear in hand, dozens of knock demons couldn't get close to him. Just with this momentum, he attracted many followers. Li Mingliang immediately said, "I'm not greedy, just give me the outer half of the playground." "Impossible." Zhang Yuanji frowned. "That area has the most teleportation arrays. If you take half of it, it's unfair." Yanzhou chuckled, "Exactly, your group only has a mere 200 people. Even if we were to divide, that territory should belong to our flame guild." "Guild? Do you really think we're playing a game?" Li Mingliang was not having it. He said, "I don't care. Although we are few, our strength is definitely not weak. That territory belongs to us." Although Yanzhou still had a smile on his face, his tone carried a hint of coldness. Li, I advise you not to act alone. Our numbers are 2 to 3 times yours." Li Mingliang sneered, "So what? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Based on his recent understanding, Yanzhou was also a level B talent like him. Although the former had more people, he also had Yang Huai, ranked 5th on the level list, who was also a level B bestowed. If they were to really fight, it was uncertain who would win. Just as the atmosphere reached a freezing point, a loud bang was heard as Zhang Yuanji picked up his spear and slammed it into the ground again. He said coldly, "Since we can't divide it fairly, let's rely on our own abilities." With that, he led his people towards the other end of the playground. Li Mingliang also snorted coldly and turned his group to leave. Yanzhou squinted as he watched the two groups leave, and Li Feng beside him asked, "Yanzhou, what should we do? Should we send people to occupy the place first?" Yanzhou pondered for a moment and said, "No need, we have more people, so we'll always have the upper hand. In that case, spread the word for those interested in joining our flame guild to hurry up, or they'll miss the chance." Li Feng was puzzled at first, then realized, "Yanzhou, are you saying, block the playground? Isn't that a bit too much?" Yanzhou sneered, "Even if we don't block it, do you think the other two groups won't?" Li Feng scratched his head, "That's true, alright, I'll go do it now." As expected, as Yanzhou had said, besides them, Li Mingliang's group also sent people to block the playground. Zhang Yuanji seemed disdainful of such matters but didn't intervene. Of course, blocking the playground naturally stirred up resentment among other players. "Yanzhou, who the hell do you think you are, not allowing entry unless we join your team? Why? This is unfair. The beast tide isn't yours, why won't you let us in? No monster hunting? Is there no justice left? Is there no law anymore? Damn it, before Doomsday, I had to endure the arrogance of you rich second generations in the game, and now after Doomsday, I still have to endure your arrogance. Forget it, forget it. If you can't beat them, join them. Brother, where are you heading? Even if you beat me to death, I won't go to that rich second generation in Yanzhou. I'm joining Zhang Yuanji's team. I heard that with him, they have a total of 3 B-grade God-gifted individuals. Hey, don't go. If you're going, go to Yanzhou. Haven't you seen that they have the most people? In the future, the 911 newbie area will definitely be under their control. Well, that's not for sure. I feel like Zhang Yuanji is stronger. I'll stick with Li Mingliang, who's ranked first. He has a better chance of getting the golden treasure chest." The three factions together accounted for 3/4 of the players in the 911 newbie area. The remaining players, even if they had grievances, could only grumble to themselves or choose to join one of the three forces. And so, the players in the 911 newbie area were smoothly incorporated by these three factions. Whether it was Yanzhou, Li Mingliang, or the always low-key Zhang Yuanji, their teams expanded once again. Watching his strong and robust soldiers, Yanzhou was delighted. According to Li Feng's recent statistics, his forces were the largest, having increased by 600 people, making it the most powerful force in the 911 newbie area. Once I secure the golden treasure chest, let's see how you all can compete with me." Yanzhou felt a sense of relief. Just as they were about to finish reorganizing their teams, the countdown for the fourth wave of Monster Tide reached 0. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Strong energy fluctuations emanated from all around, and the teleportation arrays set up around the playground instantly lit up. Then, one by one, giant ogres emerged from the arrays. Ogre, level 2, skill, gravity strike, a level 2 new monster? Yanzhou wasn't too surprised. He had already reached level 5 and didn't pay much attention to these level 2 monsters. Anyway, these monsters won't be able to withstand my Thunderfire. Just as he smugly thought, Li Feng suddenly pulled his shoulder and said, "Yanzhou, something seems off. Why are there so many of these monsters? Making a fuss over nothing, the more monsters, the better." Yanzhou muttered in his mind, then looked around. The next moment, he froze in place. Countless ogres continued to pour out from the teleportation arrays, waving their clubs and roaring skyward. Roar, roar, roar. The terrifying roars shook the players on the playground, making them involuntarily shiver. This is too many. Yanzhou swallowed hard, stunned in place. The number of level 2 ogres was overwhelming, even several times more than the players present, far exceeding his imagination. And behind those monsters stood a nearly 8-foot-tall giant ogre, looking extremely menacing and clearly not someone to mess with. Li Feng also shrank back in fear. Yanzhou, what do we do? Should we attack first? Gritting his teeth, Yanzhou said, attack. Those who strike first get to feast first. Organize a few more squads to follow us, ensuring that our main forces can break through to the core layer first. Our target is the ogre boss at the back. Li Feng nodded. Okay, I'll follow your lead, Yanzhou. Soon, Yanzhou organized an assault team. Brothers, follow me. Yanzhou waved his hand, leading the team forward. Li Mingliang and Jian Yuanji also noticed the commotion on his side. Seeing him preparing to charge towards the boss, they immediately reacted. Follow me, let's take down the boss. Charge, seize the boss. Ha, the boss is mine. In no time, the three factions all began to rush towards the ogre boss. Half an hour later, a system prompt came. Ding! Congratulations to player Yanzhou for successfully killing the large ogre and receiving the reward, Silver Treasure Chest *1. I killed the boss. It was me! Yanzhou exclaimed with joy. Yanzhou was awesome. Wow, Yanzhou is so strong. The crowd below cheered. Yanzhou's team, Thunderfire, seized the opportunity and successfully harvested the last of the large ogre's health, completing the kill. Yanzhou looked at the silver treasure chest in his backpack, feeling excited. He hadn't expected to receive a treasure chest reward for killing the boss of the Beast Tide, in addition to the rewards from the level ranking. Li Mingliang and Jian Yuanji also received notifications and were quite dissatisfied. Unfortunately, their numbers were too few, and both of them had melee-type divine talents. Without breaking through to the core layer, they couldn't make effective attacks. Just you wait. Li Mingliang snorted. Just as everyone was debating the ownership of the boss, the prompt for the next Beast Tide refresh sounded again. Ding! The large ogre has been killed, the fifth wave of the Beast Tide is about to arrive. Please prepare yourselves, players. What's going on? The fifth wave of the Beast Tide. Yanzhou and the others were shocked. Although the boss had been killed, there were still many ogres left uncleared on the playground. There were even more monsters than players. Upon hearing that the fifth wave of the Beast Tide was about to refresh, other ordinary players also began to panic. What the heck, are they coming again? This doesn't make sense. Shouldn't the monsters be cleared before the Beast Tide refreshes? Yeah, and this time there's no rest time for us. As the players were talking, energy fluctuations emanated from the teleportation arrays around the playground once again. As the countdown ended, new monsters appeared before the players. Mummies wrapped in white bandages emerged slowly from the teleportation formation. They were slightly smaller than ogres and looked no different from ordinary people. The sharp teeth exposed were as if demons crawling up from hell. Mummy, level 3, skill, bandage wrap, enhances defense by 10%. It was obvious that the level 3 mummies were a more powerful group of monsters than the ogres from the previous Beast Tide, and there were even more of them. Damn, why are there so many of them? Even Yanzhou, who had always maintained his composure, couldn't help but curse. The number of mummies was no less than that of the ogres, even more. Looking around, the playground, which was not small to begin with, was almost filled with monsters. The battlefield that could barely maintain balance was instantly disrupted by the appearance of these monsters. Ah! Help! Help! So many monsters, I can't do it, let me out. What? Please, make way, my girlfriend is injured. In the distance, more and more players couldn't hold on and began to panic and flee. Yanzhou, leaning on his teammates' shoulders, shouted loudly, "Brothers, hold your ground, don't retreat. Charge! Don't retreat!" At that moment, even Li Mingliang and Jian Yuanji, who saw him as opponents, made the same choice. Don't retreat, whoever dares to retreat, I'll make them pay. When the going gets tough, the tough get going. Brothers, follow me. The three of them were all trying to control the situation. However, the situation developed beyond everyone's imagination. After a large number of casualties in the front lines, the players began to panic. Gradually, the originally organized formation began to disintegrate. In the blink of an eye, the once favorable situation collapsed. Whether it was Yanzhou or Li Mingliang, they couldn't stop this war that was destined to fail. It's not working, Yanzhou, there are just too many monsters, let's retreat first, Li Feng said, sweating profusely. Yanzhou was somewhat unwilling, but seeing the appearance of deserters, he could only grit his teeth and nod. Let's go, call all the main force members, we retreat. Li Feng was surprised. Brother Yan, aren't we going to call the other team members? Yanzhou's face darkened as he said, how big can South Mountain Academy be? If everyone retreats together, where can we lead the monsters to? Are we all going to die together? Li Feng hesitated for a moment but nodded in agreement. Yanzhou's ruthlessness was not wrong. In the apocalypse, nothing was more important than one's own life. Rather than sacrificing oneself, it was better to sacrifice others. What a pity! Before leaving, Yen Zhou glanced back at the crowded group of people on the playground. He thought this would be the brilliant start for himself, but it ended before it even began. Yen Zhou looked into the distance and saw Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji's troops also beginning to retreat. Li Mingliang was a smart person, choosing to only keep his core team. However, Jiang Yuanji was a fool, still thinking about taking everyone away. It's fine this way. Let them cover our retreat, kill more monsters, and I'll come back to kill them when I'm in good condition. Yen Zhou snorted coldly in his heart. As they were retreating with the people, world announcements appeared in golden letters in the sky. World announcement: Yanghua 14059 Newbie area has been invaded by monsters and has become ownerless land. World announcement: Inghua country 4568 Newbie area has been invaded by monsters and has become ownerless land. World announcement: Dengta country 14355 Newbie area has been invaded by monsters and has become ownerless land. Lin Chen, standing on the rooftop closest to the sky, was the first to see this world announcement. However, he didn't seem too surprised, as if he had expected it. Lin Chen looked at the fleeing crowd on the playground not far away, as well as the countless monsters, a hint of a cold smile on his lips. The hunt can finally begin. Right upper limb cancerization +0. 1, +0, +0. 1. Left upper limb cancerization +0, +0. 1, +0. 1. The cancerization prompts kept coming. Compared to the first level knock demon, the probability of increasing cancerization value for the second level ogre was much higher. Lin Chen's hands turned into bone swords, continuously piercing into the bodies on the ground, his strength rapidly increasing. The closer he got to the playground, the more monster corpses there were. Of course, there were more players coming in the opposite direction. Some players saw Lin Chen heading towards the playground and kindly reminded him. "Buddy, what are you doing? There are so many monsters over there, don't go that way." "Exactly, are you looking for death? Still heading that way." Lin Chen ignored the others, continuously sucking the corpses while walking towards the playground at a steady pace. Seeing his lack of response, the others spoke impatiently. "He's crazy, doesn't understand good advice, does he? Clearly, he's gone mad wanting to scavenge. With the top 3 on the leaderboard already fled, he still wants to go for experience." "Exactly, let him die, let's run quickly. The monsters are about to catch up. Oh damn, ogres." Just as they were speaking, an ogre, appearing out of nowhere, picked up a wolf's tooth club and swung it over. The first to be hit was Lin Chen, who was still bending down to touch the bodies. Quick! Swish! Before he could finish his sentence, the ogre's movement abruptly stopped, its entire body splitting in half from the middle. Then with a boom, it fell on both sides. Lin Chen didn't even lift an eyelid throughout, just repeating the action of thrusting the bone sword into the bodies. The other players nearby were stunned. "Damn, he's skilled." By the time they regained their senses, Lin Chen had already disappeared into the crowded sea of people, leaving them staring at each other in place. The further into the playground he went, the fewer players there were, and the more monsters there were. Lin Chen had to temporarily stop touching the bodies and his right arm turned into a long sword, continuously slashing out. Swish! 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 The sound of breaking wind came one after another, as one ogre after another fell to the ground. Although the second-level ogres were large in size and had decent attack power, their defense was average. Especially with his huge body, each ogre was like a living target for Lin Chen. He didn't need any complicated skills, just simple slashing movements, effortlessly harvesting one ogre after another. Time plus 15 minutes, time plus 15 minutes, time plus 15 minutes. The time coins in his pocket were rapidly increasing. Level 2 ogres gave 5 more minutes compared to level 1 knock demons, which equated to 0.01 time coin per ogre. Although small, it added up due to the sheer number of monsters. Killing 100 would earn him 1 time coin. Before he even reached the playground, Lin Chen had already slain over 100 ogres, and his time coins quickly surpassed 1.0, heading towards 2.0. Level up. Seeing that he had accumulated enough time coins, he didn't hesitate and upgraded his level. Ding! Upgrade completed in 32 hours, all attributes +1. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 5. 2 consecutive notifications sounded, and his panel underwent changes. Lin Chen, level 5, time 0.01, strength 6, 6 plus 20, 5, speed 6, 7, constitution 6, 5, spirit 7, 1, strength cancer value 25. The average value of his upper limb strength cancer exceeded 20 points, and he reached level 5. Great, finally met the standard. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, and his arms suddenly trembled. His hands, originally in a bone sword state, twisted instantly and transformed into two chain-like objects. Roar! Coincidentally, several ogres were chasing students and running towards him. Lin Chen lightly shook his right arm, and the chain on his arm gently flicked, the sharp end piercing fiercely into the ogre's skull. Plop! The chain quickly retracted, bringing out a pile of brain matter. Ding! Time plus 15 minutes. The system prompt came. The ogre fell face first, looking foolishly dead. The chain didn't stop but directly attacked several other ogres, killing them one by one. Awesome, bro. So strong. All instant kills. The players escaping nearby exclaimed. Before their astonishment could fade, Lin Chen made another surprising move. After killing several ogres, he didn't stop but ruthlessly stabbed the chains into their bodies, quickly draining them dry. Watching the bodies turn into mummies, the onlookers turned pale with fear, their praises halted. This wasn't a big shot, but clearly a cannibal among humans. Ogres eat them, and he eats ogres, right? The players were so frightened that they fled at once. Lin Chen paid no attention to them, his chained arms continuously reaching out, swiftly absorbing nearby corpses. The area near the playground was abundant in bodies and monsters. With the upper limb cancer value exceeding 20 points, his arms could distort into more complex weapons. In his past life, mastering the transformations of the distorted weapons had cost him a lot of effort to achieve the current ease. In chain form, the efficiency of searching bodies had significantly improved. Left lower limb cancer plus 0. 1, plus 0, plus 0, 1. Right lower limb cancer plus 0, plus 0, 1, plus 0, 1. After meeting the level requirements, the strength of his lower limbs finally began to strengthen, and the agility value on the panel was rapidly increasing. Lin Chen kept shuttling back and forth on the battlefield, like a ghost. Soon, two more chains emerged from his arms. With both arms outstretched, several chains extended like tentacles, probing in all directions. The attack speed was faster and more precise. Ogres fell one by one, drained dry at a rapid pace. Wherever the chains passed, no one was spared. How is it? Have those monsters followed us? Yan Zhou, who had already taken refuge in a dormitory, anxiously asked Li Feng. Li Feng shook his head and said, "Only a few ogres followed us, and they have been taken care of by our brothers." Our people. He sighed and blamed himself, there are not many left. Apart from the main force of over 20 people, there are less than 100 peripheral members. It's all my fault. If I had noticed earlier, we could have evacuated sooner and saved some lives. Yan Zhou fell silent for a moment. To be honest, he was partly responsible for the deaths of these people. If he hadn't been so eager for success and rushed in, wanting to fight for the boss without understanding the rules of the beast tide, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many casualties. It was not worth it to risk hundreds of people just to get a silver treasure chest. But since it had already happened, there was no point in dwelling on the past. Yan Zhou cleared his throat and said, "Since it has already happened, there's no need to dwell on the past. And haven't you heard? It's not just us who suffered heavy losses. New player areas all over the world are suffering because of the new player trial. What we need to do now is to preserve our strength as much as possible and not let the 911 new player area become a lawless land like the other new player areas." Li Feng sighed again. "That's all we can do. Oh, by the way. Damn it, Yan Ji, there's a ghost outside the window." Before they could finish their conversation, they were interrupted by a team member outside. Yan Zhou frowned. "Wang Chang, what's the matter? Don't talk nonsense here." The student called Wang Chang turned from the window and said, "Yan Ji, I'm not lying. Come and see. There seems to be a ghost with several feet on the edge of the playground." Yan Zhou's first reaction was disbelief. The fourth wave of the beast tide was ogres, and the fifth wave was mummies. There were no reports of new monsters appearing. But seeing Wang Chang's serious expression, he had to stand up and walk to the window of the dormitory with Li Feng. This was the male dormitory on the outskirts of the playground. They had chosen to escape here first because they could see the movements on the playground clearly through this window, allowing them to adjust their battle plans at any time. Yan Zhou looked out the window and saw a monster covered in tentacles massacring other monsters on the battlefield in the distance. Yes, it was a massacre. Tentacles kept emerging, effortlessly harvesting monsters coming from all directions. Whether ogres or mummies, none could survive under his hands for more than a second, like a demon on the battlefield. Truly a monster, Yan Zhou said with a hint of surprise in his eyes. But Li Feng, beside him, was puzzled. What kind of monster is this? Isn't this the male student we met in the corridor just now? What's his name? Oh, Lin Chen. Lin Chen? Yan Zhou was even more surprised. However, Li Feng's innate talent, insight, gave him much better vision than ordinary players. Hundreds of meters away were nothing to him. That's why he was able to detect the changes on the battlefield at the first moment. Li Feng scratched his head. Why is this guy coming out at this time? Isn't he afraid of death alone? Yan Zhou temporarily suppressed his shock. It seems that this guy's strength is even stronger than we imagined. Although his Thunderfire could kill monsters on a large scale, especially after reaching level 5, the power of his talent skills had greatly increased. One blast of Thunderfire could basically burn a large group of small monsters to death. However, Thunderfire's drawbacks were also very obvious. High damage, wide range, long cooldown, and unable to be continuously cast. Every time a large number of monsters are burned, there is an unbearable cooldown time. But Lin Chen's talent skill is obviously different, somewhat similar to Jiang Yuanji's kind of skill that leans towards martial techniques. Although the damage and range of destruction are not as good as his Thunderfire, he excels in sustainability. Li Feng became more and more surprised as he watched. Damn, this guy's tentacles are so strong, the monsters can't even get close to him. Even Jiang Yuanji just now probably can't achieve this level. Lin Chen's strength not only shocked Li Feng but also amazed the other team members around him. This guy is so strong, I just saw someone discussing him in the chat channel. He's also reached level 5, on the same level as Yin De and Li Mingliang. His name is Lin Chen, right? Isn't he the first one to kill the Knock Demon? No wonder he didn't agree to Yan Zhou's invitation just now. It seems like he wants to be a lone ranger. Hearing his subordinates' discussion, Yan Zhou's eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy. Why did they flee in disarray, only to let this guy seize the opportunity to become famous? He chuckled and said, but he's too reckless, going solo like this, how many monsters can he kill? When his stamina runs out, or when he gets injured, he'll have no way out. Upon hearing this, other bestowed players also expressed their agreement. Exactly, if he had joined us just now, maybe with Yan Ji's Thunderfire, we would have had a chance to dominate the battlefield and become the ultimate winners, Li Feng remarked with emotion. Yan Zhou narrowed his eyes and said, we still have a chance. Li Feng was surprised. Yan Gu, are you saying? Yan Zhou looked at Lin Chen still killing monsters in the distance on the battlefield and said, I hope he can hold on for a while longer, don't disappoint me. With that, he smirked, his eyes filled with anticipation of the spectacle. However, neither he nor the other players could anticipate what would happen next. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Over an hour had passed, and Lin Chen showed no signs of stopping, his efficiency in killing monsters increasing. This guy is like a perpetual motion machine. He doesn't even take a break? Li Feng, who had been observing Lin Chen, looked incredulous. The chat channel was abuzz with discussions about Lin Chen. Damn, that beast on the playground is still fighting. Seriously? It's been almost an hour, and his stamina isn't depleted yet? He's a top player on the level rankings, something we can't comprehend? Are you kidding me? Li Mingliang, Yan Zhou, Jiang Yuanji are all top players on the rankings, and they fled long ago, not even caring about their followers. This Lin Chen guy is really something. Could he really be single-handedly wiping out all the monsters on the playground? I mean, no monsters are coming after us. I was worried just now. Thanks to Lin Chen, much appreciated. Really, I was so worried just now. Many newbie areas have become lawless, and we can't go out. It's terrifying. Lin Chen is awesome. Praise him. As discussions about Lin Chen on the channel grew, and even some supporters emerged, Yan Zhou's expression gradually darkened. He had let Lin Chen continue killing monsters because he wanted to be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. But now, the oriole was almost eaten by the mantis, without showing any weakness. No, we can't wait any longer. Yan Zhou slammed the table, stood up, and said, Li Feng, inform the brothers, we're returning to the battlefield to snatch the boss. The mummy boss was still on the edge of the teleportation array, but the number of monsters on the playground was decreasing. It wouldn't be long before Lin Chen could kill the boss and claim the rewards. The silver treasure chest and the rewards of being number 1 on the rankings can only be mine. A coldness flashed in Yan Zhou's eyes. However, when Yan Zhou arrived at the scene with his men, he realized that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Because waiting outside the playground were not only him, but also Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji. Isn't this our president Yan? Li Mingliang sneered as he spoke, glancing at the group behind him and mocking, TSK, President Yan's little brother is the only one left? Yan Zhou snorted, I've lost many men, and you haven't got many left either. Li Mingliang's mockery froze on his face. Indeed, the eldest brother didn't spare the second. Yan Zhou had lost the most men, but Li Mingliang's numbers were down to just 30 or 40 core members, still at a disadvantage compared to Yan Zhou's over 100-strong force. Surprisingly, Jiang Yuanji, who had been protecting his retreat, had the highest survival rate among the 3 factions. He still had over 100 men, enough to rival Yan Zhou in numbers. However, Jiang Yuangi's pale face at the moment indicated his poor condition. After circling around, the overall strength of the three factions still maintained a delicate balance. Yan Zhou continued, "Alright, let's stop pretending at this point. Who doesn't know you're here to snatch the boss?" Li Mingliang scowled, "Yan Zhou, you've already snatched a boss before. This one shouldn't be yours." Jiang Yuangi furrowed his brow and tapped his spear. "That's right, logically, you should step back from this boss battle." Yan Zhou was somewhat surprised that these two had reached a consensus before his arrival, making it a bit tricky. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Fine, I can agree not to contest the fifth wave boss, but you have to agree to a condition of mine." Li Mingliang raised an eyebrow. "What condition?" Yan Zhou said, "Very simple, 2 words, cooperate." "Cooperate? Us?" Li Mingliang looked incredulous. Yan Zhou gestured towards Lin Chen on the battlefield and said, "After the recent beast tide, do you still think we are opponents? Look over there, that's the real monster." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Now, only by cooperating can we evenly divide the upcoming bosses. Don't forget, the newbie protection period lasts for 3 days, and the newbie trial is not just on the first day." Li Mingliang's eyes darted around, and he decisively said, "Okay." After all, he had the fewest numbers, so he wouldn't lose out. And having witnessed Lin Chen's battle, he honestly felt that the latter was indeed as formidable as Yan Zhou had described, almost like a monster. Even though he currently held the top spot on the level rankings, he didn't have enough confidence to face Lin Chen. Jiang Yuangi hesitated for a moment, but considering his brothers behind him, he also nodded, "I agree too." Asterisk crack. Asterisk the head of a mummy was pierced through by the sharp end of a chain, but it didn't produce the satisfying sound of killing a ogre. Instead, it was a dry and withered sound. Just like the mummy's desiccated body, devoid of flesh. However, the mummy's defense was much higher than that of an ogre, making it difficult for an ordinary god-given of the same level to deliver a fatal blow. The reason Lin Chen could easily kill these mummies and ogres was not only due to the boost from his cancerous values but also because of the skill, Fatal Wound. The Eternal Kingdom was both a game and reality. Although monsters had health bars as numerical values, they were not just simple data strings but real living beings. As long as a fatal wound was inflicted, a one-hit kill effect could be achieved. Even a critical hit could greatly reduce the monster's status, rendering them immobile. Especially with Lin Chen's current values surpassing theirs, as long as the chain hit the vital point of the head, a kill could be easily executed. Strength cancerous value, 25. 8. Agility cancerous value, 21. 9. This was Lin Chen's current cancerous value. Strength and agility have both improved, and the cancerization value of the lower limbs is quickly catching up to that of the upper limbs. However, as the cancerization value of the limbs rises, the bodies of these level 2 and 3 monsters on the battlefield are able to provide him with less and less cancerization value. The absorption speed has increased, but the efficiency of absorption is slowly decreasing. It's time to slaughter the boss. Lin Chen raised his head and glanced at the mummy boss not far away, then turned his head to look around the outskirts of the playground, a hint of coldness appearing on his face. It's time to deal with these little mice as well." He just took a glance, then retracted his gaze, pretending not to have seen anything, and began to move towards the direction of the level 3 mummy boss. Those hiding beneath the audience seats around the playground who saw his movements suddenly became a little flustered. "Oh no! He's going to kill the boss!" Li Mingliang exclaimed in shock. Yan Zhou smiled and said, "Don't panic, even if his damage is high, he can't directly one-shot the boss. We can wait until he wears down the health points, and then it won't be too late for us to make a move." Upon hearing this, Li Mingliang thought about it and stopped to say, "Let's make it clear, this boss belongs to me." Jiang Yuanji said in a deep voice, "Rest assured, I won't compete with you." Yan Zhou continued, "That's right, we agreed that each person gets one boss. As for the first place on the ranking list, it's every man for himself." Li Mingliang nodded, "Alright, I'll trust you guys this time, but if I find out you're deceiving me, humph." He coldly snorted with a hint of threat, but the other two didn't say anything. There had been disputes before, so building trust among them now was not a simple matter. But Yan Zhou was indeed serious about cooperation, at least for now. There were too many known people on the field who could pose a threat to him: Li Mingliang, Jiang Yuanji, and the 2 B-rank bestowed individuals in their team as well. Of course, not to mention Lin Chen not far away, who was most likely an A-rank bestowed individual not yet seen in the 911 newbie area. Without killing Lin Chen, neither Yan Zhou nor Li Mingliang and the others could ever dominate the 911 newbie area. Therefore, it became crucial to form an alliance with the other 2 forces. Lin Chen, whether B-rank or A-rank, must die. A hint of killing intent flashed in Yan Zhou's eyes. Not only him, but Li Mingliang by his side also had the same thought. Even Jiang Yuanji, who appeared to be full of righteousness, didn't actually want Lin Chen to live. They lurked quietly like this, and Lin Chen in the distance did indeed, as they expected, advance deep into the playground and engage with the mummy boss. With 4 chains on his body, he was effortlessly dealing with the extremely resilient mummy boss while handling the continuous attacks from the surrounding mummies. His expression was relaxed and at ease, as if he was not exerting any effort at all. Whether it was the densely packed small monsters or the level 3 boss, they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Seeing this, the pupils of the 3 people in the audience seats suddenly contracted. This guy named Lin Chen is indeed a monster. Li Mingliang gritted his teeth. He now had to admit that he was far inferior to Lin Chen on the field. If he were the one surrounded by so many monsters on the field, just surviving and escaping would be considered good, let alone thinking about killing the boss. Yan Zhou and Jiang Yuanji fell silent as well, coming to a conclusion similar to Li Mingliang's. Li Mingliang squinted slightly and said, "It's almost done, the boss's health bar has dropped below half. If we delay any longer, we might be the ones getting slaughtered by him." Then Yan Zhou spoke up, "Get ready, let's make a move together. We must ensure to take him down with one strike." Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji nodded simultaneously. The 3 factions, at this moment, added up to nearly 300 people. They sneaked into the range of the playground stealthily. Due to the large number of monsters surrounding Lin Chen, it was really uncertain whether their presence could be detected. Even if they were spotted, the probability was high that they were just illusions, making it impossible to do anything to them. It was both a conspiracy and a strategy. In their plan, Lin Chen had reached a point where it was difficult to retreat. Giving up meant losing the opportunity to kill the boss. Continuing would only result in them being robbed of the boss. "Hurry, the boss's health is running low, use your skills quickly," Li Mingliang urged Yan Zhou impatiently. "Don't worry, I won't compete with you," Yan Zhou said, raising a hand towards the battlefield not far away. "Talent, Thunderfire." With a loud shout, a thunderbolt struck the area near Lin Chen. Instantly, flames erupted on the battlefield, blazing fiercely. "Beautiful. Hit it." Li Mingliang's eyes lit up. Yan Zhou smiled and said, "Naturally." However, he felt a little regretful in his heart. It was a pity that the boss wasn't taken down as well. This time Lin Chen is either dead or severely injured. Huh? Li Mingliang laughed heartily. The damage from Thunderfire was undoubtedly visible, a powerful weapon when everyone's levels were not high, especially since it directly hit Lin Chen. Just when they thought Lin Chen was finished and were ready to move in for the kill, a message suddenly appeared for everyone to see. Ding! Congratulations to Lin Chen for successfully killing the sealed mummy. Reward, silver treasure chest *1. Before they could react, a second message followed. Ding! The sealed mummy has been killed, the 6th wave of beasts is about to arrive, players, be prepared. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown ended, the teleportation arrays around them began to vibrate violently. Subsequently, large fat worms emerged from the arrays, slowly wriggling towards them. At first glance, there were many of them, no less than the mummies before. The monsters have respawned again. No, Lin Chen isn't dead yet. Everyone was shocked and looked towards the football field where the fire was still burning, only to see Lin Chen slowly emerging from the flames. His whole body was charred black, with large patches of rotten flesh exposed, the pain palpable even to the naked eye. But Lin Chen seemed unfazed, turning to them with a chilling smile. For a moment, Yan Zhou and the others felt their scalps tingle, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. It's Lin Chen. Li Mingliang took a half step back, pointing at Lin Chen with trembling hands. Not just him, the other players were also not in a good state. At that moment, Lin Chen looked like a demon emerging from hell, terrifying to the extreme. "Don't be afraid, his health is low, he's just bluffing." Yan Zhou swallowed hard, trying to calm himself down. "Right, he's almost out of health." Confirming Yan Zhou's words, Li Mingliang spoke. But as soon as they finished speaking, they saw the rotten flesh on Lin Chen's body, which was emitting smoke, rapidly healing before their eyes. In just a dozen seconds, the large patches of rotten flesh began to scab over, followed by the blood scabs falling off layer by layer, revealing the fair skin underneath. And his health bar above his head, from red residual blood to green healthy bar, changed in less than a minute. "He has healing abilities," someone in the team exclaimed. It wasn't exactly healing abilities, but in a way, it was similar. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged, with not much difference from before. The ability he had just used was the third core skill of Cancer, Infinite Proliferation. The higher the cancer value, the faster the cell proliferation. In simple terms, it gave his body the ability of super regeneration. In the later stages, this ability could even be said to be the most twisted one among all abilities. As long as there is a single cell alive in his body, no one can truly kill him. This was also one of his biggest trump cards in being able to confront the Eternal Emperor back then. However, the only downside is, it consumes quite a bit of cancerization value. Yes, the infinite proliferation doesn't consume any blue bars, but cancerization value. Just now, after replenishing his blood, Lin Chen consumed 1 point of cancerization value. The lost cancerization value is replenished from your corpses. Lin Chen looked at the crowd in the distance and said coldly. Yan Zhou wanted to explain, brother, calm down first, it's a misunderstanding. Yes, all misunderstandings, Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chen's distorted chain suddenly shook violently, and the sharp end actually separated from the main body, turning into a dart shooting towards his face. Yan Gu, quick, dodge. Li Feng beside him wanted to stop this dart, but as a support talent player, he had no such ability. Yan Zhou was also a long-range mage player. Facing this kind of attack, he had no way to respond. Just as the dart was about to pierce his face, a long spear suddenly reached over from the side. With a clang, the dart was deflected by Jiang Yuanji's long spear. While deflecting the hidden weapon, Jiang Yuanji also felt the great force coming from the spear, involuntarily taking 2 steps back, his face showing astonishment. He didn't expect Lin Chen's casual strike to be so terrifying. This guy is ridiculously strong. But Jiang Yuanji could only temporarily suppress his surprise and said loudly, brother, we have already apologized, let's forgive and forget. Yan Zhou was also sweating coldly, and then reacted quickly, wiping his sweat and hurriedly explaining, that's right, Lin, we are all classmates, there's no need to kill each other, right? Even Lin Chen, who had lived 2 lives, couldn't help but laugh at their shamelessness. You ambushed me, and now you're advising me to be magnanimous? Lin Chen said coldly, if I were not strong enough today, would I have to go to the underworld to hear your apologies? The group of people were speechless at Lin Chen's words, realizing that what they did was indeed despicable. Li Mingliang was the first to react, saying, regardless, you are alone, we have nearly 300 people, if you want to be our enemy, I advise you to reconsider. Thinking of the many brothers behind him, Li Mingliang and the others straightened their backs. Lin Chen smiled and said, you almost made me forget, I should thank you for bringing so many people here. Looking at Lin Chen's dumbfounded expression, Li Mingliang was stunned and said, what are you talking about? Thank you for what? Just as he finished asking this question, he heard cries from behind. Oh my, why are there so many bugs? So many white bugs, Mom, I'm scared. Everyone was shocked and quickly turned to look back. Not looking, they were fine, but when they looked, they were startled. They didn't know when, but their surroundings were already crawling with densely packed white fat worms, making their scalps tingle. These worms crawling on the ground were slower than snails, but the sheer number was overwhelming. Moreover, although the large worms moved slowly, when in attack mode, they were like venomous snakes, slightly bending their bodies, revealing sharp spikes extending from their mouthparts, then shooting towards the players' faces like arrows. Several players who weren't paying attention were directly pierced through their bodies. Once one hit the target, the other large fat worms around would continue to shoot towards the target. Soon, they were covered in densely packed fat worms, their bodies pierced through by countless spikes. In no time, several players lost their lives among them. It's over, we're surrounded by monsters. They were horrified to find that these fat worms had cut off their retreat. Now they couldn't go out, nor could they go in. Yanzhou, release Thunderfire quickly and clear the way. Watching his subordinates fall one by one, Li Mingliang shouted in desperation. Yanzhou was also anxious, saying, Thunderfire is still cooling down, it's not that fast. You and Jiang Yuangi, help me hold them off for a while. When my cooldown is ready, we'll break out together. Li Mingliang cursed, get lost, dreaming that I'll cover you from bullets. Yanzhou's face darkened as he said, if I die, you'll all be buried with me. You figure it out yourself. Do you think Lin Chen will spare you? Li Mingliang, who originally wanted to break out with his men, hesitated for a moment. Thinking of Lin Chen's terrifying power, he didn't dare to easily abandon Yanzhou and his people. Damn, meeting you is my misfortune. Li Mingliang cursed under his breath but still chose to stay. Jiang Yuangi frowned and said, stop arguing, let's focus on breaking out first. As they discussed, Lin Chen's cold voice came from not far away. I'm not in a hurry for you to die. It's better if you all live a little longer, because hell is just beginning. With that said, Lin Chen, who was already close to the core area of the formation, suddenly moved, swiftly dodging the piercers shooting towards him, and ran forward. Yanzhou was stunned at first, then reacted and shouted, quick, stop him, he wants to kill the boss. Upon hearing this, the players around instantly turned pale. The current crisis was not over yet, and Lin Chen wanted to kill the 6th wave of the boss, which meant the 7th wave of monsters would be coming soon. How could this be allowed? Almost at the moment Yanzhou spoke, Li Mingliang, Jiang Yuangi, and the other two B-grade God-gifted players in the team, Sen Mengting and Yang Huai, also moved. Their goal, to stop Lin Chen from killing the boss. Don't die, you fat worm. At this moment, all the players present silently prayed. They probably never imagined that one day they would fight to protect the boss. Of course, all of this was because of the man on the battlefield who looked like a hellish demon. Piercer, level 4, skills 1. Shooting 2. Facehug kill. The level 4 giant worms moved slowly but attacked very quickly. Once surrounded by them, the entire playground would become their paradise. Especially when the piercers had the upper hand in numbers, they were like cold arrows shooting from all directions, making it impossible to defend against. But in Lin Chen's eyes, they were just clumsy fat worms. The 4 chains with open arms continuously probed out, easily piercing into the soft bodies of these fat worms, then bringing out spurts of white fluid. Poochie, poochie, poochie. As their brain fluid sprayed, system prompts kept coming. Ding. Time plus 20 minutes, time plus 20 minutes, time plus 20 minutes. Compared to mummies and ogres, these level 4 fat worms were easier to kill. Because the piercers focused all their talents on attack methods, defense was virtually non-existent. The distorted chains could easily pry open their brains, causing fatal injuries. Of course, for Yanzhou and the other true novice players, it was a different story. They had to figure out what brains and vital points to target on these constantly stabbing fat worms, which was like a fantasy. Without killing hundreds of them, how could they know where the vital points were? Even if they knew, getting close enough to accurately hit the vital points under their siege was a very difficult task. So, they could only watch helplessly as Lin Chen effortlessly passed through the encirclement of piercers, while they themselves struggled step by step. Ah! Help me! Save me, please! Those players being face-hugged to death by the piercers reached out in despair to their companions. But the surrounding companions dared not approach at all, even if they reached out to help. Once the stinger in the piercer's mouthpiece pierced the player's body, the fine small thorns attached to it would hook onto the flesh inside. Even if forcefully removed, it would leave a deep, gaping wound, causing heavy bleeding. One was manageable, but with 3 or more stuck on the body, it was basically game over. For these low-level bestowed by gods, once removed, their blood would be emptied directly, instantly needing the king of hell. What should we do, Yen Gu? Li Feng asked anxiously. Yanzhou, sweating profusely, said, "Hold on, my Thunderfire cooldown is almost ready, we can break out soon. You all must protect me, only I am the hope to break out." Li Mingliang cursed, "Shut up. Your position in the team is the safest." Yanzhou, as the most powerful magic bestowed by God in the team, naturally was protected in the central position by everyone. But those melee players on the periphery were not so lucky, falling one by one under the piercer's siege. The screams were incessant, fear spreading among the crowd. "Almost there, my Thunderfire is almost ready, everyone must hold on." Yanzhou looked at the crumbling formation and shouted loudly. But as soon as he finished speaking, everyone heard the despairing system prompt again. Ding! Congratulations to Lin Chen for successfully killing the Piercer Queen, rewarded with Silver Treasure Chest *1. Ding! The Piercer Queen has been killed, the 7th wave of beasts is about to arrive, players, be prepared. 10, 9, 8. It's over. Despair appeared on everyone's faces. They could only watch helplessly as new monsters crawled out of the teleportation array one by one and surrounded them. Thunderfire. Just then, Yanzhou's skill was ready, and he unleashed the Thunderfire ahead. The thunder resounded in their ears, and the raging flames burned among the monsters, seemingly bringing a glimmer of hope to everyone present. However, they soon realized that this hope was false, because the escape route just opened by the Thunderfire was quickly filled by new monsters. Rust Monster, level 4, skills 1. Shell, passive 2. Bite, a monster that likes to gnaw on rusted iron, covered in wavy shell armor. Just from its appearance, one could tell that its defense was much higher than all the previous wave of beasts. Indeed, the residual power of Thunderfire did not cause much damage to them. Not only that, ordinary melee players could not effectively break through their defense, let alone inflict damage. It's hopeless, there's no way out. Almost everyone had this thought in their minds. "Let me handle this!" Zhang Yuanji shouted loudly, his long spear piercing towards the approaching rust monsters. In a very domineering manner, he instantly tore through the hard shell of the rust monsters, causing a lot of damage. Seeing this, several melee players beside him quickly moved in for the kill, successfully taking down several rust monsters. Zhang Yuanji proclaimed, "All melee players follow me, I'll break through their defense." Having just reached level 7 and possessing the B-grade marksmanship talent, he naturally had the confidence. The level 5 rust monsters indeed had high defense, but they were not invincible in the newbie area. "Don't panic, everyone, stay calm, there aren't that many rust monsters, we can definitely make it out." Zhang Yuanji's robust body and strong strength brought a sense of security to the players present. As expected, after he finished speaking these 2 sentences, the team's morale stabilized. Seeing this, Yanzhou also breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Yes, that's right, our team has 5 B grade bestowed by gods, we might be able to break through." Ding! Congratulations to Lin Chen for successfully killing the flying dagger rust monster, rewarded with silver treasure chest *1, the rusted strange flying knife has been killed, and the 8th wave of beast tide is about to come. Please players, be prepared. 1098. Oh no! Yanzhou thought to himself, turned his head and looked into the distance, just in time to see Lin Chen's 4 chains strangling the largest rusted strange to death. Green blood splattered everywhere, some landing on Lin Chen, accentuating the cruel smile on his face. I said, hell is just beginning. Yanzhou seemed to hear his silent words, his eyes showing increasing fear. Wah! I don't want to die. Someone in the team directly broke down in tears. Nothing makes people more desperate than being in a hopeless situation. Even Zhang Yuanji, who always appeared brave and resolute, showed a hint of despair. This is just the beginning. Lin Chen in the distance watched the commotion on their side and sneered. Like to steal monsters, right? Well, these monsters are enough for you all. The reason Lin Chen kept these people was that the number of beast tides in the playground was actually determined by the number of challenging players. The more players there were, the more beast tides would spawn. If these players could allocate the number of challenging players properly, they wouldn't fall into the situation of being surrounded by monsters. Nearly 1,000 people, and not a single one noticed this, simply beyond stupid. Of course, these were not the main reasons for their failure. Lin Chen glanced lightly at Yanzhou, who was looking at him with despair in his eyes. In the world of the Eternal Kingdom, only monsters had the right to stand out. As for the weak, they should quietly stay in the corner. Tree Shadow Demon level, 6 skills, 1. Netting, 2. Binding. The monsters of the 8th wave of Beast Tide are level 6 Tree Shadow Demons. They look like stalactites, sticky on the surface. When attacking, they use the tendrils growing underneath their bodies to tightly entangle people, pull them close, and then use sharp teeth to capture their prey. Like the impalers on the field, they share a common weakness, slow movement speed and weak defense. Speaking of which, most of the monsters in the novice trial have these weaknesses and strengths greatly magnified. As long as the right method is found, even an ordinary bestowed one can easily kill them. It's a pity that there are just too many monsters on the field now, and the variety has increased. Most players don't know how to deal with this situation. Of course, except for Lin Chen. The 4 chains were still clearly divided as before. 2 were responsible for killing monsters, and 2 were responsible for looting bodies. Ding! Time plus 20 minutes, time plus 25 minutes, time plus 20 minutes. Right upper limb cancerization value, plus 0, 1, plus 0, 1, plus 0, 1. The cancerization value, which had not moved for a long time, began to rise again. Soon, the cancerization value of the upper limbs exceeded 30 points. Distortion! Lin Chen shouted lowly, and saw another chain with blood growing in each of his arms. The 6 chains all acted together, once again increasing the efficiency of clearing monsters. Faced with the impalers rushing over, Lin Chen chose to directly kill them. With a few swift movements of the chains, these fat worms were strung up like candied haws. Even the rusted strange with high defense values could not withstand the piercing attacks of the chains. Under the force of over 30 points of the chains, their hard shells seemed like thin paper, easily pierced through. Lin Chen continued to kill from afternoon to evening, and from evening to late night. The voices of the surrounding players grew quieter and eventually disappeared, leaving only the terrifying roars of monsters echoing on the playground. However, Lin Chen's slaughter was far from over. The players lucky enough to hide in nearby buildings trembled in the corners, while discussing this extraordinary battle in the area chat channel. Isn't Lin Chen too exaggerated? What wave of beast tide is this already? 18 or 19? I can't remember, but there were a lot of them. Comparison really kills, all of them are God-given. Why can he single-handedly take on so many waves of beasts, while I struggle with just one small monster? If you can't stand it, you can join in too. Better not, let's just lay low until those big shots on the leaderboard come back empty-handed. I'll just stay out of sight as a small fry. I wonder how many people are left in our 911 newbie area, maybe not even 100. Stop sighing, at least we're still alive. Many newbie areas have become no man's land, surely wiped out by monsters. Now that's a real tragedy. True, Lin Chen is awesome. Hang in there, I'll cheer for you from the gym's warehouse. Whoa, I love Lin the boss. Boss Lin Chen, I've warmed up a bed in the girls' dorm. Come rest if you're tired. Room number is 1501. Stop it. Fairy, don't try to confuse our boss Lin's mind. Lin Chen is everyone's in the 911 newbie area. Exactly, hurry up and scram. At this moment, in a dorm room in the boys' dormitory building, a group of wailing players lay on the floor and on the beds. These people had just escaped from the playground, and they were all more or less injured. 300 people, a full 300 people, and now there are less than 20 left. Zhang Yuanji's eyes were bloodshot, filled with regret. I shouldn't have listened to you, insisting on competing for the leaderboard. Li Mingliang lying beside him sneered, stop pretending, you were the one who abandoned Sun Mengting, not someone else, who are you pretending for? Zhang Yuanji's eyes widened in anger, what did you say? What? Did I say something wrong? Li Mingliang also stood up, confronting him sharply. Enough! Both of you, shut up! Yan Zhou shouted angrily, stopping their behavior. Do you think there aren't enough dead people already? Or do you not look miserable enough? With these words, the two immediately quieted down, glared at each other, and sat back down. I'm stuck at level 8, maybe I still have a chance to reach level 10, and I'm still at the top of the level leaderboard, Yan Zhou said. Li Mingliang's mocking laughter came, don't be ridiculous, who knows how many monsters he's slaughtered, he just hasn't had time to level up, otherwise you really think you're number one? Yan Zhou sighed upon hearing this. The gap in strength was just too big, to the point of despair. The beast tide that gave them all a headache seemed insignificant in Lin Chen's eyes. The chains danced on the battlefield, shattering their unrealistic and fragile dreams. Does he have an A-level divine gift, or is it even more exaggerated than A-level? Zhang Yuanji asked. Li Mingliang shook his head, his tone for the first time becoming solemn, I don't know, but whether it's A-level or above, it's not something we can provoke. Let's think about how to apologize to him. Yan Zhou laughed self-deprecatingly, apologize? Do you think he needs our apology? They gazed into the distance with melancholy eyes at the battlefield. In fact, during the fighting, they had also asked Lin Chen for help. However, Lin Chen had completely ignored them throughout. They watched helplessly as their group of 300 dwindled to just over a dozen. These people were now either lightly injured or seriously wounded, and in the short term, they were probably unable to join the battle again. It could be said that all the advantages accumulated at the beginning of the game had disappeared. Anyway, losing is losing, no matter how we surrender. Li Mingliang said recklessly, worst case scenario, we'll be killed. Hearing him say this, the other players present also looked hopeless. Just then, someone said, look, it seems like there's no sound coming from over there. Everyone listened and then stood up to look. Sure, here is the translated text. Sure enough, the playground, which had been roaring with noise, gradually quieted down. However, Li Feng, who was in charge of investigating, had long since died, and they couldn't see clearly what was happening on the playground through the pitch-black night. The next moment, someone spoke again, quick, look at the ranking list, Lin Chen is starting to level up. Subconsciously, everyone brought up the ranking list on the interface, only to see Lin Chen's level jump from level 5 to 6, then from 6 to 7. Finally, in less than a few seconds, it directly jumped to level 10. The last glimmer of hope in Yan Zhou's heart was shattered, and he sat down on the ground in despair. Then, everyone present heard the system prompt from the 911 newbie area, ding. Congratulations to player Lin Chen for killing the large shadow and receiving the reward, Silver Treasure Chest *1. Announcement, congratulations to player Lin Chen for clearing the 20 waves of Beast Tide, successfully completing all newbie trials, reward, Time Coin *1, ding. The newbie area trial tasks in the 911 area have all ended, rewards will be distributed according to the rankings. The ranking list is as follows: first place, Lin Chen, level 10. Second place, Yan Zhou, level 8. Third place, Zhang Yuanji, level 8. Fourth place, Li Mingliang, level 7. Fifth place, Yang Huai, level 7. 100th place, Lin Lei, level 2. Ding! Ranking announcement completed, rewards have been sent, please check them yourself. As the system prompt ended, Yan Zhou and the others also received the silver treasure chest. Well, at least there's still a treasure chest, someone in the room said. Except for Lin Chen, who was at the top of the ranking list, almost all of the top 20 were their group. The top 10 silver treasure chests were all seized by the people present. This can be considered a blessing in disguise, right? Yan Zhou sighed. Those who received the rewards also showed a rare smile on their faces, as if the hardships just now were all worth it. Just then, Li Mingliang suddenly stood up and said, damn, Lin Chen messaged me. Ha! Everyone present was stunned. Yan Zhou was even more puzzled and asked, what did he say? Li Mingliang turned his head stiffly, looking at everyone, and said, he said to hand over all the silver treasure chests, or die. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Although the monsters had already been cleared out, the 6 chains around Lin Chen's body did not stop but continued to probe out and pierce into one body after another. Ding! Absorbed level 8 boss fire lizard corpse, lung cancerization value, +1. Ding. Absorbed level 9 boss. After the cancerization value of the limbs reached 69 points, no more cancerization value could be absorbed from these monsters' bodies, even a little bit. This cancerization value could only be converted to the internal organs to enhance the physique. In no time, the bodies on the playground were all touched by him. There are still too few monsters. He frowned slightly as he looked at the lung cancerization value hovering around 40 points. This was unavoidable. Since nearly all of Yanzhou's hundreds of people had died, he had basically been challenging the remaining 10 or so waves of Beast Tide alone, resulting in a significant reduction in the number of monsters spawned. However, despite this, the increase in his cancerization value was still considerable. Strength cancerization value, 69, agility cancerization value, 69, average constitution cancerization value, 39, both strength and agility were boosted by nearly 70 points each. Even constitution was boosted by nearly 40 points. In terms of the 4 attributes, he had long been the first in the entire newbie area. Lin Chen glanced at the golden treasure chest in his backpack and without hesitation chose to open it. Ding. Obtained first order time fruit *10, ding. Obtained all attributes +10, ding. Obtained fine short sword +1. There was no need to say much about the first order time fruit, he directly applied it to himself. Ding. Time coin +10. So many zeros. In the notification of time coins for level 01, a large sum of coins finally appeared in the account. However, stuck at level 10 now and unable to advance further without changing jobs temporarily, Lin Chen's gaze finally fell on the last reward, fine short sword. Opening the equipment panel, half-house trial work, quality, fine, light armor, level requirement, level 10, attack, 45, speed, 55, defense, 20, enchantment skill, magic counter, returns 20% of magic damage. It's enchanted? A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. In terms of the panel of fine equipment, these values could only be considered ordinary. However, being an enchanted equipment directly elevated the value of this equipment. In a few years, this fine weapon would be worth at least a couple of hundred time coins, even more valuable than a first-order time fruit. But in the early stages of the game, time coins were scarce, and fine weapons couldn't fetch much, even a couple of coins were considered generous. Of course, this weapon was redundant for Lin Chen. His distorted arms could take on various weapon forms, and the strength added by the cancerization value was originally an attribute. As long as his cancerization value kept increasing, every part of his body could become a highly lethal weapon in the future, turning him into a humanoid weapon. Lin Chen shook his head. It was impossible to sell it cheaply. It was better to wait for the market to rise in the future. Lin Chen. Just as he was about to toss the weapon into his backpack to gather dust, a voice sounded in his ears. Yan Zhou and the others had already approached without him noticing. Looking at the piles of corpses around, their eyes towards Lin Chen carried a hint of awe. When Lin Chen's gaze swept over, Li Mingliang quickly raised the silver treasure chest in his hand. We're here to pay protection money. The rest of the players also looked embarrassed, holding up their chests. Lin Chen casually glanced at the chests in their hands and said, "Bring all the silver treasure chests, handle the bronze ones yourselves." There was no threat in his tone, but no one dared to disobey. Otherwise, the corpses around them would be their fate. Those players outside the top 10 on the ranking list were pleasantly surprised to be able to keep their rewards. But the top 10 players were out of luck, having to hand over 9 silver treasure chests obediently to Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't hold back either, opening all 9 silver treasure chests in one go in front of them. Ding. Obtained first order time fruit *9, ding. Obtained all attributes +2, ding. Obtained all attributes +2, ding. Obtained. Hint, the growth of attributes from the first order silver treasure chest has reached its limit and cannot be used further. Lin Chen opened 8 out of the 9 silver treasure chests, leaving the last one with unusable attribute points. After adding them all, his personal attribute panel looked like this. Lin Chen, level 10, unable to advance without changing jobs, time coins, 29. 3, strength, 69. 6 plus 69, speed, 69. 7 plus 69, constitution, 69. 5 plus 39, spirit, 70. 1. Strength, speed, and constitution all exceeded 100. Now, Lin Chen could easily defeat any boss from the recent Beast Tide without needing any skills, just a single move. Glancing at his satisfactory personal panel, he turned and left the playground. The surrounding players made way, watching his departing figure, feeling relieved. Yan Zhou, who was still standing there, turned his eyes and hurried towards Lin Chen's direction. Eventually, he intercepted Lin Chen in the corridor below the stands. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, about to make a move when he saw Yanzhou kneel down with a plop. Classmate Lin, no, brother Lin, there were too many people earlier, and I, as a senior, didn't handle it well. I apologize to you. Yanzhou banged his head twice on the ground, his head all scraped up when he lifted it, but he continued without a care, brother Lin, since we are classmates, could you please take me under your wing? If you ask me to go east in the future, I will never. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chen reached out and grabbed Yanzhou by the neck, effortlessly lifting the over 100 pounds of him. Yanzhou's face turned red as he struggled in midair, but all his efforts were futile against Lin Chen's overwhelming strength. He didn't even have the chance to use his innate skill, Thunderfire, again. Lin Chen looked at him curiously. I'm really puzzled. Who gave you the courage to come to me, or do you really think I'm a pushover and have forgotten about you using your skills to attack me this afternoon? Yanzhou's face flushed red, but his choked throat made it impossible for him to utter a word. Lin Chen didn't expect any explanation from him. With a slight movement of his right hand, the tips of his 5 fingers instantly sharpened like swords, deeply piercing Yanzhou's tender neck. Blood slowly flowed down his arm, and in no time, Yanzhou stopped struggling in Lin Chen's hand, quickly turning into a dried corpse. Lung cancer value, +0.5. The system prompt ended, and Lin Chen disposed of the body as if throwing out trash. If this guy hadn't deliberately come to provoke him, Lin Chen, as a B grade bestowed by the gods, wouldn't even have had the interest for revenge. Lin Chen didn't even spare a glance and continued walking forward. Not far from there, he chose to pause briefly in a classroom, looking at the system panel's recent prompt. Ding. Congratulations on reaching level 10, your attribute points meet the requirements for job change. Would you like to enter the job change temple? Lin Chen didn't hesitate and directly chose, yes. With a flash of golden light, he was enveloped. When the teleportation light dissipated, he had disappeared from the spot. Dead for sure. Zhang Yuanji didn't even need to look, just by seeing the skin-covered body, he knew it was Lin Chen's doing. Beside him, Li Mingliang panicked. What does he mean? Is he not going to let us go? The other players present also looked somewhat flustered. Zhang Yuanji shook his head. It's not likely. His attitude just now clearly let us off. There's no reason for him to come after us again. Yanzhou probably accidentally provoked him just now, so. Li Mingliang finally breathed a sigh of relief, then kicked Yanzhou's body hard. Blame this guy, why did he have to provoke Lin Chen at this point? Does he really think he's the smartest person in the world? Idiot. Other players also spat curses at the body. Damn, even at death's door, still trying to harm others, deserves to die. Exactly, hurry up and go to hell, idiot. Lin Chen didn't even take us seriously, but you had to push it, serves you right. Even Yanzhou's former teammates were cursing loudly. In fact, if Yanzhou hadn't insisted on trying to snatch the boss, they wouldn't have lost so many people. What was once a team of hundreds now only had a few left. Suddenly, someone asked, Brother Li, Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Li Mingliang scratched his head, impatiently saying, You ask me, who should I ask? Lin Chen has killed all the monsters, what else can we do? Well. Suddenly, a boy in the crowd raised his hand and said, I was near the teleportation array just now, and it seems like I received a system prompt. What prompt? Zhang Yuanji asked. The boy truthfully replied, It seemed to ask me whether to restart the novice trial challenge, but I didn't dare to open it at the time. Really? Li Mingliang's eyes lit up. The other players also showed signs of joy. Just then, someone voiced their concern, I hope we won't end up surrounded by monsters like last time. We don't have the strength of Lin Chen. Zhang Yuanji shook his head and said, It shouldn't happen. I've observed a pattern just now. The number of monsters in the beast tide should be related to the number of people challenging us. Li Mingliang stroked his chin, pondering, so, as long as we don't have many people, there won't be as many monsters. With a hint of bitterness on his face, he chuckled self-deprecatingly, with just a few of us, we don't need to worry about this issue. Hearing this, everyone present fell silent. In the pitch-black world, a lamp suddenly lit up. Then, one by one, wall lamps kept lighting up on both sides in front of Lin Chen, spreading towards the endless darkness. He looked up, and on both sides illuminated by the light were numerous tall and majestic sculptures. Some held sacred swords, standing solemnly in place. Some half-naked, raised their wine cups in a distant toast. Some were as beautiful as celestial beings, captivating the beholder. Some were fierce and terrifying, making it hard to look directly at them. The uniquely crafted sculptures dazzled the eyes. This was the transfer hall of the Eternal Kingdom. As long as a player's attribute points averaged 10 points and reached level 10, they could receive a transfer mission in the transfer hall. Warriors, mages, thieves, hunters, knights, priests. All the basic combat professions were available. In addition, professions like carpenters, tailors, chefs, miners, fishermen. There were countless life professions as well. Of course, the temple also housed hidden and special professions. However, not all hidden or special professions were necessarily the best. In the Eternal Kingdom, the compatibility of professions and divine talents needed to be considered. Only when the compatibility value of profession and divine talent exceeded 60 points could it be considered a qualified match. This way, the player's potential could be enhanced beyond the sum of its parts. If the compatibility value of profession and talent was below 60 points, then changing professions would be necessary. Even with an S-rank top-tier talent, potential would be compromised. The higher the level, the greater the damage to oneself. But with a highly compatible profession and talent, even a B-rank talent could potentially outshine an A-rank talent in the future. Therefore, the choice of profession became crucial. However, Lin Chen faced a dilemma. Typically, the choice of profession was based on divine talents. For example, like Yen Zhou, who died at Lin Chen's hands before. His talent in Thunderfire was clearly related to magic. By choosing a sculpture related to magic, it was possible to obtain a high compatibility profession. Zhang Yuanji had talents related to martial skills, so choosing a warrior or knight would be fine. But Lin Chen and the aforementioned divine talents were different. His talent was not divine but cursed, and cancer was a particularly unique curse talent. Selecting a profession became much more challenging. In his past life, Lin Chen tried countless professions, but 99% of them did not reach a compatibility value of 60 points. In the end, he reluctantly chose the most common warrior profession. Even so, the compatibility value barely reached the passing mark of 60 points. This greatly discounted his potential for future development, leaving him stuck at the threshold of the Eternal Realm, just a step away from the legendary realm of immortality. Even though I had just entered the Eternal Realm back then, those old guys couldn't do anything to me. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but clench his fists, his gaze becoming sharper. This time, I must choose the best profession. Choosing a profession, besides relying on luck, had another method: divine guidance. By receiving guidance from the gods, one could select the most suitable profession for themselves. In past lives, many players have obtained the divine invocation, all of them being outstanding players in their respective newbie zones. Lin Chen had once concluded that the common trait among these individuals was that they completed all the newbie trial tasks on the first day of the newbie protection period. Yes, the divine invocation was only given to monsters and fiends. This time, I should definitely meet the criteria, Lin Chen said as he gazed at the solemn sculptures around him, quietly awaiting the arrival of the divine invocation. However, 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3. 10 minutes had gone by, yet the Temple of Transcendence remained silent. The statues on either side remained still, unmoving. Even Lin Chen's system messages were the same, but he did not lose heart and continued to wait. An hour passed, then 2, then 3. Lin Chen didn't know how long he had been standing in the temple, still not receiving the divine invocation. Why? Where did I go wrong? He stood in place, his expression filled with confusion. If he tried again, he could guarantee that he would be among the top players in the Blue Star without a doubt. Whether it was efficiency in killing or the quantity of kills, everything was impeccable. He believed he had achieved perfection. Yet, the divine invocation still did not come. Confusion, bewilderment, incomprehension. All these emotions eventually turned into a surge of anger. He raised his head, and 3 sharp bone daggers instantly grew from his right hand, which he then hurled towards the solemn statue not far away. Clang! 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 The 3 bone daggers ruthlessly embedded themselves in the statue's face, causing it to crack and some stones to fall from its body. Lin Chen coldly surveyed the surrounding statues and said, "If they won't give it, I'll find it myself. If once is not enough, then twice. If twice is not enough, then 3 times. I'll just waste my time here." With that, he intended to walk towards one of the statues to try his hand at 2 more job change tasks. Warning! Warning! Your blasphemous behavior towards the gods has been recorded, and you are now being expelled. Warning! Warning! Your blasphemy. Countdown to expulsion, 59, 58, 57, 56. Lin Chen's name on the system panel suddenly turned an extremely eerie shade of red. Why is the color so deep? Lin Chen had never received such a red warning even when he was on the slaughter leaderboard in his past life. Back then, he had slaughtered millions of Eternal Clan members, big and small. Even so, his name had never turned this red. Soon, a suffix was added to his name, blasphemer. Blasphemer? Do gods really exist? Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Although the Eternal Kingdom was filled with so-called miracles and had many believers in various gods, he had never seen a real deity. Those gods only existed in legends and had never truly appeared. Lin Chen quickly pondered what the expulsion on the system panel meant. Was he being expelled from the Temple of Transcendence? But why? Just because he shattered a statue? Lin Chen frowned, his impression of the gods deteriorating even further. Whether in his past life or now, he had never accepted any blessings from these gods, and his strength was entirely self-accumulated, never relying on their power. Divine talents? He had none. Divine invocation? None given. Even after the newbie protection period, his time flow was faster than that of ordinary people. To him, these so-called gods only deprived him of his remaining life and threw him into this slaughterhouse called the Eternal Kingdom. Everything he had achieved was through his own efforts. And now, they were even trying to take away his chance to change jobs. Just then, the system sent another notification. Ding! The system detected that the player might have accidentally damaged the statue. Now, you are given a chance to make amends. Kneel before the statue for more than 24 hours to lift the red warning. Kneel? Lin Chen chuckled in disbelief, his eyes icy cold. The people in this world who could make me bow down have long been dead. Now they want me to kneel before some so-called god? Delusional. He almost spat out the last few words one by one. Warning, countdown is about to end. Players, quickly pay homage to the statue, or you will permanently lose the chance to enter the temple. Warning, countdown. The red warning kept blaring, but Lin Chen remained unfazed, sneering, at worst, I'll be jobless. I can figure something else out. In the final seconds before the countdown ended, a pitch-black message suddenly appeared on the system interface. Ding! Detected blasphemer, chaotic faction invites you to enter the chaotic realm, do you accept? The last sentence of the system prompt was interrupted by a noisy surge of electricity. Immediately, without making any choice, Lin Chen was enveloped in a dark and eerie aura. The next moment, his vision plunged into darkness. As his sight gradually returned, he realized he was no longer in the temple. Above him stretched an endless starry sky, beneath him a dazzling purple nebula. Floating, he couldn't discern his location in this space, unsure of what lay ahead or behind. Even distinguishing up from down was challenging, as every angle revealed the same scenery. Lin Chen floated for a while, but whether he moved forward, backward, up, or down, nothing changed around him. Everything seemed still yet in motion. Time and space seemed meaningless here. Soon, he ceased his futile efforts. Come out, I don't have time to play hide and seek with you, he uttered calmly. He hadn't clicked agree for the teleportation, yet he found himself here, carried by that dark energy. Clearly, someone wanted him here. After his words, eerie and sinister voices echoed around him. TSK TSK, little one, you're in the wrong place. Monkey? Is this the orc tribe? So weak. Interesting, with the mark of the Eternal Kingdom. Humph, what's an Eternal Kingdom slave doing here? Get out. Tisk TSK, there's a hint of divinity in his talent, faint but enticing. Can I devour him? These voices weren't human nor in the common language of the Eternal Kingdom. Strange and indescribable, yet Lin Chen understood their meaning clearly. Some seemed to have their eyes on him, and just feeling those unknown gazes intensified the pressure on him. TSK TSK, don't touch him, this little one is mine. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the deep void, dispelling the countless covetous gazes on Lin Chen. The pressure on him vanished, returning to normal. Just as he was puzzled, the voice spoke again. Little one, I know you have many questions now, but it's not beneficial for you to know too much with your current strength. Frowning, Lin Chen asked directly, then why did you bring me here? Tisk TSK, just offering you a little help. As the voice fell, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Do you accept the ancient god's trial? A divine trial? Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Wasn't this a test only for the peak civilization? He had only heard rumors about this. Among the eternal races, a small number of elite descendants could participate in the god's trial when changing professions, thus obtaining top-tier occupations. These professions are usually hidden or unique. However, the difficulty of the god's trial is not something that everyone can pass. Even among the elite of the eternal races, not everyone can clear it. Lin Chen squinted and asked, are you a god? The question was direct, showing no reverence for the divine in his words. The voice, without annoyance, continued, to be precise, we may not be the kind of gods as defined by the world, but rather beings even older than them. That's all I have to say, think about it yourself. After listening to these words, Lin Chen fell into contemplation. After a moment, he raised his head from his thoughts and said, whatever you are, as long as you can make me stronger, I accept any challenge. The voice immediately responded, indeed someone I have my eye on, with the right attitude towards me. However, I won't go easy on you, As soon as the words fell, Lin Chen's consciousness was once again pulled by a tremendous force, disappearing from where he stood. Lin Chen opened his eyes again, finding himself on a massive arena. The arena was bare, with nothing on it, surrounded by pitch darkness beyond the arena, not a single thing visible. Is this the arena? Doubt flickered in his eyes. However, the system seemed not to give him much time to comprehend everything before a new task prompt appeared. Ancient Gods Trial, first level. Please defeat the opponent in front of you. Time limit, 10 minutes. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. As the countdown ended, a holy light descended with a whoosh. A giant beast resembling a centipede appeared on the opposite side of the arena. Centipede Demon Beast. Lin Chen immediately recognized the creature before him. Centipede Demon Beast, young, level 10, damage immunity, freeze, flame, innate skill, passive attackers within 5 feet will suffer continuous flame damage for 10 seconds. Compared to the low-level bosses in the beginner trials, the young Centipede Demon Beast was clearly several levels stronger. In the Eternal Kingdom, the Centipede Demon Beast was considered a medium-strength large demon race. Placed in the beginner trials of the Blue Star Novice area, more than half of the area would likely become unclaimed land. Due to the four-dimensional attributes of the Blue Star human race, they were inherently weak and could only be considered mediocre in the Eternal Kingdom. To defeat these naturally powerful races, continuous evolution was necessary, completing leaps and transformations in life levels time and time again. The first level is the Centipede Demon Beast, truly worthy of the legendary God's Trial, Lin Chen muttered to himself, squinting. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Centipede Demon Beast seemed momentarily confused upon its arrival, but soon its gaze locked onto Lin Chen. Slowly shifting its body, the large blue eyes on its head stared fixedly at Lin Chen, as if he were its prey. The next moment, it charged towards Lin Chen at lightning speed. Despite its 5 to 6 meter size, its speed was even faster than imagined. With a swift movement, it closed in on Lin Chen, opening its mouth full of serrated teeth to bite him. Flash step. Lin Chen didn't retreat but stepped forward. In the instant he crossed paths with the Centipede Demon Beast, his body briefly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already above the beast's head. His right hand had transformed into a bone sword, plunging directly into the beast's hard skull. However, the Centipede Demon Beast was not to be underestimated. Reacting swiftly, its snake-like body contracted instantly, attempting to capture Lin Chen even if it meant risking injury to its vital points. Lin Chen seemed to have anticipated this, lightly tapping on the hard back of the centipede monster. Flash gap. The next moment, he disappeared again in place, escaping the entanglement formed by the centipede monster's body. When he reappeared, Lin Chen stood in a clearing under the centipede monster, raising the bone sword in his hand high and forcefully slashing towards its chest. Crack! The bone sword broke with a sound, and the tip of the sword flew out directly. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The centipede monster seemed extremely annoyed, pressing its whole body down heavily. Lin Chen's body moved slightly, retreating several steps backward to avoid the attack. He looked at the broken bone sword in his right hand, furrowing his brows slightly. This was the first time the bone sword had broken since his rebirth. I underestimated the hardness of its body. He muttered softly. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The centipede monster roared to the sky, seemingly very displeased with Lin Chen darting around. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. Flash gap was not exactly a skill but a high-level combat technique. While both sides were engaged, it created an illusion of instant movement by utilizing momentary bursts and blind spots in vision. This was a unique martial skill of the human race. In order to combat opponents with four-dimensional attributes far superior to their own, the Blue Star humans developed these combat techniques to win against the strong with the weak. As the strongest player on Blue Star in his previous life, Lin Chen had also participated in the development of many martial skills. His mastery of these techniques had reached its peak long ago. Even if he started over, there was no need to practice. With more usage, these techniques would eventually become like muscle memory. With a swish, his bone sword once again grew sharp blade and tip, restoring its integrity. This was the advantage of distorted weapons. By consuming a certain amount of cancerization value, the weapon could be restored to its original state at any time. Squeak, squeak, squeak! After a short pause, the centipede monster adjusted its posture once again and lunged towards him. It vigorously swung its slender body like a long whip towards Lin Chen. In just one exchange, it had already identified the weakness of Lin Chen's bone sword and attempted to counter him with its hard shell. However, it was still careless. Lin Chen did not choose to maneuver tactically but instead raised his right hand transformed into a long sword and directly swung it down towards the whip coming from the centipede monster. Steel cut! His eyes slightly narrowed, and a sharp wind cut through the air, swiftly slashing onto the centipede monster's body. As expected, the sound of the bone sword breaking did not come. The long sword almost effortlessly split the centipede monster's body in half, instantly reducing its 5 to 6 meter body by half. Steel Cut was also one of the advanced combat techniques, enhancing the weapon's armor-breaking ability. During his novice trials, Lin Chen did not frequently use these techniques because back then, he could easily overpower his opponents with numerical advantages without needing these skills. However, facing the centipede monster, a being with four-dimensional attributes tens of times higher than those of the human race, these techniques came in handy. Squeak, 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 squeak. The next moment, the centipede monster rolled on the ground in pain. -100, -80, -60. The red health deduction prompts continuously floated above the centipede monster's head, and in the blink of an eye, its health bar reached 0. Lin Chen calmly walked up to it, and the centipede monster looked at him with a pleading gaze. But he did not give it any chance to struggle. The bone sword once again pierced into the weak point on its head. -200. Along with the critical hit deduction prompt, the system's kill prompt sounded, ding. Successfully killed the centipede monster, juvenile, time taken, 2 minutes 23 seconds. Looking at the slain centipede monster's body, Lin Chen did not retract the bone sword but continued to leave it inserted. After a moment, the cancerization prompt sounded, visceral cancerization value, +5, a faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. Indeed, absorbing the cancerization value of such high-level creatures adds more. The novice trial was designed based on the overall consideration of the quality of Blue Star players, and the quality of the monsters in the beast tide was very low. They were all inferior genes that had completely deviated from the evolutionary path, providing very little cancerization value to Lin Chen. After draining the body of the centipede monster, the system prompt sounded timely, ding. Congratulations to player Lin Chen for clearing the first level and successfully obtaining the profession. Barbarian, matching value, 65, do you accept? Matching value of only 65? The divine test gives out this kind of trash? The barbarian was just a B-level profession, and its professional potential was not much higher than the popular profession of Lin Chen's previous life, the warrior. Lin Chen frowned and decisively chose to reject it. Immediately, the next prompt sounded, Ancient Gods Test 2nd Level. Please kill the opponent in front of you, time limit, 10 minutes. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 1. As the countdown ended, another monster appeared on the arena. Primordial Mantis Man, level, 10, talents, 1. Dark Vision, 2. Perception, 3. Concealment. This time, the monsters were different from the previous ones, with a total of 10 mantis men appearing. Consequently, there was plenty of time. Lin Chen's expression froze for a moment when he saw the mantis men because in the Eternal Kingdom, the primordial mantis men were not monsters but a low-level civilized species similar to the humans on Blue Star. Generally, no one would consider these truly civilized beings as monsters for trial clearance. Lin Chen chuckled, this ancient god sure knows how to choose opponents. Individually, the strength of 10 primordial mantis men was naturally not as good as the centipede monster's juvenile body just now. However, don't forget, they were beings with equal intelligence as Lin Chen. Moreover, these primordial mantis men had integrated into the Eternal Kingdom earlier than the humans from Blue Star, possessing their own racial talents. So, compared to Blue Star players below level 10, they had 2 more talent skills. And * Yuan. The primordial mantis men exchanged glances and quickly formed a formation. The universal language was blocked. Lin Chen noticed that they couldn't communicate due to the language barrier. There were many races in the Eternal Kingdom, and no one had the time to learn the language of every race. Therefore, the game came with a universal language translator to facilitate communication between different civilizations. However, Lin Chen couldn't understand what the primordial mantis men were saying, and presumably, they couldn't understand him either. Are they afraid I might cheat through other means? Lin Chen smirked, not paying much attention to this minor detail. Although the combined strength of the 10 primordial mantis men might surpass the centipede monster's juvenile body from earlier, he didn't consider them a threat. Swish! Swish! The faint sound of wind rang out as the primordial mantis men stealthily disappeared into the shadows of the arena, leaving only 2 or 3 in plain sight, drawing Lin Chen's attention. They wielded double-bladed weapons, cautiously advancing towards Lin Chen. Swish! The primordial mantis men swung their blades towards Lin Chen's face. Switch! Lin Chen lightly commanded, and his arms, originally in a bone sword state, instantly transformed into 6 chains, all flung out. Clang! 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 The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. If one listened carefully, they would notice that the metal sound wasn't just 3 clashes but 10. Yes, the attack just now wasn't launched by a few primordial mantis men on the surface but by all 10 of them together. They aimed to strike Lin Chen with a fatal blow while he hadn't fully grasped their skills, seeking to kill him in one strike. Unfortunately, Lin Chen knew their talent skills like the back of his hand. Concealment was indeed quite a bug for ordinary new players, but it was not without flaws. For true masters, they have more than just their eyes as senses. Hearing, smell, touch are all their weapons. This level 10 novice praying mantis man completely lacks control over his own breath. With a little attention, their positions can be distinguished, thus determining the distance and manner of attack. Lin Chen looked at the praying mantis men in front of him and sneered, "It's good that you all came together, saves me the trouble of dealing with each one separately." Steel slash. His breath condensed slightly, and 6 chains quickly solidified, swinging in arcs in the air before instantly contracting. Poochie. One praying mantis man hidden in the shadows was pierced in the heart by the chain flung back, immediately exposing his figure. Then, more praying mantis men were pierced in the heart by the chains. As the chains were pulled out, a continuous poochie sound rang out. At the same time, the already fragile praying mantis men fell one by one. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The remaining praying mantis men who were not hit roared in anger, raising their dual-bladed weapons and thrusting them forward. Lin Chen lifted his foot slightly, and both feet had already transformed into single-edged blades, sweeping lightly in the air, swiftly cutting across their throats. Instantly, the system panel flashed with several one-hit kills notifications. Ding! Successfully killed 10 praying mantis men, time taken, 1 minute 58 seconds. The time spent was slightly less than when he killed the centipede demon juvenile. Apart from the fact that these praying mantis men were more aggressive in their attacks, it was mainly because Lin Chen understood them too well. He had slaughtered several cities of praying mantis men and killed numerous high-level players of the praying mantis race. Dealing with these novice praying mantis men who hadn't even mastered hiding was a piece of cake for him. It could be said that this battle was somewhat unfair. Of course, even if it happened again, Lin Chen would not show mercy. Shie. Several chains quickly pierced into the bodies of the praying mantis men, sucking them dry one by one. Right lower limb cancerization value, plus 0. 2. Left upper limb cancerization value, plus 0. 1. The originally motionless cancerization values of the 4 limbs also showed some activity. Although the increase was not significant, compared to absorbing dozens of corpses in a beast tide, it was much better. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Chen for clearing the second level, successfully obtaining the profession, Monk, matching value, 68, do you accept? An A-rank profession, Monk. Lin Chen naturally understood this profession. In terms of professional growth, it was definitely higher than his warrior profession in his previous life, especially since the matching value had reached 68 points. But it's still too ordinary, not enough. He chose to undergo the test of the ancient gods not for an ordinary combat profession. Lin Chen straightforwardly chose to refuse once again. Test of the ancient gods, 3rd level. Please kill the opponent in front of you, time limit, 10 minutes. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 1. Gua. With a crisp frog croak, new opponents appeared around the arena. Gray upright toads covered in disgusting granules emerged. Instead of open-webbed hands, they grew sharp claws, with a layer of sticky mucus over their cloudy eyes, sharp thorns growing on their backs and arms. Layla Deathtoad level, 10 talents, 1. Strong acid, 2. Sonic wave, 3. Blindside. Dozens of Layla Deathtoads lined up, their evil eyes fixed firmly on Lin Chen, their dual faces continuously puffing out croaks. Croak croak croak. In the next moment, a sonic wave attack was launched without warning. Lin Chen, caught off guard, had his eardrums shattered, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. His eyes were also covered in a blood-red hue, losing most of his senses in an instant. It wasn't that Lin Chen didn't want to dodge, but there was no way to avoid it. Moreover, the focus of the sonic attack happened to target Lin Chen's non-enhanced head organs. Just the first wave of sonic attack caused a heavy blow, instantly reducing his health by more than half. At that moment, Layla Wango once again activated her throat bone, and her double-faced, explosive-like expansion reached its maximum. Croak 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 croak. Soon, another wave of sonic attacks with a wider range and higher damage came towards Lin Chen. Flash step. Lin Chen took a step, his figure burst into motion, disappearing instantly in place. The next second, he had already appeared above Layla Wango. Puff puff puff. But before he could react, Layla Wango's head had turned, and countless strong acids shot straight towards his face. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The scalding acid splattered on his upper body skin, burning it open, revealing flesh and bones underneath in no time. Infinite regeneration. Lin Chen's expression remained indifferent, as if the burnt flesh and skin were not his own. Upper limb cancerization value -1. With the prompt of the cancerization value, his skin and flesh slowly began to repair, and his health started to return to normal. Lin Chen looked at the 2 or 3 dozen Layla Wangos below. In terms of attributes, they were not as good as the centipede monster, nor were they as talented as the primo mantis man. It's just that their abilities happened to counter Lin Chen at the moment. Firstly, the sonic attack hit directly at Lin Chen's weak point, his head organs. Secondly, the blind vision skill could perfectly capture his movements. Flash step, this skill that utilized visual illusions became ineffective in the eyes of the dynamic vision-strong Layla Wangos. These were the monsters in the Eternal Kingdom, evolving weapons with great killing power. Even Lin Chen, who was considered excellent in the four-dimensional attributes at level 10, had to be cautious in front of them. They're already ramping up the difficulty in the third level. Lin Chen sneered, his 6 chains on both arms fully extended, and with a push of his foot, he charged into the camp of Layla Wangos. Clang clang clang. Layla Wangos seemed unafraid of Lin Chen's close combat. They stood up one after another, wielding their claws and chains, creating a clashing sound. Steel slash. Lin Chen slightly focused, the end of the chain instantly strengthened, rapidly rotating in the air, unexpectedly piercing the back of each Layla Wango's head, bringing forth green liquid. -100. -120. -150. The red critical hit prompts kept floating above their heads. The monsters in the beginner trial wave mostly had only 200 to 300 health points at most, even the boss's health was not high. As long as the vital points were hit, critical damage could easily result in a kill. However, whether it was the first round of centipede monster juveniles or the current Layla Wangos, their health was 10 times that of the former. Coupled with the high defense of these two monsters, even if the chains hit the vital points, it might not necessarily lead to a kill. Once is not enough, then twice. Lin Chen's eyes reddened a bit more, his 6 chains spinning even faster, causing the movements of the Layla Wangos to slow down noticeably. Croak croak croak. The Layla Wangos cried out in pain, their health plummeting once again. While their dynamic vision could capture, their physical reaction was lacking. That was their weakness. Faced with the chains rushing through the air, they seemed somewhat overwhelmed. Ding! You have successfully killed Layla Wango. Ding! You have successfully killed Layla Wango. Ding! You! The kill notifications kept coming, and the number of fallen Wangos on the field increased. A few minutes later, the completion prompt arrived. Ding! Successfully killed 30 Layla Wangos, time taken, 6 minutes 58 seconds. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Chen for clearing the 3rd level, successfully obtaining the profession, Flowing Light Assassin, matching value, 70, do you accept? Lin Chen, covered in wounds, stood in place, his gaze fixed on the system prompt displaying, Flowing Light Assassin, S-rank. It's actually this profession. He was somewhat surprised. The profession of Flowing Light Assassin had once shone brightly in the competition of the myriad races in a past life, but the one who obtained this profession was not from the Blue Star race. It was a player from another medium civilization. At that time, he wielded the Flowing Light Dagger, outshining others in the competition of the myriad races, slaying several prodigies of the eternal race. Unfortunately, he ultimately fell short and stopped at the top 100 of the competition of the myriad races. Even so, it let the world know of the power of the Flowing Light Assassin. In the early stages of the Blue Star game, this was definitely considered a top-notch profession. Moreover, the matching value was higher than the previous 2 professions, reaching 70 points. Lin Chen hesitated for the first time. With the Flowing Light Assassin and a matching value of 70 points, its development potential had definitely surpassed that of him choosing the warrior profession in his past life. But this was only the 3rd level. After pondering for a while, Lin Chen still chose to give up. Ding! Flowing Light Assassin abandoned, merging in the arena, please wait. With the system prompt sounding, the arena under Lin Chen's feet underwent a huge transformation. Towering trees sprang up from the surroundings, while the arena quickly sank and disappeared into the soil that appeared out of nowhere. Trees, green leaves, sunlight, everything rose slowly, yet it all seemed like an illusion. After a moment, a brand new primitive forest appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. He squinted and looked up, gazing at the sunlight filtering through the leaves, murmuring softly, even an eternal level wood element mage might not be able to create a primitive forest out of thin air so quickly, right? Or is this an illusion? With that said, he squatted down, picked up a handful of soil at his feet, and sniffed it. The sandy soil seemed to carry the scent of morning dew, and whether it was auditory, olfactory, or tactile, nothing seemed amiss. Not an illusion? Then is it a miracle? Lin Chen was increasingly convinced of the identities of those beings that existed in that chaotic divine realm. Top-tier professions, along with this ever-changing trial ground, were hard for even the eternal races to replicate. Ancient God Test 4th level. Please kill the creatures in this forest to earn enough kill points and survive. The task is not time-limited. Friendly reminder, reaching a certain number of kill points can exchange for corresponding professions. The higher the points, the higher the level of the profession exchanged. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 1. Roar! Just as the countdown ended, 100 Zhang tall evil spirit with a green face and fangs suddenly appeared in the nearby jungle. That was a 100-level green-faced ghost. Lin Chen's pupils slightly contracted. The green-faced ghost was also a common ghost in the Eternal Kingdom. Generally, the stronger the level, the stronger the physique. And for each level it grew, its height increased by a zhang. 100 zhang green-faced ghost meant it was a 100-level monster. It extended its blood-red hands, clenched its fists, roared to the sky, and the sound waves it emitted spread out along the jungle, causing gusts of wind. Countless trees and leaves were blown askew. Lin Chen quickly moved his body to the side, hiding behind a giant tree, concealing his own breath. With his current strength, encountering this monster was basically a death sentence. This was not something a zero-level player who had not yet changed professions could handle. Before he could figure it out, a neighing sound like a bird and a horse came from the sky, and he looked up again. He saw golden vulture horses rushing past from above, quickly engaging with the 100 zhang green-faced ghost that had just roared. They opened their sharp beaks and claws, grabbing chunks of flesh from the green-faced ghost, tearing them apart, and then swallowing them. In no time, the 100 zhang green-faced ghost fell straight down in unwilling roars. Seeing this, Lin Chen concealed his body even more securely. Obviously, these vulture horses were even more difficult to provoke. Level 100 monsters were everywhere. What kind of place was this after all? Doubt rose in Lin Chen's eyes. Hunting monsters in such an environment was simply hellish difficulty. Unintentionally, one could easily be affected by these colossal creatures and face a restart. Of course, there was no certainty if Lin Chen would have another chance to restart. The only thing he was sure of was that he didn't like leaving his fate to uncertainties. If it were someone else in this situation, they might have given up long ago. But how many dire situations had Lin Chen faced? Countless battles had been fought, so what challenge could possibly daunt him now? Wasting no time, he leaped lightly and stood on a branch halfway up a giant tree, scanning the nearby terrain. Soon, he locked onto his target and after a few jumps on the tree, he landed back on the ground. In the midst of the monster-infested jungle, there was actually an extinguished campfire. Lin Chen picked up a handful of wood ash, still warm. It's nearby. Standing up again, he surveyed the surroundings and quickly discovered deliberately concealed traces in the nearby soil. Despite being disturbed with leaves and tools, Lin Chen's experience allowed him to see through the deception. West. Lin Chen immediately determined the direction, leaping onto the branches and swiftly dashing through the jungle. After a dozen minutes, he halted his steps on the canopy of a large tree, gazing towards a primitive giant tree in the distance. At first glance, this tree seemed no different from the others around it, making it hard to discern any clues without careful observation. But with Lin Chen's experience, seeing through such poor concealment was not a difficult task. I smell it, the scent of the weak. Lin Chen squinted his eyes. The next moment, he vanished from the original trunk and reappeared beneath the giant tree. Distortion. He lightly shouted, his right arm transforming into a long blade without a hilt, then raised the blade and slashed at the base of the giant tree. Steel cut. The blade became even sharper, effortlessly severing the roots of the giant tree, causing it to topple straight down. Boom! A loud noise echoed, startling a flock of birds into flight. However, in this endless primitive jungle, such commotion seemed insignificant, as even the circling vulture horse heard in the distance paid no attention. Whoa whoa whoa! Shrill noises came from the treetops. Shortly after, numerous bushy little dwarves emerged from the dense foliage brandishing weapons. It's indeed you. Lin Chen seemed to have anticipated their arrival. Begemi people, level 10, racial traits, group living, language, innate skill, danger perception. The Begemi people, an extremely weak dwarf race, so feeble that even the eternal dwarf race refused to acknowledge them as distant relatives. Yet, the Begemi people preferred to dwell in dangerous places. It was said that this was a trait evolved over countless years. Of course, it also relied on their innate skill, danger perception. Whoa whoa whoa! The Begemi people were furious at Lin Chen's appearance because he had cut down the tree where their ancestors had lived with a single stroke. Drawing weapons from their waists, they hurled them at Lin Chen. Swish, swish, swish. Countless needle-sized spears struck Lin Chen continuously, yet they couldn't penetrate his defense. Finally, Lin Chen grew a bit annoyed and swung his right arm horizontally. Swish! Numerous Begemi people were cut in half at the waist, falling lifeless to the ground. The clamor abruptly ceased, and the scene fell silent. The remaining Begemi people lowered their weapons and raised their hands above their heads, kneeling before Lin Chen. Wowoliwoli! They chanted while bowing. Lin Chen furrowed his brows, unable to understand their bird language due to the blocking of the common tongue. Waving his hand to signal them to stop, he succinctly explained his intention. I hunt, you lead the way. The Bagami people's innate talent of danger perception not only helps them avoid risks but also serves as a divine skill for hunting prey. With the help of the Bagami people, the next hunt will surely be twice as successful. However, as soon as his voice fell, the Bagami people continued to chatter incessantly. So, Lin Chen swung his knife once again. With a swish, a large group of remaining Bagami people fell dead. This cycle repeated 2 or 3 times. Finally, one Bagami person knelt down, tears streaming down his face, and said, "Sir, please don't kill us, we will be extinct if you continue." Lin Chen chuckled, "It would have been better if you realized that earlier." While players of other races may need to rely on the system's universal language to understand other races' languages, the Bagami people do not need this at all. They are naturally gifted with exceptional linguistic abilities. As long as it's not a language encrypted with magic or bloodlines, they can basically understand it at a glance and quickly communicate fluently. This is also the main reason why such a weak race like them has not gone extinct in the perilous Eternal Kingdom. The Bagami person who had knelt the loudest raised his head. "Sir, may I ask if you wish to hunt the golden dragon or the hell nine-headed snake?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Playing hard to get, are we?" Terrified, the Bagami person prostrated himself once again. "I dare not. I just feel that only these prey are worthy of your prowess, sir." Lin Chen sneered. "That's better." Then, he glanced at the Bagami person and said, "Alright, it's you. Choose a suitable opponent for me. As long as you help me achieve my goal, I will let you go." The Bagami person dared not refuse and weakly asked, "May I ask, sir, what is your goal?" Lin Chen looked towards the vast primitive forest and said, "It's simple, to eliminate every creature in this forest that I can kill." Hearing this, the Bagami person's eyes went dark, feeling like this was the end of his life. This wasn't hunting, it was a death sentence. He weakly said, "Sir, this task is too daunting, I fear." With a swift swing of his bone knife, a scream echoed through the area. Seeing the dismembered bodies of his friends and family around him, the Bagami person turned pale, quickly prostrating himself again, desperately knocking his head. "Kemi is willing to follow you for life, to the ends of the earth, never giving up." Lin Chen didn't bother with idle talk. He simply grabbed the Bagami person by the collar and placed him on his shoulder, saying nonchalantly, "Sit tight." With that, Kemi quickly grabbed onto Lin Chen's tattered clothes. Ignoring his inner turmoil, Lin Chen asked, "Speak, where to now?" Kemi's eyes darted around, rubbing his hands nervously. "Sir, Kemi knows of a nearby Kotao fisherman tribe, shall we go there?" Lin Chen glanced at him. "If the route you lead us on is problematic, the first one to die will be you, followed by the slaughter of your entire tribe." Kemi shrank back, his face filled with sorrow. Kemi understands, sir." In his heart, he lamented his fate under this new master who seemed to have a penchant for wiping out entire tribes. The rustling of leaves in the forest accompanied Lin Chen as he headed west with Kemi. Their speed was so swift, their movements so subtle, even the birds in the trees were undisturbed, let alone the ferocious beasts that roamed the area. Kemi observed all this, exclaiming, "Sir, you are truly powerful, your stealth skills surpass even us Bagami people." Lin Chen didn't acknowledge his flattery, stating, "If we take the wrong path, I will show you what true strength is." Kemi's face turned sheepish as he replied, "I wouldn't dare." Kemi's life, along with the lives of his entire tribe, was in Lin Chen's hands, so he naturally wouldn't dare to make any mistakes. Following his careful guidance, Lin Chen soon heard the sound of a stream flowing through the forest. His heart stirred slightly as he moved swiftly between the trees, finally finding the dwelling place of the Kotao fishmen. The Kotao fishmen were similar in stature to the Nock demons, standing at about 1 to 2 meters tall. They wielded sharp fish spears, patrolling near the river. Not far away, their makeshift tents could be seen on the riverbank, but all of it was a facade. When danger approached, they would quickly retreat into the stream and launch attacks from the river. Kotao fishmen, level 10, skills 1. Spear throwing 2. Net trapping 3. Slippery, their innate skills were simple, with levels not exceeding 10. From this perspective, Kemi did not deceive himself. Lin Chen said to Kemi indifferently, "You've gained 10 more minutes of life." Just as Kemi was about to ask why only 10 minutes, Lin Chen rushed towards the Kotao fishmen by the stream in the next moment. "My goodness, sir!" he exclaimed, hastily grabbing his clothes. Kemi thought to himself that this new master not only had a strong killing intent but was also a reckless fool. With so many fishmen on the shore, shouldn't he first gather intelligence on the enemy and then plan the attack accordingly? Why rush out immediately, afraid that others wouldn't see him? As Kemi was silently complaining in his mind, Bone knives several inches long split from Lin Chen's knuckles, and with a gentle flick, swish, 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 the sharp bone knives directly hit several Kodao fishmen in the face. Critical hit. One-hit kill. Critical hit. One-hit kill. The system prompts for instant kills kept flashing. At the same time, the Kodao fishmen by the stream also reacted. Woo woo! They called out loudly to their companions. In no time, hundreds of Kodao fishmen gathered on the shore. Woo woo! The leading fishman chief shouted, and countless fish spears were launched towards Lin Chen, who was still charging. Switch! Lin Chen's arms transformed into 6 chains, swiftly dancing in the air, knocking down all the fish spears before swiftly advancing into the midst of the fishmen. The 6 chains fully extended, rapidly rotating, entering slaughter mode. Critical hit. One-hit kill. Critical hit. One-hit kill. The kill prompts kept appearing, leaving Kemi, perched on Lin Chen's shoulder, in shock. He had followed Lin Chen here solely because these Kodao fishmen were archenemies of theirs. These guys usually relied on their strength to bully the Begimai people, even treating them as toys to play with. Unexpectedly, in Lin Chen's hands, not a single Kodao fishman survived a single blow. It seemed that this new master wasn't entirely brainless after all. Kemi thought to himself. A few minutes later, the bodies of hundreds of Kodao fishmen lay by the stream or floated downstream, carried away by the current. A small Kodao fishmen tribe, completely wiped out. Ding! Annihilating the Kodao fishmen tribe, settling the kill score. Settlement successful, you have gained 10 kill points, current total points, 110. Currently recommended profession, flowing light assassin, matching value 70. Do you want to exchange your kill points for this profession? The system prompt appeared on Lin Chen's panel. Annihilating an entire fishman tribe only added 10 points, even less than killing those fierce beasts on the arena just now. Naturally, the recommended profession, the flowing light assassin, remained unchanged. Too weak. These fishmen were even weaker than the so-called weakest oasis fishmen. Killing them was simply a waste of time. Lin Chen frowned, lifted Kemi, who was still in shock, and said dangerously, "Are you playing me?" Kemi was taken aback, sensing the hostility in his tone, and quickly said, Master, Kemi didn't mean to." Lin Chen sneered, "These trash, are they even worthy of being called enemies?" Kemi shrank back, "Master, didn't you say at the beginning that you wanted to slaughter all that could be slaughtered?" Lin Chen. He fell silent for a moment and said, "I'll give you another chance. My time is precious, don't try to fool me with these useless things." Kemi nodded repeatedly, "Rest assured, Master, Kemi knows that there is a young scorpion-tailed lion in the cave ahead, strong and definitely meets your requirements." Scorpion-tailed lion. Lin Chen pondered. This was a fierce beast no weaker than the 100-foot demon beast. Even in its youth, it possessed considerable strength. If it grew up later, like the just encountered 100-Zhang green-faced ghost, the vulture horseherd would be its prey. Lead the way. Lin Chen calmly uttered 2 words. Kemi nodded slowly, no longer daring to play any tricks, and obediently began to report the route. Sure enough, under his guidance, they found the scorpion-tailed lion nesting in the cave. The scorpion-tailed lion had a human-like face, a lion's body, a pair of dragon wings covered in spikes, and a tail with 24 barbs, resembling a thorny vine. This was a hybrid large fierce beast, with the strength of an adult not inferior to aerial kings like the flying dragon and griffin. However, the one in front of Lin Chen was clearly a cub, only 2 to 3 meters long, with a tail length of only 4 to 5 meters, far from the oppressive feeling of an adult. Scorpion-tailed lion, young, level, 10 talent skills, 1. Regenerating barb, 2. Predator. As Lin Chen approached slightly, the scorpion-tailed lion immediately reacted, lifting its human face and roaring at him, roar. It seemed to warn Lin Chen not to step into its territory. Lin Chen, of course, ignored its warning and calmly switched his right arm to bone sword state, saying to Kemi on his shoulder, 10 minutes, think about the next opponent. Kemi swallowed a mouthful of saliva, unsure whether to worry about whether the new master could defeat the scorpion-tailed lion or how to find a more ferocious opponent than the scorpion-tailed lion. Just as he was hesitating and terrified, the new master's bone sword had already struck first. In the blink of an eye, it cleanly severed the scorpion-tailed lion's proud tail. Roar, roar, roar. The scorpion-tailed lion let out a heart-wrenching roar. Kemi's shoulders relaxed slightly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Well, it's time to consider the latter. A few minutes later, the scorpion-tailed lion was dismembered without mercy, lying at the entrance of the cave. Ding! Successfully killed the scorpion-tailed lion, young, gaining 30 kill points, current total points, 140. Recommended profession, flowing light assassin, match value 70. Do you want to exchange kill points for the profession? The profession still hasn't changed. Lin Chen pondered. The points gained from a scorpion-tailed lion were more than those from a small fishman tribe. In other words, The game rules were similar to what he had guessed, hunting stronger opponents of the same level. Lin Chen glanced at the scorpion-tailed lion's body on the ground and didn't waste it, plunging the chain into the corpse with a swish. Left lower limb cancerization value, +2. Watching the drained corpse on the ground, Kemi, the dwarf on his shoulder, immediately shrank his neck, his face turning pale. Before Lin Chen could speak, he quickly said, "Master, continue westward. There is a minotaur calf that usually bullies this young scorpion-tailed lion, definitely stronger. And, further east, there is a small tribe of Vic mud monsters, with overall strength quite good, definitely abundant in quantity. In addition, to the southwest, there are owl bear cubs, to the northwest, scavenger beasts, and further north, marshland bear people." Kemi rattled off all the suitable opponents nearby. These monsters and fierce beasts varied in strength, but even the weakest Vic mud monster was much stronger than the just encountered Kotao fishman. The strongest monsters were even more powerful than the fierce beasts like the centipede demon and the scorpion-tailed lion. After a brief contemplation, Lin Chen selected the hunting priority and began to take action. The slaughter quietly unfolded in this primitive forest. Ding! Congratulations to players Li Mingliang, Zhang Yuanji, and others for successfully completing the novice trial, meeting the job change conditions. Do you want to enter the job change temple? As the last monster on the playground fell, the system prompt sounded promptly. Finally, cleared the level. Li Mingliang sat exhausted on the ground. Zhang Yuanji and the others beside him were not in a better state either. Since the arrival of the game yesterday until the completion of all novice trial tasks, they had experienced too much. They fought day and night, their bodies exhausted. Zhang Yuanji leaned his spear on the ground, panting, and asked Li Mingliang, "What do you say? Should we change jobs?" Li Mingliang replied, "Of course, no need to say, we must change jobs." Then he rubbed his chin and said, "That guy probably has almost completed the job change task." Zhang Yuanji shook his head and said, "I don't know, he is too strong, beyond our comprehension." Li Mingliang's expression turned faint, and he chuckled self-deprecatingly, "Indeed, that guy is a monster. Comparing with him is seeking abuse. A team of thousands is nothing in front of him." Zhang Yuanji said, "I advise you not to have any resistance. Our failure has nothing to do with him, it's entirely our fault. Moreover, thanks to Lin Chen, the 911 novice area has not been overrun by the beast tide like other novice areas, becoming a no-man's land." Speaking of this, Li Mingliang and the other players who cleared the level also looked terrified. Since Lin Chen disappeared, the world announcement of XX novice area becoming a no-man's land had been continuously broadcast over the 911 novice area, and it was still ongoing. From just now until now, there are probably not less than 8,000, if not 10,000, right? More than that. I counted, definitely over 10,000. TSK, a few thousand people in a novice area, so it means tens of millions have been killed. I wonder how my parents are doing, if they survived. Well, let's take care of ourselves first. This is not a game at all, it's clearly doomsday. Who can argue with that? Players sighed, even though they had just cleared the novice trial, after witnessing yesterday's slaughter, there was not much joy in their expressions. There were too many deaths. Even though they survived the disaster, watching the continuous world announcements in the sky, they still felt a sense of impending doom. Li Mingliang sneered, "Humph, I advise you to accept reality. The days ahead will not be better than these 2 days. We can only expect a more brutal future." Hearing him say this, the other players looked desperate. Just completing a novice trial task had been so difficult for them, let alone facing the future. The excitement of the game's arrival on the first day had long dissipated, replaced by worries about their future. Zhang Yuanji said loudly, "Exactly, that's why as members of a novice area, we should stick together and support each other." He hesitated for a moment and added, "If he is willing to help us, maybe our situation will improve a lot." Many players, upon hearing this, pictured Lin Chen's invincible appearance on the battlefield. The monsters that were hideous and terrifying to them were like lambs to the slaughter under his hands, completely powerless. If such a person were not an enemy but a friend or their leader, what would they fear in the 911 novice area? Just thinking about it felt great. But the next moment, Li Mingliang shattered their illusions. "You're thinking too much. Yanzhou has already proven this with his life. Don't even think about it. Instead of thinking so much, why not think about how to complete the job transfer task?" The players looked even more disheartened. If even the big shot Yanzhou Lin Chen didn't care, then they stood even less of a chance. Zhang Yuanji fell silent for a moment, then continued, "Alright, I'm ready to undertake the job transfer task now." "So soon? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Li Mingliang glanced at Zhang Yuanji, covered in wounds. Zhang Yuanji spoke in a low voice, "We've wasted a lot of time already. If we don't go all out now, I'm afraid we won't even have the chance to do so in the future. Li Mingliang gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll go too. Other players also chimed in, count me in. I'm not afraid to die. Seeing countless newbie areas turning into blank spaces, not just Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji, but also the other surviving Blue Star new players, a deep sense of crisis arose within them. World announcement: the newbie area 1643 of the Flame Country has been invaded by monsters and turned into a no-man's land. World announcement: the newbie area 5422 of the Great Cold Country has been invaded by monsters and turned into a no-man's land. World announcement: the newbie area 2345 of the Lighthouse Country has been invaded by monsters and turned into a no-man's land. Glittering golden words kept flashing in the sky, and in less than a minute, numerous waves of world announcements had been rotated. The total number of deaths on Blue Star continued to rise. The players in the 911 newbie area looked up at the golden words in the sky, their eyes filled with deep fear. Steel slash. Lin Chen wielded a large longsword in each hand, slashing out waves of sword energy. The sword energy was sharp, cutting through the air with a sound of breaking wind, causing leaves and branches to fly around. The opponent he was facing was no pushover either. Minotaur, the legendary bull-headed monster. A common monster in dungeon instances, but for players at the newbie level, it was definitely an out-of-syllabus question. The juvenile Minotaur stood nearly 3 meters tall, wielding a long-handled battle axe taller than itself, swiftly swinging it in the air, not much slower than Lin Chen's dual swords. Clang clang clang. Sparks flew, weapons clashed in the air, emitting a piercing sound of metal collision. Kemi, clinging to the edge of Lin Chen's clothes in fear, afraid of accidentally falling off and becoming a victim under the blades. Both sides had no extra skills, rooted in their steps, standing firm in place, directly exchanging blows. The fighting style was extremely hardcore, but Kemi felt like their heart couldn't take it. Geez, this new lord's strength is way beyond normal. Facing monsters with advanced beast bloodlines head-on. What's more, Lin Chen had been fighting continuously for over 10 to 20 hours, from daytime battles to nighttime. Those opponents Kemi once thought they could never defeat, like the Owlbear, Carrion Beast, Marshland Bearman, one by one fell under Lin Chen's sword, becoming lifeless corpses. This is too much. Could this new lord be a descendant of the eternal race? Kemi began to suspect Lin Chen's identity. Being able to easily slaughter monsters with advanced beast bloodlines, besides the eternal race, there seemed to be no other explanation, especially the fact that Lin Chen would consume the corpses after each battle, resembling the eternal bloodsucker. Bloodsuckers rely on sucking others' blood and souls to enhance themselves, a race of the eternal. The only difference is that the juvenile form of a bloodsucker seems to be bat-like and unable to maintain a human form, but it's not ruled out that Lin Chen is a descendant with bloodsucker bloodline. The eternal race, the pinnacle civilization in the eternal kingdom, even having a trace of their bloodline would bring endless benefits. In the newbie stage, one could easily go on a killing spree. If he really is a descendant of the eternal race, then wouldn't I, Kemi, have a bright future following him? Kemi became more and more excited, even starting to fantasize in his mind about succeeding as the leader of the Begimai tribe and marrying the chief's daughter. Clang! Just as he was lost in his fantasy, Lin Chen's bone sword clashed fiercely with Minotaur's long-handled battle axe once again. The tremendous reaction force pushed both of them back a few steps. Kemi almost lost his grip and was about to be thrown out, but luckily the vines tied to Lin Chen's body finally came into play, saving his life. Before he could catch his breath, Lin Chen raised his bone sword and attacked again. Clang clang clang. The battle intensified, with neither side giving in, not willing to give the other any chance to rest, engaging in combat once more. Half an hour later, roar. Minotaur, covered in wounds, roared in anger to the sky, but ultimately fell back, full of resentment. Similarly injured, Lin Chen looked indifferently at the body on the ground, then thrust his bone sword into it. Ding! Limb cancerization value has reached the limit, visceral cancerization value, +5. As he withdrew his bone sword, Minotaur's once strong body had turned into a dried corpse, and the system prompt sounded, ding. Successfully killed Minotaur, juvenile, gaining 50 kill points, current total points, 500. Recommended profession, martial extreme sword sect, matching value 80. Do you want to exchange all kill points for this profession? The stagnant, flowing light assassin in the recommended profession column finally changed, and a new profession appeared before Lin Chen, martial extreme sword sect. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, not unfamiliar with the sudden appearance of this profession. It was a top-notch swordsman profession, rarer and stronger than the flowing light assassin. In terms of ranking, the flowing light assassin was an S-class profession, while the martial extreme sword sect was an SS-class profession. Whether in professional potential or compatibility with Lin Chen, it was a step above. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but show a hint of satisfaction on his face. Indeed, the profession I spent the whole day killing for, he muttered to himself. However, he soon found himself in a dilemma. The instance had not ended after the system prompt, indicating that he could continue to accumulate kill points. 500 points were not the end. In other words, the martial extreme sword sect with an 80-point matching value was not the end either. Should he continue? This question lay before Lin Chen. However, the fierce beasts and monsters nearby that he could hunt had all been slaughtered by him. The remaining ones were either high-level monsters or too weak, making the point accumulation efficiency too slow. With only 1 day left until the end of the newbie protection period and more important tasks awaiting him, he had to complete the job transfer before the end of the newbie period. Anything else? Lin Chen turned to Kemi. Kemi was first stunned, then replied, "Master, I don't think so." "You think?" "Oh no, what Kemi meant was, there's nothing around here." Kemi hurriedly explained, "If you still want to hunt, you can only choose those above level 10. Beasts above level 10 and monsters below level 10 in the newbie period were completely different tiers. Lin Chen wasn't afraid of these fierce beasts, he now had the ability to fight beyond his level. It's just that killing these tier 1 beasts above level 10 was too time-consuming, and the rewards might not be that great. On his way here, he casually killed a tier 1 purple worm, only gaining a few kill points, far less than the Minotaur just now. For a moment, Lin Chen was caught in a dilemma. Continuing to stay in the instance, accumulating kill points until the next profession recommendation upgrade, he didn't know how much time it would take. But leaving the instance and accepting the martial extreme sword sect made Lin Chen feel like he hadn't reached his limit. These high-level bloodline monsters are a disaster for ordinary novice players, but for Lin Chen, they are just a bit challenging. Which one should I choose? Lin Chen pondered. Just then, he suddenly heard a sneering laughter in his ear, followed by an indescribable voice in his mind. "Hee, little guy, it seems you are even more outstanding than I imagined." Lin Chen spoke, "It's you." "It's you? Who?" Kemi on Lin Chen's shoulder couldn't hear these voices, looking around in confusion, not knowing who Lin Chen was talking to. The voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind, "Little guy, do you want to continue challenging stronger opponents?" Of course, Lin Chen answered without hesitation. The mysterious voice continued, "Hee, I like your endless greed. In that case, regardless of life or death in the upcoming trial, if you want a higher level profession, I have everything you need, but you need to show corresponding strength, hee." As the eerie laughter faded into the distance, the voice seemed to disappear from Lin Chen's mind. Before Lin Chen could react, the area beneath him suddenly began to shake violently. Then, the disappeared arena reappeared out of thin air, directly under Lin Chen's feet, lifting him swiftly into the air. The entire primitive forest trembled violently, causing numerous ancient trees to fall, even the stream changed its course. Soon, nearby level 100 monsters noticed the anomaly. Roar! They roared and rushed towards them. "My goodness, sir, it's those big monsters." Kemi saw the huge creatures running towards them and was scared out of his wits. However, Lin Chen seemed oblivious to what he said, just slightly lowering his body to reduce the pressure of the rapidly rising arena, showing no reaction to the surrounding beasts. Seeing this, Kemi subconsciously closed his eyes, thinking to himself, "I'm done for." But 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed. "Ha!" Kemi uttered in confusion, slowly opening his eyes. All those huge creatures that had rushed towards them were all, without exception, blocked outside 100 meters from the giant arena. Although 100 meters away, it was within reach for these large, agile beasts, they couldn't cross over to this side. Roar! The beasts roared, seemingly unable to accept that the sudden appearance of the arena had disrupted their territory. However, they had no way to enter, only able to watch as the arena was rebuilt. "They can't come in?" Kemi also noticed this, his eyes full of surprise, curiously asking, "Sir, did you do this?" Lin Chen replied indifferently, "No." Kemi was speechless, but he couldn't help but feel that this matter was related to these new masters. Truly worthy of being descendants of the Eternal Clan, their abilities are strong, not even caring about level 100 monsters. He thought to himself. But the next moment, he wanted to slap himself. Swish! A beam of holy light descended from the sky, and a teleportation array appeared out of thin air on the arena. As the holy light dissipated, the creature being transported appeared before Lin Chen and Kemi. SSSS. A voice came from the other side. "A snake?" Kemi was stunned, then began to count with his small hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. SSSS. 9 heads. Heavens! Sir, it's a 9-headed snake! Kemi exclaimed. The monster in the center of the array was covered in steel-like scales, with 9 snake heads from top to bottom. Each snake head was extremely evil, revealing crimson snake pupils and two sharp fangs as they opened their mouths. They swayed slowly in the air, their golden vertical pupils staring intently in this direction. This is the eternal race Hell Nine-Headed Snake. Kemi was truly regretful at this moment, wondering why he had been thinking about the eternal race all along. The crow's mouth had indeed spoken the truth, the eternal race had truly arrived. Kemi's innate talent, danger perception, told him that the nine-headed snake in front of him was definitely a pure-blood member of the eternal race Hell Nine-Headed Snake. Hiss! The nine-headed snake slowly spat out its snake pupils to make a sound. Kemi understood the meaning in their words. Apes? Little people? Is it you who brought me here? Kemi subconsciously wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy. He tugged at Lin Chen's clothes and whispered softly in his ear, Master, we should run now. That's the eternal race. However, Lin Chen did not move a step, squinting his eyes as he also observed the nine-headed snake in front of him. Without Kemi's reminder, he knew the origin of the other party the moment he saw the nine-headed snake, a member of the civilization at the peak of the Eternal Kingdom, the Eternal Race. In the Eternal Kingdom, the Eternal Race symbolized power and status. Any race bearing the name Eternal had reached the pinnacle of the Eternal Kingdom. All members of the Eternal Race, even the weakest among them, were much stronger than players from other civilizations. Lin Chen's current four-dimensional attributes were as follows: Strength, 69. 6 plus 99, Speed, 69. 7 plus 99, Constitution, 69. 5 plus 89, Spirit, 70. 1. Among the novice players who had not changed professions, he was definitely far ahead. The cancerization values of his limbs had been strengthened to the limit of this level, with over 100 points in attributes. However, facing the Eternal Race Hell Nine-Headed Snake in front of him, he had no confidence in defeating the opponent. Simply put, even the most ordinary four-dimensional average attribute of the Eternal Race exceeded 1,000 points. In other words, the strength, speed, and constitution of the Hell Nine-Headed Snake in front of him were 5 to 6 times higher than Lin Chen's, not to mention the spiritual power, which exceeded by more than 10 times. A Hell Nine-Headed Snake of the same level could easily kill a large number of ordinary players with a sneeze. The word powerful was not enough to describe them, they were invincible. Hiss hiss hiss. The Hell Nine-Headed Snake glanced at the 100-level fierce beasts around the arena, showing no fear in its eyes, just a few casual glances before retracting its gaze. Then, it ignored Kemi and locked its gaze on Lin Chen. Monkey, do you want to die? It issued a death threat to Lin Chen nakedly. Understanding the meaning behind his words, Kemi turned pale, quickly thinking, is it too late to kneel and apologize now? However, while he thought so, Lin Chen did not. Lin Chen just glanced lightly at the Hell Nine-Headed Snake, and his arms transformed into a pair of bone swords, while his body slightly bent down, not in a bow of respect, but in a fighting stance. Seeing him take this posture, the Hell Nine-Headed Snake's vertical pupils slightly contracted. Hiss. Monkey, you're seeking death. Oh no! Kemi cried with a mournful face, wishing Lin Chen would release him first. But as he looked at the fierce 100-level beasts surrounding them, he suddenly felt that his life had come to an end. Hell Nine-Headed Snake, Eternal Race, Level 10, Eternal Talents, 1. Hellfire, 2. Greed, 3. Regeneration, 4. Blasphemy, 4 Eternal Talents. The information that appeared before Lin Chen made his heart slightly tense. Eternal Talents had a characteristic that they were never below S rank. For Eternal Talents meant that the Hell Nine-Headed Snake in front of him possessed at least 4 talents of S rank or higher. At first glance, it doesn't seem to be anything special, but don't forget the naturally powerful 4-dimensional attributes of the Eternal Clan. Solely relying on these attributes, he can easily crush 99% of opponents at the same level, without even needing to use any talents. Of course, it's not all bad news. The royal descendants of the Hell Nine-Headed Serpent usually possess 5 or more Eternal Talents. The most talented individuals within the clan even have 9 Eternal Talents from birth. If he were to encounter such a monster, Lin Chen would rather face level 100 fierce beasts on the outskirts than stay on this arena. At least choosing the former offers a glimmer of hope, but with his current strength, facing the latter would mean certain death. Fortunately, this Hell Nine-Headed Serpent has average aptitude and is not considered a genius within the clan. Even so, Lin Chen lacks confidence in defeating this Hell Nine-Headed Serpent. He truly did not expect that the self-proclaimed ancient god would actually send an Eternal Clan member to him. He's really not afraid of me dying, huh? Lin Chen chuckled. The basic 4-dimensional attributes of the Blue Star Clan are far inferior to those of the Eternal Clan. If Lin Chen were given more time, he could find a way to bridge this gap, but he is still in his novice period, and this gap cannot be easily closed. Hiss, not coming? Then I'll go over. The hell nine-headed serpent seemed impatient, rushing towards Lin Chen in the next moment. Although it seemed like a charge, to Kemi's eyes, the serpent simply vanished into thin air at its original position, moving at a speed impossible to catch with the naked eye. Flash gap. Lin Chen's pupils slightly contracted, and the next moment, his body also disappeared from its original position. When they reappeared, they had exchanged positions. The hell nine-headed serpent slowly turned its head to look at Lin Chen behind it, sneering, "Hiss, tricks of a clown." For beings of their eternal lineage, they disdain studying any techniques. Those who can crush opponents with their talents have no need for unnecessary actions. Instead of wasting time on such matters, it's better to focus on honing their talent skills. Lin Chen could see the disdain in their vertical pupils, but his expression remained unwavering. This is the unique advantage of humans. It has been this way since the beginning of the evolutionary path, constantly learning and deriving experience from failures. The strong sharpen their fangs, while the weak rely on wisdom. By maintaining the appearance of weakness, one can become strong. Lin Chen has never wavered in this belief. He has always acted accordingly. Hiss, monkey, die. One of the heads of the hell nine-headed serpent suddenly spewed forth a scorching flame towards Lin Chen's face. Inferno fire. Before the flame was fully released, the temperature of the surrounding air had already risen by several degrees. The high-temperature flames caused a stinging sensation on Lin Chen's skin just by approaching, and if hit directly, his health bar could be emptied in an instant. With a basic spiritual power of over 1,000 points, even a simple fireball spell could cause explosive damage. Not to mention this was the at least S-rank talent skill, Inferno Fire. Flash gap. Lin Chen once again used his combat skills to evade the continuous burning high-temperature flame attack. However, the hell nine-headed serpent seemed to have anticipated this, forcefully stomping its thick foot down, resulting in a resounding boom. The once sturdy arena cracked inch by inch, and Lin Chen, who tried to use Flash Gap to avoid the damage, was sent flying. Inferno Fire. The flames followed, targeting Lin Chen, who was now airborne and unable to move. Oh no! Kemi covered his eyes, preparing for this deadly blow. Empty step. However, Lin Chen did not sit and wait for death like him. With a slight step in the air, his body soared upwards once more, narrowly avoiding the spewing Inferno Fire. Hiss, why run, monkey? Frustrated by Lin Chen's effortless deflection of 2 consecutive attacks, the hell nine-headed serpent was starting to lose its composure. He could naturally tell that Lin Chen's 4-dimensional attributes were much lower than his own. Lin Chen's strength was slightly stronger than some players of the same level from certain races, but not by much. With equal strength, he had defeated countless opponents. He had thought he could easily deal with Lin Chen, but now it seemed that things were not that simple. Sir, you are amazing. Kemi, who had survived the disaster, jumped with joy. You are just in the way. But before he could enjoy his happiness, Lin Chen grabbed him by the back of his collar and threw him out. Kemi somersaulted in the air several times before being thrown heavily to the edge of the arena. He looked in horror at the hell nine-headed serpent in front of him, but the 9 heads did not even bother to look at him. The Begimai people, even if placed in front of the 9-headed serpent, might not be attacked. In the eyes of the hell nine-headed serpent, they were no different from flies or mosquitoes, creatures that could be killed with a casual spit. Thanks to my ancestors for making Kemi so weak. Kemi immediately knelt down and called out to his ancestors who had long passed away, then tried to move his body closer to the edge of the arena. He struggled not to fall off and die, nor to be affected by the attacks of Lin Chen and the hell nine-headed serpent. May the ancestors bless Kemi with a long life. Kemi silently prayed in his heart. At this moment, he desperately wanted Lin Chen to win, even though he knew that the chances were close to zero. Hellfire. The terrifying high-temperature spray appeared again, and the hell nine-headed serpent no longer held back, all 9 heads unleashing their firepower, almost completely covering the entire arena. Dodge. Step into the void. Dodge. Lin Chen's figure continuously shifted in the middle of the arena, constantly evading attacks. Various advanced combat skills were applied perfectly on him. Only with perfect body movements could he confront the hell nine-headed serpent. Unconsciously, sweat beads had formed on Lin Chen's forehead. Despite fighting for over 2 days without feeling tired in his limbs, after just over 10 minutes of fighting the hell nine-headed serpent, a slight sense of soreness began to appear. This was due to the tension in his muscles from exerting full force. Facing the eternal race with extremely high attributes, any mistake could cost him his life. After all, his infinite replication ability had not evolved to the point where he could regenerate from a single cell. Swish, swish. From Kemi's perspective watching from the sidelines, he couldn't track Lin Chen's position once he left his body. Occasionally, he could catch a trace for a moment, but it quickly disappeared. Throughout the battle, he only saw the Hell Nine-Headed Serpent constantly changing directions to breathe fire, but he dared not ask if it actually hit Lin Chen. However, seeing the Hell Nine-Headed Serpent still breathing fire, he knew that his master had not yet perished. Kemi silently prayed for Lin Chen in his heart, "Sir, hold on a little longer. Maybe if you tire out the Hell Nine-Headed Serpent, it might spare us." From evening to late night, and from late night to early morning, the game of cat and mouse between Lin Chen and the Hell Nine-Headed Serpent lasted for over 10 hours. Not to mention the Hell Nine-Headed Serpent getting tired, even Kemi in the best spectator seat was almost falling asleep from exhaustion. Of course, he couldn't actually sleep. If he let his guard down, he would end up as roasted bigimai. He had to constantly rely on his racial talent danger perception to keep moving on the arena. Fortunately, the arena was large enough for him to gain a bit of survival space. The most formidable one was undoubtedly his new master, Lin Chen. Facing the relentless attacks of the Hell Nine-Headed Serpent, Lin Chen could actually find those tiny gaps, continuously dodging and moving, entangling with the opponent. Hiss, damn monkey. The Hell Nine-Headed Serpent, from being calm at the beginning, gradually grew angrier. His roar always made Kemi's face turn pale, but it had no effect on Lin Chen. The new master is terrifyingly calm, Kemi secretly exclaimed in his heart. Even as a waste like him, he could see that if Lin Chen accidentally took a hit from the Hell Nine-Headed Snake, he might not die but would be severely injured. However, after more than 10 hours, the opponent had managed to perfectly evade the Hell Nine-Headed Snake's attacks without getting touched. Dodge. Step into the void. Dodge. Lin Chen's face was only slightly paler compared to yesterday, his expression as resolute as ever, showing no change. Just like his combat skills, he repeatedly used a few techniques to avoid harm. It wasn't about the number of moves but the precision. The coordination of the 9 heads of the Hell Nine-Headed Snake seemed overwhelming, covering the entire arena. However, their attacks lacked the expected coordination, leaving gaps between them. While it might be difficult for others to catch these openings, it wasn't so for Lin Chen. As a youngling of the eternal race, he was far from being proficient in using his innate abilities. That's why he could hold his ground against the opponent. Dodge. Lin Chen once again seized the opportunity, narrowly avoiding the Hellfire's spurt. The Hell Nine-Headed Snake on the other side appeared angry but was actually cunning. He was just trying to use his roars to force Lin Chen into making a mistake. In the process, he deliberately exposed several flaws, trying to lure Lin Chen into falling for them. Unfortunately, his methods were too crude, easily seen through by Lin Chen. Hiss, damn, damn, damn. Gradually, the Hell Nine-Headed Snake became increasingly agitated, intensifying the flames spewing from its heads, aiming to burn Lin Chen alive on the arena. After prolonged exposure to the scorching flames, the temperature on the surface of the arena rose by more than 10 degrees Celsius. Merely stepping on certain areas would cause burns. Thus, the battle continued for over 2 hours. Finally, after continuously spewing hellfire for over 10 hours, the Hell Nine-Headed Snake was reaching its limit. Even with thousands of mental points, it couldn't sustain this level of attack. Hiss, damn. He roared loudly. Nevertheless, he still didn't regard Lin Chen as a threat. Even if all his innate abilities were unusable, with such terrifying attributes, he didn't believe Lin Chen could do anything to him. You damn monkey, I'll swallow you whole when I catch you. The Hell Nine-Headed Snake fumed inwardly. Just as he was about to change his strategy, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head. Swish! In an instant, one of his heads lost connection with the main body. When he opened his eyes again, it was already rolling on the ground. Before he could react, one head after another began to drop without warning. Hiss! By the time the 5th head fell, the Hell Nine-Headed Snake finally realized Lin Chen was above him. Lin Chen's shoulders had transformed into twin swords, swiftly harvesting his heads. Steel cut! Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as the swords moved like lightning, chopping off head after head. Hellfire! The Hell Nine-Headed Snake, shocked and enraged, quickly turned the remaining heads to spew flames at Lin Chen. Lin Chen furrowed his brows, once again using Step into the Void to dodge the attack. Regenerate! The Hell Nine-Headed Snake roared, and the 5 heads that were just cut off quickly regenerated. In a matter of seconds, the heads were fully formed again. Hiss, damn monkey! For the first time since the battle began, the Hell Nine-Headed Snake was sweating from the tension. It was the first time he realized that the seemingly fragile monkey in front of him might actually pose a threat to his life. He had thought his opponent was powerless to fight back, but with just a slight opening, the opponent almost severed all his heads. This guy is actually hiding his skills. The Hell Nine-Headed Snake finally began to take Lin Chen seriously. On the opposite side, Lin Chen furrowed his brows, feeling a sense of regret in his heart. What a pity, his agility value is still too low. If it were 100 points higher, he wouldn't have a chance to regenerate. Missing this opportunity, Lin Chen would find it almost impossible to get close again. The racial talent of the Hell Nine-Headed Serpent is too overpowered. If even one of the 9 snake heads is not severed, the opponent cannot be truly killed, and the severed heads can quickly regenerate. This is the terrifying talent of the Eternal Race. Especially their ancestors standing at the pinnacle of the Eternal Realm within their clan, each snake head possesses a devastating eternal forbidden technique, especially the central golden snake head, which is immortal and indestructible. Legend has it that not even gods can sever it. Of course, the young Hell Nine-Headed Serpent in front of him is far from reaching the terror of the adult form and their ancestor. After 5 snake heads are severed, the speed of their recovery seems fast. But Lin Chen knows that at least for a short period, the 5 snake heads cannot use the hellfire again. Hiss hiss hiss, don't be too proud, monkey. Even if I have lost a few snake heads, my strength still surpasses yours. The Hell Nine-Headed Serpent quickly stabilized its mind, and the vertical pupils in their eyes added a hint of killing intent. Greed. Suddenly, one of its snake heads opened its mouth wide and extended forward infinitely. The speed was so fast that Lin Chen couldn't react in time. With a tearing sound, his right arm, which had already turned into a bone sword, along with half of his chest and abdomen, was directly bitten off by that snake head. Hiss! A hint of satisfaction flashed in the eyes of the Hell Nine-Headed Serpent as it raised its head and swallowed a large chunk of flesh and bone sword directly into its belly. At the same time, the regeneration speed of one of its snake heads noticeably accelerated. Master! Kumi exclaimed, only realizing when half of Lin Chen's body was gone. It's over, Master is dead. Kumi screamed frantically in his heart. At this moment, in his eyes, Lin Chen, with more than half of his upper body bitten off, looked like a dead man. The part from the right side of his neck downwards was completely turned over, even revealing large pieces of internal organs. He looked bloody and extremely gruesome. But before Kumi could run away, he saw the chewed flesh of Lin Chen starting to regenerate at a visible speed. The speed of his regeneration was not much slower than that of the Hell Nine-Headed Serpent just now. After a moment, the right half of his body, which was just the shape of Lin Chen, looked coldly at the Hell Nine-Headed Serpent in front of him and said, "Regeneration. It's not just you who can do it." Hearing Lin Chen's provocation, the snake pupils of the Hell Nine-Headed Serpent became even more icy, but there was unstoppable shock in its heart. This was its eternal talent, and yet a mere monkey also had a similar ability. The Hell Nine-Headed Serpent looked at Lin Chen with a more cautious gaze. This was the infinite replication, although for now, it couldn't directly restore complex organs like the brain as the Hell Nine-Headed Serpent's regeneration could, but arms and bones were already within reach. Consuming 1 point of cancerization value, Lin Chen's right arm slowly began to recover to its original state. His gaze swept over the attributes on the panel. Strength, 69. 6 plus 99, Speed, 69. 7 plus 99, Constitution, 69. 5 plus 69, Spirit, 70. 1. Although the cancerization value of the limb's strength was not affected, the cancerization value of the Constitution had dropped by a full 20 points. From yesterday until now, Lin Chen seemed unscathed, but that was not the case. In order to maintain peak physical strength and evade the Hellfire's blanket attacks, he had already replaced his muscle cells several times with cancerization value. If the situation continued, by the time the snake heads of the Nine-Headed Serpent were fully regenerated, he would definitely be the one to fall in the end. Even if he exhausted all his cancerization value, it wouldn't mean much to the Nine-Headed Serpent with over 1,000 points of constitution. Truly worthy of being an eternal race. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. Since the battle started yesterday until now, he has not made a single mistake in devising and executing strategies. The battle process can be considered perfect. However, he still cannot find a glimmer of hope for victory. Whether it's talent or attributes, he is firmly suppressed by the opponent. The only things he can rely on are his combat skills and experience. If not for these, he would have died countless times in previous battles. Hiss, monkey, you're good, but you will die. The Hell Nine-Headed Snake sneered. Regardless of Lin Chen's regeneration ability, he already knew that greed could cause fatal damage to him. As long as his regeneration ability couldn't keep up with the attack speed, Lin Chen's fate would only be one: death. Greed. He didn't give Lin Chen a chance to recover, as another snake head emerged, attempting to swiftly bite off half of Lin Chen's body. With the enhancement of greed, the speed of the snake head was like lightning, too fast to follow. The Hell Nine-Headed Snake's eyes showed a hint of excitement. Only by killing such a powerful opponent could he feel this exhilarated. But the next moment, his excitement froze on his face. Click! The anticipated scene of the snake head gnawing on flesh did not happen. Instead, A pair of dark hands firmly gripped the snakehead's lower jaw, immobilizing it. The Hell Nine-Headed Snake looked in horror at Lin Chen, whose right arm had miraculously fully regenerated. Moreover, his right arm was covered in dark scales, crackling with electricity when clenched. Lin Chen firmly grasped a snake head and coldly said, "Honestly, you're quite foolish, and quite talkative." Before the Hell Nine-Headed Snake could react, Lin Chen's dark arm forcefully squeezed, and a purple thunderclap resounded in the air. The next moment, the snake head exploded in his hand, turning into charred flesh. Hiss hiss hiss. The Hell Nine-Headed Snake let out a heart-wrenching scream, the pain from this blow surpassing the severing of 5 of his heads. Lin Chen watched calmly as his right arm mutated due to the 4th skill of cancer, demonization. In simple terms, once a certain level of cancerization was reached, his body could undergo demonization, increasing his strength tenfold. With nearly 160 points of strength in his right arm, it could now reach 1600 points, significantly boosting his destructive power. Demonization also conferred magical properties, as seen with the purple lightning just now. This was one of Lin Chen's trump cards. However, activating demonization required a significant amount of cancerization points, and even if only one arm was demonized, it needed over 100 points. Lin Chen was on the verge of meeting the conditions for demonization, but he was forcefully activating it based on his past life's experience. The consequence was a rapid depletion of cancerization points. With the remaining points, he had roughly 2 minutes. In other words, if he couldn't defeat the Hell Nine-Headed Snake within 2 minutes, he would die. Hiss! The Hell Nine-Headed Snake, now enraged and increasingly terrified, realized that the snake head Lin Chen had crushed couldn't regenerate in a short time. The severed part seemed to carry a hint of the destruction attribute. How was this possible? How could the destruction attribute be wielded by such a person? The Hell Nine-Headed Snake was shocked, but Lin Chen didn't give him time to be surprised, charging straight towards him. Hiss, monkey, you're seeking death. The Hell Nine-Headed Snake seemed surprised that Lin Chen dared to attack him head-on. Even if you possess the attribute of destruction, so what? I am of the Eternal Clan. He roared angrily, charging towards Lin Chen without flinching. Greed. 2 of the snake heads unhesitatingly launched another attack with greed. How foolish. Lin Chen coldly remarked, dropping these words as his demonized right arm effortlessly caught the 2 snakeheads once more. Hellfire. Seeing this, the Hell Nine-Headed Snake did not dare to delay, and the remaining head that could still attack spewed out scorching flames once again. Flash gap. Lin Chen moved his feet, disappearing before him once more. Just now, all 9 snakeheads spewing flames simultaneously couldn't hit him, so what difficulty would one head spewing flames pose? The next moment, his large hand firmly grasped the 2 snakeheads, appearing behind the Hell Nine-Headed Snake, giving a slight tug on the heads, binding the remaining 7 heads together. Hiss! The Hell Nine-Headed Snake was filled with terror, feeling dizzy and completely out of control. When his vision cleared, he realized that Lin Chen had all his heads under control. Lin Chen glanced at him indifferently and said, "If it weren't for your ancestors, a waste like you wouldn't even survive the beginner stage. Of course, it's the same now." With that, amidst his terrified gaze, purple thunder covered his sight entirely, spreading destruction straight from his head to his body. He could feel everything inside him being torn apart by the thunder, his life rapidly fading away. Ding! Successfully killed the Hell Nine-Headed Snake, juvenile, gaining 1000 kill points. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Chen for exceeding the limit of 999 points. Would you like to exchange for the rank of God, Hunter sequence, matching value, 100? As the system prompts ended, the body of the Hell Nine-Headed Snake gradually softened in Lin Chen's hands. By the time it collapsed to the ground, his entire body had turned into a lump of black charcoal. Physique cancerization value, 9. 3. Agility cancerization value, 9. 6. When Lin Chen released his arm, the average remaining cancerization value on the panel was less than 10 points. Just a few more seconds, and the cancerization values of physique and agility would be depleted. At that moment, he would be the one to die. Fortunately, everything had ended perfectly. Lin Chen glanced at his demonized right arm, now gradually returning to normal but still charred, even a strong scent of burnt lingered. The demonized skill harmed both others and oneself. In the early stages with insufficient cancerization values, this trump card should be used sparingly. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, hearing a commotion around him. "Oh my goodness, my lord, you are so powerful, you actually killed the eternal race." Kemi bounced around on the scorching arena, rushing towards him. Then, with a plop, he knelt before him, clutching his leg and belly, saying, "My lord, Kemi knew you could defeat this little snake, just a mere 9-headed snake. How could it be your opponent, ha?" Before he could finish speaking, Lin Chen kicked him away, and he landed heavily on the arena. The next moment, he jumped up, holding his buttocks, saying, it's cooked, chemis but is cooked. Ignoring his wailing, Lin Chen shifted his gaze to the system's message prompt. Rank of God? What is the hunter sequence profession? A hint of confusion flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Compared to the few familiar professions, the hunter sequence in front of him seemed particularly unfamiliar. He had never seen it, not even heard of it. However, the matching value, 100 following the profession seemed especially tempting. To reach 100% matching rate, Lin Chen squinted, instinctively wanting to reach out and choose, but his long-standing experience kept him rational, refraining from making an immediate decision. He waited quietly, and sure enough, the voice named Ancient God echoed in his mind after a while. Hiss, absolute rationality is sometimes the barrier to progress. You are not that kind of person. Lin Chen said coldly, if I remember correctly, it seems that we haven't reached a point where we can trust each other. The other party chuckled and said, you may not be familiar with me, but I am quite familiar with you. But it doesn't matter, compared to those so-called professions, the God Ascension sequence is the most in line with your expectations for development. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? The ancient god continued to explain. Hiss, think carefully, among the geniuses of the eternal races you've encountered, how many have chosen so-called professions? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's pupils contracted. It seemed that most of those players standing at the pinnacle of the Eternal Kingdom's civilizations, as claimed by the self-proclaimed ancient god, had indeed not changed professions. Lin Chen had initially thought that these players looked down on those professions, believing that solely relying on their talents could continuously evolve into the highest beings. Now, perhaps the reality was not as he had imagined. The ancient god continued, what do you think the talents of those eternal races are? They are in themselves a high-end evolutionary sequence. Their ancestors have walked further on the path of evolution, and the talents of their offspring races will become stronger and stronger, without the need to choose any profession, and this is the truth of evolution. As for you, if you cannot choose the right evolutionary sequence, then you will waste your talents and never be able to progress further. Boom! The words of the ancient god thundered in Lin Chen's mind. The questions that had troubled him suddenly became clear at that moment. No wonder in my past life, even after devouring countless beings, I found it difficult to take another step forward, to cross the threshold of the eternal realm. The shock in his heart was indescribable. So, from the beginning, I was on the wrong path. The ancient god chuckled and said, Hiss, your curse-based talent is indeed rare, even I am envious, but rest assured, I have no interest in you before you enter the realm of gods. I still want to see how far you and your frail and tiny race can go in the world of the Eternal Kingdom. If you can go further than the races created by those guys, hiss, now that would be interesting, hiss. Gradually coming back from the shock, Lin Chen deeply exhaled and said, is the God Ascension stage really as powerful as you say? The ancient god smiled, the God Ascension stage is a choice I give you, you can also see it as an opportunity. If you are strong enough, even the gods may not be untouchable. Slay the gods. Lin Chen fell silent for a moment. The shock he experienced today far exceeded that of the past hundreds of years. After a moment, he reached out and clicked accept on the system panel. Ding! God Ascension stage chosen, Hunter God sequence, gene tree locked, cannot be changed anymore. Genetic recombination in progress, please wait. As the system prompt ended, Lin Chen felt his body uncontrollably falling backward, as if his bones were being crushed, all his organs and meridians shattered, then rapidly rebuilt at an unimaginable speed. The pain was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more intense than having half his body bitten off just now. Even in his most brutal battle in his past life, he had never experienced such agony. Despite this, he did not faint directly but widened his eyes, trying to feel the changes in his body. Not only was his physical body reshaping, but also his mental strength. At this moment, although he was lying on the ground, his eyes seemed to see farther and deeper than usual. This is not just an improvement in vision, but a complete clearing of the redundant clutter in the brain, making the mental power purer and the field of vision broader. The same goes for the body. It evolves even faster than the brain. After a little over an hour, Lin Chen heard a system prompt in his ear. Ding! Sequence fusion progress 100%. Congratulations to player Lin Chen for achieving the rank of God Ascender, Hunter God. After the prompt ended, Lin Chen felt the strength that had just been drawn out gradually returning to his body. He reached out his hand to try to stand up from the ground, only to find that both his hands and feet felt a bit awkward, as if they were not his own. He struggled to control his limbs, slowly stood up, then lowered his head to look at his flawless white arms and his body without a single scar, his eyes filled with curiosity. Lin Chen could feel that his body, including his brain, had been completely renewed. Even with the several leaps in life experience from his past life, he had never felt this intense before. It was as if he were a newborn baby, familiar yet unfamiliar with his own body. This feeling was very strange. Lin Chen moved his body slightly on the platform, and the sense of unfamiliarity gradually faded, becoming familiar again. It was only then that he redirected his gaze back to his updated personal panel. Lin Chen, level 10, Transcended, Hunter God, first rank, title, Blasphemer, time, 98, strength, 100 plus 99, agility, 100 plus 9, 6, constitution, 100 plus 9, 3, mental power, 100, sequence skills, 1, hunting, 2, infinite evolution, passive, hunted, hell 9-headed snake asterisk 1, evolution points gained, 100, unallocated. Evaluation, when you lock onto a target for hunting, even if it's a deity, it will tremble. The changes in attributes didn't seem significant, with the four-dimensional attributes only increasing by a little over 100 points. However, the new sequence skill that appeared on the panel caught Lin Chen's attention. Evolution points? What's this? He reached out his hand and clicked on the introduction to evolution points. Evolution points can be used to enhance the four-dimensional attributes. Upon reaching 1000 evolution points, the sequence can be upgraded. Enhancing attribute values? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Wasn't this similar to his cancerization value? He tried to allocate the 100 evolution points directly to the four-dimensional attributes. Ding! Strength increased by 25 points. Ding! Agility increased by 25 points. Ding! Constitution increased by 25 points. Ding! Mental power increased by 25 points. As the four system prompts ended, the personal attribute panel changed once again. Strength, 125 plus 99, agility, 125 plus 9, 6, constitution, 125 plus 9, 3, mental power, 125, they were directly added to the attribute points? Lin Chen also noticed the difference between evolution points and cancerization value. The cancerization value was like an extension of abilities, even if additional attributes were also an extra boost. But evolution points were different, they directly added to the attributes. One belonged to abilities, the other to physical evolution? Rubbing his chin, Lin Chen roughly distinguished between the two. Moreover, his hunter god seemed to be different from ordinary professions. Advancing in other professions required meeting level requirements and the profession's needs. For example, besides the level requirement, a regular warrior profession advancement also needed a piece of high-quality life essence iron. The same applied to a regular mage profession, where advancement required enhancing the magic crystals in the magic corridor. However, it seemed that the hunter god did not have these requirements, it only needed to continuously hunt and accumulate evolution points to complete the advancement. At first glance, it seemed simple. However, Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly, suddenly having a premonition that the sequence advancement might not be as easy as imagined. After roughly scanning through the panel, he muttered to himself, "What kind of divine ascension is this? It doesn't seem very strong." Although the evolutionary points could directly be added to the four-dimensional attributes, no matter how you looked at it, it overlapped with the ability part of the cancer. Lin Chen could absorb as much cancer value as he wanted. In the later stages, his four-dimensional attributes wouldn't even be much weaker than the pride of the eternal race. Upon hearing him speak like this, the voice of the ancient god softly echoed, "Oh, is that so? But don't forget, there is a limit to your cancer value." Lin Chen was stunned for a moment before he realized. So that's how it is. Indeed, as the ancient god said, there is a limit to the bonus of cancer value. Just like in the novice period, the cancer value of the four-dimensional attributes could reach a maximum of 99 points, and it was almost difficult to increase further. He originally thought that the limitation on absorbing cancer value was the object being absorbed, but now it seemed that there might also be a limitation on attribute points. In other words, the higher the basic attribute value, the higher the limit of cancer value I can absorb. Lin Chen quickly understood. That's right, the ancient god continued to explain. Furthermore, let me kindly remind you again, the two sequence skills in your panel are not just for show. If you want to experiment, the corpse of that 9-headed snake cub next to you is quite suitable. Oh, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, his right arm quickly transforming into a chain, piercing straight into the charred corpse. As the body gradually withered, the system prompt quickly entered his ears. Strength cancer value, plus 20, agility cancer value, plus 40, constitution cancer value, plus 40, 3 consecutive cancer value prompts appeared. This hellish 9-headed snake provided Lin Chen with a large amount of cancer value, somewhat compensating for the losses incurred by using demonization just now. Is that all there is to it? He was about to say, but stopped abruptly, because the system prompt did not stop. Ding! Absorption of the hellish 9-headed snake complete. Here is the upgrade for infinite evolution. Talent infinite multiplication absorption of regeneration completed evolution, F rank E rank. Talent distortion absorption of greed completed evolution, 1. Weapon gains 10% lifesteal effect, 2. Weapon quality poor normal. In addition to these few prompts, there were also 2 failed prompts. Ding! Talent hellfire absorption failed. Ding! Talent blasphemy absorption failed. So, this is the true value of this sequence. Lin Chen stood dumbfounded in place for a while before uttering these words. Infinite evolution could actually increase the limit of talents, and it was an active increase. It should be noted that among all of Lin Chen's talent skills, only the initial level of demonization reached S rank. The levels of other talent skills were average. Especially infinite multiplication and distortion were the worst. Although the talent effects were strong, the initial level of talents was only the lowest F rank, and the quality of distortion weapons was initially poor. It needed continuous advancement in the later stages, absorbing more cancer value, for these talent skills to continue to improve. Now infinite evolution directly skipped the advancement steps, allowing for active evolution by consuming the corpses of prey, which was quite abnormal. And the most crucial point was the prompt weapon gains 10% lifesteal effect. Previously, his talents could only be enhanced based on their effects. For example, the quality of distortion equipment could eventually be upgraded to perfect, even epic level. But he only obtained the basic attributes of the epic level set, not the additional effects of the equipment. And now, with infinite evolution, he could gain the enchantment effects of the equipment and have the potential for unlimited growth. He finally understood the true value of this sequence skill. The voice of the ancient god continued, now you understand why the match percentage between God Hunter and your cancer is 100%, right? Lin Chen. It is indeed as the ancient god said, the hunter sequence is like tailor-made for his cancer. The evolution points obtained from hunting can not only enhance his attributes but also increase his cancer limit. And the infinite evolution perfectly matches the effect of absorption, taking his already highly growth-oriented innate talent to the next level. Both sequence skills are terrifyingly strong, living up to its name as the Ascension tier. At this moment, in the chat channel of the 911 newbie area, success! I successfully changed jobs. Me too, didn't expect changing jobs to be so simple. I'm going to be a great wizard from now on, with new skills, feeling great. Awesome, my job attributes have increased so much, at least twice as strong as before. Envious of the experts, I'm still stuck at the 20th wave of the newbie trial beast tide. Just passed the trial, can any expert share some job-changing experience? As more and more players cleared the newbie trial, the number of players who successfully changed jobs also increased. Especially the outstanding players in the 911 newbie area, like Li Mingliang, Zhang Yuanji, and others. They were the first batch of players to complete the newbie trial after Lin Chen. Doesn't changing jobs seem that difficult? Li Mingliang led a group of people to search the area of the 911 newbie zone several times, confirming that Lin Chen was not found, and asked in confusion, how come Lin Chen hasn't completed the job change yet? Did he die in the job change task? Zhang Yuanji said in a deep voice, you and I have just obtained B-level professions, how could someone like that possibly die in the job change task? Li Mingliang smiled and said, you see I got the B-level swordsman profession, the compatibility value is over 70 points, the future potential is definitely not low. That guy, maybe he can catch up too. Zhang Yuanji shattered Li Mingliang's illusion with just one sentence, are you talking about him before changing jobs? Li Mingliang. He remained silent for a long time, and finally cursed, damn it, and didn't mention it again. Even though he had changed jobs to a B-level swordsman, he was confident that he could survive the wave of beasts with the highest number in the past 2 days, but it was unlikely that he could clear all the monsters like Lin Chen did. In other words, even after changing jobs, he was not as good as Lin Chen who hadn't changed jobs yet. How the hell can anyone catch up with that? Li Mingliang pondered for a moment and said, with a B-level profession and B-level talent, my attribute values have increased by a full 60 points after changing jobs, but why does it still feel like he's higher on average? So what level of talent does he have? Could it be S level? Just as Zhang Yuanji was about to speak, a system announcement sounded in their ears. World announcement, more than 50% of the players in the Blue Star map have changed jobs, and the World Chat channel, limited time, online trading section, game forum, and other functions have been opened. World announcement, Blue Star map. Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They both lowered their heads abruptly, opened the system panel, and indeed found the World Chat channel. Without hesitation, they both clicked on the channel at the same time. Damn, we can really chat? Hey, is anyone there? Shut up. Are we really here to chat? Can't anyone exchange information? What's going on in Blue Star now? What else could it be? Half of the people in our newbie area have died, now there are only over 1,000 people left, and there's no food. If there's no food, why not eat the monsters? We've been cooking for several days. Damn, really? Monsters can be eaten? Of course, there are over 2,000 people in our newbie area, and these days we've been surviving on monsters, especially the fat puncturers. Their fat is so thick, it can be used to make oil, even better than pig fat. The person who said this last sentence was marked with the words, Flame Country, at the end. Source text. MD. 911. 911. 911. Translated text, it's no wonder we, the people of the Flame Country, can eat anything under the sun. Li Mingliang and Jian Yuanji couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then Li Mingliang raised his head and asked, by the way, are there still bodies of those monsters? Plenty. Jian Yuanji hesitated for a moment. Do you really want to eat monsters? There aren't many survivors left in the newbie area. The cafeteria and store have plenty of reserves. I've had people gather them up. It's no problem to eat for a month. Li Mingliang stroked his chin and said, what about after that month? We have to consider future provisions, right? And if that guy comes back, there probably won't be a single monster body left. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression froze. Jiang Yuanji seemed to realize something and abruptly turned around, only to see Lin Chen standing behind them at some point. Are you a ghost? How did you get here? Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji were startled, completely unaware of when Lin Chen had appeared beside them. Don't worry, these monster bodies are of no use to me anymore. I won't touch them, Lin Chen said calmly. Li Mingliang awkwardly cleared his throat. Lin Chen, I didn't mean that, I meant. Damn! Why can't I even speak when I meet him? Li Mingliang struggled for a moment, unsure how to explain. Lin Chen, however, was not interested in his rambling and straightforwardly said, gather all the survivors here, I have something to say. Li Mingliang couldn't sit still for a moment and quickly stood up and ran out. I'll go, wait a moment, Lin boss. Inside the classroom, only Jiang Yuanji and Lin Chen remained. Lin Chen showed no other expression and sat directly in the teacher's seat. Jiang Yuanji felt a bit awkward, unsure whether to sit down, and asked, Lin Gu, when did you come back? Lin Chen rubbed his fingers, recalling what had just happened. Not long after successfully changing jobs, he was kicked out of the instance and returned to the 911 newbie area. Kemi cried loudly, fearing being left on the arena surrounded by wolves and tigers, but he didn't take him away. Before leaving, he left a drop of his blood. As for those 100-level fierce beasts, they were originally heading towards the arena and Lin Chen. Once the arena disappeared, they would naturally disperse. As weak as Kemi was, those 100-level fierce beasts probably wouldn't even spare him a glance. As long as I unlock the final ability, I can form a contract with him and then know the location of that secret realm. Lin Chen squinted, silently contemplating. In that world of trials, high-level magical beasts were abundant, making it an ideal hunting ground. However, his current strength was insufficient to deal with those 100-level fierce beasts, hence leaving Kemi as a hidden card. Finally, the self-proclaimed ancient god didn't say much, just a few cryptic words, and let Lin Chen leave. Even now, Lin Chen remained wary of him. He could feel that he seemed to have no privacy in front of this ancient god, including the fact that he was a reincarnator. There were still many mysteries in his mind, but Lin Chen was not in a hurry. Time is still on my side. There's no rush with the matters. Since I'm not qualified now, I will climb up one day and know all the truths. As Lin Chen pondered, Li Mingliang returned anxiously with people from outside. The number of people left in the 911 newbie area was not many. What was once a college area with over 3,000 people now only had about 100 left. Even this classroom for large lectures was not full. Ignoring the hesitant Li Mingliang and Jian Yuanji beside him, Lin Chen spoke directly. In short, I'll say one thing. Next, the 911 newbie area will compete for the land of no master. The land of no master. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji exchanged a confused glance. The other players present were also puzzled, not understanding Lin Chen's meaning. What is the wilderness? Are you stupid? Isn't it the new player area occupied by the Beast Tide, which is the wilderness? Damn, then why do we need that thing? The Beast Tide is so rampant. Not exactly, those monsters might provide good leveling opportunities. Right now, there are no monsters in the new player area, and we don't know how to level up after changing classes. How much experience can we get from monsters below level 10? It's not even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth, and now leveling up takes time and days. Faced with their confusion, Lin Chen did not beat around the bush and directly said, the newbie protection period is about to end, and you will soon know that after the protection period ends, the new player area will officially merge with the Eternal Kingdom map. In other words, the prohibition formations around will be lifted, and the scope of the new player area will expand. With these words, the players were immediately excited. No more restrictions. Does that mean I can go home? Haha, really? My home is not far from here. Oh, I miss my mom. I wonder if something happened to my family. Me too, I really want to go home. Lin Chen glanced at them and said, the map merging does not mean you can go home. In the future, Blue Star will not be as free as you imagine, going wherever you want. The restrictions are not completely lifted, but the range is expanded. After the map merging, the current scope of the 911 new player area will become similar to a safe zone. The periphery will connect to the lands of the Eternal Kingdom, allowing players to explore this unknown and vast world beyond the confines of the newbie village. Dungeons, secret realms, countless fierce beasts, and alien tribes. But no matter how vast the outside world is, the 911 new player area cannot connect with other Blue Star new player areas. If you want to go home, there is only one way, and that is to level up. Not only the player's own level but also the level of the new player area. By completing the advancement of the new player area, it can merge with other new player areas. The regional sectors continuously merge and upgrade, and only then can the Blue Star sectors truly return to unity. However, in the process of regional merging, disputes over who will be the leader are inevitable. Just like the wilderness that Lin Chen is currently vying for. The larger the map after the new player area merges, the more dungeons and resources will be available. The game has set rules from the beginning. Many players are still immersed in the joy of surviving the newbie trials, unaware that the further they go in the Eternal Kingdom, the more brutal the competition will become. This is the rule of the Eternal Kingdom, the unchanging rule of evolution, struggle. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the players' expressions dimmed considerably. Then what's the point of merging? Ah, I thought I could go home to see my mom. They were somewhat disappointed. However, Lin Chen did not waste time with them and said, to compete for the wilderness, more than half of the players in the new player area need to vote. Now, I need your voting rights. This was the purpose for which Lin Chen had called them. Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji seemed pensive, but before they could say anything, someone spoke up. Why should we give you the voting rights? Even if you are strong, this kind of decision should be made collectively. Moreover, who knows if competing for the wilderness will involve any risks? We can't afford to take any chances. This statement immediately garnered agreement from many. However, Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji's expressions changed. Li Mingliang immediately reprimanded the person speaking, Xiaoyu. Shut up. Xiaoyu, the female player, sneered, Li Mingliang, Zhang Yuanji, aren't you just unable to subdue us to be your subordinates, so now you're calling the big brother to come and show authority? Oomph, don't think I don't know your little schemes. The world may have changed, but it doesn't mean our women will just let you have your way. Li Mingliang felt a headache coming on upon hearing this. Zhang Yuanji, who was about to speak, closed his mouth. To begin with, this whole thing could be blamed on Li Mingliang. In the early stages of the novice trial, this guy saw Xiaoyu showing interest in harboring malicious intentions, wanting to recruit others as his lackeys. However, Xiaoyu firmly rejected him and even rallied her roommates in the novice area to resist Li Mingliang. Li Mingliang ended up empty-handed and embarrassed. Feeling somewhat helpless, Li Mingliang glanced at Lin Chen, who was expressionless on the platform, then turned to Xiaoyu and said, Xiaoyu, whether you believe it or not, as a mere C-level player, you'd better not stand out and just follow Lin's arrangements obediently. Xiaoyu, with a hint of disdain on her face, retorted, so what if I'm C-level? I cleared the novice trial in less than 10 hours and even faster for my job change. My strength now may not necessarily be below yours. Indeed, Xiaoyu was lucky in her job change task, obtaining a rare profession called Elementalist, with a slightly low matching value of just over 60 points. However, the growth potential of the profession was high, especially with the attribute points added after the job change, exceeding the limit of C level and reaching the threshold of B level. This made her somewhat proud, especially since Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji suffered greatly in the novice trial while she breezed through it. She increasingly felt that these men were all useless, even Lin Chen, whom Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji revered, she didn't really care about. After all, she hadn't witnessed the bloody battle that other players talked about so fervently. This woman was really hard to deal with. Li Mingliang wanted to curse, but seeing Lin Chen still on the platform, he felt it wasn't the right time to speak up and sat back down. However, Xiaoyu thought the other party was afraid of her, and her expression became even more smug. She directly said to Lin Chen, if you want us to give up our voting rights, sure. But, you have to offer corresponding conditions, like, time coins? Here, a hint of greed flashed in her eyes. One voting right for one time coin. You want the authority over the 911 novice area, right? You can't even afford this little money? You're really asking for trouble. Li Mingliang cursed inwardly. Before he could say anything, he saw Lin Chen calmly say, okay, one-time coin for one vote. Hearing this, Li Mingliang was stunned, seemingly not expecting Lin Chen to agree. Xia Yu's eyes lit up, her smug smile growing, and she looked down on Lin Chen even more. Her eyes darted around, and she immediately raised the price. What I mean is, for an F-level divine bestower, one-time coin, for an E-level, two-time coins, and so on. I'm C-level, and I'm the leader of our female team, so you should give me 10-time coins. Boom! Before she could finish her sentence, it abruptly stopped. Everyone felt a blur in their vision, followed by a loud noise. When they regained their senses, they saw Xia Yu embedded in the back wall of the classroom. Her features distorted, her body contorted beyond recognition. Blood flowed from her 7 orifices. Though she wasn't dead, she was clearly in a critical condition. Everyone turned their horrified gazes towards the platform, where Lin Chen, with no expression, retracted his right hand, which had just transformed into a meteor hammer, and said, I forgot to mention, I don't have many time coins, so saving one is saving one. After that, he glanced at the people below the platform and asked, anyone else wants a time coin? At this, everyone was petrified. The classroom fell into silence. Li Mingliang twitched at the corner of his mouth. It was indeed a familiar style. He cleared his throat and stood up immediately, saying, Linda, Good, don't listen to the nonsense that woman just said. Whatever you decide, we and the brothers will definitely support you. Jiang Yuanji followed, that's right, Gu, we all listen to you. With the support of the 2 leading brothers, the other players chimed in. Lin Lauda is the leader of our 911 newbie area, we will definitely listen to him. Yes, if it weren't for Lin Lauda, the 2 waves of beasts in front of the playground might have overrun the 911 newbie area, and we wouldn't have survived until now. I unconditionally support Lin Lauda. Unconditionally +1. Lin Chen didn't care how much of these people were sincere or just feared his strength, he just nodded lightly and said, okay, after the newbie protection period ends, you can all choose to abstain. After speaking, he sat back down in his original spot. He ignored the flattering words of others and simply leaned back on the lectern, closing his eyes to rest. Seeing that he didn't respond, gradually everyone also stopped talking. The classroom quieted down, only hearing Xia Yu's faint whimper from the back wall. However, no one dared to leave the classroom, nor did anyone dare to help her. Even her roommates, who she had considered good friends before, sat pale-faced in their seats, heads down, afraid of being implicated by her. After a while, everyone was bored and started to open the world chat channel and game forums to pass the time. Compared to the quiet and dull atmosphere in the classroom, the world chat channel and game forums were lively. Apart from most forum posts about recognizing relatives, most were discussing newbie trials and job transfer tasks. There was no way around it. The game had just begun, and everyone was clueless about how things would develop in the future. Nevertheless, some highly talented players had already emerged. Initially, a player with an A-level divine talent posted on the forum announcing their completion time for the newbie trial, 2 hours. It was absolutely astonishing. Even Jiang Yuanji and Li Mingliang, with B-level divine talents, were shocked. They also attempted the newbie trial again later. However, even with fewer challenges, it took them a full 5 to 6 hours to barely complete it. The gap between A-level and B-level was unexpectedly huge. Below the post, there were numerous praises from players. However, the record of this A-level divine talent player didn't stay on the popular list for long, quickly being pushed down. The reason was simple: more outstanding divine talent holders came forward with new records. Completed in 2 hours? Rubbish! I did it in 1 hour. So a 1-hour record can also be impressive. Let's see a 50-minute completion record. SS-level divine talent, taking you through a flying-like newbie trial. Various experts began to show off their records. Initially, the record of the A-level divine talent player, who was highly praised by many players, had long been pushed out of sight. All the records on the popular list were completed within an hour. 50 minutes, 40 minutes, 30 minutes, and even a 20-minute completion record in the end. 20 minutes? There are a total of 20 waves of beast tides, so each wave doesn't exceed 1 minute? Finally, someone in the classroom exclaimed, breaking the silence. Everyone first looked up at Lin Chen. Seeing that he had no expression or reaction, they began to discuss in hushed tones. What, 1 minute? Did you forget the first 3 waves of beast tides? There are only 17 waves left. That's still very impressive. What level of talent is this person? Their strength is too exaggerated. At least S-level or above. The one just now with A-level took 2 hours. The difference is too big. My goodness, Lin. I don't think anyone in the newbie area can do it, right? Well, there's always someone better, right? Lin Chen closed his eyes, but he wasn't asleep. He heard those words clearly. However, he remained silent. In fact, he had read about these things several times in his past life. In the early stages of the Blue Star game, many outstanding players emerged. From A to SSS rank, there were countless God-given players. Their talents were exceptional, and their completion records were unmatched. Lin Chen's talent, the Cancer, belonged to the super late stage, requiring significant accumulation to enhance abilities like deformation, infinite proliferation, and demonization. Even if Lin Chen were to try again, avoiding the issue of numbers and with ample experience, he could only complete a battle within an hour at most. This was already his limit, barely making it to the bottom of the popular rankings. Not to mention, the real monsters Lin Chen remembered were still lurking behind the scenes, yet to make their appearance. Among the players on the current popular rankings, there were very few names Lin Chen could recall. However, having strong talents and fast completion records did not necessarily mean they were truly strong. As time passed and the stage grew larger, whether these popular players were geniuses or fools would gradually become apparent. There were those who grew stronger with each battle, true prodigies, and there were those who squandered their potential despite having great resources. Of course, there were more players who met an untimely end. Geniuses, huh? Lin Chen slightly opened his eyes, a cold light flashing and disappearing in his gaze. Everyone in the classroom was focused on the game forum and world chat channels, unaware of Lin Chen's changing expression. As the countdown to the end of the newbie protection period ticked away, the world announcement finally arrived. World Announcement 1, the newbie protection period in the Blue Star area has ended, and time flow has returned to normal. World Announcement 2, the Blue Star area is about to officially merge with the Eternal Kingdom territory, entering the first phase of public testing. Newbie area players, please make your choice. Friendly reminder, the territory merger will take 12 hours, please be patient. These two world announcements were repeatedly broadcast on the public channel. Most players were prepared for the first announcement, but many did not understand the second one. Before they could figure it out, panic erupted in the classroom. Oh no, the territory merger will take 12 hours, I have less than half a time coin left, what should I do? It's over, it's really decreasing slowly, I don't have enough time coins. Sob, me too, what should I do? I don't have much left either, just 0. 5, won't I miss out on monster hunting after the merger? Several players showed clear signs of panic. They had already spent most of their time coins on leveling up. Now, they had to wait for 12 hours, fearing they might not even survive until the territory merger. Players with very few time coins left were even more anxious. They were unsure of what the world would be like after the merger and when they could hunt monsters to level up and earn time coins. In reality, most newly transferred players would stay in the first phase for a long time. Time coins were hard to come by, and the resources in each newbie area were limited. If they focused solely on leveling up, they wouldn't even be able to sustain basic survival. But if they remained stagnant, they would be left far behind, unable to catch up with the wave of the apocalypse, only able to scavenge leftovers and scraps. As a result, the competition for unclaimed territory in the newbie area became crucial. Once the unclaimed territory was merged, the newbie area's territory would expand directly, at least doubling the resources. The more unclaimed territories merge, the larger the area of the novice zone becomes, and the more abundant the resources. At that time, whether it's leveling up or surviving, it's naturally easy to achieve both without delay. Hearing the commotion in the classroom, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes and lightly tapped the desk with his finger. The classroom quieted down the next moment. Everyone's gaze turned to this killing god, only to hear him say something that shocked everyone. Those of you lacking time coins can borrow from me. Damn! Has the killing god turned into a Buddha? Just as everyone couldn't figure out if Lin Chen was trying to save all beings or transcend all beings, the other continued, borrow 1, repay 10, limited quantity, first come first served. Upon hearing this, the players in the classroom breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, who had witnessed Lin Chen's true strength. If Lin Chen had directly attacked a snatch, the people in their classroom wouldn't stand a chance. Although it's still a snatch now, it's a different approach. This means that as long as they don't act recklessly, Lin Chen indeed won't have any murderous intent towards them. After a moment of silence in the classroom, someone still raised their hand. Can I borrow a time coin? Just one, I'll save money to repay Lingu as soon as the maps merge. Lin Chen nodded, give me your ID. The person asking hurriedly said, Lingu, I'm Zhang Chang. Lin Chen made a quick operation on the interface, and soon Zhang Chang received a transfer from him. Received. Zhang Chang looked at the interface with joy, saying, Lingu, I will repay you as soon as I save enough. Seeing him actually receiving the time coin, other players couldn't sit still. Lingu, I also want to borrow, just one time coin will do. I only need half. Lingu, please. Half is enough for me too, thank you Lin Gu. For a while, the classroom was filled with voices asking for loans, and Lin Chen really transferred one after another, lending out 50 or 60 time coins in an instant. The players who received the time coins were naturally overjoyed, looking happy. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji glanced at each other, not knowing what the other was up to. Li Mingliang hesitated for a moment, walked up and said, Lin Gu, should I borrow some too? Lin Chen looked up at him and said, if you want to borrow, I can lend you. Then I'll borrow some? Li Mingliang grinned. To be honest, although he didn't have many time coins, he would be fine for the next few days. But he thought that Lin Chen wasn't lending money but collecting protection fees in disguise, so he asked for a loan. However, what Li Mingliang didn't expect was that when Lin Chen heard his ambiguous words, he impatiently said, if you want to borrow, borrow, if not, get out of the way, don't block here. With that, he pushed him aside and continued to lend to other players who gave their names. Li Mingliang stepped back several steps, stood next to Jiang Yuanji again, his face full of uncertainty. What does this guy want to do? Jiang Yuanji scratched his head and said, perhaps he just wants to lend money? Li Mingliang, upon hearing this answer, still felt it didn't quite fit, mainly because Lin Chen's impression on him was too profound, making whatever the other party did now seem to have a hidden meaning. But this time, they were overthinking. Lin Chen was indeed just lending money. Compared to ordinary God-bestowed players, his curse-type talent player, the speed of time flow itself was much faster. Especially after accidentally offending the so-called gods in the Temple of Transcendence and obtaining the title of blasphemer, the speed of time flow doubled again. After the end of the novice protection period just now, he roughly estimated his time flow speed was about 10 times that of other players. In other words, while an ordinary player only needed to consume 1 time coin a day, he needed 10. Of course, the difficulty of leveling up has greatly increased. Earning time coins has become a mandatory course for Lin Chen. There is no better time to lend money than in the early stages of the game. Borrowing 1 and repaying 10 is pure profit. Lin Chen must collect back every single time coin he took from these players. When all players have borrowed money, Lin Chen is left with less than 10 coins. He lent out more than 80 coins in total, with a repayment period of 1 month and double the interest for late payments. Faced with exorbitant interest rates, the players who borrowed money couldn't help but show a hint of joy on their faces. Is the interest high? Of course, it is. But nothing is more important than life itself. Faced with the uncertainties after the merging of territories, these new players are filled with unease. They are unsure when they can start hunting monsters, whether hunting monsters will reward them with time. Everything is uncertain. Instead of being fearful, it's better to hold on to the time coins and be prepared for anything. Lin Chen, who has borrowed money, looked around the classroom and said, borrow and repay. It's not difficult to borrow again. If anyone dares to default on their payment, He sneered, and the joyful players suddenly remembered that the person in front of them was not a philanthropist but a real god of death. Who would dare owe him money? Well, just look at the person on the wall behind the classroom. Thinking of this, everyone turned to take a glance. Well, he's not dead yet, but it might be better if he were. Just as everyone was lost in thought, a sudden prompt sounded. Ding! The merging of territories is about to begin. Should the 911 newbie area select unclaimed territories for battle? Please vote. Tip: if the approval rating is less than 50%, the merging of territories will proceed directly. Unclaimed territories, they are real. The players were shocked, and their gazes turned back to Lin Chen on the stage. This time, they didn't hesitate much and chose to abstain from the voting options that appeared in front of them. Even when Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji had to make a choice, Lin Chen singled them out, saying, you guys, choose approval. Naturally, they dared not disobey, knowing that Lin Chen did this to prevent anyone from cheating by secretly voting against it, and in the end, failing to gather more than 50% approval votes. This way, even if there were 1 or 2 fools, it wouldn't affect Lin Chen's plan. Indeed, after hearing Lin Chen's words, some players who wanted to vote anonymously in favor also gave up on that idea. 1 minute later, all players in the 911 newbie area had made their choices, and a system prompt came. Ding! The voting in the 911 newbie area has ended, confirming participation in the battle for unclaimed territories. Please select a section from the following map to represent: Yen Country 3945, Yen Country 23959, Sakura Country 291, Lighthouse Country 14522. Suddenly, countless unclaimed territories appeared in front of the 911 newbie players, forming a vast and boundless map. However, their expressions were not of surprise but of unexpected silence, with many even shedding tears directly. Because on that map, large areas that originally belonged to Yen Country were now blank. They all knew that these were towns that had fallen into the wilderness, and many blank areas were where their hometowns used to be. What this represented was self-evident. However, Lin Chen didn't give them much time to lament, and directly said, "Give me the proxy rights." Li Mingliang was the first to react. Okay, I'll choose you." After speaking, he immediately selected Lin Chen's name in the representative column. Other players also quickly followed suit, not daring to defy Lin Chen's wishes, and chose him as the representative of the 911 newbie area. Just then, the system prompt sounded again, ding. The unclaimed territories have been classified into levels, from high to low, in sequential order. Players, please choose carefully. Upon hearing this prompt, everyone's eyes lit up, once again looking at the system interface in front of them. They saw some numerical markers slowly appearing on the blank map above. And they also saw, above the filled blank space, a line of small words marked on the brightest red unclaimed territory, Land 99 in the Flame Country area, SSS grade resource. SSS grade resource. Even newcomers who were unaware of the value of unclaimed territories roughly understood at this moment. Looking at the players with S-grade talents on the popular rankings, each one was more formidable than the last. Now unclaimed territories were also classified by this level. From the lowest F grade, E grade, to the highest SS grade, SSS grade. Even fools now knew that an unclaimed territory marked with SSS grade resource was definitely a good thing. However, such deep red areas were not abundant on those blank maps. Everyone glanced at each other, seeming to realize something. Indeed, before long, someone spoke on the World Chat channel. Land 1 of Sakura Country, Land 3 of Lighthouse Country, Land 23 of Flame Country, they are all mine. No one is allowed to snatch them. Suddenly, a player named Gil Woodlow said so on the World Chat channel. Without waiting for any rebuttal, he announced his talent level on the World Chat channel. Gil Woodlow, talent, A grade. If you have the guts, come and fight. He left these words. Many players who wanted to retaliate subconsciously kept their mouths shut. After the novice trial, they all knew what the level of divinely bestowed talent represented. Even in hundreds of novice areas, it was not certain that a player with an A-grade divinely bestowed talent would emerge. An A-grade player was definitely considered a rare genius. However, there are always higher mountains and better talents. Gil Woodlow's statement did not linger for long, and someone immediately replied below, "Heh, is that so? I don't believe in superstitions. I want all 3 of the lands you mentioned, and not only that, I also want Land 23 of Great Eagle Country, Land 32 of Bear Country. Oh, almost forgot to mention, my talent is S-grade, heh, come and fight if you dare." 2 more pieces of news that shocked countless players, even the SS-grade players were involved. But these 2 pieces of news were just the appetizers of this battle. Soon more powerful players joined in, vowing to claim the unclaimed territories with SSS-grade resources. Who dares to touch the unclaimed territories of Flame Country? Whether you are S-grade or SS-grade, I will personally take care of you. Signatory, Chui Chang, SS-grade Dragonlance Musketeer. Heh, how impressive is your Flame Country? I want to see for myself. I've decided, I'll choose the unclaimed territories of Flame Country. Signatory, Ayamaharu, SS-grade Divine Samurai. Ah, so lively, I'll join in too. We, the 233rd Novice Area of Great Eagle Country, want 10 SSS-grade unclaimed territories. Signatory, Brian, SSS-grade Sword Emperor. I also want 10 SSS-grade unclaimed territories. Signatory, Nina, SS-grade Frost Mage. +1. Signatory, Jace, SSS-grade Mechanical Warrior. Although the World Chat channel had just flooded with tens of thousands of messages a second ago, the number of messages was now increasing slowly, ultimately only refreshing a few hundred new messages. And the suffixes following the signatory in these messages were more intimidating one after another. Even A-grade professionals were not worthy of appearing, as the speakers were all S-grade professionals, SSS-grade professionals. Not a single other player dared to intrude into this conversation among the powerful, fearing being remembered by these individuals and eventually confronted. Li Mingliang and others were also shocked as they looked at these messages, realizing for the first time that there were so many powerful players in this world. Compared to them, his mere B-grade player status was insignificant. As for the other players, they felt even more desperate. Li Mingliang temporarily suppressed the shock in his heart, turned around to look at Lin Chen, and asked, Lin Ji, what do you plan to choose? This question also attracted the attention of other players. Now everyone handed over the right to choose to Lin Chen, letting him represent the 911 newbie area in selecting the unclaimed territories. With a rough understanding of the importance of unclaimed territories and the comparison with these strong players, they hoped Lin Chen would choose some unclaimed territories that were not too good but also not too bad. Lin Chen did not directly answer his question but instead reached out his hand and quickly began marking on the map. Ding! 911 newbie area selects Flame Country No. 88, SSS level unclaimed territory, as the fusion target. Ding! 911 newbie area selects Flame Country No. 92, SSS level unclaimed territory, as the fusion target. Ding! 911 newbie area selects Sakura Country No. 20, SSS level unclaimed territory, as the fusion target. Ding! 911 newbie area selects. A series of messages directly dropped everyone's jaws, because the unclaimed territories chosen by Lin Chen, without exception, were all SSS level unclaimed territories. Before they could speak, they received another prompt. Ding! Conflict between Flame Country No. 88 selected by 911 newbie area and Sakura Country No. 2355 newbie area, Great Eagle Country No. 3234 newbie area, Brown Bear Country No. 13443 newbie area. Will you persist in your selection and enter the flag contest in the unclaimed territories? Ding! Sakura Country No. 20 selected by 911 newbie area. Multiple prompts made everyone's eyelids twitch again. They quickly opened the world chat records from earlier and indeed found several corresponding messages. And all those who sent these messages were S-rank and above players. Everyone felt dry-mouthed, looking at Lin Chen still appearing calm and composed. Li Mingliang weakly spoke up. Lin Ji, with so many people competing for these territories, should we temporarily set aside some and choose a few easier ones first, and then consider the rest? Ding! 911 newbie area insists on selecting Flame Country No. 88, Sakura Country No. 20. The territories have been successfully locked, confirming entry into the flag contest. Waiting for confirmation from other newbie areas, please wait. It's over. Li Mingliang's face turned pale, still not expecting Lin Chen to be so bold. With so many S-rank players, he seemed to ignore them completely, without a hint of hesitation. The other newcomers present didn't look any better either. Just the thought of competing for unclaimed territories with those players made their legs weak. One Lin Chen was already terrifying enough, and those competing for unclaimed territories, each one was equivalent to Lin Chen, or even stronger than him. Just imagine, a group of Lin Chens fighting on one stage, how terrifying would that be? Was this the kind of territory they, as small fries, could step into? Fortunately, their worries didn't last long as they heard Lin Chen say, "For the upcoming flag contest, if you want to enter, go ahead, but don't expect me to protect you." Enter if you want to? Could this mean not entering if you don't want to? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chen indeed did not force them to follow him in. The main reason was that those participating in the contest were too extreme. Going in was akin to seeking death. Now, at most, they might not win the territory, but at least they wouldn't die. After realizing this, their mood lightened considerably, and they began browsing the game forums and world chat channels with a spectator's attitude. However, the more they read, the more shocked and frightened they became. After the territory selection began, the two channels were in an uproar. In the meantime, many big shots descended and shamelessly fought for territories, even flaunting terrifying talents to intimidate others. Their underlings also joined the battle one after another. At one point, the two channels where players could speak turned into a chaotic marketplace of insults. Some onlookers also joined in with a few sneaky jabs. Passers-by were stunned, witnessing the lively scene. After an hour of this commotion, a system prompt finally came through. Ding! The 911 newbie zone has joined the flag contest 95. Please log in promptly. Failure to do so will be considered forfeit. 59, 58, 57. Upon seeing this message, the people in the classroom were still somewhat nervous, but Lin Chen didn't even spare them a glance. He just clicked yes directly. The next moment, as the teleportation light shone, he disappeared from the classroom. The others relaxed slightly, then heard the system prompt. Ding! Do you want to watch the flag contest in the 911 newbie zone? In this contested newbie zone, there were over 1 million participants, nearly half of the total number of newbie zones on Blue Star. Excluding some players who perished in the newbie trials and the spectators, a total of over 1 billion players joined the battle. The constructed flag contest arena had over 200,000 participants. The flag contest Lin Chen joined in the 911 newbie zone was just one of them, but it was one of the top battlefields. This battle not only involved the 10 SSS grade unclaimed territories Lin Chen selected but also other high-quality unclaimed territories. In total, over 50 unclaimed territories of all sizes would determine their ownership in this contest. All of these 50 unclaimed territories were top-tier resources, at least starting from S-grade resources. However, this also meant that the number of contenders would be high, and there would be no shortage of strong players. Just as the audience flooded into the live broadcast of the arena battle, the players from the 911 newbie zone noticed that the barrage of comments had already started filling the screen. Invincible number 4056. Ellis is invincible. Haha, what's Ellis? Just a mere A-rank waste, dare to compare with our S-rank Lord Sam? Like everyone doesn't have an S-rank, we have a total of 2 S-rank bosses in our newbie zone. What? Want to compare? Waste, our boss is an SS rank professional. What are your 2 S ranks, even together might not be opponents. Hee, everyone is so fierce, we don't have that many S ranks in our newbie zone, but we have over 30 A rank professional players. Kind of want to see this SS rank professional player you're talking about in action. The people in the 9/11 newbie zone classroom, seeing these increasingly outrageous comments, didn't know what to say. After holding back for a while, someone finally said, "Can Lin Chen really handle this?" Others also looked worried. Although Lin Chen was domineering, unreasonable, and extremely indifferent to them, after the recent loan, their view of him had slightly changed. Most importantly, Lin Chen was the only leader in the 9/11 newbie zone. If he fell, who would lead the 9/11 newbie zone in the future? Li Mingliang? Or Jiang Yuanji? After experiencing the ups and downs of the world, they had realized their own insignificance. They no longer had the grand ambitions of dominating the world they had just a few days ago. And compared to others, the 2 of them hoped more that Lin Chen would survive, even if it meant being the uncrowned king of the 9/11 zone. At least let others know that the Flame Country's 911 zone was not without a ruler. Don't die, Lin Chen, Li Mingliang silently prayed in his heart. However, as for whether Lin Chen could secure these 10 unclaimed territories, there wasn't much thought. It wasn't just him, probably the other players present were thinking the same. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, the scene before him had changed drastically, and he found himself on an island. He raised his eyelids, looked around, and found the flag located in the center of the island. This is the flag representing the 9/11 Novice District. Yes, seizing the flags of unclaimed territories is not without conditions. At the same time, one must also plant their own flag in the Novice District. Once one's flag is plundered, their territory will merge with others. In the future, one can only lower their head and be cautious while on someone else's territory. Of course, the 911 Novice District is not considered a sky-high resource treasure land, only rating as a mere B-grade resource area. Neither high nor low, just average. Lin Chen didn't scrutinize too closely but instead focused on the system interface in front of him, where a map was already displayed. The map had marked all 50 flags of unclaimed territories, from the deep red SSS grade resource land to the light red S-grade resource land flags. Furthermore, even the locations of the over 200 participating novice districts were marked. Among them, there were some fairly decent resource lands. Of course, none could compare to the 10 SSS grade unclaimed territories Lin Chen had chosen. Let me think, where should I start first? Lin Chen rubbed his fingers, squinting at the map in front of him. Meanwhile, on other islands, a tall and muscular man stood atop a small hill on the island, stripped of his clothes, holding his large flag, his gaze sweeping over the endless islands before him. Behind him stood dozens of players, equally spirited and full of vigor. Lord Ellis is invincible, they shouted in unison. The man named Ellis scratched his crotch, then reached into the void and a 3-meter-long trident appeared in his hand. He laughed heartily. It's a map of the islands, ha, truly a stroke of luck for me. Decided, these. He waved his hand, and the trident's tip swept towards the islands in front of him, then declared, are all mine. The people behind him shouted again, invincible, invincible, invincible. At the same time, on the mountaintop of another island, a female player stood as well. She had long silver-white hair floating freely in the air, holding a magic staff far taller than her. But from a distance, she didn't look like a mage but rather more like a combat profession wielding a long spear. The players behind her whispered, Miss Nina, it seems there are quite a few strong contenders in this battle, should we observe first? Nina, with eyes as cold as frost, replied in a cold tone, there is water here, the advantage is mine. So there's no need to wait, we can strike directly. The players behind her wanted to say a few words of persuasion but were coldly interrupted by Nina, fools. The doomsday is upon us, it's akin to starting the Third World War. For our frigid little country, if we don't seize the opportunity and move forward bravely, how can we have a share in dividing the world in the future? Furthermore, since I have obtained the only SS-grade profession in our country, naturally, I must strive for the territory of the Elsa National District. Who knows, in a few years, our Elsa nation might become the new superpower of Blue Star. If we retreat here, won't we be conceding step by step and losing every step in the future? The player who was called out shrunk his neck but didn't continue to argue. The other players behind him blinked, seemingly contemplating their leader's words. Nina was right, the arrival of the Eternal Kingdom was a once-in-a-century opportunity for the Third World War. Perhaps, this was the last chance in human history to redistribute the world. They were just a tiny country, but if they could truly rise with the tide, they might indeed become a major power in the New World. Thinking of this, their eyes also lit up with excitement. in the depths of another island, within the jungle. Damn it! Why does it have to be this kind of map? An angry curse rang out. A figure clad in a black robe, with features and body completely concealed under the hood and robe, faintly revealed in the darkness those crimson eyes and the gleaming metallic fangs. The little brother behind him chuckled. Lord Edward, shall we wait for the scorching sun to set before we act? He opened his mouth, his gaze darkly scanning the blazing sun overhead, then sneered, reaching out to grab the speaker and sinking his fangs directly into the neck, the sound of blood-sucking echoing through the silent jungle. The players behind him felt their scalps tingle, breaking into a cold sweat on a hot summer day. Moments later, the player who had been drained dry was casually tossed into the bushes. Edward wiped his blood-stained lips, sneering, "Trash, when the sunset strikes and the fusion map is complete, will there be any good places left for us?" With a glance at the players behind him, who were silent as the grave, he coldly ordered, "Once it begins, leave none behind, go out and seize the flags. What I want will never fall into anyone else's hands." The remaining players echoed in unison, afraid that a second's delay would lead to the same fate as the previous player. As islands appeared on the map one by one, the system countdown finally ended. Ding! The flag battle officially begins. Players, strive to capture the flags. As the mechanical voice of the system faded, rainbow-like bridges began to span between the once independent and undisturbed islands, connecting hundreds of islands of all sizes in an instant. Lin Chen squinted at the bridges in the sky, and in no time, the bridges were teeming with figures rushing in all directions. The central area with dozens of top unclaimed territories naturally attracted the most figures. However, it didn't mean there were no other intentions. Gradually, the figures began to disperse, heading towards the islands where other players were located, clearly aiming to strike first and eliminate nearby competitors. Among them, there was even a surge of people heading towards the island where Lin Chen was. Lin Chen's voice was cold as he said, "Finally, it begins." The next moment, his figure disappeared on the spot, along with the flag planted in the center of the island. If there were many people on the island, like Lin Chen, they couldn't carry the flag on them. Otherwise, if killed and the flag dropped, they would definitely be cursed by other players in the newbie area. But unlike other islands, where hundreds or even thousands of people would join the fray, Lin Chen came alone. Therefore, carrying the flag on him was the best option. In the eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room, Lin Chen, standing alone, stood out conspicuously. "Ha, who's that guy? How come he's the only one left in the newbie area? Humph, he's asking for trouble. Even if he's strong, he can't fight off so many hands. What kind of end can he expect?" Pfft, stop guessing, I just checked the World Channel and Game Forum records. There's never been a 911 newbie area, probably just sending someone to try their luck. Really daring. What if he loses the newbie area flag? Wouldn't that mean a huge loss for everyone? There are all sorts of fools in the world. Hee, probably won't last a few minutes. Look, there's already a large group heading to his island. Li Mingliang and the other players from the 911 newbie area also saw these messages. However, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji just exchanged a glance, the former showing a cold smile. Who's the fool now? Can't say for sure. If Lin Chen were to be compared with those S-rank and above big shots, he would worry about who was stronger. But those vanguards charging ahead? He would only worry that they would die too quickly. This was something he hadn't seen clearly before his class change. However, after changing jobs, he increasingly realized the strength of Lin Chen, which might even surpass his own after changing jobs. Initially, Lin Chen could handle 100 opponents alone, as if he were in a deserted place amidst the beast tide. Now, dealing with these ordinary players, perhaps it was even easier than before? Is Lin Gu really that strong? Other players in the classroom were somewhat skeptical. If any one of them were in that situation, they would probably just find a place to hide, fearing being dragged into a larger battlefield. On the battlefield, Lin Chen not only did not hide but instead quickly stepped forward, placing a foot on the rainbow bridge, waiting for countless people to rush towards his island. Li Mingliang chuckled and didn't say much, directly stating, "Strong or not, don't you guys see with your own eyes?" Shortly after he spoke, he saw on the live broadcast that a group of people was already close to Lin Chen. Flash art. Seeing someone guarding the bridge, the first-tier mage on this side didn't bother with courtesy and immediately threw a flash bomb. This was followed by several long-range magic attacks. Ice Sphere, Spring Surge, Rapid Arrows. So many first-tier magics. For an ordinary player, even if they could dodge a couple and withstand a couple, they would be severely injured if not dead. Daring to guard the bridge alone, truly seeking death. The players charging over showed a hint of a sneer on their faces. However, the next moment, the smile froze on their faces, because Lin Chen just moved a few steps lightly, avoiding those magic attacks they thought were fatal. One or two small ice spheres seemed to hit him for sure, but it didn't seem like he couldn't avoid them. but rather intentionally didn't. When those ice spheres hit him, not a single visible scar appeared on his skin. Was the damage too low to break through his defense? Those players opened their mouths, realizing that the person in front of them seemed not easy to provoke. But then they looked at the people around them and thought, with so many of us, what are we afraid of? Brothers, charge! The leading player shouted loudly and led the charge. Compared to before changing jobs when they could only rely on talent skills to deal damage, the players at this moment more or less had weapons in hand. Their killing power was greater than before. Facing these players charging forward with swords, spears, and daggers, Lin Chen just casually raised his eyelids and glanced over. Distortion! The next moment, he extended his arms, each holding 6 sharp chain links. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, who were watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but feel a bit stressed. Indeed, the next moment at the bridgehead of the Rainbow Bridge, a bloody slaughter began. The 6 chains were like the scythe of a Grim Reaper, swiftly piercing the vital points of each player's chest, temple, and lumbar vertebrae. Often with just one strike, the once lively players would go limp, then wide-eyed, and fall straight down, dead beyond death. Compared to the speed of the chains, the attacks of these players seemed like slow motion. Before they could even reach within a meter of Lin Chen, over a dozen players were directly killed. And this was just the beginning. Stepping forward slightly, Lin Chen's figure moved violently, swiftly shuttling through the crowd. The 6 chains shimmered with a chilling light, dancing in the air, drawing out streaks of blood. Ding! Player York killed. Ding! Player Antoine killed. Ding! Player Marlin killed. As the kill notifications continued to sound, players in front fell one by one. In less than a moment, a pile of bodies lay at the entrance of Island 911's bridge. Those remaining players, realizing they had provoked a god of death they shouldn't have, tried to retreat, but it was already too late. Not even 10 minutes had passed. Over 100 players lay dead at the bridge entrance, forming a human wall of moderate height at the entrance of Island 911. Hiss! At this moment, Li Mingliang and others who were deliberately paying attention to Lin Chen's movements here, involuntarily shrank their necks, feeling a wave of fear in their hearts. Fortunately, they had not clashed directly with Lin Chen before. Otherwise, the hundreds of people in this classroom might have ended up in a situation similar to those players on the battlefield. However, although they were carefully observing this side, the commotion caused by Lin Chen here did not create much of a stir throughout the entire battlefield. This was all due to the fact that in several other battlefields, a few players were performing exceptionally well. First, there was a man with golden hair all over his body. Instead of directly heading to the bridge, he plunged into the sea after the restrictions around the island were lifted. Then, everyone saw him carrying the huge trident of the sea god, riding on giant waves towards the Rainbow Bridge. Whoosh! The huge waves crashed towards the players on the Rainbow Bridge, even momentarily overshadowing the dazzling colors of the bridge. After just the first wave of the giant waves, players lying on the Rainbow Bridge were spitting blood and barely alive. However, the naked golden-haired man did not stop his actions. He roared to the sky and once again sent waves after waves towards the players on the Rainbow Bridge. After several rounds of this, the number of players severely injured or directly killed by the waves was not less than 4 digits. The strength was terrifying. And in various parts of the Rainbow Bridge, there were several others who had killed a significant number of players. In this battlefield, monsters were rampant. Mortals should not enter. Dance of Ice Thorns. With a chant from Nina, the SS-level Extreme Ice Mage, a sudden hurricane swept across the Rainbow Bridge. If the players looked closely, they would see that this hurricane was actually formed by countless ice blades converging. It plunged from one end of the Rainbow Bridge straight towards the other end. Countless players were caught in it, their bodies either pierced by ice blades like a hornet's nest or cut into countless pieces. After the hurricane passed, the ground was in ruins, not even a complete corpse could be seen. Nina took a step forward, and countless glaciers extended from under the Rainbow Bridge, carrying her higher and farther, as she lightly tapped her huge staff in the void. Frost Entanglement. Magic enveloped an area of hundreds of meters in diameter, causing the melee players charging towards her to slip, their bodies stiffening, feeling the cold air rising to their heads. Before they could react, the players behind Nina had already rushed towards them. It was another thrilling battle. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, damn, are these people really just promoted? Why do they feel like they are on a completely different level from us? Wah, so scary. Luckily I didn't end up like them, otherwise I wouldn't even have a chance to be a stepping stone for others. Is the gap really that big? I'm about to wet myself. So terrifying, in front of these genius bestowed by gods, we are no different from ants. Rumor has it that after these top-tier talented players change jobs, they will receive a large number of free attribute points, many times higher than us. Many times higher, how many times exactly? Soon, someone revealed the answer about attribute points on the game forum. A player using the pseudonym Know-It-All posted a thread titled #speedup, revealing the attribute point bonuses after job change for F to SSS tier talented players ##. The post detailed the significant differences in attribute points gained by players changing jobs from F to SSS tier talents, which varied greatly. Clicking into the post, the first thing you would see is a clear list that had been completed, directly indicating the attribute point bonuses for each tier of talent after changing jobs, clearly marked one by one. F tier talent, 10 points added after job change. E tier talent, 20 points. D tier talent, 30 points. C tier talent, 40 points. B tier talent, 60 points. A tier talent, 100 points. The bonuses above A tier talent were even more exaggerated. S-level talent directly doubles, reaching a total of 200 attribute points. SS-level talent reaches a total of 300 points. As for those at the very top of all players, SSS-level talent boasts a whopping 400 points of attribute bonus. Of course, this is not the final conclusion, because for players of each talent tier, the attribute points gained after changing jobs not only depend on talent but also on profession. For example, if a player with B-level divine talent obtains the corresponding B-level profession with a matching value of 60 points or more, they can then fully gain a 60-point attribute bonus after changing jobs. However, if this player acquires a C-level profession or even a D-level profession, even if the matching value reaches 60 points, the attribute points gained after changing jobs will be significantly reduced, making it impossible to obtain the full 60-point attribute value. Conversely, a player with B-level divine talent, if they obtain an A-level profession, the attribute point bonus after changing jobs will exceed 60 points, possibly even approaching 100 points of A-level. Therefore, the post concludes that each player will have different situations. Each player's attribute point bonus will also vary. After reading the entire post, players began comparing their attribute point bonuses and found that they were not far off from the conclusions in the post. Consequently, the post instantly became popular, and discussions about participating players became even more intense. Oh my goodness, S-level talent can add 200 points. No wonder those S-level players treat ordinary players like dogs. People are so different, it's infuriating. My E-level talent is just a pretense. Why do I only have 100 points at A-level, while S-level doubles it? So unfair. The big shot above, I suspect you're just showing off. Then what about my F-level with only a 10-point increase? Am I not the trash of trash? Ha, you're right. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, among others, also noticed the post link flashing in the live chat room. They curiously clicked on it and read through it. It's quite accurate. Li Mingliang calculated that he had gained around 70 attribute points after changing jobs. Mainly because his profession matching value was decent, it seemed that having a high compatibility between talent and profession could result in additional attribute points. Jiang Yuanji was slightly lower but still above 60 points. Other players also compared their attribute points and found them not far off from what the post described. So, as if struck by a sudden realization, Li Mingliang suddenly spoke up. That girl Nina claims to be an SS-level frost mage, with a 300-point attribute bonus. Isn't that terrifying? He took a sharp breath, fear evident in his eyes. The expressions of the other players were similar, and after a while, someone asked, how many attribute points does Lin Gu have? Could he also have 300 points? Someone shook their head. I doubt it, 300 points would be too exaggerated. Regardless of the number of points, they're all stronger than us. It would be great if Lin Gu is stronger. Maybe he could help us secure some decent unclaimed territories in the 911 newbie area. Flag Battlefield 95. The flag battle had just begun, and the battlefield was already ablaze with fighting. The big shots from all directions were displaying their prowess. The sounds of explosions and battle cries intertwined, sending shivers down the spines of the viewers watching the live broadcast, while also feeling relieved that they were not on the battlefield. Of course, the most eye-catching were Ellis wielding the trident of the sea god and Nina casting ice spells. The momentum of their attacks was the most astonishing, and they had the highest number of player kills. In just half an hour, the number of players killed by them had already exceeded 2,000. Adding the casualties around the battlefield, the total number of players killed had surpassed 30,000. Yet, the number of players participating in the flag battle on Field 95 was just over 160,000. Before an hour had passed, nearly one-fifth of them had been killed. The intensity of the brutal killings surpassed even the sudden beast tides that caught newcomers off guard during their trials. Lin Chen stood quietly at one end of the Rainbow Bridge, perched atop the earth wall made of piled corpses, watching the relentless slaughter unfold. Anyone foolish enough to approach would find themselves adding another corpse beneath the 6 chains by his side. A hint of killing intent flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. A bunch of fools. The end of the eternal doomsday was just a few days away, and countless Blue Star players had already perished. Originally numbering over 8 billion, a significant portion of Blue Star players had fallen during the novice trials. Those who managed to survive hastily joined the battle for this lawless land. In the end, at least half of the Blue Star players would meet their demise in the first 2 rounds of trials and battles. The ferocity of this lawless land's conflict, the high casualty rate, earned it the title from future Blue Star players as the most foolish civil war, without comparison. The world was filled with ignorant individuals who believed that in times of chaos, they could rise to power and become conquerors. However, they never considered whether they were the 1 in a million or 1 among a million. At least now, there were plenty of regrets. Mom, I don't want to die. Someone save me, I'll give you all my time coins. Please, I beg you. No, stay away. Go die, go die, go die. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. Sob, sob, sob. Those players barely clinging to life on the Rainbow Bridge, with just a sliver of health left, felt regret for the first time. Unfortunately, despite their cries of despair, no one could save them from their impending doom. It was at this moment that they truly realized one thing. From the beginning, this top-tier battle for the lawless land had nothing to do with ordinary people like them. The flag battle for Zone 95 was the home turf of those few monsters. As for them, mere mortals seeking to snatch food from the monsters' mouths, it was nothing but wishful thinking. Fishing in troubled waters? Impossible. This was destined to be a war among monsters. The viewers watching the live broadcast had already noticed several monsters heading towards the central island, effortlessly claiming the SSS-rated lawless land flags. The current rankings for the Zone 95 flag battle were as follows. 1. Ellis, SSS level flag * 1-2. Nina, SSS level flag * 1-3. Miura Kaisho, SS level flag * 2-4. Edward, SS level flag * 1-5. Terrence, SS level flag * 1-10. Hodgson, SS level flag * 1. Among the top 10 players on the flag leaderboard, each had at least 1 SS level flag. The top 2 players had already seized all the coveted SSS level flags. Out of the total 50 flags in the field, players had already claimed over half. Of these, there were 18 SSS level flags, with the rest being SS level flags. Each novice area could claim a maximum of 10 flags, but there were over 200 participating in the battle. This meant that only a few novice areas might return victorious in the end. However, there were more than just a few monsters on the field. None of the top 10 players were to be trifled with. Moreover, there were others who could rival them, notably the 30 players from the Flying Pancake Country's 4,000th novice area, all A-class professionals. 30 robust wrestlers, bare-chested, formed a formation and bulldozed their way across the Rainbow Bridge. Even player teams several times their size could only be crushed by them. Though not as extravagant as the top monsters, their steady progress had brought them close to an SSS-level resource island nearby. As expected, that flag would fall into their hands. Apart from that, there were several graceful figures on the field, their levels and professions unknown. They swiftly moved through the crowd, engaging in fierce battles, then each rushing towards their targets. For a moment, the chaos on the field left the audience watching the live stream unsure of which side to focus on. Wow! They are so strong, these people. Who will ultimately emerge victorious? It's either Ellis or Nina. These two are just too powerful. Although the others on the leaderboard are strong too, there's still a gap compared to them. I feel the same way. These two have the strongest killing power and the most kills. I'm not so sure. These two clearly have skills more inclined towards area attacks. If they were to face off against the leaderboard's expert in one-on-one combat, Sword Saint Miura Kaisho, and that sinister black-robed Edward, who knows who would come out on top? Sword Saint Miura Kaisho is alright, his sword techniques are sharp, at least you can see his moves. But this black-robed Edward is too eerie. People who face him end up dead without a sound. It's baffling. They are all troublemakers, that's for sure. Just as the audience was discussing, most people on the battlefield believed that the well-deserved top 1 and top 2 on the leaderboard finally clashed. Ha ha ha, here I come. Ellis rode on a wave, soaring over the Rainbow Bridge, sweeping numerous players into the sea. Rushing into the sea, then back onto the shore. After a few rounds, there were hardly any players left alive. On the other end, Nina also glided on the glacier, her speed not as fast as Ellis, but still swift. Whether intentional or not, after a few rounds, the two unexpectedly converged towards a central island. Haha, little girl, step aside. This island belongs to me. Ellis, riding the giant wave, laughed loudly, then unhesitatingly threw his trident. The massive trident, with unparalleled momentum, headed straight for Nina on the glacier. The latter sneered, not casting any spells but wielding a magic staff that seemed mismatched with her figure, and struck horizontally. Bang! A loud sound echoed. The staff heavily struck the trident. Nina gritted her teeth, exerted force again, and sent the trident back to where it came from. An SS-grade frost mage, not just strong in mental power. Looking for trouble? Nina raised her magic staff, ready to unleash an area attack. Without any surprises, the trident returned to Ellis' hand. He grinned broadly, not minding Nina's threat, but instead said with a smile, "Nina, don't be angry, how about we team up? This central island has a whopping 18 SSS-grade flags. A blatant conspiracy." Players paying attention to the situation were shocked. What's going on? One is already formidable enough, and now the top one and top two are teaming up? Please don't agree, please don't agree. Countless players pleaded in their hearts, if these two joined forces, wouldn't they sweep the entire battlefield 95? Unfortunately, their pleas fell on deaf ears. Nina pondered briefly and then said, 18 flags? How do we divide them? Ellis chuckled, 8 flags each, the remaining 2 flags are up for grabs. Why not 9 flags each? It's simple, they both wanted 10 SSS-grade flags. Nina's eyes flickered, and after a moment, she made a decision. Alright. Ellis laughed heartily and said, good, you truly live up to my expectations. After that, he gestured towards Nina and raised an eyebrow. After we're done, are you interested in joining my private party? Nina coldly glanced down and smirked, too small, not interested. Ellis wasn't angry either, he just flashed a bright smile at Nina, then reached out his hand slightly, and in an instant, a huge wave brought out the SSS-level flag from the center of the island. However, he didn't directly put it in his pocket, but let the waves carry the flag to Nina in front of him. A gift for our alliance, my ice princess, please accept it. Ellis bowed slightly. However, being completely naked, he didn't look like a gentleman or a knight at all. Nina didn't say anything, she just took the SSS-level flag. Ellis chuckled twice, then turned to look at the ordinary players around showing fear and loudly said, let's start a joyful party. As soon as he finished speaking, he rode the huge wave and rushed towards the players around the island. Nina remained expressionless, controlling the glacier closely behind him, and the two began to crazily harvest flags around the central islands. Seeing Ellis and Nina teaming up, other players quickly reacted and made the same choice, especially those on the leaderboard. They often only needed a glance to quickly establish an alliance. Faced with the alliance of the first and second on the leaderboard, no player on the list could handle them alone. So, this was their only way to victory. Just over 10 minutes later, several powerful teams emerged. The 3rd-ranked swordsman Miura Kaisho and the 5th-ranked gunner Tyrell formed an alliance. The 6th-ranked shadow warrior Che Chang-yuan and the 10th-ranked deadly poisoner Hodgson formed an alliance. The 4th-ranked black robe Edward, the 8th-ranked Captain Graney, and the 9th-ranked shield warrior Kelly formed an alliance. The 7th-ranked light mage Aldington formed an alliance with 30 wrestlers from the Flying Pancake Country. With the strong alliance of Ellis and Nina, 5 terrifying teams suddenly appeared on the field. And these teams, at a very fast pace, harvested both the ordinary players in front of them and the flags on the central islands. The flags on the island group were visibly being collected by them one by one. The audience also exclaimed in waves, damn, these monsters have all formed alliances, what's the point of playing? You can't play without forming alliances. The top 100 arenas are completely dominated by monsters. Ordinary players are ants in their hands. Isn't this too unfair? Hee hee, it's the end of the world, who cares about fairness? I just want to cling to someone powerful, any A-level boss willing to take me in? Me too, delicate and soft, wearing black stockings, any boss willing to take me in, seeking online. Stop arguing, the information upstairs is overwhelming, I'm thinking. Ha, now all the bosses are fighting for unclaimed territory, everywhere in the live broadcast room are just small fry. In the 911 newbie area, inside the classroom. Damn, these people have no shame, they actually formed alliances. Li Mingliang couldn't help but curse. In that case, isn't Lin Chen in great danger? Other players looked worried. There was only Lin Chen participating in the 911 newbie area. But those big shots on the leaderboard weren't acting alone, they had a group of followers behind them. With alliances formed, their numbers increased even more. Li Mingliang sighed, he had high hopes for Lin Chen. But in the current situation, he just hoped Lin Chen wouldn't die, at least the 911 newbie area would have a strong support in the future, without needing to go around calling people big brother like those players in the live broadcast room. Just as he sighed, a sudden exclamation came from beside him, my god, Lin Gu is about to make contact with Aldington and the others. Everyone was shocked and quickly looked at the screen. They saw Lin Chen rushing on the Rainbow Bridge, heading towards the same island as Aldington's alliance. If nothing unexpected happened, the two sides would soon meet. Oh no, Lin Gu is alone, Why did he have to encounter the team with the most members? Odin, the S-rank light mage, along with 30 A-rank flying pancake wrestlers from the Kingdom of Wrestling. This is the most elite team among the 5 allied teams on the field. Just now, the alliance team of the Shadow Warrior Che Changyuan and the Deadly Poison Master Hodgson encountered them and also showed some fear, choosing to detour instead of engaging in direct conflict. Mainly because their combination is indeed formidable. The S-rank light mage is already one of the best support professions in Tier 1, coupled with 30 wrestlers responsible for strong attacks, it's simply a perfect match. Several wrestlers enveloped in auras have individual attacks that are already not weaker than combat players of S-rank professions. Not to mention the combination techniques of the 30 wrestlers. If they act together, even the SS-rank professional alliance teams can only avoid their edge. Engaging in direct combat is truly unwise. Don't, Lin Gu, retreat quickly. The people in the classroom shouted anxiously. However, their voices could not penetrate the screen and reach Lin Chen's ears, so they could only watch Lin Chen step by step closer to the Light Mage Alliance team. A few minutes later, the two sides finally faced each other. Hey! Ha! Ha! The wrestlers stepped forward in unison, using their palms to push, and any player blocking their way would be directly thrown down. Those with slightly weaker defenses, in the moment they were thrown down, brain matter and such would start to splatter everywhere. Even those with decent physique would have their bones shattered, temporarily losing their ability to move, and then being picked up by their younger brothers following behind. So when they saw Lin Chen, their expressions didn't change much. One wrestler reached out to grab the front of Lin Chen's clothes, intending to throw him down. Seeking death. Lin Chen's eyes swept coldly, his arm instantly turning into a bone sword, slashing down from above. Ah! In the next moment, the wrestler's screams echoed throughout the venue. The surrounding companions looked over, only to see that the wrestler's arm had been cleanly cut off by Lin Chen. Before they could even be astonished, Lin Chen's bone sword struck again. The wrestler raised his remaining hand to try to block, but the bone sword easily cut through, severing his arm along with his head. The head and arm flew up together, then fell to the ground. Until his death, he couldn't understand why, with several defense buffs on his body, a body that could hardly be scratched by ordinary swords, was easily cut off with just one sword. Damn it! Die! Damn Yin Kingdom player! The crowd was both shocked and angry, ready to suppress this ignorant player from the Yin Kingdom. He. Lin Chen sneered, facing the 29 A-rank wrestlers attacking him without retreating but advancing. Steel slash. His hands unfolded, turning into bone swords, and the next moment was a fierce and exhilarating battle. As the heads continued to fly up and fall, the system's kill notifications began to refresh. Ding! Player Ray Hall killed. Ding! Player Summit killed. Ding! Player Salman Khan killed. One by one, the 30 A-rank wrestlers fell, all dead in less than 2 minutes. Among them, not a single person could withstand a round under Lin Chen's bone sword. Whether it was the players nearby or the audience watching the live broadcast, their expressions momentarily showed bewilderment, as if they couldn't grasp what was happening. The first to come back to his senses was not someone else, but Odin, the light mage who was behind them, adding auras and buffs. He looked at the scattered limbs of the wrestlers on the ground, then glanced at Lin Chen who happened to be looking at him, suddenly feeling dry-mouthed and scalp tingling. Escape! Escape quickly! In Odin's mind, the thought had just surfaced when, in the next moment, the demon-like player from the Flame Country took a step forward and intercepted him directly. Lin Chen, expressionless, extended his hand towards him and uttered 2 words, "Hand them over." Odin almost hesitated, swiftly pulling out all the flags from his backpack at the fastest speed of his life, and handed them all over to Lin Chen in a flash. The latter, upon receiving them, gave a slight shake and stowed all the flags away. Just as Odin thought the other party would take advantage of him, he only felt a breeze brushing past his face. Before he knew it, Lin Chen had already passed him, taking a step across the rainbow bridge leading to another island. Phew! Odin, belatedly, breathed a sigh of relief, reaching out to touch his sweaty back. Then, he stared blankly at the disappearing figure at the end of the rainbow bridge, thinking to himself, where did this Reaper come from? Little did he know that Lin Chen's sword strike with the steel slash effect could inflict damage on the Hell 9-headed serpent with over 1,000 points of constitution even before changing professions. What were these wrestlers with no more than 300 points of constitution? Odin let out a long breath, turned around again, and wore a bewildered expression. Because the dozens of wrestler corpses on the ground had turned into mummies drained of life at some point. At that moment, the live broadcast room exploded. The Light Mage Alliance, once considered one of the top 5 forces on the field by viewers and countless players, was completely crushed after encountering an unknown player from the Flame Country. To many viewers, it was a complete and brutal annihilation. Oh my god, who is this guy? So powerful. He wasn't even on the leaderboard just now. How can he be so formidable? His name seems to be Lin Chen? He made it to the leaderboard after getting the flags. Wow! Isn't he the solo player from the Flame Country? Turns out he's a big shot for real. Isn't he just a big shot? His strength rivals the top monsters on the leaderboard. The players in the 911 newbie area were flushed with excitement, unable to contain themselves. Damn, Lin Bro is awesome. They stood up one after another, howling in excitement. Li Mingliang, who had been blindly praising Lin Chen from the start, clenched his fists tightly, repeatedly saying, I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. Of course, even Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji didn't know the extent of Lin Chen's strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been worried about Lin Chen's safety earlier. But in the end, Lin Chen's strength indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. In just one battle, he went from being unranked directly to 9th on the leaderboard. Lin Chen, SSS flag *1, SS flag *9. Yes, after snatching the teams of light mages and wrestlers, his flags soared to 10. If Lin Chen held these 10 flags until the end of the battle, the 911 newbie area would merge with the resources of 10 top unclaimed territories. Even in the entire Blue Star, it would be a force to be reckoned with. Of course, the premise was that Lin Chen could survive and hold on to the flags. Thinking of this, the players in the 911 area felt a surge of excitement, including Li Mingliang. He clenched his fists and said, as long as we don't encounter the other monster alliances on the leaderboard next, holding on until the end is victory. Hey! He hadn't finished speaking when Jiang Yuanji beside him patted his shoulder, causing him to instinctively turn his head. He saw Jiang Yuanji's stiff expression as he swallowed and said, it seems like Lin Ji is heading towards Ellis and the others. What? Li Mingliang immediately widened his eyes, looked at the live broadcast screen, and then saw a chilling scene on the live feed. Lin Chen was sprinting rapidly on the Rainbow Bridge, quickly approaching the next central island. In the rear of the island, Ellis and Nina were engaged in a fierce battle, facing off against the 3rd-ranked sword saint Miura Kaido and the 5th-ranked gunner Terrence in a powerful attacking combination. The two sides were fiercely clashing, unleashing exaggerated skills like giant waves and glaciers, sword energy, and a rain of bullets intertwining. The battlefield was intense, with anyone near them being swept into the chaos, falling dead on the spot. Even their own allies were not spared. Lin Ji, turn back quickly. There are no flags there, didn't you see everyone running away? Many players were once again sweating profusely. The flag on the island Lin Chen was rushing towards had just been taken down by Ellis and Nina, leaving the island bare with nothing on it. Li Mingliang chuckled bitterly and said to the people in the classroom, stop shouting, Lin Ji won't hear you even if you do. He paused, then continued, and, don't forget, Lin Ji can see the map markers on the battlefield, so he is well aware that there are no flags on that island. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned in place. Since Lin Chen knew there were no flags on that island, why was he heading there? It suddenly dawned on everyone, and they were shocked. Since there was a leaderboard for the number of flags on the battlefield, the players involved naturally knew who had the flags. The reason why the surrounding players were avoiding that island was because they knew Ellis and others were fighting there. And the reason why Lin Chen was heading there was because the two teams combined had the most and fullest flags. He was clearly going for the flags. As this realization sank in, the excitement they had just felt dissipated. Why does Lin Ji always like to challenge the high difficulty levels? Someone said mournfully. Dance of Ice Thorns. As the Ice Mage Nina finished her incantation, a huge hurricane several meters wide quickly condensed within her magic staff and shot straight ahead. Boom 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 boom. Countless trees and grass on the island were swept away by this ice blade storm, rushing away mightily. Faced with the sky full of ice blades and the powerful storm, Sword Saint Miura Kaido calmly raised his Japanese wooden sword and softly recited, swift as the wind, fast as thunder -- wind thunder slash. As he finished speaking, lightning seemed to flicker in his eyes as he fiercely slashed down with his wooden sword. A sharp sword energy, like a wandering dragon, headed towards the ice blade storm. The two terrifying energies clashed in the air, then exploded. The strong shockwave spread out towards the surroundings of the island, causing even the weaker players to struggle to maintain their balance under the aftermath of the two attacks. Before they could stabilize themselves, a hearty laughter rang out from the sky. Interesting, it's my turn now -- tidal waves. Standing on the crest of a wave, Ellis raised the trident of the sea god high, and wave after wave surged from the sea, eventually forming a huge wave tens of meters high that crashed towards Miura Kaido and Terrence on the island. Miura Kaido, who had just used his sword technique, was in cooldown, and Terrence, the gunner, lacked defensive means. The two could only reluctantly adopt a defensive posture to withstand the attack. Swish! The waves crashed onto the island, engulfing the two. Although it wasn't a fatal blow, it caused considerable damage to Miura Kaido and Terrence. and for a moment, they struggled in the waves, finding it difficult to break free from the constraints of the sea. Ha ha ha, we are indeed invincible. Ellis, standing bare-bottomed on top of the waves, hands on hips, laughed heartily, displaying an arrogant attitude. After laughing, he raised his eyebrows at Nina beside him and said, "How about that? Isn't teaming up with Big Brother always advantageous?" Nina seemed to dislike his arrogant attitude, about to speak when she suddenly froze in place. Behind you?" Confused, Ellis asked, "What's behind me?" Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp, intense pain pierced through his lower back. Wide-eyed, Ellis turned to see a black chain detaching from his lower back, leaving a perfect bloodline in the air. Following the chain's retraction, he saw a player from the Flame Country standing on top of a tree, looking at him coldly. "Get down, or else. Go to hell." Shocked, Ellis clutched his waist, blood flowing through his fingers. "Damn, no sense of fair play, huh?" His smile vanished from his face, almost swearing. No, we are gentlemen." Ellis repeated to himself several times to calm his emotions, glaring fiercely at Lin Chen below. Since the novice trial, he had never suffered such a big loss, always dominating wherever he went. Who has ever been stolen from like this? Flame Countryman, you are truly seeking death. Ellis's eyes filled with killing intent. Nina, on the other hand, frowned and warned, "Be careful, he's no pushover." She had noticed the unexpected appearance of a Flame Country player on the battlefield rankings. At this moment, the map interface showed many more flags in their area. Obviously, the Flame Country player holding the flag was the one in front of them. If it was just him, their duo had nothing to worry about. However, the Sword Saint Miura Kaisho and the Gunner Tylan not far away had readjusted their stances, needing to handle the situation carefully to avoid being surrounded. Gritting his teeth, Ellis said, "Cover me for 3 minutes, that's all I need." Nina nodded without saying much. "Okay." With that, she raised her huge magic staff again, aiming at Miura Kaisho and the others. Ellis raised the trident of the sea god, sneering at Lin Chen. "You think I dare not come down? I'm just afraid you'll die." With that, he rode a huge wave, swinging the trident of the sea god towards Lin Chen. Switch! Steel slash! Lin Chen's chain switched back to a bone sword, then he forcefully slashed towards the trident of the sea god. Clang! The two weapons collided in the air, producing a loud noise. Feeling the vibration in his arm, Ellis was surprised. This guy could actually withstand my attack? His profession was an SS level class, Sea God, especially with a profession matching value of over 90 points. The attribute bonus after the job change approached the 400-point attribute of the SSS level talent. So whether it was magic skills or martial skills, his damage was not inferior to the same level SS class profession. With both combined, his combat power was definitely in the top tier among SS class professions. Even Miura Kaisho and Thailand had been swept away by his huge waves if they weren't careful, let alone his martial skills not being inferior to magic skills. How did this guy block it? Are you also SS level? Ellis squinted and asked. However, Lin Chen remained silent, lifting the bone sword in his left arm and delivering another sword strike from top to bottom. Clang! Ellis held the trident of the sea god horizontally, once again blocking the attack. Next was a head-on confrontation. Ellis wielded the trident of the sea god vigorously, with almost every strike being fast and heavy. Looking at Lin Chen, the two bone swords showed no signs of retreat, with both strength and speed equally formidable. Clang, clang, clang. Countless sparks flew, and the piercing sound echoed throughout the arena. The attacks from both sides were as fast as the wind, making it impossible for ordinary players to even track their movements. If they weren't standing at a distance, their figures might not even be visible. My goodness, it's like watching gods fight. Did you see that clearly? I feel like I didn't see anything. I saw a bit, but not much. The difference in attributes is too big. Others are several times stronger than you, so how can you see clearly? The monsters on the leaderboard before were basically overwhelming in their fights. One skill could wipe out a group of people. The disparity was so great that it was unclear how big it really was. It wasn't until this moment, with Ellis and Lin Chen engaging in close combat, exchanging blows fist to fist, that the onlookers truly saw how terrifying these individuals were. Of course, it wasn't just the spectators who were shocked but also the Sword Saint Miura Kaisho on the battlefield. After witnessing the clash between these two, he was equally amazed. Firstly, Ellis's close combat skills were unexpectedly strong, not inferior to magical abilities. Secondly, the sudden appearance of the player from the Flame Empire who fought against him was not at a disadvantage. No, not at a disadvantage, but actually gaining the upper hand. Other players, including the SS-ranked mage Nina, might not even notice this. Lin Chen's bone swords were sharp and fast, giving a sense of suppressing Ellis. Every time the bone sword struck, it left a deep mark on Ellis's body. On the other hand, Ellis was struggling just to defend against his attacks. It was like a mockery. For some reason, Miura Kaisho had this thought in his mind. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Ellis kept roaring in his mind, feeling extremely frustrated by this battle. He could sense that the opponent's strength and damage were inferior to his own, even the quality of the peculiar bone sword seemed ordinary. In contrast, his profession weapon, the trident of the sea god, was of rare quality. Logically, such inferior weapons should not last more than a few rounds against his trident, but Lin Chen's bone swords not only endured but also matched his trident blow for blow. What disgusted him the most was Lin Chen's cunning sword techniques, which were impossible to defend against. No matter how much force he exerted or how he changed his moves, the opponent always skillfully overcame him. There was always a feeling of powerlessness, which was what made him feel suffocated. -120, -110, -130. Ellis's health continued to decrease, nearing the critical line. As a warrior mage dual class, whether he allocated his attribute points to mental power or strength, it would provide him with a high amount of health and defense. Currently, although Ellis was only level 11, his health had already reached an exaggerated 2,000 points. Yet, he couldn't withstand the damage from Lin Chen's relentless sword strikes. This guy's basic attributes are not low, and his agility is definitely higher than mine. Ellis's expression turned serious as he noticed this. His every move was suppressed by the opponent, due to his lack of agility. No, I can't let him lead me like this. Gritting his teeth, Ellis shouted angrily and, disregarding the injuries, swung the trident of the sea god heavily at Lin Chen. Clang! Lin Chen raised his bone sword to block, but the tremendous force sent him flying backward. However, he maintained his stability, sliding a few steps on the ground before landing firmly. Sea god's body. Ignoring his injuries, Ellis roared, and streams of seawater continuously surged from the surrounding islands, converging blue energy towards him. Just a moment later, Ellis, who was originally naked, was covered in a layer of deep blue armor, with blue light swirling in his eyes. Being naked, he wasn't a fool or a pervert, it was because the release requirement of the SSS level professional skill, Sea God Body, was to be without clothes. He shouted at Nina ahead, "Leave them for now and help me deal with this guy first." Without waiting for Nina's response, he raised the trident of the sea god and swung it forward. Tidal waves. Countless waves surged from behind him, rushing towards Lin Chen not far away. As he had said, Nina abandoned restraining Miura Kaisho and the others, erecting a thick ice wall and aiming her magic staff at the towering waves, continuously gathering ice elements in front of her. Ice Spike Dance. Another signature skill, also one of her most powerful moves. In an instant, two deadly area attacks headed straight for Lin Chen. Even Miura Kaisho, who had just withstood these two attacks, felt his scalp tingle. The ice spike dance and tidal waves just now were sequential, but they had instantly taken away most of his health. Now, with two attacks simultaneously coming at him, he would definitely turn and run, or else he would be severely injured if not killed. Don't forget, water and ice are inherently linked. When combined, their killing power doesn't diminish but only grows stronger. Lin Chen raised his head calmly, looking at the overwhelming ice blades and waves coming towards him. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward on the water. First, he took a few steps forward at a moderate speed, then he began to sprint on the wavetops. Just as everyone was about to face these two large-scale magic skills, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he forcefully slashed with his bone sword, breaking waves. Flash gap. The next moment, his figure disappeared in front of everyone. Ellis, standing on the wave, was stunned. Before he could react, he suddenly felt a chill in his back. He instinctively turned around and saw Lin Chen's expressionless face, with one bone sword plunged into his chest and another at his neck, saying coldly, "You can live for being obedient just now. Now, hand over the flags." It was only at this moment that Ellis felt the excruciating pain in his chest, and his arrogance from before completely vanished. He cried with a mournful face, "B brother, please don't kill me, can I just return them?" Without hesitation, Ellis, who had lost a lot of blood from being stabbed, handed over all the flags on him. 3 SSS level flags, and 3 SS level flags. The quantity was fewer than the Light Mage Odin just now, but there were 2 more SSS flags. The rankings on the battlefield changed again. 1. Lin Chen, SSS flags *4, SS flags *12 2. Nina, SSS flags *3, SS flags *4 3. Miura Kaisho, SSS flags *2, SS flags *4 4. Taylen, SSS flags *2, SS flags *2. With Ellis becoming a 0, Lin Chen suddenly leaped from the top 10 to first place, holding as many as 16 flags in his hands, becoming the biggest winner on the battlefield. Damn, Lin bro really did it. The players from Flame Country 911 cheered thunderously. Just now, when Lin Chen was targeted by Ellis and Nina, many thought he was doomed. Who would have expected that not only did he evade the attacks unscathed, but he also counter-killed Ellis? It was no longer surprising but jaw-dropping. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. After stabbing Ellis in the waist, Lin Chen struck him in the heart. If the sea god body had not been lifted, Ellis would have died on the spot without a doubt. At this moment, even though his heart was torn apart by pain, he still didn't dare to act rashly, just staring at Lin Chen in fear. Lin Chen, after receiving the flag, smoothly retracted his bone sword, placed his right foot on the man's back, and looked at Nina, Miura Kaisho, and Terrence in the distance, saying, "Are you going to hand over the flag directly, or do you want me to come and take it myself?" Nina and the others naturally wouldn't sit idly by, nor would they directly hand over the hard-won flag. However, Nina, who had just released 2 powerful moves, was still in cooldown, not in the best condition. She turned to Miura Kaisho and said, "Cooperate?" The latter and his teammate Terrence exchanged glances, understanding each other instantly, and immediately replied, "Okay." Thus, a new combination was born. Ellis, who was being stepped on by Lin Chen, had become an outsider, with no desire to fight for the flag in his mind, only the thought of survive. Switch! Lin Chen extended his right arm, transforming it into a black chain. With a slight flick, the chain tightly wrapped around Ellis's neck, and he coldly uttered 3 words, "Charge forward." Ellis felt embarrassed and annoyed, feeling no different from a dog being led by Lin Chen at this moment. However, he dared not refuse and could only drive the huge waves towards Nina and the others. "Do you want to die? Hurry up," Lin Chen said coldly. Ellis felt extremely aggrieved, but with his current health, as long as Lin Chen exerted force on the spike chain, he would die on the spot. He could only obey and increase his speed to the maximum. Controlling the waves was not entirely part of the sea god professional skill, but also one of his innate talents. As long as he was in the sea, his speed was unmatched. Even walking in mid-air on the crest of a wave, he was not much inferior to most players of the same level. As long as there was enough seawater and the waves were large enough, he could cross any terrain. In the blink of an eye, he approached Nina and the others, who had already gathered 100 meters ahead. "Ha, daring to come." Terrence's face revealed a cruel smile as he raised his hand and aimed at Lin Chen, laughing maliciously. Gunfire. Countless ammunition rained down towards Lin Chen and Ellis. Ellis instinctively tried to dodge, but felt a sharp pain in his neck as Lin Chen held him tightly, making it impossible to change direction. "Woo-woo, big brother, I'll really die if I take this damage head-on," he pleaded bitterly. Lin Chen ignored him and plunged into the range of Terrence's gunfire without a care. Just as Ellis thought it's over, no way out, Lin Chen's arms extended several black chains again. The chains spun in the air, accurately intercepting each dark projectile. Bang bang bang. The sound of countless explosions rang out. Ellis's heart tightened, but when he opened his eyes, he saw that not a single explosive had landed, all repelled by the chains. Despite the continuous explosions, not a single projectile exploded near them. "My goodness! This is too strong," Ellis exclaimed in amazement. If it were him, aside from evading, he would only be able to charge with the huge waves. Apart from that, there was no other way. He couldn't imagine how Lin Chen managed to block all the projectiles with just a few seemingly ordinary black chains. This technique was truly unbelievable. He was deeply shocked. However, to outsiders, it was a different story. The fireworks and smoke covered the movements of Lin Chen and Ellis. But without exception, everyone believed that the projectiles had hit Lin Chen and Ellis. Even Terrence, who had unleashed the skill, believed that Lin Chen had taken his attack head-on and would be severely injured if not killed. "He, daring to face my attack head-on, truly seeking death," Terrence sneered. As an SS-class gunner, her firepower was among the best on the entire battlefield. It was just a pity that her range was relatively short. The skills of Nina and Ellis just now happened to counter her output, making her seem insignificant in the clash of the few, even dragging the team down a bit. However, before this, her output and number of kills far surpassed the swordsman Miura Kaisho. Those who dared to underestimate her were now on the road to the underworld. Nina cautioned, "Don't be careless, this guy seems to have a teleportation skill." She remembered the scene where Lin Chen evaded their combined attack with Ellis just now. Terran, however, dismissed it, saying, "You guys are just being paranoid. I just noticed that the giant wave was split. He doesn't actually teleport at all, just uses some kind of illusion." With that, she looked towards the flames continuously bursting in the air and continued, "Besides, my attacks are auto-targeted, and since the flames are still exploding, it proves he's still within my skill range." After speaking, a smug smile appeared on her face, about to boast a few more words, when a cold voice came from behind her. "Is that so?" The 3 of them, including her, were shocked, and before they could react, they felt their bodies stiffen, pain spreading throughout. Taryn tried to turn her gun to counterattack, but the eerie black chains wrapped tightly around her joints from her arms to armpits, thighs to ankles, collarbone to chest. Piercing spikes digging into her, blood flowing. In an instant, all strength left her body. She looked fearfully at her teammates beside her. Nina was no better off, her arm tightly bound by black chains, the huge staff slipping from her grasp to the ground. Although swordsman Miura Kaisho reacted quickly, drawing his sword to counter, he didn't think to save these two temporary teammates, instead taking a step back to retreat. But before he could truly retreat, Ellis, with a dog chain around his neck, pierced his abdomen with a trident. Miura Kaisho's eyes widened, his Japanese long sword slipping from his hand. Perhaps venting his anger, Ellis smirked and twisted the trident fiercely. Put! Miura Kaisho spat out blood, lacking any protective skills, his neck tilted, and he breathed his last. Seeing this scene, Taryn's face first showed fear, then heard Lin Chen's voice again from behind, just 2 words, the flag. Without much thought, Taryn took out all the flags from her backpack. Although Nina looked unwilling, she had no choice but to comply. Lin Chen didn't even look, just collected the pile of flags from the ground. With this, his SSS-class flags directly exceeded 10, reaching 11. The SS-class flags were a full 20. Full. And all were SSS-class flags. Damn, damn, damn. Awesome, Lin bro. Lin bro, you rock. The players in Area 911 were hoarse, almost wanting to overturn the roof. They were ecstatic, cheering louder than before. Li Mingliang sat in the classroom, stunned, feeling that everything happened too suddenly, too surprisingly, that he didn't even know how to react. He was like that, and the other viewers in the live broadcast weren't any better. Damn, this guy is amazing. Truly a player from our flame country, so strong. Ellis lost, Nina lost, Miura Kaisho lost. This guy single-handedly took down 5 ranked players. Such unbelievable strength. Could he be an SSS class professional? It's not impossible. The scene returned to the battlefield. Lin Chen's 3 chains bound the 3 people in the field together. They were neither directly strangled nor let go. Ellis, with the lowest health points, had some freedom of movement, but still didn't dare to act recklessly. Nina and Taryn, on the other hand, were tightly bound, unable to move a finger, let alone fight back. The 3 of them looked tense, staring straight at Lin Chen, unsure of his intentions. However, one thing they could be sure of was that Lin Chen definitely wasn't afraid to kill them. After all, although Ellis was stabbed to death by Miura Kaisho, it was all orchestrated by Lin Chen. After a moment, Taryn couldn't bear the pressure and spoke first, to fight or to kill, it's up to you. Give me a good fight. Lin Chen raised his eyes and glanced at her, causing Ellis to feel a pang in his heart, silently cursing Taryn as a fool and an idiot. You want to die quickly, don't you? Then go ahead and die. Don't drag me down. However, what Lin Chen said next took them all by surprise. He took out the flag he had just obtained and laid it out on the ground, saying, "Now, let the auction of the 22 flags begin. Highest bidder wins." Ellis, Nina, and Taryn. Ha! Ellis looked confused, and the others weren't any better off. Auctioning flags? What's going on? Is this a marketplace? Nina and Taryn widened their eyes, especially the latter. They had just been prepared to die, never expecting the turn of events. Ignoring their astonishment, Lin Chen held up an SS-grade flag and said, "Starting bid at 100 time coins, you can start bidding." The 3 were initially stunned, but Ellis quickly reacted, saying, 100. 101? Lin Chen nodded, then turned his gaze to the 2 suspended by chains. Nina hesitated for a moment before saying, 110, I want this flag. Ellis immediately shouted, 120, don't you dare compete with me. He glared at Nina with a look of intense hatred, seeing this SS-grade flag not just as a flag but as a lifesaver. So, he didn't care about the price or whether Lin Chen would actually give him the flag later. He had to win it. Seeing his expression, Taryn, who was slow to catch on, quickly said, I bid 152. 5. It's all the time coins I have. F***K. Ellis cursed. The 120 time coins he had just bid were all he had, earned as a reward during his job change. Nina, who had a few more time coins than Ellis, didn't have as many as 150. Seeing no one else bidding, Lin Chen threw the flag under Taryn and said, it's yours. Without pause, he picked up another SS-grade flag, same rules, starting bid at 100 time coins. Ellis bid again, 120, I bid 120, give it to me. Unfortunately, the auction wasn't won by whoever spoke first, and Nina ultimately won with 125 time coins. She had figured out that Ellis only had 120 coins and had initially planned to bid 121, but after glancing at Lin Chen, she added a few more. Surprisingly, Ellis ended up making the most profit, securing Lin Chen's third SS grade flag for just 120 coins. Just when they thought this absurd auction was over, Lin Chen picked up another SS grade flag and said, as usual, starting bid at 100 time coins. Ellis and the others exchanged glances, with Ellis nervously saying, big brother, we don't have that many time coins left. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen completely ignored him and turned to the ordinary players who had been watching around him just now, saying, on-site transaction, starting at 100 time coins, highest bidder wins. The players who were originally watching from afar were first stunned, then their expressions became excited. Boss, can we bid too? Wow, is this for real? That's an SS grade flag. Can we really bid, boss? Wow, guys, gather your time coins quickly and bring them out. We bid 110, boss. Some quick reacting players had already started bidding. In the end, this SS grade flag was sold for a high price of 180 time coins. Unlike the previous 3 flags, the transaction was immediate money in exchange for goods. The group of players who got the flag knelt down, tears streaming down their faces. We really got an SS grade flag. We really did. Dad, Mom, your sacrifice was not in vain. They were originally just a group of not-so-powerful beginners, but they got carried away and dared to choose an SS-grade unclaimed territory in the selection process. Who could have imagined they would be dragged into the terrifying 95th battlefield? When they wanted to leave, they found they couldn't. They had long given up on the idea of top resources, but the sudden turn of events left them baffled. Tears of joy were only natural. The players around, witnessing the group actually getting the flag from Lin Chen, were not only shocked but also filled with admiration, their eyes fixed on Lin Chen. And Lin Chen did not disappoint them. After the successful transaction, he quickly picked up the SS grade flag from the ground again, saying, 100 time coins, bidding starts. Instantly, the surrounding area was filled with loud bidding voices, one louder than the other. The players who were just watching joined in, gathering time coins with their companions. We bid 130 time coins. We bid 140. We bid 150. The noisy bidding scene on the battlefield left the spectators outside dumbfounded. Something seems off about this scene, right? Everyone was puzzled. Only the man seemingly clad in blue armor but actually naked felt a hint of fear as he looked at Lin Chen standing in the center of the crowd. The battlefield, which was just a moment ago filled with the sounds of battle and death, had suddenly turned into an auction house. Looking closely, were there still people fighting in the middle of the field? No. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the player from the Flame Country standing in the C position. Perhaps even Nina and Talon by his side did not sense this change in atmosphere. The more this happened, the more Ellis felt alarmed. For no other reason than the earth-shattering changes on the battlefield were all brought about by that player from the Flame Country. What seemed to them like a crucial battle for dominance was, in the eyes of the other party, akin to children fighting over candy. And then he snatched them all and said he would give them to whoever behaved. In the end, all 10 SS grade flags were sold out. The highest sold for 210 time coins, and the lowest was Ellis's bid of 120 time coins. The 10 SS grade flags were eventually sold for a high price of 1650 time coins. Lin Chen looked at the over 1,000 time coins in his backpack and nodded in satisfaction. In the future, these over 1,000 time coins would naturally be insignificant, not matching the value of those 10 SS grade flags at all. But money doesn't work that way. Just like the millionaires in the Flame Country in the 70s and 80s before Doomsday were different from the millionaires in the 21st century. After some thought, Lin Chen took out the last SS grade flag from among the flags. The deep red flag immediately caught the attention of those around him. In a new player area, only up to 10 unclaimed territories can be integrated, and Lin Chen happened to have an extra SS grade flag in his hand. Many people were waiting for this moment. They just didn't expect Lin Chen to actually take out that flag. Is he really going to bid for it? Get it, no matter the cost, we must get it. Hurry, take out all the time coins. Everyone had started pooling their time coins. However, before they could make a move, a cold wind suddenly swept in from a distance. At some point, a dark figure had already appeared in front of everyone, standing several meters away from Lin Chen, and said coldly, I want that SS grade flag. The strong one on the leaderboard, black-robed Edward. The players who had originally planned to bid were suddenly startled, involuntarily moving back. However, before Lin Chen could speak, he saw one strong player after another from the leaderboard arriving. Shadow Warrior Che Chang Yuan, Deadly Poison Master Hodgson, Installation Expert Grani, and Shield Warrior Kelly. Not one was absent, all present. And most of the remaining flags on the battlefield were also taken by them. However, besides Lin Chen, the person with the most SS grade flags was none other than Black-Robed Edward. Just now, he had a falling out with his temporary teammates Granny and Kelly. The three of them had a fierce battle, and in the end, Edward managed to snatch all the flags from them by fighting 2 against 1. Currently, he held 5 SSS grade flags and 4 S grade flags. If he could win the SSS grade flag in Lin Chen's hand, he would have exactly 10 flags, becoming the second winner on this battlefield. The highest bidder wins. Why should it be automatically yours? Granny and Kelly looked at Edward with a dark expression. Edward sneered, his arm under the black robe slightly moving, a strong smell of blood spreading in the area. Granny and Kelly looked slightly nervous, having been troubled enough by this guy's cunning methods just now. If they were to confront him directly, they might not be a match. The two of them subtly took a few steps back, intentionally avoiding him. Edward glanced at them and said, "You know your place." Then, he looked at Che Changyuan and Hodgson's team, as well as the other players around, and said coldly, "Anyone who dares to challenge me, will." Before he could finish his sentence, a black chain shot towards his face. His pupils contracted sharply, a drop of blood silently falling to the ground as the black robe turned into a shadow and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had switched positions with before. Lin Chen, who made the move, raised an eyebrow. "Blood shadow technique? What's your class, Viscount or Baron?" A hint of surprise appeared in Edward's eyes. This guy could tell his class at a glance, and even knew about the vampire class levels? Edward narrowed his eyes, a hint of killing intent flashing in them. However, before he could act, he heard Lin Chen calmly say, "I advise you to behave, your half-baked blood shadow technique is useless in front of me." Edward subconsciously wanted to retort, but soon realized something was wrong. Because when Lin Chen looked at him, it felt like he was firmly locked on to buy something. He had a premonition that the next time that black chain came at him, even if he used the blood shadow technique to dodge, it would hit him. Sweat broke out on his back, and he forcibly swallowed back the curse that was already at the tip of his tongue. Seeing him no longer moving, Lin Chen looked at him coldly. "Very well, you haven't acted foolishly beyond measure." He then raised an eyebrow and said, "Since you're not completely foolish, here's some advice for you. Give up your vampire class as soon as possible." Although Edward feared Lin Chen's strength and dared not make another move, he didn't take his words to heart. You should know that his profession is an SSS-level vampire, with over 400 points just in job transfer and skill allocation. If not for the map restrictions, his strength would even surpass Ellis, Nina, and others. Asking him to give up an SSS-level profession? What a huge joke. Lin Chen just glanced at him lightly and didn't say much. It's not that the vampire route is bad. Among the eternal races, there are vampire species that have taken this evolutionary path to its peak. Their strength is second only to the eternal dragons, eternal titans, and other peak races. But the evolutionary path may seem broad but is actually extremely narrow. The further you go, the more you have to fight. Fight for that 1 in a million chance. Edward, as a newcomer, what do you have to compare with a peak race that has stood in the eternal kingdom for over 1,000 years? Choosing this evolutionary path will only lead to being suppressed by the eternal vampire species, unable to turn the tables. What seems like a high starting point is actually a dead end. For the strong figures present, Edward can only win at the starting line. As time goes on, his strength will inevitably be inferior to the others. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze from Edward and finally said, "This flag at the end, no need for time coins for auction, exchange with items, I want the fragments of the secret realm. Starting at 10 pieces, you can start bidding now." Most players were puzzled when they heard about the secret realm fragments. Secret realm fragments, what are those? How would I know? However, some players had different expressions. Finally, someone in the crowd raised their hand and said, "I bid 11 fragments, these are what I collected during the newbie trial." After someone made a bid, others didn't bother to hide and started gathering their fragments with friends. Even the strong figures on the scene turned their heads to find their newbie area acquaintances to gather fragments. It's not that they didn't have other ideas, but the chains Lin Chen transformed his arm into still restrained Ellis, Nina, and others, showing no intention of letting go. Just as they revealed a bit of their hand, they scared the black-robed Edward from making a move. The remaining few dared not have any ideas now, fearing the consequences of acting rashly. Lin Chen didn't care about their expressions, just casting a glance at Battlefield 95 while they were bidding. At this moment, there were no more calls for fighting, almost everyone had gathered nearby. Even the timid players who didn't dare approach had hidden away, no longer engaging in mutual slaughter. All these changes were naturally brought about by Lin Chen. If history hadn't changed, Ellis would die, Nina would die, Talon, Che Changyuan, Ragni. These people would all die. The only one to survive wouldn't be anyone else but the black-robed Edward before them. He would become the biggest winner, then embark on an irreversible dead end. Lin Chen intervened to stop all of this, ensuring that nearly half of the players who should have died or been injured on the battlefield survived. Of course, to him, it was just a side task while making a profit. If he were to take it seriously, more Blue Star players would have survived. But he wouldn't do such a thing. Whether it was the fallen ordinary players or geniuses like Miura Kaisho, who was just stabbed to death by Ellis, alive or dead, it had no impact on him or the future of Blue Star. He was never a great man. To him, anything optional was dispensable. 98 pieces of Secret Realm fragments. Finally, someone bid the highest price. Ellis combined the Secret Realm fragments from his newbie area acquaintance and his own, almost reaching 100 pieces. The ownership of this SSS level flag was finally settled. After trading with him, Lin Chen finally let go of this once top-ranked player with low health. Ellis quickly collected the flags on the ground and the SSS level flag, afraid that Lin Chen might change his mind. When all the transactions were over, the scene fell into a strange atmosphere. Whether it was the players who got the flags or those who didn't, they refused to leave the vicinity. Especially the former, they looked alert, their eyes scanning the surrounding players as if they were facing wolves and tigers. In fact, it was true, even the worst flag on the field was S-Class. Apart from Lin Chen being a Grand Slam winner, even Edward, an SSS class professional, was missing a flag. The strong ones on the rankings like Nina, Taylin, Che Chengyuan, and others, only had one flag each. Ragnay, Kelly, didn't even have a single flag. This was a situation they couldn't have imagined before entering the battlefield. Many people's eyes kept darting towards those holding the flags, especially the strong ones like Edward from the rankings. If they were to make a move, the ordinary players wouldn't stand a chance against them. Perhaps with one or two skills, they could kill the other and loot their belongings. However, they ultimately refrained from acting. The pressure Lin Chen exuded was just too overwhelming. Nina and Taylin had been freed by him, but they didn't make any reckless moves. Unfortunately, the current situation was too awkward. Edward, Ellis, Nina, Taylin. The 9 strong figures from the rankings each occupied a corner, forming a standoff. The one they were subtly at odds with was Lin Chen. However, no one dared to make a move, not only because Lin Chen's strength was immeasurable, but also because they didn't trust those around them. Until the countdown on the battlefield reached the last second, no one made a move. Edward and the others just gave Lin Chen a deep look. Only Ellis, riding a huge wave, retreated tens of meters, boasting, "Lin Chen, I'll remember your name. In your words, the green hills will remain unchanged, and the clear waters will flow forever." After saying this, he retreated another few tens of meters, fearing that Lin Chen might catch him off guard later. However, Lin Chen didn't do anything like that. He just kept his eyes closed, but then opened them and glanced at Edward. However, there was no trace of anger in his expression. Among all these so-called geniuses present, only Ellis dared to throw a harsh word at him in the end, so Lin Chen thought it fitting to give him an extra look. As for the other so-called geniuses and monsters on the rankings, they didn't even have the chance to be acknowledged by Lin Chen, who thought of them as nothing more than a group destined to fade away in the river of history. Compared to the dull atmosphere on the field, the scene outside was much livelier. Before the broadcast room closed, many people were still discussing the final battle for the 95th flag. Lin Chen single-handedly suppressed 4 top-ranked players and indirectly killed one of them. The situation that followed was even more unpredictable, leaving countless people puzzled. How did a perfectly good battlefield turn into an auction house in the blink of an eye? It was truly strange. The players from District 911 were naturally ecstatic and jubilant. Who could have imagined that Lin Chen's strength was so formidable, actually securing 10 top-tier resource sites for District 911? When they saw Lin Chen reappear in the classroom, they wanted to rush up and throw him into the sky. Fortunately, when they saw Lin Chen's indifferent expression, they calmed down a bit and didn't rush to their deaths, but the words of praise couldn't be contained. "Lin Gu, you're amazing. Wow, Lin Gu, you're my god. District 911 is invincible, actually owning 10 top-tier resource sites. Incredible." Although they didn't know what the 911 area would become after merging these ownerless lands, seeing all those top-tier talents fighting over it made it clear that it wouldn't be lacking. Perhaps even players like them, with ordinary physique and talents, could ascend to greatness alongside this new 911 beginner area. The thought ignited not only the ordinary players but also Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuangi, filling their hearts with excitement. Soon, a system prompt sounded in their ears. Ding! The 911 beginner area is starting to merge Flame Country's 88th land, SSS level ownerless land, Flame Country's 92nd land, SSS level ownerless land, Sakura Country's 20th land, SSS level ownerless land. The number of merged ownerless lands has reached the limit. Players can choose the main city architectural style themselves. As the system prompt ended, Countless buildings began to appear on the system interface of all 911 area players. There were palaces standing atop mountains like celestial abodes, enormous chasms resembling abysses with thousand-layered towers embedded within, steampunk-style steam cities with smoke swirling around, neon lights and machinery coexisting, underwater palaces built beneath islands with sea creatures abound and radiant light pouring from the top. Wow, these are so beautiful. Can we choose any of these? I want the Celestial Palace, it's so cool. Isn't the Steam City cooler than the Celestial Palace? It's awesome. I find the underwater palace quite intriguing. The players in the 911 area discussed excitedly, but none dared to make the first move. Li Mingliang, being obsequious, asked, Lin Gu, how should we choose the main city style? Lin Chen remained silent but gazed at the main city buildings on the system interface. He naturally knew this was a special treatment only available after merging 10 top-tier resource lands. The styles of these main city buildings were not just about appearances. Different styles represented where their geographical location in the Eternal Kingdom's map would be once the kingdom was opened. Choosing the Celestial Palace as the main city would position the 911 area above the floating islands of the Eternal Kingdom. Opting for the thousand-layered tower in the giant chasm would place the 911 area below the abyss. As the name suggests, the underwater palace represents the underwater map, and each map had varying levels of exploration difficulty. Moreover, many maps were simply unsuitable for the Blue Star race at present. For instance, the underwater map, surviving long-term in the depths of the sea, not only limited evolutionary directions but also significantly increased the hunting difficulty. Of course, all these maps, without exception, possessed extremely rich map resources. Lin Chen's finger continuously swiped across the interface, passing over numerous majestic, bizarre, magnificent, and colorful main cities. Finally, he stopped on a map full of desolate ruins. Compared to the previous main city buildings, the contrast in this map was too stark, even making many people unable to bear looking at it directly. Even though Lin Chen's finger stopped on it, almost no one believed he would choose it. The reason was simple. The buildings on that desolate ruins were not only pitifully few but also surrounded by a scene of endless yellow sand. The entire city appeared exceptionally desolate in the world of swirling sand and dust. The only distinctive feature might be the towering walls surrounding the ruins, appearing extremely tall and wide. Like an impassable barrier, it completely separated the endless yellow sand outside the city from the buildings inside, even conveying a sense of oppression through the screen. However, that was all there was to it. It couldn't compare to the ethereal celestial palace soaring into the clouds, nor the mysterious palace submerged underwater. At first glance, all one could see was the high wall. Just when everyone thought Lin Chen would swipe past the image again, he extended his hand and tapped on the screen, saying, I'll choose this one. Ah, Lin Gu, are you not mistaken? It's just a wall. Someone exclaimed. Yeah, isn't the Immortal Palace a good choice? It looks pretty cool. I support the Green Shadow Immortal Trace, so dreamy. The deep sea also seems interesting. The crowd discussed eagerly. However, in the next moment, Lin Chen's cold voice interrupted their fantasies. I didn't consult with any of you. His eyes swept around coldly and he said, not choosing means death. It was his usual style. Beside him, Li Mingliang, upon hearing the players and despite whatever Lin Chen said, was already feeling uneasy. Lin Chen was never a saint, always brimming with killing intent. Although he didn't know why, he spared those top-tier foreign players on the battlefield earlier. But before that, Lin Chen had already killed close to 1,000 players. Anyone who dared to stand in his way became a lost soul under the black chains. How dare you all? Li Mingliang looked at the people in the classroom, feeling a chill down his spine. Other players seemed to realize this too, as Xiaoyu, embedded in the classroom wall, had already breathed her last. Despite the gruesome example before them, they subconsciously ignored it due to the earlier flag battle. Only now did these players realize, sweating coldly. Lin Gu, we'll choose whatever you say. Li Mingliang immediately declared. Other players followed suit. Yes, I was just talking nonsense earlier, don't take it to heart, Lin Gu. This desert-style building, upon closer inspection, is quite unique. Exactly, Lin Ji's choice must be right. After speaking, they frantically pulled out the desert-style blueprint and clicked on the chosen button. Forget about immortal palaces or green shadow immortal traces, their lives were more important. They were afraid of choosing too slowly and getting punched into the wall by Lin Chen, unable to press the button. Lin Chen paid no attention to their reactions. Whether they liked or hated him, it didn't matter. If it weren't for the fact that the village chief mission in Area 911 had to wait until the newbie area merged, he wouldn't have gathered this group together. After more than half of the players chose the desert-style main city building, the system automatically locked the blueprint. Ding! Main city blueprint locked, main city merging. players please do not leave the room at will. As the system prompt for the main city merging sounded, all players in Area 911 were pulled into small rooms. Each had their own, simple in style but with independent bathrooms and even some food. They couldn't disturb each other but could communicate through the area chat channel. Just as they entered the rooms, the players received a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to Li Mingliang for outstanding performance in the newbie period, receiving a C-grade evaluation, reward, 2 first-tier time fruits, ding! Congratulations to Jiang Yuanji for outstanding performance in the newbie period, receiving a C-grade evaluation, reward, 2 first-tier time fruits, ding! Congratulations! The system prompts kept coming, leaving the players a bit puzzled. Wow, there are rewards! They were initially surprised, then realized something was off. Wait, how about the time coins I borrowed earlier? This is bad. Lingu, if we repay early, can we get only half the interest? Until this moment, they realized they had been tricked. Borrow 1, repay 10. It was completely unnecessary. The settlement rewards for the newbie period came late, but they arrived. Even the worst clearance reward included one-time coin, enough to get through the newbie area merging period. However, now they were burdened with high interest. The more they borrowed, the more they had to repay. It was more than just losing out, as explained by the 3 words "this is bad." However, no one dared to privately discuss the matter of Lin Chen's interest, let alone not repay it. Li Mingliang patted his chest and felt a hint of relief. Being pushed away by Lin Chen with a slap before, turned out to be a good thing in the end? But this C-grade evaluation didn't seem too high no matter how you looked at it. He stroked his chin, pondering. What would Lin Boss's evaluation be like? Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Chen for outstanding performance in the novice period, receiving an S-grade evaluation, perfect, reward, first-tier time fruit *10, the system prompt entered Lin Chen's ears, but this was all within expectations. It was just a perfect grade evaluation, and he wasn't the only one to receive it. Those players who were previously on the popular leaderboard had basically one perfect grade evaluation each. Compared to those players who completed the game or changed professions in just 1 or 2 hours, his perfect grade evaluation was only average. Of course, if it was purely based on difficulty, there was probably no novice player who could compare to him. After all, as a pure-blooded descendant of the Eternal Clan, he wasn't just fooling around. Even after changing professions, there were only a few players in Blue Star who could be compared to him. Lin Chen glanced at the time fruits in his backpack. Although he earned over 1,000 coins in the flag battle, no one would find time coins to be too few. He directly threw a first-tier time fruit into his mouth. Ding! Time coin plus 10. With this, his time coin balance increased slightly again. Time coin, 1669. Without hesitation, Lin Chen clicked on the upgrade button. Ding! Consuming 4 time coins to complete the upgrade, all attributes plus 1. Ding! Consuming 6 time coins to complete the upgrade, all attributes plus 1. Ding! Consuming 8 time coins to complete the upgrade, all attributes plus 1. Ding! Consuming 22 time coins to complete the upgrade, all attributes plus 1. With the sound of 10 upgrades, 130 time coins evaporated directly, and Lin Chen's level jumped from 10 to 20. Upgrading with a lot of time coins was so rapid, unlike other players. Even though the number of time coins consumed for upgrading was far less than Lin Chen, accumulating enough time coins to reach level 20 would still take some time. When Lin Chen was about to invest time coins into the experience bar again, he received a system prompt. Ding! Upgrade reached the limit, hunt enough prey to continue leveling up. There was this restriction too? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, and his smooth coin-throwing action came to a halt. In his previous life as an ordinary warrior, as long as he had enough time coins, he could directly upgrade to the first-tier bottleneck period. Then, with a few advancement materials at most, he could directly advance to the second tier. However, the hunter sequence was clearly different. Even before reaching the level limit of the first tier, a bottleneck had already appeared. He clicked on the hunting section on his personal panel, and indeed, there was a mission objective: hunt first tier 2-star prey, 0 out of 10. The first tier represented the level, and 2 stars represented the combat power rating within the same tier. For Lin Chen, 2-star prey at the same tier was naturally nothing, but currently, the novice area was still in the integration phase, and suitable prey couldn't be found, so leveling up had to be put on hold for now. He temporarily set aside the upgrade. With the world channel also closed after the flag battle, the only thing left was the National Game Forum. After the recent battle, the Game Forum of the Flame Country unexpectedly listed the players who performed excellently in the battle. The first thing that caught his eye was the top 10 SSS grade players in the Flame Country area. 1. Bai Yi, the Poetic Sword Immortal, SSS grade. 2. Yi Hui, the Eye Technique Master, SSS Grade 3. Luo Lianji, the Holy Fire Rose, SSS Grade 10. Morong Taotao, the Plant Doctor, SSS Grade. Above are the top 10 SSS Grade professional players in the Flame Country area. Each one of them had shone brightly in the previous flag battle, dominating a battlefield. Their novice area was no exception, all integrated with 10 unclaimed SSS Grade territories. Lin Chen was not unfamiliar with the players on this list. If one had to say who became the unexpected one on the path of evolution in the later stages of the Eternal Kingdom, then at least half of the people on this list could be called that one. Especially the top 3 on the leaderboard, even in the later stages of the Eternal War, played a crucial role. The territories where the 10 SSS Grade players of the Flame Country were located were later jokingly referred to by players as the 10 sacred sites of the Flame Country. This also represented the future top 10 forces of the Flame Country, and countless players were eager to join them. However, this time, outside of these 10 sacred sites, an additional one was added. In this top-ranked list of strong players, an additional player's name was added, 11. Lin Chen, profession unknown, strength between SS Grade and SSS Grade. The reason was simple, the Flame Country's 911 area also integrated 10 SSS Grade resource areas. The only reason he was singled out was that his achievements were not as good as the top 10 on the list, but he was stronger than the players on the following SS Grade list. Therefore, the people who made the list placed him at the bottom of the first list. The battlefields of the top 10 SSS Grade players were all ranked before number 50. The number of players they killed, the number of strong opponents they faced on the battlefield, were far higher than those on the later battlefields. Yet they could still stand tall on the battlefield full of strong players, seize 10 SSS Grade flags, which was enough to show their strength. Lin Chen's 95th battlefield only had one player, Edward, who seemed to be an SSS Grade professional, while the rest were all SS Grade or S Grade players, and their numbers were far fewer than those before rank 50. In terms of quality, it was relatively lower. Of course, even lower, he ranked as the 11th person in the entire novice area of the Flame Country. If it weren't for the fact that there was no talk of transferring areas now, countless players would probably want to join the current Flame Country's 911 area. And countless people were speculating about Lin Chen's profession and professional rating. Many people believed that he was probably an SSS Grade, and even if he was SS Grade, he would be among the top of the SS Grade. Lin Chen remained non-committal about this. Hunter, if we were to follow the conventional career standards of the Eternal Kingdom, it would probably only be considered C Grade. Yes, just C Grade. Usually, the attributes added after leveling up after changing careers are different for each level of profession. Only F Grade professions add 1 point to attributes after changing careers, E Grade adds 2 points after leveling up. Following this logic, C Grade leveling up would add 4 points to attribute values, averaging 1 point per attribute. Whereas top-tier SSS Grade professions would add an extra 20 points to attributes per level, averaging 5 points per attribute. Over 10 levels, there would be a difference of 40 points in single attribute values. However, Lin Chen was not in a hurry, even if the attribute points added after changing careers were lower than in his previous life. But he knew how great the potential of Hunter was. Just relying on the upgrade bonus of attribute values could not fully reflect the value of this profession. Perfectly matching, Cancer, Hunting could increase evolution points, the effects of unlimited evolution and absorption. Each ability was invaluable. With only a 40-point difference in attribute values over 10 levels, as long as Lin Chen started hunting, he would soon catch up to and even surpass this number. Lin Chen glanced at his personal panel, Lin Chen, level 20, already changed careers, Hunter, first tier, title, Blasphemer, blocked, time, 1536, strength, 155 plus 130, agility, 145 plus 120, constitution, 150 plus 119, spirit, 160 plus 108. Even the lowest spiritual power had exceeded 100 points. Lin Chen raised his hand slightly, and his right arm began to distort again, but this time it didn't transform entirely into a bone sword. Instead, a bone sword directly distorted out of his body. At first glance, Lin Chen could now wield a sword with one hand. However, upon closer inspection, one could still see the meridians connecting the bone sword to his arm. Transitioning from a bone sword to wielding it may seem simple, but Lin Chen's combat power had significantly increased. Previously, he could only use bone swords and chains because he couldn't hold them. Now that he could hold them, his attack methods and the variety of distorted weapons had expanded. Additionally, with over 100 points of cancerization value, Lin Chen had more possibilities. It was worth noting that the parts of his body that could distort were not just limited to his arms or weapons. Lin Chen glanced at the cancerization value of his mental power, rubbed his fingers, and murmured to himself, only 100 points, still a long way to go. After organizing his own status, Lin Chen continued browsing the game forum. At this moment, the forum was filled with posts discussing the top players in the Flame Country rankings. Apart from the top players in the Flame Country, they also listed the top players from other countries. However, the attention given to top players from other regions was noticeably less compared to their own country, with only rough speculations about players who performed well in the flag battle. For example, the SSS-level ninja Aoi from the Sakura country, who effortlessly wiped out 3,000 enemies with a single flying shadow slash and easily captured 10 SSS-level flags. The SSS-level Shining Paladin from the Great Eagle country, who stood firm in one place for over an hour against thousands of players without being breached, maintaining his health above the green line. In addition, there were the SSS-level Demon Hunting Nun from France, the SSS-level War Mech Soldier from the Lighthouse country, and the SSS-level Frost Bear Knight from the Grizzly country. These were all top professional players who outshone others in their respective battlefields, showing an invincible demeanor right after changing professions. Even Lin Chen recognized many familiar names from this additional list of top players. Below were discussions about who was the strongest. Luo Lianji is so beautiful, from a distance, she really looks like a flame rose, both beautiful and powerful. The Aoi Mei from Sakura country is also strong, she had a 50-50 showdown with Luo Lianji, neither gaining an advantage over the other. The Demon Hunting Nun is also impressive, her giant cross sword has probably purified countless lost souls. Why praise others? Our Flame Country's White Knight Poetic Sword Immortal is extremely elegant, with endless poems and continuous sword energy, so cool. You can't say that. The Shining Paladin is indeed very strong. Once a few top auras are activated, even S-rank combat professions find it hard to break through. As players debated who was the strongest, little did they know that the battles in each war zone would soon commence, and at a faster pace than they imagined. While they were still arguing about these trivial matters, the fusion of the main city area was progressing step by step. Finally, after the countdown of 12 hours ended, the players from Zone 911 also received a notification that the main city fusion was complete. Ding! Zone 911 successfully merged 10 unclaimed territories. The main city has been restored. Would you like to teleport immediately? Friendly reminder, after teleporting, the Beast-Tide siege will begin immediately. Players should prepare in advance. It had finally begun. Lin Chen looked at the message prompt on the screen and clicked yes without hesitation. In the next moment, the screen flashed, and he found himself standing on top of a tall city wall. Before he could even see any colors clearly, he was hit in the face by a gust of yellow sand. Lin Chen didn't close his eyes, allowing the sand to blur his vision, and his gaze extended to the distance. On top of the tall city wall, there was nothing to be seen, to the extent that one couldn't even see the end. Inside the city was a ruin, outside was a sea of yellow sand. The entire main city stood as if in the endless desert, desolate and hopeless, a millennium of solitude. In Lin Chen's eyes, a hint of nostalgia appeared briefly but soon vanished, replaced by a gradually emerging sharp killing intent. Therefore, as players from Zone 911 were teleporting to the city walls one after another, they caught sight of Lin Chen, exuding a strong aura of bloodlust, standing at the forefront. Oh no! Who has provoked this god of slaughter again? Li Mingliang's heart skipped a beat. Then he looked around and noticed there was no one near Lin Chen. Before they could make sense of it, the system prompt arrived. Ding! Main quest Beast-Tide Siege has been initiated. The first wave of beasts is approaching. Players, please prepare yourselves. Ding! Main quest Beast-Tide Siege initiated. Players can choose to accept side quests. 1. Side quest, 1 Village Chief's Duty. 2. Side quest, 2 Warrior of the Battlefield. 3. Side quest, 3 Bosses Nemesis. 4. Side quest, for support. Several quests flashed before the players' eyes, dazzling them. However, Li Mingliang's gaze was fixed on the quest, side quest, 1 Village Chief's Duty, quest requirements, lead players, ensure that over 50% of players survive by the end of the Beast Tide. Quest reward, obtain the position of Village Chief, Golden Treasure Chest *1 note, unique quest, cannot be repeated. I can do this. Li Mingliang felt delighted, the quest requirements seemed too easy. With Lin Chen, a pro player, in the newbie zone, he could just hide behind him later. But as he was about to accept the quest, he found out it had already been taken. Soon after, cheers erupted from a distance. Ha, I got the Village Chief quest, ha ha ha, the Village Chief is mine. A player excitedly jumped on the city wall, while nearby players looked at him enviously. Before he could fully celebrate, a black chain swiftly pierced through the crowd, striking him in the chest with lightning speed. Critical hit. One hit kill. The red damage numbers floated above his head, his smile froze on his face, and he involuntarily fell backward. Everyone felt a chill down their spines and turned to see Lin Chen retracting the black chain. Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly, showing a puzzled expression, and said, "Whether it's Yenzhou, that woman, or you, how thick are your skulls? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" After speaking, he glanced at the players behind him. It was only at this moment that the players in Zone 911 truly woke up and realized that Lin Chen's previous death warning was no joke. The tiny sliver of luck left in their hearts vanished completely, replaced by a cold fear. Ding! Side Quest 1 has been released by a player. Players can choose freely. The system prompt sounded again. When everyone looked at Side Quest 1 again, they no longer harbored any illusions. Li Mingliang shuddered, almost following in Yan Zhou's footsteps. After hesitating for a moment, he weakly raised his hand and asked, Lin, can we accept other quests? Besides the village chief quest, there were no restrictions on accepting other quests. However, the rewards for completing the quests would be based on their completion rate. In simple terms, the better they performed during the Beast Tide, the more rewards they would receive. Lin Chen domineeringly prohibited them from accepting any quests and simply said, "After all Beast Tides end, those who have killed fewer than 100 monsters will be expelled from Zone 911. Zone 911 doesn't need trash." With that, he clicked to accept the village chief's quest. Upon hearing his words, the players became tense. They had initially hoped to fight alongside Lin Chen to earn more time coins and rewards. Now it seemed they had overestimated their chances. Kill 100 monsters. Players were feeling a bit uneasy. Even B-tier professionals like Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuangi were getting nervous. But upon further thought, if the monster's strength was similar to that of beginners, then maybe dealing with 100 monsters wouldn't be that difficult, right? At least I don't have to worry about the number of kills, Li Mingliang thought to himself. However, he soon realized he was being too optimistic. The countdown for the first wave of the Siege Beast Tide began. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the timer's beep ended, roars echoed from afar. Roar! 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 Concealed by the swirling yellow sand, monsters draped in yellow cloaks rushed towards the high wall at a rapid pace. Changeling Jackal, level 11 to 20, skills 1. Bite 2. Curved Blade Slash 3. Hypnotic Stare, Combat Power Evaluation, First Tier, 1 star. This was a humanoid creature that could transform into a jackal for attacks. In terms of combat power, it was considered low tier. Initially, when Li Mingliang and others saw the combat power evaluation, they weren't too concerned, even feeling relieved that the monster's combat power wasn't too high, giving them hope of completing Lin Chen's task. However, as the changeling jackals approached the city gate one by one, their jaws dropped in shock. Along the city wall, a dense line of yellow cloaks extended endlessly, with at least 2,000 visible at a glance. The number was overwhelming, and this was just the first wave of the Beast Tide. Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuangi exchanged a glance, seeing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. They both recalled the waves of beasts on the training ground during their novice trials, with numbers as vast as they were now facing. Just as they were getting nervous, Lin Chen unexpectedly took a step forward and leaped directly from the 100-meter-high city wall. Everyone was startled and hurried to the wall to watch. Lin Chen's arm extended several claw-like hooks that nailed into the wall like nails, then he slid down smoothly. In just a few seconds, he landed on the ground. Wow, Lin Bro is truly amazing, so graceful, even cooler than a stunt actor. Stop boasting, how do we get down from here? I'm not going down, I'll just use my skills from up here. Ha, the city wall is 100 meters high, can your fireball spell even reach the monsters? Who knows where it'll end up? Hey, isn't that a staircase? We can go down that way. While the players were still figuring out how to leave the city to face the enemy, Lin Chen had already engaged in combat with the first wave of monsters. The black chains, like the scythe of a reaper, swiftly rotated in the air, continuously piercing the changeling jackal's temples before they could transform. Critical hit. One-hit kill. Critical hit. One-hit kill. Red critical hit notifications kept popping up as one monster after another fell. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged, the speed of the chain rotation increasing. By the time Li Mingliang and the others found the way out of the city and descended from the wall, they realized that the landscape was littered with corpses as far as the eye could see. Over 2,000 changeling jackals had been slaughtered by Lin Chen in a blink of an eye. It was only then that they belatedly understood. The greatest challenge of the hunting mission wasn't the monsters, but the one they had underestimated. Lin Chen. Evolution points, +0, 2, +0, 1, +0, +0, 1. Cancerization value of strength, +0, 2, +0, 1, +0, 1. As Lin Chen's black chains continued to pierce the still warm bodies, the stagnant cancerization value and evolution points increased once again. However, given his current strength, the first tier, 1-star changeling jackals could only provide him with a limited amount of cancerization value and evolution points. Moreover, it was believed that soon, the points he could gain would reach a bottleneck, making it difficult to extract more points from these changeling corpses. Lin Chen attacked while silently pondering in his mind, compared to the monsters in the God's Trial, they are far too weak. For a newly promoted ordinary player like him, the difficulty of the jackal transformation was just right, neither too high nor too low. But for him, it was somewhat of a waste. Tasteless to consume, regrettable to discard. Moreover, absorbing the corpses of these monsters only increased evolution points, providing no benefit to his ability's evolution. Lin Chen glanced back at the players from Area 911 who were following him to scavenge, his brow furrowing slightly. Compared to the group that used to guard this place, it was like night and day. He shook his head. Those who couldn't meet his requirements would naturally be expelled. As for where they ended up, it was none of his concern. However, this territory was crucial for Blue Star. There was simply no place for waste to exist. Lin Chen just took a glance and then withdrew his gaze. In the next moment, he suddenly accelerated and charged back into the jackal pack. The players who wanted to scavenge behind him were instantly confused, unsure whether to follow. Oh no, Lin Gu is getting further away. Looks like we can't scavenge anymore. What should we do? I've only killed 2 or 3 jackals, will I fail the mission? Many players were anxious because they had not killed many monsters. Among those barely keeping up, there were probably only Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji. What do you think? Jiang Yuanji asked Li Mingliang beside him after swiftly killing a jackal. He was known as the person in Area 911 who understood Lin Chen the best, bar none. Li Mingliang smiled bitterly and said, I don't think Linda is acting aimlessly. If he says something, he will definitely do it. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I always feel like he might not even care about us. So those who can't keep up with him, or can't even see his back, might really be ruthlessly kicked out by him. Jiang Yuanji fell silent for a moment. After a while, he slammed his long spear into the ground, his eyes sparking. Then let's make an effort to keep up with him, he said solemnly. Hearing this, Li Mingliang also let out a sigh of relief and nodded vigorously, right, even if we can only keep up with his back, it's better than drifting aimlessly in the apocalypse. I don't care, I'll give it my all. After these few days, especially after witnessing the Battle of the World Strong just a dozen hours ago, they understood the vast gap between themselves and those true powerhouses. If they were expelled by Lin Chen, they could set aside where they would go for now, but perhaps they would only be able to witness the peak of the world in the live stream for the rest of their lives. However, if they continued to follow Lin Chen, maybe one day they could also step onto the world stage. In this world that felt like doomsday, they fought for their own place. Compared to other players, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji were more touched by the current situation. Alright, let's fight for it, Jiang Yuanji declared loudly. With that, the two exchanged a smile, then charged into the jackal pack without hesitation. However, their direction happened to be opposite to Lin Chen's charge. They weren't scavenging but carving out a path with their own hands. 10 minutes later, the notification of the end of the first wave of the beast tide arrived. Ding! Congratulations to Area 911 for successfully resisting the first wave of the beast tide attack. Reward, time coin +1. Countdown to the next beast tide, 9 minutes 59 seconds. As the first wave of the beast tide attack ended, the players on the field breathed a sigh of relief. Overall, the first wave of the beast tide was not very difficult. Especially with Lin Chen leading the charge, he had dealt with most of the monsters. On the leaderboard for the beast tide attack, the number of monsters he had killed was far ahead. 1. Lin Chen, kill count, 13452. Li Mingliang, kill count, 923. Jiang Yuanji, kill count, 914. Ren Chang, kill count, 23. Lin Chen didn't have much interest in the monsters of the first wave of the beast tide. Otherwise, he would have killed more. Everyone was amazed by Lin Chen's kill count. My god, Lin Gu is as fierce as ever. Oh no, what should I do? I only killed a few monsters, will I really be expelled? Don't worry, there's still the beast tide, another chance. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji are also so strong, almost reaching their goals. They are all so powerful, I'm the only useless one. Don't cry, little one, Big Brother has got your back. Players had just relaxed when they saw Lin Chen's message on the 911 area channel. Lin Chen, everyone, skip the waiting time. Li Mingliang immediately replied below. Okay, Lin Gu. Jiang Yuanji, already skipped. Skip the rest time? The hearts that had just calmed down were now tense again. The players complained inwardly but dared not disobey. Helplessly, they one by one chose to skip the rest time on the interface and directly entered the next wave of the beast tide. Ding! More than half of the players have skipped the waiting time. The second wave of the beast tide is about to attack the city. Please prepare yourselves. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown ended, the distant roar of ferocious beasts echoed once more. The terrifying howls pierced through the yellow sand, and the vibrations of claws scraping the ground made everyone's hearts tighten again. The view from the city below was not as clear as from the city walls. Not to mention the abundance of yellow sand. With their meager experience, they couldn't discern the exact location of the monsters. They swallowed hard, fully focused, not daring to be distracted. The next moment, a fierce lizard beast emerged from the yellow sand. The female player facing it didn't even have a chance to check the monster's information before the beast's jaws were about to snap her neck. Just as she looked terrified, a familiar black chain broke through the layers of sand and pierced straight into the lizard beast's brain. Critical hit. One-hit kill. The notification floated above the monster's head. The player fell to the ground, her pants soaked, a smell of urine filling the air. But no player around mocked her, knowing they could be in the same situation. The female player was stunned for a moment, then cried and said to Lin Chen emerging from the sand, "Thank you, Lin Gu, I love you to death." Lin Gu, thank you, get up there. Lin Chen interrupted her coldly before she could finish. Ha! The player stood still. Lin Chen didn't look at her again but said to the nearby players, "Those saved by me, go up the city wall." At first, the female player was happy to be asked to go up the wall. But then she realized something was wrong. If I go up the wall, won't I be unable to kill monsters and complete the mission? Her heart sank, and she quickly said, Lin Gu, I don't need to go up, I can still fight, please don't drive me away, Lin Gu, I just killed less than 10 monsters. But no matter how she pleaded, Lin Chen just said indifferently, no need, dead people can't fight. She instantly fell silent, not knowing what to say. Indeed, if it weren't for Lin Chen saving her, she would have been a dead person. And Lin Chen saving her wasn't because he took a liking to her, it was just to complete the mission village chief's duty. The female player couldn't accept the thought of being expelled from the newly merged and promising 911 area. Especially when she saw that she had wet her pants, a rush of shame and anger surged to her head instantly. She scratched her head furiously and went mad at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you are too much. I'm a girl, can't you cut us some slack? You're so strong, what's wrong with leading us? Look at the big shots in other newbie areas, they all have their followers with them, but you keep demanding so much from us. What did we do wrong in the end? She cried out in despair. But not just her, other players also had more or less the same thoughts. Lin Chen's strength is just due to good luck and a good talent. So strong, yet so stingy, not only refusing to share the time coins earned but also lending money to us. Do you think you're the company boss? Killing monsters even has KPIs. Lin Chen looked coldly at the female player who was crying and breaking down on the ground, then glanced around at the silent players nearby, but he felt no ripple in his heart. Even after the cruel trials of these past few days, there were still players with such a childish mindset. He wasn't surprised, there were countless fools like this in his past life. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to explain much to people who were bound to die sooner or later, he just said, the mission requirement is a survival rate of 50%, I don't mind killing half of you, then tying the remaining half to the city wall. Of course, if you all want to commit suicide together, that's even better. After all, if everyone dies, the village chief's mission will fail, and the village chief position will fall to me. It was the first time Lin Chen had said so much, but the players present didn't feel any warmth, instead, their limbs grew even colder. It turned out that from the beginning, Lin Chen didn't expect them to survive, nor did he have any expectations of them. A chill ran through the players' hearts. Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuangyi, who happened to walk by and see this scene, exchanged a glance and gave a bitter smile. Then they didn't say much, just silently turned around and rushed towards the beast tide, ready to fight again. To avoid being eliminated by Lin Chen, it was simple, just achieve the goals he set. 100 monsters, not too many to say the least. Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuangyi were close to reaching the goal. After hearing his words, the crazy female player's expression stiffened on her face. She wanted to say more, but she was silenced by other players nearby, who covered her mouth and dragged her back. Shut up! Do you really want to get us all killed? After Lin Chen's almost threatening words, the players finally woke up. Lin Chen was indeed the strongest player in the 911 area, but he was never their savior. Let's go, useless. Hurry up and get up there, don't delay us from killing monsters. Get lost, the players said in disgust. And that giant baby female player still didn't understand why Lin Chen had said that. Why were her teammates, who seemed to be on her side just now turning against her directly? And all this stemmed from a simple truth, in the apocalypse, the strong are respected. The weak can only be at the mercy of fate. And the land chosen by Lin Chen showcased this truth to the fullest. This was a battlefield for a monster feast, now and in the future. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to explain further. He turned his head and charged back into the beast tide, spreading his arms wide, initiating a bloody slaughter. And after the players sent the people back to the city wall, they quickly joined the battle, afraid of falling behind even for a second. Multi-headed lizard, level 1120, skills 1. Multiple attacks 2. Hold breath 3. Alertness, combat power evaluation, first tier, 1 star. The strength of the ferocious beasts was still not high, but their numbers were extremely large. And in terms of combat power, although the multi-headed lizard and the hyena were both first tier, 1 star, the former had tough skin, varied attack forms, and was more than twice as difficult to deal with as the latter. Besides Lin Chen maintaining a high level of killing speed, Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuangi, ranked 2nd and 3rd, slowed down. But the speed of clearing the city in the last wave of beast tide still remained within 20 minutes. Ding! Congratulations to Zone 911 for successfully resisting the second wave of beast tide attacking the city. Reward, time coins +2. Countdown to the next beast tide, 9 minutes 59 seconds. The players did not relax for a moment even after clearing this wave of beast tide. They stared fixedly at the zone chat channel. As expected, the message appeared again in the chat channel. Lin Chen, skip the rest time. This time, no one dared to hesitate for even a second, quickly clicked on the skip option, and swiftly moved on to the next wave of beast tide. Ding! More than half of the players have skipped the waiting time. The third wave of beast tide attacking the city is about to arrive. Please prepare yourselves, players. 10, 9, 8. The monsters came again. The players in Zone 911 could only grit their teeth, pick up their weapons, and fight fiercely with the monsters. They dared not slack off. If they did, those monsters would suddenly emerge from the yellow sand and tear their bodies apart, gnawing at their heads. Even the timid players forgot their fear at this moment. Their minds could no longer hold any other thoughts. Faced with the enemy, they could only confront them head-on with their swords and weapons. Gradually, the players were also stirred up, each of them becoming bloodthirsty, killing with red eyes. Damn it, kill them, die, I'll make you die. Fight till the end, I'll fight you all. Kill, kill, kill. The roars echoed throughout the area. The slight dependence on others in their hearts began to dissipate. As the waves of beast tide attacked, their kill count unknowingly rose rapidly. The number of players achieving Lin Chen's set target increased. Li Mingliang, Zhang Yuanji, Ren Chang. One player after another had a kill count exceeding 100. However, there were also casualties. After saving the first female player, Lin Chen did not deliberately turn back to rescue other players in danger. He only helped out as he passed by. The condition remained the same: the rescued must go up to the city wall. After the first player died, the players around completely realized that Lin Chen could not be their eternal savior and had to fight even more fiercely. Of course, the consequence of this was a rapid increase in the number of casualties. In the end, Lin Chen had to return to the vicinity of the main force and start a rescue plan. As the rounds of beast tide increased, the number of players reaching 100 kills also grew. Even those he saved, many were qualified. The more intense it became, the harder the players fought. Especially the outstanding ones, Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji, even started comparing themselves later on. They not only competed in kills but also in endurance. The third wave, the fourth wave, the fifth wave of beast tide were all first tier 1 star to first tier 2 star beings. Although Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji found it somewhat difficult to deal with, they could barely hold their ground. However, other players began to be gradually eliminated. Either they were killed by monsters or saved by Lin Chen and sent back to the city wall. It continued until the 7th wave of beast tide, where first tier 3-star monsters began to appear, and Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji could no longer hold on. They were then saved by Lin Chen and returned to the city wall. At this moment, under the city wall, only Lin Chen remained. He was alone, completely letting go, and surprisingly, the clearance time decreased instead of increasing. Round after round, wave after wave. Soon, it was time for the final wave of beast tide attacking the city. Ding! More than half of the players have skipped the waiting time. The 10th wave of beast tide attacking the city is about to arrive. Please prepare yourselves, players. 10, 9, 8. Roar! Countless undead warriors rushed from the distant yellow sand. The sheer number made the players on the city wall feel their scalps tingle. Most importantly, this undead army was completely different from the chaotic previous beast tide. From afar, it looked like a well-trained legion. Mobilization was prohibited. Everything was in perfect order. At the rear of the battlefield stood a giant minotaur skeleton over 3 meters tall. Lin Chen, at the foot of the city, seemed to have exceptional vision, piercing through the endless yellow sand to see countless undead warriors. Despite the countless roars echoing in his ears, Lin Chen closed his eyes, as if transported back to a battlefield from a past life. He chose this desert as the location for the main city area because it was the border of the Blue Star. After entering the Great War of the Myriad Races, countless strong warriors rushed here to defend against enemies. Be it foreign tribes or fierce beasts, they came in endless waves. Unlike the Sky Islands or deep sea maps, this place was abundant in monster resources. The killing was endless, the resources inexhaustible, making it the perfect whetstone for his hunter god title. Sensing the approaching footsteps and roars of the undead warriors, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. As he watched thousands of undead closing in, instead of retreating, he stepped forward. In the next moment, he charged straight towards the opposing army. Hunt lock on, undead army. At the moment the skill was activated, thousands of fearless and tireless undead warriors trembled and froze in place for an instant. Although it lasted less than a second, due to their large numbers, even the players on the city walls found it extremely noticeable. Li Mingliang exclaimed, "Huh," then turned to Jiang Yuanji and asked, "Am I seeing things, or did the beast tide just stutter?" Undead Warrior, level, 25 to 30, skills, 1. Protection, 2. Combat power rating, first tier, 2 stars. Undead Mage, level, 30 to 35, skills, 1. Summon Skeletons, 2. Blood Mist, combat power rating, first tier, 3 stars. Undead Minotaur, boss, level, 40, skills, 1. Giant Axe Strike, 2. Enrage, 3. Hoof Strike, 4. Charge, combat power rating, first tier, 4 stars, elite. These are all the types of creatures in the Undead Beast Tide. The lowest is a first tier, 2 stars existence, while the highest is a first tier, 4 stars boss. The players on the city walls were already frightened by the sheer numbers, and when they saw the combat power ratings, they felt dry-mouthed and shivered. After the recent Beast Tide, many players had leveled up several times. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji had even reached level 20, but they found it very challenging to fight against first tier, 2 stars monsters. When facing first tier, 3 stars monsters, they were completely helpless. Despite their considerable coordination, they couldn't even defeat a single first tier, 3 stars monster together. In the end, it was Lin Chen who saved them, allowing them to return to the city walls. Despite the small gap of just 1 star, they experienced firsthand how significant it was. Not to mention, the boss wielding the giant axe was a first tier, 4 stars elite boss. They dared not imagine how powerful it was, as it was currently beyond their ability to defeat. However, not being able to win didn't stop them from watching. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji looked down at the figure speeding through the yellow sand below the city, its speed surpassing their imagination. If they hadn't climbed up to get a better view, they wouldn't have been able to catch Lin Chen's movements at all. He's almost there. For some reason, even standing on the city walls, Li Mingliang felt a wave of nervousness. As they watched Lin Chen getting closer to the undead army, suddenly he pushed off the ground, soared dozens of meters into the air, clenched his fist, and then with a loud boom, he crashed into the undead army like a battering ram. Dozens of undead warriors around him were shattered by the intense impact. Critical hit. One-hit kill. Critical hit. One-hit kill. A flurry of instant kill notifications floated across the battlefield. Roar. The undead warriors howled, raising their swords and charging towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen, who had successfully landed a blow, did not immediately launch an attack but carefully observed the surrounding undead warriors. Hunting that skill explanation is not just for show, it can really intimidate prey. Lin Chen muttered to himself. With his keen eyesight, he could naturally see that the attacks of these undead warriors had noticeably slowed down compared to before. It wasn't due to any slowing magic skills but rather a natural reaction born out of their fear of themselves. Therefore, Lin Chen naturally thought of that evaluation he had heard before: when you lock onto a hunting target, even if it's a deity, it will tremble. He seemed to have an epiphany, then quickly refocused his thoughts. Distortion. Lin Chen's black chains extended once again. 2, 4, 6. And they didn't stop there. Until 12 chains had fully grown out, the ends of the chains were no longer spikes but small meteor hammers. Whoosh! In the next moment, the 12 chains began to whirl fiercely, smashing the undead warriors who tried to approach him into a pulp. Although the undead warriors and the novice skeletal warriors looked similar, there were still some differences. The former was a more advanced undead species. The latter moved in a limping manner, with crooked and awkward movements. The former moved smoothly, wielded their swords skillfully, and even displayed a certain level of intelligence, being able to act decisively. Of course, for Lin Chen, there was no significant difference between them. They were all just one hit, one little friend. Even a first-tier 2-star undead warrior, under Lin Chen's small meteor hammer, was as fragile as thin paper. With a gentle sweep, their skeletons collapsed like dominoes, bones shattered and scattered in the air. The flames of their souls in their heads extinguished one by one. Li Mingliang and Jian Yuanji on the city wall watched in amazement. The first tier 2-star monsters that they had struggled against were easily dealt with by Lin Chen, just like first tier knock demons. It was a breeze, toppling them all. TSK, I wonder how many 4-dimensional attributes Lin Gu has? This attack is too terrifying. Indeed, even if I went up there, I probably wouldn't last 2 rounds before meeting my end. Jiang Yuanji said so. Li Mingliang glanced at him and sneered, are you overestimating yourself? Can you compete with those A-level wrestlers from the previous flag battle? Jiang Yuanji. Li Mingliang chuckled, below S rank, Lin Gu probably only needs 1 strike, and only players above S rank professions can make Lin Gu work a bit. In my opinion, Lin Gu is not weaker than the top 10 SSS level experts on the Flame Country rankings. Jiang Yuanji hesitated for a moment but ultimately did not blindly support Lin Chen, saying, Lin Dalao is indeed strong, but those top-ranked experts are also very strong. He didn't finish his sentence, but the battle videos of the top Flame Country players circulating on the game forums, each one more exaggerated and frightening than the last. Just the 10th ranked in Flame Country, Plant Dr. Morong Tao, controlled a terrifying marsh forest treant, sweeping through the battlefield. Wherever it went, mud and toxins spread continuously, countless players didn't even have a chance to get close before meeting their demise. In the end, the entire battlefield, including her teammates and over a dozen S-rank, SS-rank professional players, besides herself, no one survived. The entire battlefield became a ghostly existence, until the final scene of the battle, where the toxins that had engulfed the entire area continued to spread towards the sky. Even the spectators outside couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine and their scalp tingling. Compared to that, Lin Chen's battles seemed relatively ordinary. They were not even as impressive as some of the SSS level experts on the later ranking list. If he hadn't successfully captured 10 SSS level flags, perhaps the ranking committee wouldn't have placed him in the 11th position. Li Mingliang scratched his head, seemingly thinking of those battle scenes. But he still stubbornly said, I don't care, anyway, I now think Lin Gu is the best in the world. Jiang Yuanji smiled and didn't say anything. He knew that at this moment, Li Mingliang was not deliberately saying this because Lin Chen was the leader of District 911, but because he genuinely admired the other party. The reason was simple. When they returned to the city wall to rest, they actually browsed through the game forum. It turned out that not all fused main city areas would be attacked by beast tides. Most players were still at a loss. They didn't know where to explore, where to get tasks, or even where to fight monsters and get loot. In contrast, as long as the players who made it back to the city wall alive, they were at least level 10 or above. Li Mingliang and Jian Yuanji had even reached over level 20, with a small amount of time currency left in their pockets. Of course, this was just the visible improvement. Besides that, the biggest gain for them was that after experiencing this evenly matched life and death battle, their understanding of professional skills in combat had directly reached a higher level. They had distanced themselves from ordinary players in other areas. This was just the beginning. It was foreseeable that as long as they were not expelled from District 911 by Lin Chen, such battles would only increase, not decrease. And their profits would naturally far exceed those of players in other regions of the same level. They were not fools, they understood that all these changes were brought about by Lin Chen. Li Mingliang looked at Lin Chen in the distance, who was causing chaos among the undead army, squinted and said, persist. I have a feeling that as long as we persevere, even if we can only see his back staggering forward, our future achievements will definitely not be too low. Crackling. The bones burst like beans, forming a continuous sound. Lin Chen's 12 meteor hammers, with a high power boost, were extremely lethal. None of these undead warriors with less than 50 points in constitution were a match for him. In just over 10 minutes, a large number of them fell. Lin Chen also managed to break into the core of the army, just in contact with the undead mage who was using corpses to summon skeletons. These newly summoned skeletons were only at Tier 1, with 1 star in combat power. Apart from their considerable numbers, they were not even as resilient as the frontline undead warriors. A light touch of the chains caused them to collapse completely, unable to stop Lin Chen's advance. Kill! The undead mage raised his magic staff high, starting to release a corrosive blood mist, trying to stop the man who had rushed all the way to the core of the camp. Distortion! Lin Chen's coccyx began to wriggle, then suddenly a stark white bone protruded from his back. Following that, one after another, they piled up on his back. Finally, a terrifying white bone armor was firmly embedded on him. Sizzle! When the blood mist touched the white bone armor, it made a sound like burning wood sticks, but it only left a slight scorch mark on it, unable to erode Lin Chen's body. The white bone armor was an ability activated after his constitution cancer value reached 100 points. Distortion itself was a form of turning his whole body into weapons and equipment. However, the white bone armor was slightly inferior in quality, barely considered ordinary grade. But the equipment from distortion was different from ordinary equipment. Even though the quality was only ordinary, it also had the bonus of Lin Chen's high 4-dimensional attributes. Just like the bone sword and chains, although they were of ordinary quality, after being boosted by Lin Chen's high strength value, their attack power naturally increased. The same principle applied to the white bone armor. With over 200 points of constitution boost, the armor's strength could rival that of rare grade equipment of the same level. And as Lin Chen's 4-dimensional attributes increased, the bonuses from these weapons would also rise. In the later stages, Lin Chen standing there would be a set of divine equipment. Clad in a suit of bone armor, Lin Chen disregarded the blood mist that filled the air and strode straight into the heart of the undead army formation. The 12 meteor hammers began to whirl without restraint. Bang, bang, bang. Countless undead mages were struck by the meteor hammers like lightning, spitting blood as they were sent flying. Despite their slightly stronger constitution compared to the undead warriors, once hit directly by the meteor hammers, they met their demise. Critical hit. 1 strike, 1 kill. Critical hit. 1 strike, 1 kill. The notifications of instant kills only paused the battlefield momentarily before resuming at an even faster pace. From a distance, the scene appeared even more vivid and red than the blood mist within the field. Roar! At that moment, a roar echoed from the rear of the battlefield. The undead Minotaur, who had been sitting steadily at the back, could no longer contain himself. Swinging a massive axe, he charged straight towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen did not retreat but instead advanced. With a slight step and a retracting of his chain, he unexpectedly used his bare fist to fiercely strike the giant Minotaur. Without any evasion, he met the challenge head-on. Bang! With a loud crash, Lin Chen shattered the Minotaur's huge axe with a single punch. Roar! The Minotaur howled as it raised its 2 massive horns and charged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen smirked and continued the confrontation with a single-handed punch, bluntly clashing with the Minotaur. Crack! The Minotaur's horns and head were crushed to pieces by Lin Chen's fist. Without pausing, Lin Chen moved forward and with a few more punches, he smashed the Minotaur's massive body to bits, shattering its bones like crispy flakes. Watching from the city walls, Li Mingliang and others were shocked. They had expected a fierce battle between Lin Chen and this first tier 4-star elite boss, but to their surprise, the boss was defeated by Lin Chen with just a few punches. My goodness, Lin is so strong. Indeed, Lin is amazing. This wave of beasts is no match for him. Oh, I wish I could go down and help Lin. Hee, are you sure you want to help Lin, or are you just looking for leftovers? Same thing. Just thinking about it is enough. Lin said the dead men cannot come down from the city walls. Just kidding. While the players on the wall were discussing, Lin Chen began to clean up the aftermath. After the undead Minotaur fell, the entire undead army fell into disarray and scattered. Soon, Lin Chen swept them all away with his 12 small meteor hammers. When the last monster fell, the system announcement rang out promptly. Server announcement: congratulations to server 911 for successfully defending the main city. All players receive rewards: time coins plus 10, silver treasure chest *1, main city movement speed plus 10%, main city attribute strength increase plus 10%. Server announcement: with over 92% of surviving players, congratulations to Lin Chen for completing the village chief's duty and obtaining the position of village chief in server 911. In addition to the 2 server announcements, Lin Chen received several consecutive notifications. Ding! Congratulations on completing side quest, 1 village chief's duty, reward, golden treasure chest *1, village chief title. Ding! Congratulations on completing side quest, 2 warrior of the battlefield, kill 18235 monsters, ranked first, reward, golden treasure chest *1, warrior title. Ding! Congratulations on completing side quest, 3 arch nemesis of the boss, kill *10 bosses, reward, silver treasure chest *10. Ding! Congratulations on completing side quest. Multiple notifications sounded, and Lin Chen's backpack was filled with rewards. Instead of checking the rewards immediately, he extended his chain to pierce into the Minotaur's corpse. Evolution points plus 10 strength cancerization value plus 10 in addition to the 2 prompts. There was also an infinite evolution prompt. Ding! Absorption of the undead Minotaur complete, infinite evolution, distortion weapon strength. The good news was that after more than 10 hours of infinite evolution, there was finally a prompt. The bad news was that the undead Minotaur's life level was too low to provide much value to Lin Chen. Even though the weapon's strength remained ordinary, it did not upgrade to fine. Lin Chen gently shook his body, the bone armor slowly retracting into his skin. Still too weak, he murmured. However, Lin Chen was not worried about a lack of prey for hunting. The so-called beast tide attacking the city was just a demonstration by nearby alien tribes against this newly built main city. Among them, the undead tribe behind this undead legion was the most powerful. In the later stages, outside the city walls, this undead tribe posed the most formidable challenge to Blue Star players, mainly because the true leader behind the undead legion would eventually become a terrifying undead throne, just a step away from the Eternal Realm. This undead throne would continue to evolve, causing considerable trouble for the borders of Blue Star. Attacks occurred every few days, resulting in countless casualties among Blue Star players. In the end, it was under Lin Chen's leadership that the nearly invincible undead throne, comparable to the Eternal Undead Clan, was successfully defeated. Rubbing his chin, Lin Chen pondered, according to the timeline, that Guy's current strength should still be at a low level. Is it second tier, or third tier? With a hint of clear killing intent in his eyes, he thought to himself, awesome, opening the treasure chest gave me dozens more coins. Ha, now I can level up again. Level 20, here I come. On the city wall, players from Zone 911 were cheering for the generous rewards they had received. Zone 911, which integrated 10 top resource sites, was indeed extravagant. Just a few hours after the main city opened, almost every player, apart from the rewards for clearing the beast tide attack, received a substantial amount of time coins. They were eager to invest these time coins into their experience bars immediately. However, a message in the regional chat channel once again caught their attention. Lin Chen, village chief, remember to repay your debts, at everyone. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji exchanged smiles, a familiar feeling returning. When they had just received their rewards from the level ranking settlement, they were directly squeezed by Lin Chen. Now, it was the turn of other players who had borrowed from him. However, the players being urged to repay their debts no longer wore the distressed faces they had before. Most of them had only borrowed 2 or 3 coins at most, so even repaying tenfold, they still had a surplus of time coins in hand. Ha, I'll transfer it to you right away. Lin bro, I've already sent it, please check your account. Sent. They repaid their debts promptly and smoothly, without any delay. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen's time coins surged by hundreds. Lin bro, you're amazing. Love you, Lin bro. Sob, I didn't meet the target, Lin bro, can I stay and give you half of the time coins I earn in the future? Me too. Please, Lin bro. Apart from the players sincerely thanking Lin Chen, there was a small group of players who had not completed their mission objectives, seizing the opportunity to plead with Lin Chen. They had just checked the game forum from the city wall. Other newbie zones were simply not comparable to their Zone 911. It was either hundreds of people fighting over 1 or 2 low-level monsters, or being unable to receive tasks or find monsters at all. Worse still, some had provoked high-level entities during exploration, and now the village entrance was blocked by monsters, making it impossible to leave. They would soon exhaust their remaining time, which was akin to waiting for death. Compared to this, although the beast tide attacking the city in Zone 911 was dangerous, having Lin Chen in charge made all the difference. Even the average first-tier players have earned a considerable amount of time coins. In just a few hours, they have already distanced themselves from other villages. Step by step, they are pulling ahead. In the long run, players from District 911 will inevitably become objects of envy for everyone. They don't want to leave this golden nest that lays golden eggs, pleading in the regional chat channel. However, before they could say much, a regional announcement came through. District 911 announcement. Player Luo Yang expelled from District 911. District 911 announcement. Player Yu Yushir expelled from District 911. District 911 announcement. Player Lu Yang expelled from District 911. As a dozen or so messages flashed, the players' figures vanished from the city walls, returning to the rooms where they had rested earlier. These exiled players could choose to join other newbie villages that were willing to accept them. If not, they would simply wait to perish in these rooms. Of course, compared to other players, they were still fortunate. At least they had time coins in hand, and as long as they were willing to pay, finding a newbie village that would accept them shouldn't be difficult. However, these players would never be able to return to that city wall in their lifetime. The scene returned to the city wall, witnessing players being expelled, and the remaining players' initially joyful mood tensed up once again. They now understood their current situation, realizing it wasn't as secure as they had imagined. Before they could react, another regional announcement sounded. District 911 announcement. District 911 is officially renamed Bone Great Wall. Bone Great Wall. Li Mingliang, Jiang Yuanji, and others were puzzled. Although they knew the name was definitely changed by Lin Chen, they wondered why it was named that way. Scratching their heads, they felt perplexed. Was it because Lin Chen had just slaughtered an entire legion of skeletons outside the city, leaving the ground littered with bones? It seemed like it. However, it still felt somewhat ominous, didn't it? Before they could ponder further, the city wall beneath their feet suddenly began to tremble. Ha! The players were puzzled but not panicked. The tremors were mild, lacking the intensity of an earthquake that would split the earth. After a moment, the tremors ceased. The players were confused but dismissed it as a minor earthquake. At that moment, only Lin Chen, far outside the city walls, saw the true reason behind the wall's tremors. The entire 100-meter city wall had risen a few inches and extended outward slightly. For a wall hundreds of meters high and long, the increase in height and width was not significant. However, Lin Chen knew this was just the beginning. The Bone Great Wall was not a name he casually chose. Unlike other top-tier main cities in the Flame Country, this Bone Great Wall had a unique function. It allowed the city wall to grow continuously by accumulating the number of enemies killed on the city wall. In other words, this city wall was like a weapon that could evolve. The more enemies killed, the more formidable it became. By the later stages, even the Eternal Clan dared not easily cross the city wall when faced with its overwhelming killing intent, as their strength would be greatly diminished. This wall was the most solid bulwark in the Blue Star, without equal. Lin Chen watched as the city wall rose a few inches, his eyes gleaming with determination. This time, he not only wanted the wall to rise thousands of feet higher but also wanted those Eternal Clan kings to never dare to cross the city wall easily. Whether eternal dragons or eternal skywings, when they saw the city wall, they had to obediently fall from the sky. Want to climb the city wall? Use your hands! Lin Chen's arms transformed back into chains, swiftly moving across the battlefield, squeezing out the last bit of value from these bones. Evolution points, +0, 1, +0. 1, +0, +0, 1, cancerization value, +0, 1, +0, 1, +0, 1. As the continuous refreshing prompts appeared, Lin Chen took a moment to glance at the additional option of Village Chief on his system interface. Scrolling down, he could see the player list for the White Bone Great Wall: Lin Chen, Li Mingliang, Zhang Yuanji, Ren Chang, Li Fei. After this round of testing and elimination, there were now less than 60 people left in the newbie village. Compared to a top-notch newbie village that could be considered top-tier even in the entire Blue Star, this number was indeed too few. Some top newbie villages had already started recruiting heavily on the game forums after completing the village chief tasks. As long as both village chiefs agreed, they could perform village transfers like Lin Chen did with those players he eliminated just now. However, while those future Holy Lands were already starting to build up their talent reserves, Lin Chen had no such intentions. At least for now, this wall was not needed. Quality over quantity. Lin Chen made some adjustments on the interface and then assigned the village management duties to Li Mingliang and the judicial duties to Zhang Yuanji. Finally, he sent private messages to both of them. From now on, each person must go up to the city wall or leave the city for hunting every day. The daily hunting quantity must not be less than 100 monsters, doubling after 1 month, and so on. Monthly payment of time coins as city construction fees, 30 coins for the first month, increasing by 10% each month thereafter. Those who fail to pay on time or meet the hunting targets will be eliminated. Of course, these rules apply to both of you as well. These two messages could be considered as the first two village rules issued by the White Bone Great Wall. Killing enemies and protection fees? Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji scratched their heads, temporarily understanding it in this way. At the moment, a monthly protection fee of 30 time coins didn't seem like much. However, defending the city wall was not an easy task. Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji were okay, barely having some energy left, but many players had just passed the line. Whether they could pass the line tomorrow would depend on luck. But these were the rules set by Lin Chen, and Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji dared not negotiate with him. They could only comply. So, even though they held positions at the moment, they were not the least bit happy, because neither of these tasks was easy to carry out. Comparatively, Li Mingliang was a bit more straightforward, directly announcing the two new village rules of the White Bone Great Wall in front of everyone. Just now, a group of players had been eliminated, so even if some had opinions, they didn't dare say much. And most people had no objections, some even started praising. Lingu is Lingu. With these two rules in place, our White Bone Great Wall instantly feels more official. Exactly, these rules are well set. I'll pay an extra 10 coins for the first month, mark my words. I can also pay more. Can the hunting quantity be slightly reduced? Why don't you talk to Lingu about that yourself? Forget it then, just a thought, hee hee. Li Mingliang blinked at Zhang Yuanji. See, we don't need to worry about anything. Does Lin Chen's current deterrent power still need explaining? Jiang Yuanji scratched his head. It seemed to be the case. Just as Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji exchanged glances, suddenly the sky above the city wall shook, followed by the appearance of golden words. At the same time, a world announcement rang in the ears of all players. World announcement, all in the blue star area. Until the system prompt reached everyone's ears. Ding! The White Bone Great Wall has obtained 1 junior wager token, which can be sent to any newbie village for resource wagering. Resource wagering? What was this? Everyone was stunned. However, their doubts were quickly explained by the system. Primary resource gambling. Winner gains 5% to 20% of the opponent's map resources, 10 to 20 attribute points. Loser loses the corresponding map resources and deducts the corresponding attribute points. Friendly reminder, if the map resources are completely emptied, the newbie area will automatically become ownerless land. Oh my god. The players were somewhat surprised. This resource gambling seemed more exaggerated than they had imagined. 5% to 20% of map resources meant that almost half of their resources would be wagered in one go. And the attribute points deduction was also outrageous. Some players didn't have many attribute points to begin with, so if they suddenly lost 20 points, what was the point of playing anymore? Might as well lie down and wait for death. But then they thought to themselves, wait a minute, we have Lin Chen in our village, we can't possibly lose, right? Some players said. Well, it's not certain, it depends on who you're gambling with. If it's those in the top 10 of the rankings. Oh, it can't be that bad, after all, Yin country is like a family, there's no reason to shut ourselves in and fight our own people. That's true. Look, the newbie village map of the Blue Star area has been revealed. Our White Bone Great Wall made it to the list. Where? Let me see. Players quickly clicked on the suddenly appearing world map. However, this completely unfamiliar Blue Star map had nothing to do with the previous Azure planet. At first glance, the Blue Star map seemed tightly bound together, but in reality, each newbie village map was quite far apart. Just like between planets, they seemed close, but in reality, who knew how many light years apart they were? Among these chaotic maps, numerous resource sanctuaries were marked. The most numerous was the Lighthouse Country, with 15. Next was Yin Country, with 11. Then, the Grizzly Country, 10. Germania, 10. Great Eagle Country, 9. France, 9. Sakura Country, 9. Pancake Country, 8. Italy, 7. There were a total of 500 top resource sites marked in red, large and small. However, most of them were controlled by 20 national regions. And Area 911, which was the White Bone Great Wall at the moment, was one of them. It just ranked relatively low, sitting at the 450th position. Seeing this, Li Mingliang and the others seemed to have guessed something, a bitter smile appearing on their faces. In fact, the 500 top resource sites that made it to the list were all a fusion of 10 SSS-level ownerless lands. As for why there was a ranking order, it probably had to do with the selection of the main city area. Initially, they thought this ruin in the desert didn't look impressive, and the surrounding area seemed desolate. As expected, the White Bone Great Wall was positioned very low among the 500 top resource sites. Nevertheless, this was enough to make countless players envious. Currently, there were still billions of players on the Blue Star, but only less than 1 million players could enjoy the top resource sites. To become one of them, it wasn't about strength, but about Lin Chen's sturdy thigh. Hee, the White Bone Great Wall is indeed a good place. Exactly, I can't bear to leave here. Ha, the White Bone Great Wall is a hot commodity. Wait a minute, if that's the case. Suddenly, someone realized, and more people looked somewhat panicked. As expected, before they could say much, numerous system prompts rang out in the area announcement. Area announcement, Sakura Country Site 22 challenges the White Bone Great Wall to a gambling match. Area announcement, Lighthouse Country Site 1222 challenges the White Bone Great Wall to a gambling match. Area announcement, Pancake Country Site 1445 challenges the White Bone Great Wall to a gambling match. Area announcement, Great Cold Abyss Country Site 21 challenges the White Bone Great Wall to a gambling match. Region. Hundreds of challenge notices suddenly appeared in front of everyone, shocking the onlookers to the point where their jaws almost hit the ground. They had anticipated someone challenging them to a gamble, but no one had expected there to be so many. Moreover, the announcements for the challenges kept increasing without any sign of stopping. However, none of the players present were qualified to take on these challenges except for the solitary figure standing below the city in the desert. What should we do? Should we ask Lin? Li Mingliang was somewhat worried. Although Lin Chen was strong, the White Bone Great Wall had so few people that it would be difficult to handle these gambling challenges. And it was foreseeable that from now on, the White Bone Great Wall, situated on 500 top resource sanctuaries, would no longer have peaceful days. Zhang Yuanji naturally couldn't make a decision, so the two temporarily in charge of the White Bone Great Wall had to contact Lin Chen. Meanwhile, Lin Chen below the city naturally saw the countless gambling challenges and received messages from Li Mingliang and the others. He sneered and said, "Afraid? Then let's fight." This chapter of the Great World Struggle was the most severe within the Blue Star region. The gambling notices were an important part of it. Lin Chen was not against this matter. On the contrary, he supported this kind of gambling more than anyone else. Turbulent times naturally relied on struggles to rise above the masses and reach the top. The path of evolution was no different. Although the White Bone Great Wall currently appeared vast and not like a small village, in the system's positioning, it still belonged to the category of a village. To upgrade from a village to a town, 10 villages needed to be integrated. And to upgrade from a town to a true city, 100 small towns needed to be merged. For the White Bone Great Wall to become a true city, it needed to continuously devour map resources and integrate other villages or towns. Therefore, Lin Chen didn't even think much about it and directly reached out to accept a gambling challenge from the announcement. In the first round of gambling challenges, only one could be accepted. Lin Chen chose the one with the highest gambling amount. Ding! Do you accept the gambling challenge of Lighthouse Country? No? 4056? Gambling content: kill 30,000 monsters in the village, starting from Tier 1, 3 stars. Gambling amount: 20% of total map resources, 20 attribute points. The gambling amount had reached the maximum limit for a primary gambling challenge. Obviously, the other party's desire for the White Bone Great Wall had reached its limit. Lin Chen sneered again. "Want to give money to the White Bone Great Wall? I agree." With that, he reached out and clicked to accept. Regional announcement: the White Bone Great Wall has accepted the gambling challenge of Lighthouse Country. No. 4056, the Heart of the Sea King. The chat channel between both parties is temporarily open until the end of the gambling challenge. Region. After the regional announcement played 3 times in a row, the players of the White Bone Great Wall suddenly saw numerous Lighthouse Country accounts flooding into the chat channel. Hughes and Caro, foolish Flame Country people, daddies are here. Lambert, woohoo. Kneel under our feet and sing Conquest. Phyllis, surrender and lose half, or you might as well give up now. Critchen's Carol, just a mere Flame Country, easy takedown. Miles, East Asians are too skinny, how can they compare to us sturdy Lighthouse Country people? Godwin Gay, Ellis is invincible. Until these players flooded into the channel, Li Mingliang and the others realized that the one who initiated the gambling challenge was not someone else but an old acquaintance from the flag battle, the sea god, Ellis. Damn, isn't this the underling of that Lin guy? How dare an underling be so arrogant? Just Ellis, our Lin guy can handle them both. The players of the White Bone Great Wall were naturally unwilling to show weakness and began to exchange heated words with the players from the Lighthouse Country in the channel. The system had a built-in translation feature, so even conversations between different ethnic groups could be translated into meanings that players could understand. Therefore, the language barrier did not hinder the exchange of words in the channel. After a while of banter, the main character Ellis finally appeared in the channel. Ellis, where is Lin Chen? Come out and face me. How could Li Mingliang and the others endure this? So, another round of angry retorts ensued. Damn, who does this guy think he is? Could it be that he forgot how Lin Ge beat him up just now? I think he's asking for trouble. Who are you? If you want Lin Ge to come out, just say so. Who do you think you are? Exactly, who do you think you are? How dare you? Ellis couldn't be bothered with these ordinary players and just kept mentioning Lin Chen in the chat channel. Finally, after much anticipation, Lin Chen responded. Lin Chen, want to die? Just 2 simple words, but they boosted the morale of the players on the White Bone Great Wall. Lin Ge is truly impressive. So domineering. Love you, Lin Ge. Screw him, Lin Ge. The players felt invigorated as if they had found their backbone. On the other hand, the players from the Lighthouse Country quieted down considerably upon seeing Lin Chen actually appear. Even Ellis on the other end of the screen, upon seeing Lin Chen's name, involuntarily recalled the moment he was outwitted on the battlefield, sending a shiver down his spine. The golden-haired beauty who was originally crouching beneath him looked puzzled. Irritated, Ellis kicked her away. Get lost. You're hurting me. The golden-haired beauty was sent flying 3 meters away, coughing up blood, but dared not show any anger, silently moving her body out of the room. A hint of hostility flashed in Ellis's eyes as he continued to send messages in the channel. Ellis, Lin Chen, don't get too cocky. Have you even looked at the terms of our bet this time? Upon hearing this, the players on the White Bone Great Wall finally reacted and started checking the terms of the bet. The bet is to kill 30,000 first-tier 3-star monsters? Damn, that's unfair. How many people do we have in our village? They have over 1,000. They have more than 10 times our numbers. Damn it, Ellis is shameless. The players cursed one after another. Ellis, don't think I don't know. You only have a few dozen people in the 911 area. What do you have to compete with us? Indeed, the other side was well aware of their situation. The reason for proposing this bet was to take advantage of the Whitebone Great Wall's small numbers. And most importantly, Ellis had fought against Lin Chen before, knew that he excelled in close combat, and lacked wide area killing skills. Compared to that, Ellis had killed far more players on the battlefield than Lin Chen. So when Ellis saw the basic bet order he received, with the bet being the total number of monsters killed, he already felt confident of winning. At least in terms of killing efficiency, he was superior to Lin Chen. Furthermore, the number of players in the heart of the Sea King newbie village he led was more than 20 times that of Lin Chen's Whitebone Great Wall players. No matter how you looked at it, he wouldn't lose. It's just that there were too many bet orders issued against Lin Chen, and he thought the other party wouldn't challenge him, but unexpectedly, he was the first one. Haha, Lin Chen, even if you have 10 SSS grade flags, you'll still obediently hand them over to me. Thinking of this, Ellis's eyes lit up, eager to seize 20% of the Whitebone Great Wall's map resources. After all, this was equivalent to 2 SSS grade unclaimed territories. They're all mine. Ellis clenched his fists, and then he saw Lin Chen's response in the chat channel. It was simple, just 3 words, granting your wish. Put together, it meant, want to die? Granting your wish. Ellis snorted coldly, thinking that Lin Chen was just bluffing, even considering to retort with a few harsh words. But after a moment, for some reason, he felt a chill down his spine. He immediately stood up from his seat and gestured broadly, "Everyone, listen to my command, stop resting and hunting outside, you must at all costs complete the total number of monster kills." He, Ellis, had just led players from his own island village to hunt the nearby amphibious fishman tribe, killing over 10,000 monsters. Ellis's leveling speed was extremely fast, already reaching level 48. His 4-dimensional attributes averaged an exaggerated 250 points, pulling decisively ahead of ordinary players with only tens of points in average attributes. Moreover, the main city area he chose for himself was a seaside city that favored his strengths. As long as he fought nearby, his combat power would at least double. Countless players heard his command and immediately stood up, loudly responding, yes. Under Ellis's leadership, over 1,000 players marched mightily towards the nearby monster tribe. Cancerization value, +0. 1. As the last body on the battlefield was harvested by Lin Chen, his personal attributes also increased significantly. Lin Chen, level 40, Transcended, Hunter, First Tier, Title, Blasphemer, Blocked, Time, 3250, Strength, 155 plus 210, Agility, 145 plus 190, Constitution, 150 plus 190, Spirit, 160 plus 180, Sequence Skills, 1. Hunting, 2. Infinite Evolution, Passive, Evolution Points, 230, Unallocated, Evaluation. When you lock onto a hunting target, even if it's a deity, it will tremble before you. Friendly reminder, level cannot continue to increase, please hunt first tier 4-star prey, 1/1000. Just by looking at the 4-dimensional attributes, Lin Chen, who had reached level 40, already surpassed the top SS class professions, barely ranking in the lower middle of the SSS class professions. If the unallocated evolution points were added, he would directly reach the middle tier. However, what surprised Lin Chen the most was not the growth of evolution points and cancerization value, which exceeded his expectations. It was that after being stuck at level 40, his level could still continue to increase. On the path of professional evolution, only players with higher quality professions could reach higher levels. F and E-class professions could only reach level 20 during the first tier. D-class professions could only reach level 30. And so on, only players with SSS class professions could reach level 90 before advancing. Of course, these top-tier professional players could also choose to forego leveling up and advance faster. But don't think that advancing quickly is a good thing. Leveling up is like laying a foundation. The stronger the foundation, the smoother and steadier the evolution path will be in the future. Conversely, the weaker the foundation, the harder it will be to advance in the future. Therefore, the first player to advance to the second tier may not be a top-tier professional. But the first player to advance to the 9th tier will definitely be a top-tier professional. And Lin Chen's attribute point bonus barely reached the level of a C-class, originally thinking that level 40 would be the limit, but he didn't expect that he could still continue to level up. It seemed that the Hunter sequence could not be viewed with common sense. After a brief glance, Lin Chen withdrew his gaze from the personal panel and then surveyed the nearby bodies. After the job change, the speed of attribute point increase became extremely fast, and his actual strength also rose rapidly. Up to now, the first tier 1 star bodies that could barely give him cancerization points and evolution points. No matter how much he absorbed, he couldn't suck out even a bit. Don't even mention a first tier 1 star, the energy provided by a first tier 2 star is also very minimal. The corpse of a first tier 3 star is barely passable. So even if Ellis doesn't initiate a challenge with a gambling order, Lin Chen will still search for the nearby first tier 3 star savage beast tribe. After pondering for a while in his mind, he locked onto his target. I'll just take you down. Lin Chen's eyes turned slightly cold, then his body slightly lowered, and with a push of his foot, swish. In an instant, the air around him burst, and he shot out like a spring, disappearing in the vast yellow sand in the blink of an eye. Soon, even Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji on the city wall couldn't catch his figure. This made Li Mingliang and the others start to panic. Did Lin Gu leave? What should we do? Go hunting outside the city? I don't know, this city seems quite big, should we find a place to stay first? Stay for what? The gambling order is about to begin, and you're thinking of resting? Why don't you go die and rest in a coffin for the rest of your life? Shouldn't we at least plan a way out? The players looked puzzled. Li Mingliang fell silent for a moment, then slapped his thigh and stood up, saying, we can't just sit and wait for death. Let's go, we'll also go hunting outside the city. In fact, from the recent beast tide attacking the city, it was clear that the monsters near the bone wall were definitely not few, and there might even be more than they imagined. In this gambling order competition, their disadvantage was obvious. With fewer numbers, the efficiency of hunting monsters would not be higher. But the advantage was equally clear, at least the monsters were not hard to find. Even if Ellis's newbie village had only integrated one SSS grade flag and one SS grade flag. Compared to that, could the map resources match those of our bone wall? Li Mingliang gritted his teeth and said, the gambling order is not just Lin Ge's battle, it's everyone's battle. We must take down this gambling order at all costs. Jiang Yuanji nodded vigorously, and the other players did the same. But soon someone asked, which way should we go after leaving the city? Should we follow Lin Gu? Follow Lin Chen? Everyone scratched their heads. Firstly, the former didn't say, and they didn't dare, and secondly, their presence was just a drag on Lin Chen. Instead of following him and delaying each other, it was better to find a place to level up on their own. Li Mingliang was about to speak after thinking, when suddenly someone exclaimed, the maps around us are lighting up, is it done by Lin Gu? Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads and opened the map. Except for the main city area, the map of the newbie village just now was dark outside the city walls, clearly requiring players to explore on their own. But now, in a straight line north from the city wall, the dark map was rapidly lighting up at a visible speed, indicating that someone had already explored the area. Green and red dots appeared on the map. Green represented scattered wild monsters nearby, while slightly larger red dots represented small tribes stationed nearby. Red and green intertwined densely, countless. Many players gasped at the sight. If they had rushed out of the city just now, they would likely have been surrounded by countless monsters. Despite leveling up, their numbers were too few. The outcome would most likely be death. Li Mingliang also wiped the sweat from his forehead, awkwardly smiled, and said, ahem, let's first form a formation and advance step by step. Other players nodded in agreement. Makes sense. No problem. I think it's a good idea. Compared to Li Mingliang and the others advancing slowly, Lin Chen was making rapid progress on the other side. Even in the desert where monsters gathered, his speed was still extremely fast. The 12 chains were fully extended, like arrows chasing souls, piercing the vital points of the monsters while absorbing the corpses. Wherever he passed, not a blade of grass grew. If Li Mingliang and the others could see this scene, they would probably be shocked. Because from the perspective of bystanders, all they saw was a figure whizzing by. Then, those monsters that were just lively moments ago were instantly drained of their vitality, their eyes vacant, their faces pale as they collapsed to the ground, dead beyond death. Even though Lin Chen's speed was incredibly fast, the precision of his chain attacks was still terrifyingly high. Almost every strike hit its mark, striking at vital points every time. However, these monsters were beneath Lin Chen's notice, their levels were just too low. Even if there were occasionally first tier 3-star monsters, their numbers were not significant. They held little value for him. Too weak, still too weak. Lin Chen remained calm, swiftly traversing the desert, never looking back. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. Time passed second by second. Finally, just before the gambling order was about to begin, he halted his steps on a small hill in the desert, gazing towards a nearby canyon. Countless undead warriors crowded the entrance of the canyon, and as he looked further along the crack in the canyon, a crimson glow emanated from the back of the undead warriors. Lin Chen immediately recognized the familiar armor style and identified them as first-tier 6-star undead blood riders. Among them was their leader, one of the 4 powerful subordinates of the undead throne, Tyrannosaurus Blood Rider. Immortal through bloodlust. Rated at first-tier 9-star. Their level is slightly higher than I imagined, Lin Chen muttered with narrowed eyes. Especially since the timeline for the opening of the Whitebone Great Wall was much earlier than in his previous life. Therefore, his understanding of this formidable undead army from the future was not as accurate. Of course, after locking onto the target, information about these monsters also appeared. The relatively familiar undead warriors, undead mages, and undead minotaur infantry had all increased in level. Even the lowest undead warrior had increased by about 10 levels, with a combat rating of first tier 3-star. The undead mage had risen to first tier 4-star. The undead minotaur no longer had the boss label, but its combat rating had increased to first tier 5-star. In addition, the information of the monsters on the battlefield also emerged. Undead Blood Rider, level 60 to 70, skills 1. Bloodsucking, 2. Charge, 3. Hoof Strike, combat rating, first tier 6-star. Tyrannosaurus Blood Rider, boss, rare grade, level 90, skills 1. Bloodthirsty Mark, 2. Corrupted Blood Dragon Flame, combat rating, first tier 9-star. Setting aside the formidable Tyrannosaurus Blood Rider at the peak of the first tier, there were also quite a number of undead blood riders, at least 100. As for other monsters, there were even more, totaling over 10,000. In the nearby desert, they were undoubtedly the dominant force. However, Lin Chen knew that this branch of the undead army was still in its weakest state. As the level of the main city continued to rise, the monsters in the vicinity would also level up, eventually becoming one of the threats to the Whitebone Great Wall. Lin Chen did not immediately take action. Instead, he waited quietly on the hill, his hands hanging naturally, his gaze fixed on the countdown of the gambling order inching closer to the start. 10, 9, 7, 1. As the countdown ended, Lin Chen took a gentle step forward. His whole body descended as if in free fall from the hill. Then, just before landing, he punched the ground, creating a thunderous boom. Countless yellow sand rose into the air, the intense sound attracting the attention of the undead army in the nearby canyon. Roar! The undead creatures let out terrifying howls towards Lin Chen. The sound echoed through the canyon, sending shivers down the spine of those miles away. Lin Chen, on the ground, scratched his ear impatiently and said, "So noisy." As soon as the words fell, he shot up into the sky like a cannonball, bouncing 2 or 3 times in the desert before crashing heavily into the ranks of the undead army. Bang! A meteor hammer-like chain struck a skeletal warrior, instantly shattering the skeleton frame. Critical hit. 1 strike, 1 kill. Ding! Time coin +1. A level 40 undead warrior could provide time coins, and he had already obtained one. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. Very good, another income. Before finishing the hunt, he already considered this undead army as easy prey. Distortion. In the next moment, 12 meteor hammer-like chains fully unfolded. Roar! The undead's roars echoed through the canyon, mixing with the sounds of battle cries and metal clashes, initiating an unexpected slaughter in the gorge. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Country, the village of the Heart of the Sea King also began a grand hunting event. Ahahaha! Tidal waves. Ellis rode wave after wave, scattering the shark people fighting on the shore. Charge, attack. The players below saw an opportunity, raised their weapons, and rushed forward, harvesting the monsters while cheering and praising Ellis. Ellis, laughing heartily, continued to control the waves to sweep through the shark people, allowing the other players in the newbie village to continue dealing damage under his lead. With the mental power boost of over 200 points, these first tier 3-star shark people were severely affected by the waves, most of them left half dead even after just one sweep. For those players with weaker abilities, it was simply a matter of picking up the leftovers. Ah, so satisfying. I got another head. Here I come, time coin. Why, thank God for the gifts. Thank Ellis, not your god. The players were ecstatic. Ellis weakened the shark people, leaving the rest of the players to quickly finish them off. The operation was relatively simple for both sides, requiring minimal coordination, yet the hunting efficiency was fast. In less than 10 minutes, the number of kills had already exceeded 100 and was rapidly increasing. Less than 10 minutes, and we already have 130 kills? Ellis looked at the village chief's interface, showing the number of first-tier 3-star monster kills. He smiled with satisfaction at the efficiency. However, the only regret was not being able to see the kill count in the 911 area. Nonetheless, Ellis was very pleased with the hunting efficiency in his newbie area. He had mobilized all the players, with over 1,000 people joining the hunt. As for the renamed Bone Great Wall in the fiery 911 area, there were only 60 people. No matter how strong Lin Chen was, how could he fill the gap of over 1,000 people? Being able to fight was one thing, but the manpower gap was another. Otherwise, Ellis wouldn't have handed over the monster heads to his subordinates. Of course, not all of them were given away. Regardless of how many monsters were killed, each person would receive time coins based on the number of heads. An 8:2 split. He took 8, and the others took 2. Otherwise, his level wouldn't have risen to nearly level 50 so quickly. If anyone dared to ask him why, a wave would directly slap them dead. With an SS level flag and an SSS level flag, both were snatched back from Lin Chen's hands. Well, at least he left a tough remark at the end, that's one way to put it. Ellis coughed. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he smirked and directly opened the chat channel for the White Bone Great Wall, sending the kill count from the wager challenge. Ellis, at everyone, you yellow-skinned monkeys. Come see this lord's achievements. Image. JPG, Ellis, how about it? Scared yet? Regretting taking on the wager challenge? Of course, he was met with a barrage of insults. Ellis remained unfazed, feeling a sense of clarity. If the opponent had a higher kill count, why would they let him boast in the channel without showing their own proof? But there was none. Besides the insults, there was nothing in the channel, not even a decent retort. Ellis sensed a hint of cowardice. So, this wager, secured. In reality, apart from Lin Chen's part, the situation at the White Bone Great Wall was not far off from Ellis's speculation. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji led the players out for a hunt. Luck was on their side as they encountered a group of first-tier 3-star beasts right outside Desert War Lizards. There were about a dozen of them, not many. Yet, even with this small number of fierce beasts, Li Mingliang and the others felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Despite their efforts, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji barely managed to ensure their teammates escaped the battle unscathed. In the end, they only killed one first-tier 3-star beast, but Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji were heavily injured, eventually returning near the city gate, where the war lizards stopped pursuing them. It could be described as the battle unfinished, casualties first. Even before the battle began, everyone was already wounded. Damn it, are we this weak? Li Mingliang pounded the ground in frustration, his eyes filled with resentment. Jiang Yuanji and the other players' expressions were no better. Without Lin Ji, we're truly useless. Sob, we're dragging Lin Ji down. We're just useless. The atmosphere on the city walls was gloomy, as everyone realized their vulnerability against the first-tier 3-star beasts. In fact, compared to players from other newbie villages, these White Bone Great Wall players had a better starting point. Within just a few hours of merging into the main city, most of them had reached around level 20. With proper arrangements, they could handle small groups of first-tier 1-star and 2-star beasts without much trouble. For players from other newbie villages, unless they had A rank or higher professionals, dreaming of challenging first-tier 3-star monsters was simply absurd. Moreover, most newbie villages were still scouring the map for monsters. Unlike them, who encountered first-tier 3-star beast groups as soon as they stepped out. However, having abundant monster resources was a double-edged sword. At least for Li Mingliang and the others, it was not a good thing. What do we do? Their count is over 100, and we've only killed one. Someone said anxiously. What else can we do? We can only trust Lin Ji, but who knows how he's doing. But there are over 1,000 players on their side. It's not a life or death match like in the arena, it's about hunting monster numbers. How can Lin Ji compete alone? Should we try again? Forget it, even if you risk your life, you can't take down a first-tier 3-star monster. Everyone sighed, feeling lost about the future. Some even thought, why not just refuse the wager and avoid all this? But even if they didn't accept the Heart of the Sea King wager, they still had to accept challenges from other villages. It was a rule to accept one challenge per week, and with their village's small population, even changing the wager content might not guarantee victory. Just then, Ellis sent a screenshot. Ellis, Sons of Yen Nation. The Heart of the Sea King has already killed over 230 first-tier 3-star monsters. What do you say? Image. Ellis, why don't you just surrender? A group of Lighthouse Country players followed, mocking. No wonder Ellis is so great. Yellow-skinned monkeys are no match. How can they compare to us white people? Lighthouse Country is invincible. Ellis is invincible. Take over Zone 911, take over the resources. Leveled up again, Ellis, I love you. Although Li Mingliang and the others were itching with anger, they had no energy to argue with them now. Even if they were mocked and insulted, wouldn't it be like slapping themselves in the face if they ended up losing in the end? What should we do? Are we still going? Someone asked. Li Mingliang glanced at the speaker and said, can't you see? Is your health bar still good? How much mana do you have left? Still want to go? You're asking for trouble. Upon hearing this, other players with ideas also sighed. Unfortunately, their health and mana bars had dropped below the healthy line, with some even reaching the red line due to severe injuries. None of them were healers, so leaving the city with such low health was as good as seeking death. After a moment, someone rubbed their chin and pondered, since we can't leave the city, why don't we explore inside the city? This statement caught the attention of many. Even Li Mingliang, who was furious at the remarks of the Lighthouse Country players, came to his senses. Yes, they had been in the main city for so long, only staying on the city walls and not exploring inside the city yet. That's a good idea. What if there are healing potions inside the city? Yes, if our health can be restored, we can fight back again. Makes sense. After speaking, many players looked at Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuangi. Lin Chen was not present, so only they had the official positions and could be considered the temporary leaders of this group. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuangi exchanged a glance. What do you say? Staying here is just a waste of time, we might as well go into the city and explore. Alright, let's go into the city. Li Mingliang glanced at the ruins inside the city, nodded in agreement, and led the injured group towards the city. Compared to the unconventional approach of the players of the Great Wall of Bones, the hunting operation on the heart of the Sea King Island proceeded exceptionally smoothly. After confirming that the Great Wall of Bones had no counterattack power, Ellis became even more at ease. After annihilating a group of less than 300 shark people, he reorganized over 1,000 people. Some continued hunting with him, while others acted as scouts, beginning to investigate nearby first-tier 3-star beast groups. Next, they could proceed step by step. The effect of splitting the troops was very obvious, and in no time, the scout teams had already found the locations of 5 first-tier 3-star beast groups. Ellis waved his hand grandly, "Follow me." With that, he stepped on the giant waves and set off with the majority of the troops once again. Hee, at this rate, we should have a full 30,000 by this time tomorrow. Ellis couldn't help but laugh heartily. The only regret was that the players in the scout team seemed to have suffered some casualties during the exploration process. But it didn't matter, as long as they won this gambling challenge, it would be a win no matter what. Defeating the Great Wall of Bones, a resource sanctuary on the leaderboard, would naturally make the heart of the Sea King Island famous, and attracting players would be a breeze. He was already reaping the benefits of having so many underlings. Not only were all matters, big and small, taken care of by someone else, but the time coins they earned from hunting were also offered to him. Although he was putting in the effort now, when these guys leveled up in the future, it would be time for them to repay him. Then, with their levels skyrocketing, it would be exhilarating. And when the next gambling challenge came, he would continue to provoke Lin Chen and take back all the resources of the Great Wall of Bones. No, not take back, but reclaim what this guy had snatched from him. Thinking of this, Ellis couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation. His hand unconsciously touched his fully recovered lower back. Just you wait, Lin Chen. Sooner or later, I'll make you kneel and call me daddy. Ellis coldly snorted. Crack, crack. Countless yellow sand and rocks fell down the canyon, resembling a grand hailstorm, landing on top of the undead warriors, making a clattering sound. Of course, for the undead race who felt no pain, the falling rocks did not cause much harm. What could deal fatal blows to them was the human charging through the army. Bang! 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 12 meteor hammers fell on the undead warriors like cannonballs. Lightly, bones shattered, heavily, bodies turned to dust, leaving no intact corpses. Critical hit. One-hit kill. Critical hit. One-hit kill. Critical hit. One-hit kill. Numerous bright red kill notifications floated up. The first tier 3-star undead warriors that Li Mingliang and the others found difficult to deal with couldn't withstand a single blow from Lin Chen. Every time he propelled forward, his whole body spinning in the air, the 12 meteor hammers followed his rotation. From afar, it looked like a flying large disc. As he pushed forward, the sound of bones shattering filled the air. Clattering, it continued. By the time he landed, the number of undead warriors killed and injured around him was no less than 100. After repeating this a few times, the number of kills had already exceeded the total number of first-tier 3-star monsters killed by the Heart of the Sea King. However, Lin Chen didn't pay attention to the chat channel. Even if he saw it, he probably wouldn't bother with Ellis. For him, there was no possibility of losing this bet. Not even a bit. Why? The reason lay in the column of the bet information that only Lin Chen could see number of first-tier 3-star kills, 3864. More than 10 times the difference. And this was just the beginning. The undead warriors on the battlefield had almost all fallen, and the undead mages in the rear, as well as the undead minotaur infantry, were slowly joining the battle. Even the crimson figure in the back began to stir. Although the bet specified killing first-tier 3-star monsters, any monster above first tier 3-star would be counted in the total. Monsters of the same tier but 4 stars were considered as 2 3-star monsters. Similarly, 5-star monsters were considered as 2 4-star monsters, and so on. As long as Lin Chen completely cleared out this undead army, he could easily reach the required number of kills for the bet. Bang! 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 Another jump and shot, the large disc once again shattered the bodies of over 100 undead warriors. Bones flew everywhere, scattering on the ground. After Lin Chen landed heavily, a large vacuum area had appeared around him. He raised his head and looked towards the camp of high-star undead troops in the rear of the undead army. Those high-star undead troops who were still hiding in the rear showed no signs of moving out. A hint of impatience flashed across Lin Chen's face, followed by a cold sneer. "Since you won't come to me, I'll go to you." With that, his feet began to rapidly twist and deform. After a moment, his legs truly transformed into a spring-like shape. His arms turned into hook-like claws, fiercely digging into the soil on both sides. Then he pressed down and sprang up with force. With a whoosh, Lin Chen shot up like an arrow, disappearing into the swirling yellow sand. These undead warriors, with average intelligence, naturally couldn't keep up with Lin Chen's speed. By the time he reappeared, he had already landed heavily like a cannonball in the rear camp of the undead army. Boom! The yellow sand exploded, scattering everywhere. The loud noise immediately caught the attention of the surrounding undead, including the elite undead blood riders nearby and the bloodthirsty dragon blood rider who presided over the center of the blood riders. They all turned their gaze towards the source of the loud noise. As the yellow sand slowly dissipated, Lin Chen's figure was revealed. His first glance was not to observe the surroundings, but to the blood cavalry leader wearing a silver helmet, clad in full silver armor, and wielding a European-style greatsword. This blood cavalry leader was also one of the most capable subordinates of the future Death King's throne. His greatest strength lay not only in the blood-drinking sword in his hand but also in the ferocious dragon mount beneath him with the bloodline of a hellish demon. His level was 50 levels higher than Lin Chen's current level, and his combat power rating had reached the pinnacle of Tier 1. When Lin Chen saw this seemingly invincible figure at the same level, a rare smile appeared on his face. There was no other reason. It was just too much trouble to gnaw some meat off those bone creatures from earlier. Even after killing thousands of undead warriors, his cancerization value and evolution points were growing at a sluggish pace. The abilities of the cancer were out of reach, let alone evolution. It would be futile to gnaw on 10,000 bones there. Indeed, I need to slaughter some stronger bones, Lin Chen said, looking at the blood cavalry unit with a slight smirk. However, the ferocious dragon blood rider seemed uninterested in Lin Chen. Even when the latter was right in front of him, he just raised his hand slightly, letting the surrounding undead minotaur infantry and undead mages surround him. Lin Chen grinned wickedly, welcoming the attack. Faced with the minotaur infantry charging from all sides, he no longer used the meteor hammer chained to his shoulders but instead muttered something under his breath. Suddenly, something seemed to be emerging from the back of his shoulder bones, making a crackling sound between the bones. Just listening to it made one's scalp tingle. The next moment, 2 huge bone hands, 2 meters long, burst out from the back, breaking through the skin. The bones were still hanging with shreds of flesh and blood as they slapped the charging minotaur infantry. Bang! The minotaur infantry collided directly, then flew out, leaving a deep imprint on the ground. Critical hit. One-hit kill. Critical hit. One-hit kill. Several more instant kill prompts appeared. Bang bang. 2 more slaps, and over a dozen minotaur infantry fell once again. Lin Chen didn't move an inch from his spot the whole time, just standing quietly. The 2-meter-long giant bone hands that grew from his back continued to strike, knocking down the undead infantry that charged at him in a domineering manner. Everyone struck down was instantly killed. The cancerization values of strength, physique, and speed averaged over 200 points, and their distorted forms became more diverse. Compared to ordinary cold weapons like bone swords and chains, the bone hands were actually Lin Chen's signature attack method from his past life. On the battlefield of the Eternal Kingdom, he displayed the might of the bone hands, earning him the nickname Bone Demon King of 12 Hands from countless alien races. Countless powerful aliens fell under the bone hands, including strong members of the eternal races. However, compared to each bone hand in the future being equivalent to a world-destroying mythical weapon, the current bone hands were just blank slates. They had no special attack effects and could only be used as giant iron hammers with immense strength. Roar! A minotaur infantryman attempted to launch an attack from behind Lin Chen, swinging a giant axe towards his head. The giant bone hand on Lin Chen's back suddenly flipped over with a click. Opening its 5 bone fingers, it slammed down from above with force. Boom! The minotaur infantryman's head tilted, then his whole body was crushed into a pile of bone fragments. Critical hit. One-hit kill. The death prompt floated above his head. Throughout the whole encounter, Lin Chen seemed to have eyes on his back, never turning his head, yet completing the counterattack effortlessly. The cancerized bone hands left no blind spots for attacks. Lin Chen calmly gazed at the ferocious dragon blood rider in the center of the blood cavalry not far away and said lightly, "If you don't come over here now, my patience will run out." Finally, the blood knight of the Tyrannosaurus seemed to realize Lin Chen's strength. He sat high on the Tyrannosaurus, his crimson eyes hidden beneath the helmet fixed firmly on Lin Chen. A hoarse and unpleasant voice came from under the helmet, "Human, leave. I can overlook what happened before." What happened before? Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. "You mean slaughtering thousands of your little minions?" The 9-star Tier 1 Blood Knight already possessed considerable intelligence, not to be viewed solely as a common undead creature. At least from his understanding of seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster, his intelligence was no less than that of a normal human. Moreover, the Blood Knight also possessed the unique trait of undead creatures, that is, the absence of unnecessary emotions like joy or sorrow. Upon hearing Lin Chen's blatant mockery, the Blood Knight calmly responded, "Undead creatures can still be summoned. If you leave, I can offer you another 1,000 undead warriors." To him, these undead warriors were insignificant. In this land of constant battles, if undead warriors fell, the necromancer could summon another batch of skeletons. Then, with some time for training, their levels could be replenished in less than a month. However, faced with the Blood Knight's concession, Lin Chen remained ungrateful, only looking at him and saying, "Even if you give me 1,000 undead warriors, it wouldn't be enough. Give me your head instead." Seeing no room for negotiation, the Blood Knight raised the long sword in his hand calmly. "Kill!" He coldly uttered the word. The hundreds of heavily armored undead Blood Knights under him all raised their weapons in unison, their skeletal horses emitting a shrill neigh as they charged towards Lin Chen. Thud, thud, thud. Hooves kicked up dust, and sand flew. In the blink of an eye, chilling silver spears were thrusting towards Lin Chen. The Blood Knight, a 6-star Tier 1, was in no way comparable to the earlier 3-star Tier 1 undead warriors. Under the aura of the Tyrannosaurus Blood Knight, the spears carried a blood-sucking effect, able to absorb blood upon hitting the enemy, replenishing their own health. Additionally, they also had a bleeding effect. For a Tier 1 player with limited health, regardless of their class level, being struck multiple times by the spears could easily leave them severely injured if not dead. Moreover, charging towards Lin Chen were hundreds of heavily armored knights. Yet, Lin Chen remained unmoved, not even stepping back, simply extending a 2-meter-long bone hand from left to right and giving a forceful swipe. Clang, clang, clang. The silver spears clashed together, producing a metallic sound. The undead Blood Knights on their skeletal horses were also pulled sideways by this sudden force, tumbling out. The skeletal horses fared no better, falling into disarray. However, these undead Blood Knights were evidently tougher, not as fragile as the previous undead warriors who fell apart with a light touch. After being thrown back, they quickly adjusted their posture, preparing to mount again and regroup. Lin Chen slammed his bone hand on the ground behind him, propelling himself forward like a pole vault, shooting ahead. He kicked directly at the face of an undead Blood Knight, sending the helmet and head flying, landing on the ground. The decapitated Blood Knight, however, did not immediately perish, aiming the spear at Lin Chen's chest, attempting to strike. Humph! Lin Chen snorted coldly, and with a swift motion, his bone hand smashed the remaining Blood Knight and his mount into bone fragments. A 6-star Tier 1's combat power was decent, able to withstand a few hits. But still not enough. The 2-meter-long bone hands swirled back and forth, making a whooshing sound. Bang, bang, bang. The charging undead Blood Knights were forcefully intercepted, either sent flying or falling with their horses. If given the chance, they would be crushed into bone fragments by the bone hands in a few swift strikes. The kill notifications kept floating in the field, but they had no effect on the remaining Death Blood Knight's onslaught. They charged towards Lin Chen one by one, only to fall one by one. Soon, dozens of Death Blood Knights' bodies lay on the ground. Lin Chen didn't waste any time, his arm transformed into a tiny chain that pierced into each corpse. The system notifications kept ringing, evolution points, +15, +12, +10. Cancerization value, +20, +15, +14, +10. The first tier 6-star could provide a considerable amount of cancerization value and evolution points. However, as he absorbed too many Death Blood Knights, the absorption values of evolution points and cancerization value gradually decreased. From triple digits at the beginning, they decreased to single digits. Moreover, the distorted weapon had not undergone a qualitative change yet. Ding. Absorb Death Blood Knight *68, Infinite Evolution, Distorted Weapon Strength. Seeing this message, Lin Chen's expression remained unsurprised, mainly because his cancerization value and evolution points had increased rapidly during and after the job change. In the past, absorbing a monster of the same tier and 6 stars in the first tier would have provided him with a significant amount of cancerization value. However, times had changed, and the threshold for evolution had increased several times, which was a good thing. This meant that Lin Chen's foundation could be extremely solid, paving the way for smoother advancement in the future. Of course, the hunting requirements had also increased significantly. If the first tier 6 stars are not enough, then what about the first tier 9 stars? Lin Chen squinted at the unmoving Tyrant Blood Knight. The opponent was waiting for the Death Blood Knights to deplete his health. In fact, although the silver spear handed over by the Death Blood Knights could not hit his vital points, it could graze him a few times. However, his bone hand had a 10% blood-sucking effect after absorbing the Hell 9-headed snake, and even if the opponent's blood-drinking aura was lacking, he could heal his injuries by consuming cancerization value. So, the Tyrant Blood Knight's plan had failed. Seeing nearly 100 of his Death Blood Knight's casualties under his command without any signs of fatigue or reduction in health, Lin Chen became somewhat restless. The Tyrant Blood Knight slightly tugged on the reins, and the blood-red tyrant beneath him let out a terrifying dragon roar. The Death Mount standing in front of him quickly made way, but the tyrant did not rush forward. Instead, it leisurely strolled along the path. Crimson Tyrant, tainted blood flames. To drink fresh blood is to achieve eternal immortality. The latter referred to the Blood Knight, while the former naturally referred to the tyrant bound by the Blood Knight's equal contract. The strength of this tyrant could be considered as that of a first-tier 8-star, second only to the Blood Knight atop the mount. Roar! The tyrant roared angrily at Lin Chen, and the next moment, a jet of blood-red flames spewed out from its gaping maw. Tainted blood flames. Like fire but not fire, once tainted, it would burn like a festering sore until the enemy was completely incinerated. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen's bone armor appeared on him in an instant. The two huge bone hands temporarily ignored the nearby Death Blood Knights and reached out towards the blood-red tainted blood dragon flame. Sizzle! The flames burned directly along the bone hands. The two pale bones were instantly charred, and the flames climbed up the shaft, moving towards Lin Chen's body. In terms of instant burst damage, the tainted blood dragon flame might be slightly weaker. However, its burning and clinging effects were surprisingly good, and even Lin Chen, with a physique exceeding 300 points, dared not let the tainted blood dragon flame touch him easily. Therefore, he shook slightly, and with a wave of his bone hands to the sides, they flew out like baseball bats, detaching from his scapula, sweeping a large area of Death Blood Knights. Roar! The flames also burned all over the bodies of the Death Blood Knights, causing them to emit painful howls. The Blood Knight of the Tyrannosaurus Rex saw Lin Chen lose his two bone hands, which served as weapons, and seized the opportunity to urge the Tyrannosaurus under him to charge. A Tyrannosaurus with only 2 legs running was not slower than a 4-legged skeletal horse. Its sturdy legs swiftly galloped through the yellow sand, crossing over 100 meters in the blink of an eye, reaching Lin Chen. Bloodthirsty. The Blood Knight raised the blood-stained blood-drinking longsword in his hand high and swung it towards Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen sneered, "I've been waiting for you." With a twist of his waist, he unexpectedly grew 2 bone hands again, swiftly grabbing the Blood Knight's blood-drinking longsword that controlled the Tyrannosaurus. Clang! The blood-drinking longsword was full of killing intent, chopping down along the bone fingers. The bone hand that could have crushed the Blood Knight seemed extremely fragile under this bone sword, as if the entire hand was about to be split in half vertically, then cut through the gap towards Lin Chen's head. However, the latter seemed to have anticipated this, as the other bone hand did not defend but instead directly grabbed towards the Blood Knight's face. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus beneath him roared, opening its huge mouth to bite the giant bone hand. "What business do you have? Get lost!" Lin Chen coldly snorted, swinging his right foot like a whip, kicking the Tyrannosaurus's head off course, narrowly avoiding the bone hand's attack path. Seeing this, the Blood Knight could only retract his sword to defend. The blood-drinking longsword instantly withdrew from the bone gap, easily blocking and cutting the other bone hand of Lin Chen into a mess. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. After a brief exchange, both sides backed away. Lin Chen's 2 newly grown bone hands were hanging by a thread, almost being completely cut in half. Infinite multiplication! Lin Chen shouted lowly. The blood-red meridians intertwined like wriggling threads, wrapping around the gaps of the bone sections. Soon, the 2 nearly rotten bone hands were restored to their original state. In the first clash, Lin Chen suffered a small loss. Not only did he abandon 2 bone hands worth hundreds of cancerization points, but the 2 newly grown ones were almost cut off, requiring a costly repair. Lin Chen's arms unfolded again, the chains quickly piercing nearby undead Blood Knights' bodies, replenishing the cancerization points. Cancerization points, +15, +15, +10, he watched the rapidly replenishing cancerization points while squinting at the Blood Knight across from him. The combat power of a first-tier 9-star was indeed not to be underestimated. In terms of paper strength, his current attributes were slightly lower than the opponent's. Coupled with the fact that the quality of the bone hands was severely suppressed by the opponent's blood-drinking longsword, he almost had both hands chopped off in a single blow. If that's the case, then I'll surpass you. Lin Chen's mind moved, allocating the unassigned evolution points to strength and constitution. Ding! Strength plus 150. Ding! Constitution plus 150. As a result, Lin Chen's four-dimensional attributes changed as follows: Strength, 305 plus 190, Agility, 145 plus 190, Constitution, 300 plus 180, Spirit, 160 plus 180. Although the cancerization points slightly decreased, the attribute points of Strength and Constitution increased significantly, approaching the 500 mark directly. In just a moment, the toughness and attack power of the two bone hands increased by half. Moreover, the evolution points were directly added to the basic attributes, making them more solid than the increase in cancerization points. Feeling the enhancement of his strength, Lin Chen clenched his bone hand slightly and said to the Blood Knight across from him, "Come on." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards the opponent again. Corrupted Blood Dragon Flame. The crimson flames spewed out once more. This time, Lin Chen did not choose to confront it head-on. Blink! With a slight movement of his body, he disappeared in front of the undead. When it reappeared, it had leaped high into the air and was right behind the Blood Knight, raising a huge bone hand and slapping it towards the back of the Blood Knight's head. Steel cut! At the critical moment, the Blood Knight blocked with a horizontal sword, and the bone hand clashed with the blood-drinking longsword, making a loud clang sound. This time, the blood-drinking longsword did not directly break through the bone hand's defense. They were evenly matched. No, the blood-drinking longsword had a slight advantage. It cut through the bone hand, drawing a bit of blood from Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen didn't lose much blood, the killing power of the blood-drinking longsword surpassed that of his bone hand. So, it wasn't the longsword that was cut, but he was being bled by the Blood Knight. He. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, anticipating this, and another bone hand came from below, striking down. The Blood Knight grunted, sword in hand, thrusting forcefully, once again swinging at the other bone hand. Clang! Another crisp sword sound echoed through the canyon. Next, Lin Chen landed under the Tyrannosaurus, using the bone hand as a sword, facing the Blood Knight's blood-drinking longsword head-on. Clang clang clang. Sparks flew, and the sound of collision was incessant. The Tyrannosaurus under the Blood Knight still wanted to use its old trick, spewing out the corrupted blood dragon flame towards Lin Chen at close range, but he tightly wrapped its head with 12 chains, then stepped on the yellow sand. The Tyrannosaurus became dizzy and unable to move temporarily. One tier 8 and one tier 9, only 1 star apart, yet unable to intervene in the battle between Lin Chen and the Blood Knight. Not to mention those tier 6 Death Blood Knights around. If they accidentally got too close, they would become nutrients for Lin Chen to replenish his cancerous value. The clash between the longsword and the bone hand was not simply about exchanging blows. Compared to Lin Chen's previous straightforward confrontation with the Minotaur cub, the battle with the Blood Knight was more like a duel between masters. Each attack was a probing move with hidden intentions. The Blood Knight's combat experience was undeniably rich. However, the Blood Knight was becoming increasingly puzzled. Why was a human who had barely opened the path of evolution for less than 3 years, in terms of moves or skills, giving him a feeling of being surpassed? If not for his four-dimensional attributes suppressing him, the outcome might have been decided by now. Even now, he felt that the onslaught of the opponent's two bone hands was becoming more fierce. If it seemed like child's play just now, it was now completely like dealing with an adult. This was not an increase in attack power but a substantial increase in killing power. The Blood Knight could clearly feel that it was becoming more difficult to withstand the bone hand's attacks, even he was starting to feel the pressure. And this change had quietly taken place without anyone noticing. Even he had not realized it. After countless exchanges, perhaps 500 or even 1,000 times, the expressionless Lin Chen finally spoke. However, the first sentence he uttered made the Blood Knight's alarm bells go off. The sentence was, "Alright, warm-up is over, you can." Before he could finish his sentence, a black bubble suddenly emerged above the stark white bones. No, not a bubble, but an unknown black substance. Then the Blood Knight saw the black substance rapidly adhering along the white bones, soon completely covering a 2-meter-long bone hand. Lin Chen calmly raised the now completely black giant hand high and pressed it lightly towards him. Danger! The Blood Knight's crimson eyes under his armor suddenly contracted, his whole being warning him of the danger. However, faced with such a close-range strike, there was no way to avoid it. He could only raise the blood-drinking long sword, bracing himself to bear the damage from this blow. The black giant hand, like the collapse of the sky, came overwhelmingly. Before losing all sight, his gaze turned to Lin Chen in front of him. The latter had no expression, no hint of contempt, but it seemed to complete the unsaid half of the sentence. You can go die. Boom! The Blood Knight, along with the ferocious dragon beneath him, was slapped into minced meat by the dark skeletal hand. Critical hit. Target deceased. Critical hit. Target deceased. 2 system prompts floated up from the pile of flesh. Lin Chen's dark giant hand quickly receded, transforming back into a white skeletal hand before retracting. The speed was so fast, as if there had been no change at all. Ding! Malignant value -100. The system prompt refreshed on the interface. Despite Lin Chen's preparation, he couldn't help but feel a bit sore. Each time he activated demonization, the malignant value consumed was exaggerated. Previously, during the job transition, dealing with the Hell 9-headed snake for a few minutes only burned less than 300 malignant points. Now, in just a few seconds, 100 points were burned. This was because his 4-dimensional attributes had greatly increased, causing demonization to burn more malignant value, faster. Of course, the killing power of demonization also surged. With just one strike, he killed a first-rank 9-star Blood Knight riding a dragon. Lin Chen didn't rush to absorb the bodies of the dragon and Blood Knight but instead looked at the surrounding undead. Some of these undead, after losing their leader, became uncontrollable, visibly disbanding their formation. Even the undead Blood Knights who wanted to attack him began to lose their composure. The first-rank undead had a certain level of intelligence, but not every undead possessed the high intelligence like the dragon-riding Blood Knight. Naturally, they dispersed without a commander. Lin Chen didn't waste this opportunity. His 2 giant skeletal hands struck again, taking turns in battle. One slap after another, they sent the nearby undead Blood Knights reeling, completely disoriented. As for the mindless undead warriors and undead minotaur infantry trying to charge at him, they died upon contact, without the slightest chance of resistance. The roars in the canyon merged into one, and the yellow sand once again covered the entrance, obscuring the view. But for Lin Chen, the most intense battle had already ended, leaving only the cleanup work on the battlefield. The heart of the Sea King, southwest of the island village. Tidal wave. The huge waves surged once again, as the bare-chested man released his skill on the waves countless times. Wave after wave crashed towards the shore, scattering the illusionary water monsters. -200, -300, -280. The red notifications kept floating in the field. Alright, it's time to collect heads again. Ha, here I come, monsters. Kill, kill, kill. The younger brothers below were still as ruthless, raising their swords and clubs to attack the low-health 3-star monsters. I got the kill. Ha ha, this is mine, back off. Mine, mine, all mine. In their eagerness to claim kills, they didn't hesitate to resort to violence. A disagreement led to one-on-one fights, quickly escalating into a brawl. Ellis above saw this but didn't intervene, laughing loudly at the scene, even encouraging the chaos from above. When the first-rank 3-star beast group below finished hunting again, the number of kills in the heart of the Sea King's wager just exceeded 1,000. Well done. Ellis snapped his fingers, a smile on his face. The progress was indeed impressive. In less than 3 hours, he led the players of the Heart of the Sea King to destroy 4 or 5 small beast groups, surpassing 1,000 kills. At this rate, perhaps they wouldn't need until noon tomorrow to complete the wager's requirements. But what about the White Bone Great Wall? 100 kills yet? A mocking smile played on Ellis's lips. However, suddenly, he thought of the god of slaughter on the battlefield, sending a chill down his spine. Ahem, let's say you have 100 kills. So what? The advantage is still mine. In these few hours, Ellis led the players in continuous battles, without a second of rest. Tide of the Waves has been released dozens of times, almost depleting his mana. Fortunately, after upgrading with time coins, both mana and health can be partially restored. Otherwise, he would have had to stop and rest just now. Even so, his stamina was still lagging behind, making him feel somewhat weary. But he couldn't stop. Ellis pinched his sore and swollen thigh and straightened up again. For some reason, whenever he thought of Lin Chen, he had a sense of foreboding. Perhaps the impression this guy left on him on the battlefield was too profound, his extraordinary agility making it impossible to figure him out. One careless move and he would be caught off guard. So, he absolutely couldn't stop, couldn't allow any mishaps in this gamble. Ellis thought for a moment, a slight smile playing on his lips, and then sent a screenshot of the kill order to the regional chat channel of the Bone Great Wall. Ellis, at everyone, you little trash, that's 1,000 kills. Ha ha, image. JPG Ellis, at Lin Chen, come out and take a beating. 2 consecutive messages were sent out, and the players of the Heart of the Sea were very supportive, spontaneously starting a round of boastful taunting below. Fantastic! Lord Ellis! We've left Zone 911 far behind. We've won, with Lord Ellis, we can't possibly lose. Just thinking about getting 20 attribute points credited soon makes me excited. That's more than I've gained from leveling up to 20. Short-sighted, the most valuable thing is the 20% map resources. That's a top 500 resource sanctuary in the world. As long as we get that, we won't have to worry about time coins or equipment. Exactly. After we finish looting this one today, we'll go for the White Knight tomorrow. Let's grab all the good stuff. Do those yellow-skinned monkeys from the Flame Nation deserve to enjoy such good resources? Lord Ellis, I admire you so much, I am yours to enjoy. Li Mingliang and others who were searching in the city, seeing these messages in the chat channel, were itching with anger. These players of the Heart of the Sea had completely treated the resources and attribute points of the gamble as their own. These guys are really going too far. Zhang Yuanji thrust his spear hard, a hint of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, his injuries had not been effectively relieved. Li Mingliang gave him a cold look and said, "You better calm down, your health is already running low. A few more hits and you'll be out for good." With that, he glanced at the chat channel messages and sighed, "Get used to it, I reckon these guys will be like this until the end of the gamble order." Zhang Yuanji gritted his teeth and said, "We are still too weak." "Alright, you've said that a few times, isn't it annoying?" Li Mingliang said irritably, "Besides, what's the use of saying so much? Why not think about how to get this abandoned healing array back in operation?" Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji led the remaining players into the city and soon found several healing magic arrays near the city gate. There were not just one, but a total of 10 healing magic arrays of various sizes. At first, they were pleasantly surprised, but after the initial excitement, they realized that these magic arrays seemed to be in a state of disrepair. As for how to reactivate them, they had no clue. Even after searching the area thoroughly, they couldn't find any switches or clues to activate the magic arrays. What do these numbers displayed on top mean? Li Mingliang pondered, stroking his chin. Zhang Yuanji shook his head, and the other players looked equally puzzled. Li Mingliang scratched his head in frustration and said, "Damn it, can't you guys use your brains? If we really lose the gamble order, being driven out of the Bone Great Wall by Lingu is one thing, but this is still our territory in the Flame Nation, losing to the Lighthouse Nation, what kind of joke is that?" Zhang Yuanji and the others clenched their fists upon hearing this, finding it hard to imagine that the Bone Great Wall would lose 20% of its map resources. At this moment, they only regretted their lack of strength, unable to help Lin Chen in the slightest. A mere first-tier, 3-star monster? It was embarrassing to even mention such a record. Just as the players of the Bone Great Wall were sighing, a sudden announcement appeared in the sky above the Bone Great Wall. Area announcement: the number of first-tier, 3-star monsters in the Bone Great Wall has exceeded 30,000. The bet between the Bone Great Wall and the Heart of the Sea King is declared over, with the Bone Great Wall emerging victorious in the bet. Area announcement: Bone Great Wall. After 3 consecutive area announcements, Li Mingliang and the others were first stunned, then they heard a system prompt in their ears. Ding! Congratulations to the Bone Great Wall for winning the bet. Reward: map resource expansion by 2%, all players attribute points plus 20. Ha! Li Mingliang and the others were first stunned, then a player widened his eyes and said, "Damn! Lin completed the mission." This statement directly awakened everyone. What's going on? Did we win? Did Lin really single-handedly slaughter 30,000 first-tier, 3-star monsters? This is too unbelievable, unbelievably unbelievable. I didn't see wrong. I really gained 20 attribute points on my personal panel. No, I just saw a white light flash on you, like you leveled up. Damn, you too. Wow. My attribute points doubled, so satisfying. Bring me a first-tier, 3-star monster now. I feel like I can win. Lin is awesome. We won. Look, there are more green and red dots on the map. At Ellis, come out and get beaten. Woohoo! People from the Heart of the Sea King, come out and speak. Why stop now? Everyone began to check the map, noticing that the red and green dots representing monsters had visibly increased. Not only that, they faintly felt that the Bone Great Wall in front of them seemed to have grown taller and wider. The hills in the distance among the yellow sand also seemed to have risen a few inches, unsure if it was an illusion. Regardless, they had won. So dreamlike, am I dreaming? Li Mingliang scratched his head, feeling that everything in front of him was not quite real. It was all happening too fast. Even though they had a bit of hope for Lin Chen, they never imagined that he could complete the task in just 3 hours. This speed was truly unbelievable. It wasn't 300 first-tier, 3-star monsters, but 30,000. Even if he killed one monster per second, it would still take 8 to 9 hours. And that was without resting, continuously in the midst of abundant monsters. What Li Mingliang didn't know was that Lin Chen did indeed kill 1 monster per second, but the number of monsters he killed was not 30,000, but over 10,000. In terms of quality, these 10,000 monsters were even higher than 30,000 first-tier, 3-star monsters. Lin, this is too strong. Li Mingliang smiled, feeling that the stifling feeling in his chest had all been released, replaced by an incomparable sense of relief. Zhang Yuanji and the others also wished to immediately open the regional chat channel to mock back. In contrast to their joy, all the players of the Heart of the Sea King were at a loss upon receiving the news of their bet's failure. And before they could react, they saw the sea water near the island suddenly churn up waves tens of feet high, crashing towards them. In an instant, the shore was submerged, and then the water continued to rush inland. Trees, rocks, monsters were instantly obliterated by the waves. Large amounts of resources on the map suddenly disappeared. By the time they realized it, 20% of the wide island had already been submerged by the sea, not a bit more, not a bit less. Even many players searching on the shore suffered, being directly swept up by the surging seawater. Those with better luck could swim back to the shore. Those with worse luck were swept into the deep sea and perished. Ellis, standing on the crest of the waves, would be fine even if carried away by the sea. However, his current mood was like riding a roller coaster, just moments ago enjoying the thrill of soaring high, now feeling like plummeting into hell. His heart was cold. Has the White Bone Great Wall completed the gambling task already? How is that possible? We've only killed around 1,000 3-star Tier 1 monsters, and he has completed 30,000? This guy must be cheating. Ellis's thoughts were not unreasonable. At least now, the players of the Sea King's heart were wailing in disbelief that they were losing. Oh my god. My wife was swept away by the sea, who will save her? We only hunted 1,000, and they've reached 30,000? Cheating. It must be cheating. Exactly, it's cheating. This is unfair. Damn it, my weapon was swept away by the sea, I spent 10 time coins on that. Sob, all my equipment is gone, I barely made it back. It's over, my attribute points plummeted, deducted by 20 points? Damn. My attribute points are almost negative, what should I do? I've leveled up for nothing, all my attribute points are gone. F***K. Who initiated the gambling task? Who said we would definitely win? Give back my attribute points, I had 10 levels worth of attribute points, all gone. Damn Ellis, what kind of gambling task did you start? Our attribute points. Now the players of the Sea King's heart were completely devastated. Not only had many islands been submerged by the sea, but all their attribute points had also been lost. For most ordinary players, 20 points of attributes were equivalent to several levels of free attribute points. Those with slightly higher professional ratings were fine, but for those E and F grade players, they could only advance from Tier 1 to Tier 20. Now, all the levels they gained after changing professions had been lost. Even if they advanced to Tier 2 later, their attribute points would still only be equivalent to Tier 1 players. They couldn't bear it anymore, even blaming Ellis who had initiated the challenge in the first place. Damn, noisy. Ellis cursed angrily, then controlled the huge waves to crash towards those players cursing at him. As a result, another group of players was washed away by the waves at the shore. Now the players dared not curse, but the resentment in their eyes did not diminish, even wishing to kill Ellis and his whole family. Annoying. Ellis couldn't be bothered with these players. Losing 20 points of attributes wasn't a big deal for him, as it only meant a reduction of 5 points in each attribute when distributed. It was just losing less than 2 levels of free attribute points. For him, whose Tier 1 maximum level was 80, it wasn't a big deal. Moreover, there might be a chance to make up for these lost attribute points in the future. However, losing 20% of the map resources was not a trivial matter. The originally spacious island, connected to several other islands nearby, could have been developed for village construction, expanding the territory not only on the island but also on the neighboring islands. Now, before the village was even built, the island had lost 20% of its map resources, and even some of the nearby islands were partially submerged. Thinking of this, Ellis felt an unbearable pain. Compared to those sacred places, his resources were already scarce. Now, he had lost another small portion. It was truly adding insult to injury. Damn it, Lin Chen. I won't let you off the hook. Ellis fiercely pounded the waves beneath his feet, creating bursts of spray. The news of the Whitebone Great Wall's victory over the Heart of the Sea King in a gamble quickly spread across the gaming forums of various countries. Although the gaming forums of each country could not communicate directly, after the brief opening of the global chat channel, many players exchanged contact information privately. As a result, even though the gaming forums were not directly connected, some rumors still circulated. especially regarding the recent hot topic, the sacred resource sites. Among the world's 500 top resource sites, some regions had already accepted the gambling challenge, while others were still observing. As long as they accepted the challenge within the specified time each week, it was not considered a violation of the rules. Moreover, if they didn't want to accept a challenge, they could issue challenges to other regions, which was considered a reasonable use of the rules. However, to determine the outcome so quickly, the gamble between the White Bone Great Wall and the Heart of the Sea King was truly remarkable. It had only been a few hours. Unless there was a huge gap in strength, how could a significant gambling challenge be decided so swiftly? The White Bone Great Wall was currently the 11th person in the Flame Country. In the battle for flags, they defeated numerous foreign powerhouses. The sea god Ellis of the Heart of the Sea King was also formidable. Among the SS-level professional players, he was considered top tier. Skilled in both combat and magic, his strength was unquestionable. Although he suffered a bitter defeat in a previous battle against Lin Chen, the terms of the gambling challenge greatly favored the Heart of the Sea King. Even after Lin Chen accepted the challenge, many forums in various countries discussed it, believing Lin Chen to be overly arrogant. Who would have thought that the White Bone Great Wall would emerge victorious? Lighthouse Country Gaming Forum, that damn Ellis actually lost to someone from the Flame Country. Useless, utterly useless. What a trash SS-level professional player, being defeated twice in a row by a mere East Asian. Still a sea god? What a trashy title, also being called a god. Such a weak god. Useless Ellis, useless Heart of the Sea King, actually lost our Lighthouse Country's territory. Lighthouse Country players always revered the strong, so naturally, they mocked Ellis relentlessly, showing no mercy. For a while, despite Ellis being one of the few SS-level professional players, all Lighthouse Country players boycotted him, even calling him the shame of the Lighthouse Country. In contrast to the intense remarks of the Lighthouse Country players, the gaming forums of other battle zones were not as extreme. Sakura Country Gaming Forum, this Lin Chen is truly powerful, definitely a major rival for our great Sakura Country. Exactly, to conquer the Flame Country, we must defeat their top players one by one. Our great Sakura Country's Ninja Aomayui, Onmyoji Shidai, and Samurai Yayoi Kazuma are all SSS-level powerhouses, each stronger than Lin Chen. Indeed, as long as they make a move, defeating Lin Chen will be a breeze. Don't underestimate the Flame Country players. Above Lin Chen, there are 10 top-tier powerhouses. Grizzly Country Gaming Forum, the Flame Country is indeed powerful, but we are the strongest. That's right, Grizzly Country is invincible. Yura! Frozen Abyss Country Gaming Forum, quick, check if this player Lin Chen's ancestors are from our Frozen Abyss Country. No need to check. We also have the Lin surname, he must be from our Frozen Abyss Country. Contact him quickly and have him join our battle zone. Flying Pancake Country Gaming Forum, damn it, we can't let the Flame Country players get ahead. Who's willing to lead troops to attack the Flame Country? Exactly. Asia's leader is us. We are the most populous country, the world's strongest nation. Let me do it. It's just an 11th ranked player from the Flame Country. Even if I only have A-level talent, I can easily handle it. The gambling challenge has been sent. Let them know the might of our Flying Pancake Country. Of course, the bet between the Flame Country and the Lighthouse Country is just an appetizer for the Great World War. It marks the official beginning of the Great World War, with more resource sanctuaries expected to join in, even engaging in direct confrontations. Only the strong can indulge in this high-stakes gamble, filling their pockets to the brim. The weak will be devoured by the strong, leaving nothing behind, not even bone scraps. Above the desert, below the canyon. The scent of death spreads along the desolate canyon, the thick aura of killing even sensed by the surrounding beasts hundreds of meters away, causing them to detour, not daring to set foot inside. Swish, swish, swish. Beneath the silent canyon, there were sounds of breaking bones echoing out. The echoes reverberated within the canyon. Evolution points, +1, +1, +0, 1, +0. Cancerization value, +2, +1, +0, 1, +0, 1. The system prompts kept refreshing. As the central figure being discussed worldwide at this moment, Lin Chen was diligently consuming the corpses on the ground. Killing monsters didn't take much time, but cleaning up the battlefield did. Fortunately, Lin Chen was both killing and consuming simultaneously, so the progress of clearing the battlefield wasn't too slow. However, upon seeing the cancerization value and evolution points he gained from absorbing the bodies of the first tier 3-star death warriors, he furrowed his brows slightly, clearly unsatisfied. The bodies of the first tier 4-star death mage and the first tier 5-star death minotaur infantry didn't offer much either. The first tier 6-star death blood knight was decent, but the increase in points decreased from a dozen to just 1 or 2, and their numbers were limited. The only thing worth mentioning was the corpse of the bloodstained rampage dragon, which brought Lin Chen a pleasant surprise. Ding! Absorption of the bloodstained rampage dragon complete. Infinite evolution. Talent demonization has evolved after absorbing bloodstained dragon flame, gaining dragon flame effect, grade A. Although the quality of the distorted weapon didn't improve, demonization unexpectedly absorbed the skill dragon flame. This was an effect he had never experienced in his previous life. Demonization now came with the destruction effect. Even so, it was terrifying enough. After the Hell Nine-Headed Snake was decapitated by the hand of demonization, it couldn't regenerate or be healed due to the destruction effect, which was crucial for Lin Chen's victory. With a significant damage boost, the addition of the destruction effect, demonization remained an extreme offensive tool in Lin Chen's hands. He never expected that acquiring it would also come with other attack effects. It wasn't that the attack effect of Dragon Flame was better than destruction, but it opened up new possibilities for the demonization ability, a possibility to broaden the path of evolution. Overall, Lin Chen was quite satisfied with the results of this hunt. In addition, the top-grade bloodsucking longsword fell into his pocket. The only regret was that Lin Chen followed the evolutionary path of using his body as a tool and didn't need external weapons. Even a top-grade bloodsucking longsword was considered redundant to him. Thinking this, he drew out the bloodsucking longsword hanging from his waist and examined it. The silver light shimmered, radiating a chilling glow. The blood-like patterns on it were truly hair-raising. A longsword with the bloodsucking effect was indeed a small artifact in the early stages. In the later stages, he could find a blacksmith to transfer the enchantment of the blood-sucking longsword to his bone sword. But for now, Lin Chen shook his head, about to put away the tasteless and regrettable longsword when a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding! Detected the blood-sucking mark of the top-grade weapon blood-sucking longsword. Do you wish to absorb it? Even Lin Chen was somewhat stunned when he saw this news. The ability to absorb cancer had always been aimed at corpses within the concept of biological. It had never absorbed anything like weapons before. No, it didn't seem to be absorbing weapons according to the prompt, but rather the bloodthirsty mark enchanted on the weapon. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment but decided to try it out and directly confirmed the absorption. Ding! The talent mutation has absorbed the bloodthirsty mark and completed evolution, gaining mutation weapons blood-sucking effect converted to blood-drinking effect. Blood drinking effect 10% 15%, bloodthirsty aura, passive. Ding. The blood drinking longsword lost the bloodthirsty mark, quality, excellent fine. It was real. Lin Chen could clearly sense the enhancement of the mutation ability. Although the blood drinking longsword dropped 2 major levels directly from excellent to fine, the effect of the mutated weapon had significantly improved. Setting aside the enhancement of the blood-sucking effect, the bloodthirsty aura was a pleasant surprise. Lin Chen clicked on the detailed description above, bloodthirsty aura, passive within a range of 300 meters, teammates can enjoy 50% of the weapon's blood-sucking effect. Indeed, apart from the percentage of blood-sucking, the effect of the bloodthirsty mark on the blood-drinking longsword was almost indistinguishable. It could be said to have perfectly inherited the aura effect of the bloodthirsty mark. If the original blood-sucking percentage was already high, then this bloodthirsty aura skill could be considered a significant trump card in a large-scale battle. It could greatly enhance the team's endurance. Mutation. Lin Chen's thoughts stirred slightly, and the next moment, bone hands emerged from his back once again. On the originally grim white bones, there was a faint red glow. At first glance, it was not easy to notice. Lin Chen looked at the emerging red light and still felt a bit regretful. Although the aura was good, for cancer, the blood-sucking effect was somewhat redundant. Unlimited reproduction could completely heal any part of Lin Chen's body. Well, better than nothing. Lin Chen came to his senses, shaking his head. In his past life, just surviving in the early stages of the game was already extremely difficult. The path of evolution ahead could not be described as anything but challenging and stumbling, far from perfect. How could it be like now, steadily laying a solid foundation, even striving for perfection? Lin Chen made a slight movement and retracted the bone hands once again. After a brief pause, he began to invest time coins into the experience bar. Ding. Consumed 122 time coins to complete the upgrade, all attributes +1. Ding. Consumed 124 time coins to complete the upgrade, all attributes +1. Ding. Consumed 126 time coins to complete the upgrade, all attributes +1. Star. As time coins continued to be invested, Lin Chen, who had already completed a series of hunting tasks, soared up by 10 levels. Ding. Unable to continue leveling up, please hunt first tier 7 star monsters. 0/1000. Asterisk upon hearing the prompt that he couldn't level up, Lin Chen stopped investing time coins and opened his personal panel. Lin Chen level 70, Transcended, Hunter, first tier title, Blasphemer, blocked, time, 5250 strength, 395 plus 260 agility, 345 plus 260 constitution, 390 plus 255 spirit, 360 plus 240 asterisk sequence skills, 1. Hunting, 2. Infinite evolution, passive, asterisk evolution points, 280, unallocated. Star. If the Lin Chen at level 40 of the first tier could only be considered as a mid-level SSS class professional player, the Lin Chen at level 70 had already reached the upper level of SSS class in all 4 attributes. If the remaining evolution points were allocated, he would undoubtedly be at the top level. Even Lin Chen, who was so picky, had no dissatisfaction with his evolution speed. Just at tier 1, he was considered a late-stage cursed talent, Cancer, with his 4-dimensional attributes already catching up to those top professionals, naturally considered fast. Lin Chen pondered as he touched his fingers, thinking about where to find a large number of tier 1, 7-star prey next. The Bone Great Wall had just won a gambling token, expanding the map resources by 2%, with signs of increased monsters nearby. However, regardless, the main city level of the Bone Great Wall is still at tier 1, without completing the advancement task. Therefore, most of the nearby monsters are mainly tier 1. It's not difficult to find tier 1, 7-star monsters, the challenge lies in finding groups of them. Ko. Suddenly, a sound of bone friction came from afar. Lin Chen raised his eyes and saw several small skeletons emerging from a nearby pile of bones that had not been summoned just now. They staggered out of the bone pile, the soul fire in their skulls swaying slightly, then stabilizing, raising their swords and rushing towards Lin Chen. Any survivors? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, not paying attention to the barely tier 1, 1-star skeletons, but scanning the battlefield and keenly noticing a death mage hiding behind a rock. The next moment, a small bone dagger split from his fingers and was thrown casually. Su. The bone dagger cut through the air, then pierced through the thick rock, hitting the death mage's chest. Critical hit. 1-hit kill. The kill prompt floated up. The few small skeletons that had just been summoned only ran a few steps before their soul fires extinguished, falling to the ground. Lin Chen had no interest in their bodies, about to turn and leave when a notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations on defeating one of the Undead Legion, Blood Knight Legion, and obtaining 1/4 Undead Realm Key. Oh, Undead Realm fragments are obtained like this. Lin Chen squinted at the suddenly appearing key fragment in his hand. Carved on it was a skull, with only a mini blood-drinking longsword inserted on top of it. The so-called realm is a place of practice, large and small. It can also be understood as instances. However, the types of instances vary, and the rewards for exploration and clearance differ. Some people spend a moment in the realm and come out with 1,000 years worth of time coins, becoming the wealthiest tycoon of the Blue Star directly. Some spend 100 years in the realm, and when they come out, the Blue Star is on the brink of defeat, while they are still just a tier 1 waste. Some realms choose their prey, even top professionals entering them face great danger and find it hard to save themselves. And this undead realm is the practice ground of the Undead Throne. However, when Lin Chen fought the Undead Throne, it was outside the Bone City. Logically, the resources in the Undead realm should be extremely rich, otherwise, the Undead Throne would not have gradually become a threat to the Bone Great Wall. It's just that the opponent's realm was destroyed along with their death, so naturally, no one set foot in it. Didn't expect to find the key to your lair this time. Lin Chen smirked, casually pocketing the key fragment. Suddenly, his private chat box vibrated, and upon opening it, he found a message from Li Mingliang. Li Mingliang, Lin Ge, you're too strong. We all received attribute point rewards. Li Mingliang, by the way, Lin Ge, we found a healing magic array, but we don't know how to activate it? Lin Chen automatically ignored the first message's praise and simply replied to the second question with 3 words, time coins. Seeing Lin Chen's hint, Li Mingliang instantly understood what was going on. Damn, it's time coins. Zhang Yuanji looked at him in confusion and asked, what are time coins? Li Mingliang pointed at the healing magic array and said, this thing needs time coins to activate, as Lin Gu said. Zhang Yuanji naturally had no doubt about Lin Chen's words and immediately said, then what are we waiting for, let's activate it quickly. Other players also responded one after another. Yes, my legs are killing me, hurry up. I can't stand it. I'm still bleeding, hurry up. After the previous battle, many players were in critical condition. This was not a real game, decreasing health points or injuries would also cause physical discomfort. Those players with low health points were short of breath, weak, and some lying on the ground could barely speak. Li Mingliang dared to contact Lin Chen because if the players were not treated soon, they would bleed to death. Alright, bring out the money quickly. When Li Mingliang asked for money, no one refused. The amount to activate a healing magic array was 1,000 time coins, which was easily affordable when divided among the players. After completing the Beast Tide mission, most players had some coins left. By pooling their resources, it was not difficult to gather 1,000 time coins. Soon, Li Mingliang had collected 1,000 time coins in his hand and directly invested them. The numbers on the healing magic array quickly jumped and were filled in an instant. Then, the inscriptions under the dusty magic array slowly lit up, and even the thick dust could not completely conceal its brilliance. From a distance, the entire magic array seemed to be covered in a faint white light, shining like the player's hope. Ding! First level healing magic array has been activated. The system prompt sounded. Standing at the edge of the magic array, Li Mingliang let the faint light fall on his face and felt a hint of warmth. Upon closer inspection, he realized that his health points were slowly recovering. Li Mingliang immediately said, "Quick, bring those with remaining injuries up here." Upon hearing this, the players quickly reacted and began to move people frantically. Indeed, as soon as the injured players were placed on the array, green numbers floated above their heads. Health plus 20, health plus 30, health plus 50, health plus 20. Soon, the injuries of the severely wounded players were healed. Comfortable. Li Mingliang, who had also stepped onto the magic array, closed his eyes, feeling his injuries gradually being healed. He breathed a sigh of relief, his expression slightly relaxed as he opened his eyes and looked around. The healing magic array had a large range, with over 60 people standing within a first-level healing magic array without feeling crowded. Moreover, the magic array could heal multiple people at once. From his estimation, it could accommodate at least 100 people for treatment simultaneously. Li Mingliang also noticed attentively that after activating the healing magic array, the displayed numbers did not disappear. As their injuries were slowly healed, the numbers above were gradually decreasing. 999, 8, 999, 7, 999, 6. Li Mingliang stroked his chin and, seeing the time coins drop below 999, added another time coin. Ding! First level healing magic array time coin plus 1. The system prompt sounded. Indeed, the numbers quickly returned to 1,000. This means that this magic array is permanent, and time coins are like a balance. As long as there is a balance, it can be reused. After fumbling for a while, Li Mingliang temporarily understood the healing magic array. A few minutes later, all players' health points had returned to above the healthy line. Phew, I'm alive. I had a close call, almost wet my pants. Feels good, full of energy. Almost went to meet the Reaper, scared the hell out of me. Players showed expressions of relief. Li Mingliang glanced at the number on the healing array, 995, 2/1000. Adding the time coins he had just invested, it only took less than 6 coins to heal over 60 people's injuries? So few? Li Mingliang was somewhat puzzled, then his face lit up with joy. This healing magic array is really something good. What he didn't know was that not every village had a first-tier healing magic array. Most villages didn't have such a thing, so players in the early stages had to rely on their own recovery speed to slowly regain their health. However, this was actually a very time-consuming process. Many times, by the time their health was restored, a whole day had passed. This not only meant falling behind others by a day but also wasting a day's worth of time coins. Therefore, professional players with healing magic abilities were highly sought after in the early stages. Villages like the Bone White City, which had healing magic arrays, were even rarer. When integrating with the beginner village territory, at least an S rank or higher unclaimed land had to be integrated to have a first-tier healing magic array. The Bone White City had 10 such magic arrays, a feature exclusive to top-tier resource sanctuaries. Furthermore, as the main city of the Bone White City continued to develop and upgrade, the levels of these magic arrays would gradually increase. Villages without healing arrays could only spend a large amount of money in the later stages to build them. Refreshing! Zhang Yuanji beside him, leaning on his long spear, also regained his vitality. Be careful! Don't damage the magic array! Li Mingliang exclaimed, kneeling down to inspect the magic array. Fortunately, the first-tier magic array was not fragile, and the long spear left no marks on it. Despite this, Li Mingliang still gave Zhang Yuanji a stern look, causing the latter to awkwardly scratch his head. Just as Li Mingliang was about to say something, he suddenly saw golden words flashing above his head again, and the regional announcement reappeared. Regional announcement: the Bone White City has accepted the challenge from Sakura Country for Plot 14. Temporary chat channels open for both sides until the end of the challenge. Regional announcement. The Bone White City has accepted the challenge from Great Cold Abyss Country for Plot 54. Temporary chat channels open for both sides until the end of the challenge. 2 consecutive announcements made Li Mingliang and the others, who had just relaxed, tense up once again. Here we go again. Players felt their scalps tingling. Lin Chen's pace was just too fast. Technically, the Bone White City had already accepted a challenge this week and could refuse further challenges. However, Lin Chen not only did not refuse but accepted 2 challenges at once. Following that, a system prompt appeared on the interface: Tripartite Challenge, Unified Kill 10,000 monsters in the village, starting from Tier 1, 5 stars minimum. Challenge stakes: 20% of the total map resources, 20 attribute points. Alright, killing monsters again, huh? This time, jumping directly from Tier 1, 3 stars to Tier 1, 5 stars, and the quantity is still substantial, 10,000. Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji exchanged a glance, both seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. Having a village chief like this was truly their blessing. As with the previous challenges, after the regional announcement and system prompts ended, the Bone White City's chat channel was flooded with numerous game accounts from Sakura Country and Great Cold Abyss Country. Hey, players from Flame Country, we're here. Nice to meet you, players from Flame Country, and Lin Chen. No need to be so polite, we're here to challenge. Oi, make that Lin Chen bastard get out. Baga Yaru, as Lord Yu Yuichisen said, don't be so rude to the top 500 players in the world. It's my fault. I'm sorry, Lord Lin Chen, Lord Yu Yuichisen. Compared to the mocking remarks from the players of the Lighthouse Country, the players from Sakura Country seemed relatively polite. However, Li Mingliang and the others were well aware that players who seemed to be living a decent life always enjoyed playing mind games, saying one thing to your face and another behind your back. Especially the provocations hidden in the language seemed quite abundant. Of course, compared to them, the players from the Great Cold Dark Nation seem more like a bunch of oddballs. Where is Lin Chen? Let him come out. I want to ask him if his ancestors are from our Great Cold Dark Nation. Is there even a need to ask? Our ancestors from the Great Cold Dark Nation were invincible. The blood of our lineage runs through many races on the East Asian map. That's right, I've seen the movie City of Peace. Even Emperor Tang Taizong had one of his eyes shot out by us. What's Emperor Tang Taizong? Even Genghis Khan, who once dominated the Eurasian continent, was miserably defeated by our ancestors. Ha! Isn't Genghis Khan from our Great Cold Dark Nation? Li Mingliang and others burst into laughter when they saw these chat records. Are they here to reunite or to challenge? And now even Genghis Khan, a Mongolian, has become part of their cold country? This is getting ridiculous. Not only can they not stand it, even the players from the Sakura Nation in the chat channel can't stand it. Shameless. With your meager cultural heritage, even your writing was passed down from the Flame Nation, and you still want to steal Genghis Khan. Exactly, even the name of the country was bestowed by the Flame Nation Emperor. What are you pretending for? A bunch of plastic surgery faces, disgusting. Not like our natural beauty. Facing the rebuttals from the Sakura Nation players, the players from the Great Cold Dark Nation were also furious in their counterattacks. So, Li Mingliang and others watched in astonishment as both sides vented in their own chat channel. This kind of situation both surprised them and seemed somewhat expected. People from the 3 national regions have always been like this, constantly arguing and bickering. They never expected that this dispute would escalate into a challenge in the form of a duel. After a heated debate in the regional chat channel, the argument was finally put to an end by the appearance of a player. Lord Yuyua Ichimura has something to say. Shut up, all of you. Someone from the Sakura Nation sent this message. Indeed, the messages from the Sakura Nation quickly ceased. As for the players from the Great Cold Dark Nation, they seemed to know who this player named Yuyua Ichimura was, and gradually quieted down. Li Mingliang furrowed his brow. Yuyua Ichimura? The SSS-ranked 6th player from the Sakura Nation? Zhang Yuanji nodded solemnly. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be him. Upon hearing this, the players present all showed expressions of surprise. Is it the Yuyua Ichimura who captured 10 SSS-ranked flags? No way? Isn't their village one of the top resource sanctuaries? Why challenge us? The greedy swallow will eventually choke on an elephant. If it's really him, what should we do? Our village only has 1 Lin Dalal. Before they could finish their discussion, they saw 2 new messages appear in their chat channel. Yuyua Ichimura, Lin Chen, please come forward for a chat. If possible, I hope the warrior's home can cooperate sincerely with the White Bone Great Wall. Yuyua Ichimura, if you agree, I can abandon this challenge before the formal duel begins. It really was Yuyua Ichimura. Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji confirmed the identity of the other party. This guy actually wants to team up with us. Li Mingliang was somewhat surprised. This Yuyui Ichimura, even though the game forums were not cross-server, they knew his reputation. He was a powerhouse comparable to the top 10 players on the Flame Nation leaderboard. Although they hadn't seen Yuyui Ichimura fighting on the battlefield, his status in the game forums was equivalent to the top 10 players on the Flame Nation leaderboard. In the eyes of the Blue Star players, Lin Chen, the 11th person from the Flame Nation, was actually not comparable to Yuyui Ichimura. So, Yuiasen's desire to cooperate with the White Bone Great Wall was something that Li Mingliang and others couldn't understand. Do you think Lin Ji will agree? Li Mingliang asked. The other players present hesitated to speak, seeming like they wanted to say something, but in the end, they remained silent. However, it was evident from everyone's expressions that they were not pleased. When Yuiasen saw that Lin Chen didn't respond, she specifically tagged him. Yuiasen, at Lin Chen, Lin sang, "I've watched your battle videos, you are definitely a player underestimated by others. As long as we join forces, we can dominate East Asia and even aspire to the top of the world in the future. Yuiasen, time is running out, I hope you will consider it carefully." There was less than 10 minutes left before the start of the gambling order. Before that, the party initiating the gambling order could forfeit, but they would lose a basic gambling order. Faced with Yuiasen's sincere invitation, the players from the Great Cold Dark Country were the first to be unable to sit still. How could they have imagined that what seemed like a joint challenge between them and the Sakura Country against the White Bone Great Wall would end up with betrayal from the Sakura Country? Moreover, strong players who were originally on the world rankings actually wanted to ally with Lin Chen. Damn it, Lin Chen, you are from the Great Cold Dark Country, you are not allowed to ally with the Sakura Country. That's right. Just obediently lose to us, hand over all your resources to us, and then join our Great Cold Dark Country. Despicable people from the Sakura Country. What the heck? Li Mingliang and the others were amused by the confusing remarks of these players from the Cold Country. Although they also didn't want to ally with the village of the Sakura Country, it was definitely not because of the chaotic remarks from the Cold Country. After a moment of silence, Li Mingliang and the others still did not speak in the chat channel. After all, Lin Chen was the one in charge of the White Bone Great Wall now, not them. They waited for a long time, but they didn't get Lin Chen's response. It wasn't until just before the start of the gambling order that Lin Chen finally appeared in the chat channel. He first tagged the message from the Cold Country player asking him to unconditionally surrender resources, and replied below, "Lin Chen, asking for death?" Then he tagged Yuiasen's message seeking cooperation, "Lin Chen, you are worthy?" Good. 2 short replies, but they got Li Mingliang and the others all fired up. Lin Ji is truly amazing. To hell with the easy days. Ah, so cool. The players of the White Bone Great Wall clenched their fists, cheering for Lin Chen's response. Same style, same formula. Who cares about world-class players? What if they don't give you face? Although overall, it didn't concern them much, at this moment Li Mingliang felt his blood boiling. Of course, compared to the excitement of the players of the White Bone Great Wall, the players from the Sakura Country and the Cold Country in the regional chat channel were not happy. Lin Chen, Yuiasen is so sincere, you have no face to reject. Ah, Lin Chen, you are one of us from the Cold Country, don't forget your roots. Hee, just an 11-member team from the Flame Country, dare to refuse the invitation of Yuiasen? You are asking for trouble. Lin Chen, apologize quickly. There's still a chance. That's right, otherwise, our warrior's home will dominate you, White Bone Great Wall. 20% of the map resources, think it over. Nonsense. Those are resources of our Cold Country, you Sakura Country, don't even think about it. Offending Yuiasen, Lin Chen, you are really asking for trouble. The chat channel was filled with curses and rebukes for a while. At this moment, in the warrior's home village, Yuiasen, this Lin Chen really doesn't know what's good for him. How dare he disrespect you like this? An angry man in a suit said. And Yuiasen, sitting in front of him, just slightly opened her eyes, looked at Lin Chen's message, and said lightly, "Hee, it's okay. We had anticipated this situation as well." During the flag battle, he only managed to kill the swordsman Miura Kaido. So, it was just an attempt, failure was expected. In the flag battle a day ago, Lin Chen killed no less than 1,000 players on the battlefield, but he spared only a few strong ones listed at that time. However, the only player who died was the swordsman Miura Kaido from the Sakura Country. Although it wasn't Lin Chen who directly killed him, he signaled for Ellis to do it. So, in Yuyama Shin's eyes, this itself represented a stance. What he didn't know was that Lin Chen's hunting on the battlefield at that time wasn't as clear-cut as he claimed. To kill or not to kill, it was all the same to Lin Chen. There was some planning involved, but Lin Chen didn't place too much hope on those so-called top-ranked players for the future. So, whether they lived or died made no difference to Lin Chen. However, it was clear that both Yuyama Shin and the players from Sakura Country misunderstood Lin Chen's actions. Humph, isn't this Lin Chen underestimating people? The man in a suit snorted and said that Miura Kaito is also useless, unable to handle even one person like Lin Chen, and he's called a swordsman? He's not worthy. In my opinion, he's not even as good as a single finger of Lord Shin. The man in the suit had a point. Yuyama Shin's profession was an SSS-ranked divine swordsman, belonging to the category of sword. But his strength was definitely greater than the SS-ranked Miura Kaito. He even had a record of killing an SSS-ranked professional with one stroke on the battlefield. After that strike, all the S and SS-ranked professionals avoided him. Yuyama Shin easily captured 10 SSS-ranked flags. It's worth noting that even in all the top resource battles, killing an SSS-ranked professional was rare and remarkable. Yuyama Shin was one of them. In the Sakura Country forum, many believed that his ranking among the strong in Sakura Country was too low. Many thought his strength was on par with the SSS-ranked ninja Amai. However, in that battle, he only killed one person, securing the victory. After that, he didn't make any moves. So, his ranking was only 6th in Sakura Country. Nevertheless, this ranking was much higher than Lin Chen, a member of a team of 11 from the Flame Country. Upon hearing the man in the suit, Yuyama Shin just waved his hand and said, Miura Kaito did his best. Maybe Lin Chen's ranking is indeed underestimated. Of course, these things don't matter now. We will win this battle anyway. The reason for choosing the Whitebone Great Wall was initially for the map resources. As one of the top 500 resource sanctuaries in the world, the Whitebone Great Wall was one of the few easy targets inside. When they chose the Whitebone Great Wall as their opponent, they had already looked into Lin Chen's performance in the flag battle. He defeated but didn't kill many top-ranked players. Obviously, it wasn't a matter of unwillingness but rather a lack of strength that led to this decision. They genuinely wanted to ally with Lin Chen, and they genuinely wanted the resources of the Whitebone Great Wall. Both decisions were based on Yuyama Shin's belief that he could defeat Lin Chen steadily. At this point, Yuyama Shin smiled and looked at the man in the suit, saying, but for this battle, we'll have to trouble Lord Marigo. The man in the suit named Marigo was actually recruited from another village. His ability was an SS-ranked, flame human, possessing powerful area damage skills even at the first stage, not inferior to Ellis of the Heart of the Sea. Yuyama Shin invited him and entrusted him with the role of deputy village chief because his abilities were more suited for one-on-one combat rather than group battles. On the contrary, Moriya Sakutaro and Yuyuru Kazuma complemented each other perfectly. A hint of cruelty crossed Moriya Sakutaro's face as he said, don't worry, Yuyuru-sama, I will make this guy named Lin Chen immediately spit out all the resources. Yuyuru nodded and asked, by the way, have you found the group of 5-star monsters of Tier 1? Moriya Sakutaro responded with an saying, we've already discovered their tracks before, just a few kilometers outside the village. Although they are somewhat scattered, the numbers should easily reach 10,000. After finishing his tea, Yuyuru slowly stood up and said, then let's set off and mobilize all players. This battle will be the first real battle of our clan, the Warrior's House, on the world stage. We must win beautifully. Moriya Sakutaro followed suit, shouting, yes. Beneath the Dead Spirit Gorge of the Great Wall of Bones. Upon receiving the key fragments of the Dead Spirit Realm, Lin Chen had already set his sights on his next hunting target, the second legion of the Death Spirit Throne, the Flame Golem Legion. Distortion. His arm transformed into hooked claws once again, swinging towards the cliff wall of the gorge. With the spring of the claws, he leaned back slightly. Then, he dashed up the steep cliff wall. The claws swiftly lashed out, propelling him higher and higher until he swiftly reached the cliff top. In a matter of seconds, Lin Chen successfully ascended the several hundred meters high cliff wall. He scanned the surroundings and pinpointed the direction amidst the vast yellow sand. After a moment, he sensed the scorching aura of fire elements in the air and smirked, found you. The next moment, he vanished from the spot. 10, 9, 8. Ding! The Great Wall of Bones in the Flame Nation, the Warrior's House of the Cherry Blossom Nation, and the Cold Abyss Nation's Chinju Water Showdown officially begins. Lin Chen's rejection smoothly initiated the two showdowns without any hindrance. The players of the Great Wall of Bones at this moment showed no signs of worry but were filled with passion. Li Mingliang drew his long sword from his waist and said, let's go. Hunt outside the city. The players naturally raised their weapons one by one. Hunt. What Cherry Blossom Nation, Cold Nation, they mean nothing. Exactly. What's the big deal? Just come back to replenish blood if needed. Kill, kill, kill. I'm going to clash with monsters today. Led by Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji, the players with restored health were once again filled with enthusiasm. They rallied and set off for the hunt outside the city. Shortly after the start of the showdown, news of the showdown between the Great Wall of Bones and the Warriors' House spread across the game forums of the two nations. Flame Nation's game forum. Damn, it's that Lin Chen again. Didn't he win the last showdown? Why is he starting another one? Could he be addicted? That's not a good habit. He's a big shot, mind your own business. I heard his opponent this time is Yuyuru Kazuma from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Can Lin Chen handle it? Wow! The sixth person of the Cherry Blossom Nation? SSS-ranked warrior Yuyuru Kazuma. I checked, and it seems true. Is Lin Chen out of his mind? Yuyuru Kazuma has slain top professionals of SSS rank on the battlefield. Is he trying to win 20% of the opponent's map resources by taking a risk? That makes sense, after all. The warrior's house where Yuyuru Kazuma is located is also a resource sanctuary ranked in the top 500 globally, even higher than the Great Wall of Bones. But you need the ability to snatch it. Isn't this just seeking death? I don't have high hopes for him either. Yuyuru Kazuma's strength is undeniable, easily making it to the top 10 even in the Flame Nation. Lin Chen is still too young, not at all steady. Exactly, he could have chosen a weaker opponent, but instead, he picked Yuyuru Kazuma. Foolish move. Most players from the Flame Country were pessimistic about the possibility of Lin Chen and his bone-white Great Wall winning this gambling challenge. Of course, there were a few brainless individuals who stood by Lin Chen, but their numbers were very few. On the other hand, the Sakura Country Forum presented two completely different states. The bone-white Great Wall dares to accept the challenge from Lord Yuya. They are truly seeking death. Lord Yuya, please help us conquer a city in the Sakura Country region. There is a huge gap in strength, the advantage is ours. We've won. Well done. Slowly but surely encroaching on the Flame Country's territory. That's right. Once the regions are merged in the future, we will directly annex the Flame Country and dominate the world. Apart from the game forums, many strong players on the leaderboard were also starting to stir. Especially a group of players who had their eyes on the 11th resource sanctuary in the Flame Country. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's bold actions, their thoughts inevitably grew stronger. It's important to note that it was one of the 500 resource sanctuaries in the world. Even though it ranked at the bottom, it was still a coveted prize in the eyes of countless players. A plan targeting Lin Chen and the bone-white Great Wall was quietly unfolding. In the desert, a figure swiftly moved through the wasteland. The swirling yellow sand served as both an obstacle and a cover for hiding one's movements. Despite the numerous monsters in the desert, not a single one could detect the figure's actions. Swish! Black chains resembling desert snakes suddenly pierced through the yellow sand, striking the vital points of the ferocious beasts. Critical hit. 1 strike, 1 kill. Critical hit. 1 strike, 1 kill. Red kill notifications floated up. The ferocious beasts often hadn't even realized what was happening before they saw their companions falling one by one, rapidly drained of their essence. This scene played out along the way in the yellow sand. By the time the beasts reacted, the assassin hidden in the sand had already left, leaving them roaring and howling in place. After about an hour, the assassin creating havoc in the desert gradually slowed down, revealing his form in the yellow sand. The place where he stopped was the same as where he revealed himself, a volcano slowly flowing with magma not far away. Even from hundreds of feet away, one could feel the extreme heat of the volcano. The yellow sand particles floating away were all melted by the scorching temperature, falling into the magma like a rain of fire. Any ordinary player entering would feel their scalp tingle just dealing with this fire rain. Though each drop didn't cause much damage, the relentless and meticulous assault was overwhelming. Like a spring rain, unavoidable while walking through it. Even with high health points, one couldn't withstand the scorching of the fire rain. As the yellow sand in the air diminished, Lin Chen appeared on a yellow stone. However, since it wasn't a territory where other monsters resided, it didn't attract the hatred of any ferocious beasts. Lin Chen glanced at the volcano mouth, where flickers of fire could be seen, and the ground had a slight trembling sensation, a sign of an impending eruption. Less than an hour left? Lin Chen squinted his eyes. With his keen eyesight, he could naturally see when the volcano would erupt. Once the volcano erupted, the mountain would be engulfed in flames, far more dangerous than just a few drops of fire rain. Even with Lin Chen's physique of hundreds of points, he might not be able to withstand such damage. However, the gambling challenge had already begun during Lin Chen's rush. If he were to turn back now to find other high-level beast groups, it would clearly be too rushed. But waiting for the volcano eruption to end? That was definitely not an option. Volcanic eruptions usually lasted for several days, even up to half a month. And during the eruption, the undead legion residing in the volcano would significantly increase in strength, not to be underestimated as a simple first-rank 7-star beast group. Lin Chen was now in a dilemma. If he ventured into the mountains now, it might be easy to get in but difficult to get out. However, if he didn't go in, he might lose the bet. Lin Chen knew Rai Naijin, the player, including his warrior family. In the early stages of the Great World Conflict, the warrior family indeed developed quite well, seizing many resources and recruiting many strong individuals. They were on a completely different level from the mediocre power of the Sea King's heart. Although the monster hunting tier had been raised from first tier 3 stars to first tier 5 stars, after a few hours of warming up, many top professionals were believed to have caught up. Those professionals with super range damage skills might have already touched the bottleneck of the first tier, and their combat power could not be simply seen as that of a newly transferred first tier player. Lin Chen was not a fool and naturally did not underestimate these top professionals who were very strong in the early stages. Faced with this situation, Lin Chen did not hesitate for too long. In just a moment, he made a decision. Then let's make it quick. With that, the huge rock under Lin Chen's feet suddenly exploded. In the next moment, he had leaped into the range of the fiery rain. The 2 giant bone hands on his back completely spread out in midair, looking like a giant hand descending from the sky, ready to press down the entire volcanic peak. One hand to cover the sky. Distortion. The bone armor instantly tightly adhered to Lin Chen's body. There was no effective way to prevent the fiery rain. Simply put, he had to endure it. The fiery rain fell lightly on Lin Chen. -2, -5, -3. Although the damage was minimal, it accumulated quickly, deducting over 100 points of health from Lin Chen in just a few minutes. If it were an ordinary player with only tens of health points, they wouldn't last half an hour in the fiery rain. Having just entered the volcanic territory, the thought of turning back already crossed Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen let the sparks fall on his armor and skin, swiftly moving through the lava-filled volcano. His speed was no less than his sprint in the desert just now. Even if the lava occasionally burned his skin, he didn't even blink. As long as his health didn't drop below the yellow line, Lin Chen paid no attention. This slight pain was nothing to him, a person who used cancer as a weapon. Compared to the excruciating pain of achieving the sequence of ascending to godhood, it was nothing. Clatter clatter. Apart from the sound of the fiery rain falling and the rumbling of the surrounding lava, the vast volcano was filled only with the sound of Lin Chen's footsteps. As for the fierce beasts within 100 miles of the volcano, they had long sensed something amiss and ran far away, not daring to approach. Just as Lin Chen was sprinting with his head down, a sudden fireball spell shot out unexpectedly from the nearby lava, heading straight for his face. Swish! With a slight movement, Lin Chen slightly turned his head, and the fireball grazed his cheek. The scorching flames burned 2 strands of hair, continuing upwards along his scalp, abruptly breaking at the roots, the burnt hair slowly falling and dissipating in the air. Hee, you actually managed to dodge my ambush. A light laughter sounded, and a figure emerged slowly from under the lava. Lin Chen looked towards the voice and recognized the identity of the assailant, the leader of the Flame Golem Legion, the Flame Conqueror, a knight clad in crimson armor. Beneath him was a flaming warhorse, its forehooves blooming like fire lotuses, even its mane shimmering with a red light, as if burning with fire. In the knight's hand was a weapon resembling a long sword and a staff. One end of the weapon was a sharp blade, and the other end was like a holy fire staff. He held the sword hilt in the middle, waving a greeting to Lin Chen. "Hello, human. You're the one who killed that useless blood knight, right?" he said. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, also recognizing the identity of this assailant, the leader of the Flame Golem Legion, the Flame Conqueror. Information about him gradually appeared on the system interface. Flame Conqueror, Boss, Top Tier, Level, 90, Skills, 1. Flame Storm, 2. Flame Edge, 3. Body of Heat, Combat Power Evaluation, 2nd Tier 1 star. Same level as the Blood Dragon Cavalier, but his combat power directly surpasses the first tier. In the Eternal Kingdom, the level of a boss and the level of a weapon are basically the same. Weapon levels range from inferior, common, fine, rare, top tier, perfect, epic, legendary, mythical, ancient, immortal. Boss levels range from common to mythical, with only inferior missing. As for the boss and equipment of the last 2 levels, ancient and immortal, Lin Chen has only heard of them and has not truly seen them. The mocking voice of the Flame Conqueror continued. "I told the master long ago that waste is not worthy of being one of the leaders of the Legion. Now, he has had his head cut off by a mere human. How ridiculous." He indeed had the qualification to call the Blood Dragon Knight waste. A top-tier boss is definitely considered a dominant force in the early stages of the game, with even transcendent combat power. When the Flame Conqueror mentioned this, he glanced at Lin Chen and asked, "Human, how did you know I was hiding in the magma?" This volcano was his territory, and theoretically, it was extremely difficult to be discovered hiding in the magma. However, that precise fireball, seemingly narrowly avoided by Lin Chen, actually didn't harm him at all. Lin Chen looked calmly at him and said, "If you want to ambush, then conceal your heartbeat properly." The Flame Conqueror seemed amused by his words. "I am an undead creature, do I even have a heartbeat?" But as soon as he finished speaking, a strange expression appeared on his face under the armor. "You can actually sense the flickering of the soul fire?" Undead creatures do not have many human emotions, but that doesn't mean they are truly lifeless. The soul fire is their source of life, and any fluctuation in it will be reflected. Moreover, as Lin Chen looked at one of the generals of the undead army in front of him, he felt something was off. "Hee, you're quite something." The Flame Conqueror smiled, raised his weapon towards Lin Chen, and said, "You are worth being killed by my own hands." As his words fell, large fiery golems began to crawl out slowly from the surrounding magma. Compared to the Flame Conqueror's heartbeat like a drum, these fiery golems were truly silent. After all, these fiery golems were not true undead creatures but lifeless puppets. Boom! 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 They took heavy steps, emerging from the magma. Flame Golem, Level 70, Skill, Body of Magma, Combat Power Evaluation, First Tier 7 stars. As monsters of the First Tier 7 stars, their skill panel was somewhat rudimentary, but their combat power was solid. With only about 3,000 fiery golems, they could easily crush the undead army led by the Blood Dragon Knight earlier, and casualties would not exceed 100. This was one of the reasons why the Flame Conqueror called the Blood Dragon Knight a waste. "Hee, you are already surrounded," the Flame Conqueror said cheerfully. Compared to the Blood Dragon Knight, this Flame Conqueror did not seem like a true undead creature. Lin Chen remained expressionless, understanding roughly what was going on. Undead creatures indeed should not have emotions, let alone emit such laughter that contradicted their physical appearance. But if it was his subordinate, then there was nothing strange about it. Phew! Suddenly, Lin Chen's figure disappeared without a trace in place. The next moment, he shot out like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the leader of the Flame Golem army. "Hee, you've picked the wrong opponent." The Flame Conqueror didn't back down but instead gripped the mane of his fiery steed tightly, brandishing his long sword as he charged forward. Flame Edge. He raised his sword, and flames instantly ignited at the other end, spreading to the blade. In an instant, it extended outward significantly. The sword, originally just over a meter long, transformed into a 3 to 4 meter long flaming greatsword, aimed straight at Lin Chen who was rushing towards him. Dodge! A fleeting breeze brushed past the Flame Conqueror's cheek, his vision blurred, and Lin Chen disappeared from his original position. Shortly after, Lin Chen's voice came from behind him, "You talk too much." Instinctively turning his head, he saw a massive black bone hand descending straight towards his face, as if intending to crush him and his fiery warhorse into mincemeat. Boom! A deafening sound echoed through the area, countless flames mixed with scorched stones exploding. The volcano, already on the verge of eruption, intensified under the violent tremors. The Flame Conqueror, who was at the forefront, had retreated several tens of meters from the deep pit created by that palm strike. Meanwhile, the flame of his soul in his chest was pulsating intensely. Clearly, he was deeply frightened by Lin Chen's previous strike. If it weren't for that bit of luck that made him abandon the plan to confront the massive black hand head-on and instead retreat with all his might, he would probably have died again by now. He narrowly escaped, but his fiery warhorse was turned into mincemeat by Lin Chen. The latter furrowed his brow, seemingly puzzled by the fact that the Flame Conqueror managed to escape, as if speaking to him and muttering to himself, "It seems that guy's modification of you is quite interesting, no wonder." Lin Chen didn't finish his sentence. No wonder the subsequent Undead Legion became so powerful. Instilling fear, an emotion unknown to undead creatures devoid of fear and pain, was a form of restraint and another form of evolution. Without fear, the Flame Conqueror wouldn't have had that stroke of luck just now and would have ended up like the Blood Knight before, turned into a pulp along with his mount. The Flame Conqueror looked fearfully at Lin Chen in the field and then at his warhorse, which had yet to be of any use, saying, "That's the warhorse my master gave me. If my master finds out, he'll kill me." "Kill him. Get rid of him, I'll use his head to settle the debt." Urging the Flame Golem forward, the Flame Conqueror commanded. Roar! The Flame Golem, towering 2 to 3 meters tall, suddenly accelerated, roaring as it charged towards Lin Chen. Its massive body moved through the magma, splashing countless flames. Just the flames alone were enough to overwhelm an ordinary player, not to mention the immense strength they relied on for survival. The first charging Flame Golem raised its fist and smashed it towards Lin Chen. Bang! Lin Chen's bone hand, already darkened, clenched into a fist and met the golem's fist head-on. The next moment, the golem's rocky arm was shattered as if it were rotten wood, and half of its body cracked apart. Boom! Expressionless, Lin Chen clapped another bone hand, smashing the remaining breath out of the flame golem into countless rubble. The shattered rocks scattered all over, rolling into the nearby magma, sparking countless flames. Lin Chen stood his ground, facing the oncoming flame golem without flinching, the two white bone giant hands growing on his back colliding head-on with the golem's attack. Boom! 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 Each thunderous sound represented a flame golem's arm being shattered. Although the flame golem and Lin Chen were both level 70, their four-dimensional attributes were vastly different, and even their proud monstrous strength couldn't gain any advantage under Lin Chen's control. Moreover, their proximity even allowed Lin Chen to use less cancerization value to restore his health, directly using the blood drinking effect to replenish his life points. As time passed, the flame conquerors outside, seeking opportunities, noticed that Lin Chen's health not only did not decrease but was steadily increasing. Gradually, it had almost fully recovered. The flame conquerors no longer hesitated and raised their flame longswords high, the staffs at the other end of the swords emitting dazzling flames. Whoosh! 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 Within the originally scorching volcano, chilling gusts of wind were stirred up. As the wind grew stronger, stones scattered on the ground were swept up by the gale. Subsequently, nearby magma was also caught up in the whirlwind, forming a flaming tornado in the field. Flame storm! As the flame conqueror finished chanting, the flaming tornado rushed straight towards Lin Chen. The tornado swept past the fire golems but caused no harm to them, not because of any teammate damage avoidance mechanism, but due to the fire golem's innate high immunity to flame damage skills. Just like how a fire spirit standing in magma would only heal and not get hurt, the flaming tornado easily passed through numerous fire golems, heading towards Lin Chen. Flash gap! Lin Chen's thoughts shifted slightly, and his figure disappeared on the spot. The cancerized weapon's quality was average, and the element of fire happened to counter the distorted weapons. That's why he hesitated for a moment on the yellow stone earlier. When Lin Chen's figure reappeared, he was already several meters away. However, the flame storm did not dissipate due to his sudden disappearance but instead followed his movements once again. This time, the flame storm, carrying magma, grew fiercer, rising another 2 to 3 yards in height. The power of a second tier, 1 star, was indeed well deserved. Even Lin Chen at this moment furrowed his brows slightly. The initial missed strike undoubtedly prolonged the battle once more. If they waited for the volcano to erupt, the flame conqueror's power would surge again. Who knows how many more stars of power he would gain. By then, with the advantage of timing and location, Lin Chen, who currently lacked attack methods, was indeed in a bit of a bind. Should I activate demonization again? Lin Chen pondered the cost of demonization and the benefits after the battle, wondering if they were proportional. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he softly murmured, "Dragon flame." Swish! Suddenly, a ball of blood-like flames appeared abruptly on his bone hand. Without further observation, Lin Chen raised his bone hand and grabbed towards the flaming storm in front of him. Poison against poison, fire against fire. Crackling! The flames emitted intense burning sounds as two completely different flames collided. In terms of quality alone, the corrupted blood dragon flame absorbed by Lin Chen was no weaker than the flame conqueror's flame storm. However, at that time, the level and mental power of the Tyrannosaurus were far inferior to the flame conqueror, naturally making his damage and flame manipulation abilities inferior to the latter. But under Lin Chen's high spiritual power bonus, the damage of the dragon flame was impressive, fully capable of contending with the flame storm. It can actually be grafted and used? Lin Chen curiously looked at the bone hand in his hand, not receiving any damage from the dragon flame. He knew that the bone hand could directly use demonization, but the special effect ability of demonization could also be transferred to the bone hand? This was something he had tried in his past life but had never succeeded. It's because the dragon flame is not an inherent special effect ability of demonization but an absorptive ability. Lin Chen quickly understood what was happening. Then, he looked at the flame conqueror on the opposite side, who was already showing fear beneath his armor, and smirked. Very well, things just got interesting. Hiss, 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 hiss. The voices of the venomous snake people echoed through the jungle, sending shivers down the nearby players' spines. Hatred-filled snake people slithered out of the bushes, their golden vertical pupils fixed on the players as they slowly spat venom. Hatred snake people, level 50, skills 1. Curved blade attack 2. Coiling 3. Poison, combat power evaluation, first tier, 5 stars, just the level and combat power of 50 in first tier. 5 stars were enough to deter most ordinary players. If it weren't for the big shots behind them, these players wouldn't dare to set foot in the territory of the hatred snake people so easily. Ha, make way for me. I'll take care of these small fries. A loud, arrogant voice came from the back of the crowd. The players automatically cleared a path as the village chief and deputy village chief of the warrior's house, Kazuma Yayoi and Sakutaro Moriya, walked out. Kazuma Yayoi, dressed in samurai attire, had a calm and composed expression, while Sakutaro Moriya, in a sharp suit, looked extremely arrogant, resembling a delinquent. Kazuma Yayoi naturally had no objections to Sakutaro Moriya's aggressive approach. As an SSS-ranked warrior, his abilities were quite unique. He excelled in one-on-one combat but struggled in group battles. Therefore, this gambling challenge was destined to be Sakutaro Moriya's home ground. Make way, I'm here," Sakutaro Moriya shouted, then with a stomp, a sudden burst of flames erupted. In just an instant, he seemed to be engulfed in flames. The players witnessing his ability for the first time gasped in amazement, but those who were a bit more familiar knew that this was Sakutaro Moriya's profession, Flame Man, turning his body into fire, burning everything in his path. "Heh, Yayoi Dano, I'm going in." Sakutaro Moriya grinned and turned to Kazuma Yayoi. The latter nodded slightly and said, quick and decisive, "We must complete the gambling challenge before the White Bone Great Wall." "All right." Before the words had even finished, as if his feet were equipped with jet engines, he spewed out 2 flames and charged straight towards the hatred snake people in the jungle. Kill! In the next moment, flames soared in the jungle, and the sounds of battle filled the air. Countless flames ignited in the bushes, looking like a mountain on fire from a distance. Kazuma Yayoi stood calmly, holding the hilt of his sword with one hand and the other hand tucked inside his samurai attire, watching the scene quietly. According to reports from players with scouting abilities, there was a considerable number of snake people on this mountain peak, all above first tier, 5 stars. By clearing out the snake people tribe on this mountain peak, reaching the 10,000 mark for the gambling challenge was not a difficult task, and they could also earn a large amount of time currency. Sakutaro Moriya not only had strong fire abilities but also moved at an extremely fast speed. His plasma jet boots acted like rockets, quickly setting the entire mountain peak on fire with himself as the ignition source. The naturally cold-loving snake people were particularly vulnerable to fire-based attacks. Faced with the high damage of fire magic, they could only flee in panic. Seeing that the time was right, Kazuma Yayoi ordered his subordinates beside him, "Go, hunt in the mountains." The players who had been waiting eagerly heard this and excitedly began to enter the mountains in batches to reap the rewards. "Ha, little snake people, here we come. Kill. The time currency is mine. Hurry up, I'm almost full on time currency." The players of the warrior's house surged into the mountains. The hunting strategy of the warrior's house was similar to Ellis's Heart of the Sea King. It relied on top-tier professionals leading the charge to suppress the beasts, while the ordinary players followed to pick up the spoils. It had to be said that this hunting strategy greatly enhanced the hunting efficiency in the early stages of the game and improved the overall strength of the village. Moreover, the samurai clan's battle plan was more detailed than the Sea King's Heart, and they even organized players into teams in batches. This would once again increase the efficiency of the hunt. Although there would be casualties during the process, they could be well controlled. Uyami Kazuma, standing at the foot of the mountain on a rainy night, did not move his feet and followed these players up the mountain. He just gently closed his eyes, still maintaining the posture of holding the sword handle with one hand, standing quietly in place. After about half an hour, a cry came from the mountain, "Lord Kazuma." On the top of the mountain, Moriya Sakutaro descended from top to bottom on flames, rushing towards them. Surprisingly, behind him was a towering giant python, about dozens of yards long, crushing numerous trees and branches as well as players who couldn't dodge in time. Even Moriya Sakutaro's flames could only harm its surface, not affecting its movements at all. Uyami Kazuma slowly opened his eyes, looking at the giant python. The information of the ferocious beast appeared on the interface: Skylifting Python, Boss, Rare, Level, 90, Skills, 1. Serpent's Gaze, 2. Coiling Tail, 3. Serpent's Speed, Combat Power Evaluation, First Tier, 9 stars. A combat power of First Tier, 9 stars was definitely top-notch within the First Tier. No wonder Moriya Sakutaro, who was already over level 80 as an SS rank, was being chased by this giant python. A hint of seriousness appeared in Uyami Kazuma's eyes as he waited here to prevent such accidents. Unexpectedly, within the First Tier, a group of 5-star beasts hid such a big boss. "Leave it to me," he said in a deep voice, slightly moving his left hand down, holding the scabbard while using his thumb to push it slightly. The right hand that had been tucked in his pocket slowly gripped the sword handle, eyes fixed firmly on the skylifting python rapidly approaching them, slowly crouching down in a horse stance. Crackle! A small thunderbolt flickered in the exposed section of the blade, countless sword energy gathering towards the scabbard. "Focus, reach the peak," Uyami Kazuma softly murmured. Swish! Moriya Sakutaro flew over him from above. The The sky-lifting python was about to approach him, using its massive body to crush him into pulp. Just as the giant python was only tens of meters away from him, the next moment, Uyami Kazuma suddenly drew the blade. Draw sword slash. At that moment, the players on the mountain peak heard a thunderous roar echoing through the sky. Moriya Sakutaro, who had already flown past, heard it most clearly, turning back in astonishment, as if thunder dragons were roaring in his ears. In the blink of an eye, Uyami Kazuma had intertwined his figure with the giant python dozens of yards long. Critical hit. One-strike kill. With a red killing prompt appearing in the air, the giant python instantly split in two, crashing to the ground. Before Moriya Sakutaro could even cheer, he saw Uyami Kazuma sheathing his sword, looking weak as he half-knelt on the ground. The former naturally ignored everything else and hurried over to support the almost falling Uyami Kazuma. "Lord Kazuma, are you alright?" he asked worriedly. Uyami Kazuma waved his pale hand and said, "Just a temporary exhaustion, it's nothing." This was his one and only skill, draw sword slash. Concentrate all strength, slash at one point. The damage was naturally off the charts, but it also had super strong side effects, requiring time to rest due to the physical exertion. It could also be understood as having an extremely long skill cooldown. So, during the battle for the flag, after killing an SSS rank professional, he did not kill any other players. Not that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. Lord Kazuma is amazing. Many people on the nearby mountain peak also witnessed this scene and cheered. "Ha, I knew Lord Kazuma was here, no surprises. To defeat a first tier, 9 stars ferocious beast with just one strike, that's too strong. We've won. Hee. I recorded the video just now and posted it on the forum for our players in Sakura country to see how awesome our Lord Yuri is." Facing the cheering players, Yui showed a slight smile on his face, then turned to Sota Moritani and said, "Moritani, it's up to you next." Sota Moritani nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, Lord Yui, I will definitely complete the mission." After the players of the Samurai House posted the video of Yui killing the giant python on their game forum, it immediately made it to the top of the hot list, sparking discussions among countless players. "Oh my god, is this the strength of the 6th person in Sakura country? Is that giant python really a first tier 9 star? Of course, didn't you see the screenshot of the system interface information? Invincible. Invincible. Yui's ranking should definitely rise now. Who can deny that? That's a first tier 9 star fierce beast. How many of me would it take to match its size? Tisk TSK, is this the value of world-class strong players? Terrifying. Now the outcome of the gambling challenge is completely predictable. A few minutes after the video was released, someone on the forum adjusted Yui's ranking at that time. After some arguments, Yui's ranking unexpectedly jumped from 6th place directly to 2nd place in Sakura country, just below the SSS level ninja Aoi Mayui. Although there was still a lot of controversy on the forum, many people still believed that Yui's previous strength had indeed been underestimated. Yui, who was at the foot of the mountain, naturally saw this hot news. A smile crept up on his face. To be honest, he was not very satisfied with the 6th place ranking before. He had seen the strong players on the Sakura country leaderboard, their strength was indeed impressive, and their methods were endless. But purely in terms of killing power and one-on-one ability, Yui was confident that he could match any of the players on the list, including Aoi Mayui, who dominated Sakura country. Phew! He let out a long breath. And at his signal, this video circulated several times and even spread to the Flame Country's game forum through private messages. Similarly, it also attracted widespread attention. Damn! Is this Yui? This damage is too exaggerated, right? So many huge pythons, it's like a movie. Of course, didn't you see what it said below the video? That's a first tier 9 star fierce beast. A first tier top combat power, how could it be killed with just one slash? Unbelievable. It's damn unbelievable. The map has only been open for less than a day, and these players have already evolved to this level? Who can deny that? I've only leveled up a few levels. Sob, I've only leveled up once, and now I have very few time coins left in my pocket, still looking for tomorrow's easy money. Hey, I'm in the same boat. I've only had a few hours in my pocket. If I don't make money soon, I won't make it through tonight. Then why are you wasting time watching videos? Hurry up and go fight monsters. Ah, this time Lin Chen and White Bone Great Wall are at the mercy of Yui. Lin Chen was careless, he shouldn't have accepted this gambling challenge. He wasn't careless, he was just arrogant. He had already completed this week's gambling task, but he insisted on making it harder for himself. Now look, that's a top resource sanctuary, outputting 20% in one go. Tisk TSK, instead of this, it's better to lose to us Flame Country people, and give some to our village. Exactly, near our village, we finally spawned a wild beast, dozens of people rushed up to grab it, damn it. Droughts die, floods die. Two forums were in constant debate because of the gambling challenge between Whitebone Great Wall and Samurai House. However, most players were not very optimistic about Lin Chen and Whitebone Great Wall. Firstly, before the gambling challenge officially began, they already believed that Yuyi's strength was strong, and his ranking was definitely above Lin Chen's. The second nature is because of the video just now. Yu Yaezhan once again proved his strength, and his ranking rose again. Even in the eyes of his fellow countrymen, Yu Yaezhan can now be compared to the top 5 on their own list. As for Lin Chen, he is just one of the 11 people in the country, so it's normal that he can't compare to Yu Yaezhan. Even Yu Yaezhan himself thought so. After seeing some comments from subordinates on two forums, a slight smile appeared on his face. Although he didn't announce the number of kills for the bet in the opponent's chat channel like Ellis did, the progress of the warrior's house was faster than he had imagined. After dealing with the Tier 1, 9-star ferocious beast, Sotaro Moritani had no reservations about setting fire on the mountaintop, rolling around on the flames without restraint. The flames soared into the sky, not to mention the Tier 1, 5-star loathing snake people. Even many players had to retreat under the soaring fire and could only catch the fleeing snake people with low health. Overall, the hunting efficiency increased instead of decreasing. In just over an hour, the entire mountaintop was almost completely burned clean. Yu Yaezhan looked at the kill numbers on the village chief interface: 6665, 6666, 6667, 6668. Almost every minute, the numbers would skyrocket. At this rate, perhaps in just one more hour, the bet could be completed. Yu Yaezhan estimated the numbers slightly, and Lin Chen had previously taken several hours to complete the bet of 30,000 kills. Now that the bet had been upgraded, it would probably take even longer. However, the warrior's house only needed about 2 hours to complete the bet, and they were bound to win no matter how you looked at it. Yu Yaezhan chuckled lightly and said, "Hee, victory is assured." Area announcement: the number of Tier 1, 5-star monsters near the Whitebone Great Wall has exceeded 10,000. The bet between the Whitebone Great Wall and the warrior's house is declared over, with the Whitebone Great Wall winning the bet. Area announcement: Whitebone Great Wall. 3 consecutive area announcements resounded through the sky, with golden characters appearing one after another above the heads of the Whitebone Great Wall players and in the sky above the warrior's house. Especially the players of the warrior's house, some of them saw the announcement in golden characters and even subconsciously shouted, "Yes, we won!" But just 2 seconds after shouting, they stood frozen in place because no one around them echoed their cheers, but instead stared in astonishment at the characters in the sky. Scratching his head, one of them carefully read the area announcement again. "This is correct. Wait, the Whitebone Great Wall won." He widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. But he wasn't the most surprised. Of course, it was Yu Yaezhan himself. Yu Yaezhan's smile froze on his face, unsure whether to cry or laugh for a moment, but his astonishment was beyond measure. The Whitebone Great Wall had completed the bet. How was this possible? After the initial recruitment, the warrior's house had over 5,000 members. With him and Sotaro Moritani hunting together here, their efficiency was definitely top-notch worldwide. If we talk about map resources, the warrior's house also integrated the top resources of 10 SSS-grade unknown territories, and the main city's ranking was over 100 places higher than the Whitebone Great Wall. Looking at the whole world, it was considered average at best. How could a small Whitebone Great Wall, a village of just a few dozen people, achieve this so quickly? Near the Whitebone Great Wall, near the volcano. Time rewinds to 10 minutes ago. Boom! With a deafening roar, the volcano finally erupted the magma that had been brewing for a month. Countless sparks shot up into the sky, pierced through the clouds, and crashed down towards the ground. It was no exaggeration to say they crashed. Every boulder enveloped in magma that landed sounded like a falling meteor, creating intense noises and leaving deep craters on the ground. The temperature of the flames suddenly soared, and the fire element in the air naturally rose as well. For a fire golem like this puppet, the increase in fire element concentration was a good thing, making its already strong fiery body even more robust. As for the Flame Conqueror, it was like second nature to him, with flames faintly seeping out of his already crimson armor. Even though he no longer had his flame warhorse, he now resembled more of a flame reaper emerging from the depths. "Ah, the wait is finally over, at last!" The Flame Conqueror, whose helmet had been knocked off somewhere, exclaimed in ecstasy. His already fierce face twisted into an even more contorted expression as he pointed his long sword at Lin Chen, saying, "Human, you are doomed." Despite his tough talk, his appearance was pitiful. After their previous confrontation, if he hadn't given it his all, he might have perished by now. Even so, he was in a sorry state. The legion of fire golems was dwindling, and even though their combat power had increased, it was not significant. At least, it posed no threat to the formidable human before him. He himself was severely injured, with his health dropping below the red line. However, with the blessing of the volcano buff, the Flame Conqueror's combat power had surged from Tier 2, Level 1 straight to Tier 2, Level 3. It had risen by 2 whole levels. One must not underestimate the difference these 2 levels made. The gap between Tier 1 and Tier 2 was substantial. Moreover, the human in front of him hadn't even reached the bottleneck of Tier 1, so this increase was indeed significant. Nevertheless, the Flame Conqueror hesitated to advance recklessly. He was wary of Lin Chen's previous move, the massive black bone hand that had left him trembling. If not for that, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state after their recent clash. At least his health wouldn't have dropped so drastically. In response to his provocation, Lin Chen merely raised the bone hand on his back slightly. This action startled the Flame Conqueror, causing him to retreat dozens of meters once again, only to realize that Lin Chen hadn't moved from his spot. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Lin Chen and said, Don't think I don't know that your move must have severe restrictions, or perhaps an extremely long cooldown. In other words, you can't use your most powerful move right now. So, even though I'm at a disadvantage in health, as long as I continue to hold you off, the volcano will eventually consume you. His confidence was not unwavering. However, it wasn't entirely a bluff either, as the volcano was still erupting. The Flame Conqueror and the Fire Golems, being creatures of the fire element, were unaffected. However, even with the dragon flame, Lin Chen couldn't stay in such a volcanic environment for too long. Engaging in a protracted battle would be highly disadvantageous for him. But, have you misunderstood something? Lin Chen looked at him calmly and spoke. The Flame Conqueror's expression turned puzzled, and the next moment, Lin Chen had vanished from his original position. Inferno Edge. The Flame Conqueror's mind went on high alert, quickly retreating. He had seen this move several times before. It seemed like teleportation at first glance, with no apparent solution. In reality, the distance of the teleportation was limited, and it required finding the enemy's blind spot. As long as he created enough distance, he would have ample space to observe Lin Chen's movements. Sure enough, after retreating dozens of meters once again, he finally spotted Lin Chen swiftly moving behind a rock. Found you, haha. The Flame Conqueror laughed loudly, raising his nearly worn-out sword and chanting the magic spell, Flamestorm. A hurricane quickly swept through the area, engulfing countless rocks, lava, and even large flaming boulders spewing from the volcano. Soon, a flame tornado formed, greatly enhanced in speed and damage by the volcano buff. Go! With the Flame Conqueror's control, the flame tornado seemed to have eyes, charging straight at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, seeing the approaching figure, did not dodge, instead raised the huge bone hand on his back and slapped towards the flame tornado. Dragon Flame. The bone hand was covered in bright red flames. Although not as powerful as the Flamestorm, it was more concentrated. Boom! The 2 bone hands clapped together with force against the approaching flame tornado, scattering countless boulders and flames. However, the flame tornado did not dissipate, still maintaining its power. Not paying attention, it gathered surrounding magma and boulders, trying to grow larger again. But Lin Chen did not give it the chance, opening and clapping the bone hands repeatedly, looking like he was clapping hands from a distance, somewhat amusing. However, the Flame Conqueror nearby couldn't find it funny. He faintly saw Lin Chen engulfed in flames, his body burned to a crisp. Even his face was severely damaged, with patches of charred flesh peeling off. His health points were dropping rapidly. But before a smile could appear on his face, the Flame Conqueror was horrified to see Lin Chen, whose health points were nearing the red line, suddenly restored to above the healthy threshold in the blink of an eye. The charred flesh all over his body was visibly healing at a rapid pace. Only the facial flesh was a bit slower, revealing a chilling smile in the flames, more resembling a dead spirit than himself. This guy actually had a way to restore his health points. Despair filled the Flame Conqueror's heart. Before long, Lin Chen shattered the skill effect of the Flamestorm with his bone hands, and without stopping, slowly walked towards him. Run! Run fast! Once this thought crossed his mind, it grew uncontrollably. The next moment, he abandoned his dozens of little flame golems behind and sprinted frantically in the volcano. As long as he ran fast enough and plunged into the volcano's opening, even if Lin Chen had a way to heal, he wouldn't dare to follow. At this moment, the Flame Conqueror's mind was blank except for escape. In this territory he was most familiar with, his speed was astonishing. In less than 2 minutes, he was about to start climbing. Fear filled the Flame Conqueror's eyes, repeating in his mind, as long as I get up there, I can survive. As long as... Hey! Look back! Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. The Flame Conqueror subconsciously turned around, only to see a cold light flash by. Then, his head began to spin. Thud, thud, thud. His head rolled down the slope, and in his final moment, his gaze finally focused on Lin Chen. The latter, expressionless, calmly said, "There was never a tug-of-war from the beginning. I decide when this battle ends." Holding the bone sword, Lin Chen stood on the 2-meter-tall dead spirit knight's body and ruthlessly stabbed the sword into the opposite body. Ding! Evolution points plus 100, ding! Cancerization value plus 200. After the 2 attribute point prompts, Lin Chen carefully observed the changes on the interface. Soon, another prompt came, ding! Absorption of Flame Conqueror complete, infinite evolution, talent demonization absorbing Flamestorm, scorching body, blazing edge completed evolution, gaining, dragon flame scorching dragon flame, talent distortion increasing fire elemental effects, gaining, 30% increase in fire resistance. Indeed, the special effect of dragon flame successfully evolved into scorching dragon flame. Distortion also increased fire resistance due to the special effects of the fire element. So, at the moment of evolution prompt, Lin Chen could clearly feel the surrounding scorching temperature drop by several degrees, easing the stifling sensation. The fire rain and firestones falling from the sky caused significantly less damage to him. Even if he were to battle now with a Flame Conqueror at full health, full status, and with the blessing of a volcano, he probably wouldn't need to use demonization to defeat his opponent as before. Roar! The remaining fire golems did not stop attacking just because they lost their leader. They were intelligent magical puppets. Even if the controller died, they would continue to execute previous commands until their own demise. They rushed towards Lin Chen, who didn't waste the cancerous values and evolution points offered, swiftly crushing them with his bone hands. The black chains still penetrated their bodies, absorbing energy. The evolution prompt quickly came again, ding! Absorption of Flame Conqueror complete, infinite evolution, talent distortion absorption of magma body completed evolution, gaining, fire resistance 30% 31%, weapon quality normal fine. The distortion's weapon quality finally upgraded to fine, with the weapon's toughness also increasing in stages. In his past life, Lin Chen could only rely on the increase in cancerous values to improve weapon quality. As for other weapon effects, they had to be enhanced through extensive enchantments and external means such as forging. The 12 bone hands from his past life could be upgraded to mythical quality through such operations, a process that was quite complex and tedious, requiring countless resources. However, this time, with the hunter sequence, these external means might not be necessary. As long as he absorbed suitable prey, the quality and effects of the distorted weapon would continue to evolve. And he had a feeling that perhaps the achievement of the 12 bone hands in the end would far surpass his past life. Maybe myth was not the final destination. After a brief pause, Lin Chen once again invested time coins into the experience bar. Ding! Consumed 142 time coins for upgrade, all attributes plus 1. Ding! Consumed 144 time coins for upgrade, all attributes plus 1. Ding! Consumed 146 time coins for upgrade, all attributes plus 1. After 10 notifications, Lin Chen smoothly advanced from level 70 to level 80, with the following attributes: Lin Chen, level 80, Transcended, Hunter, First Tier, Title, Blasphemer, Blocked, Time, 7250, Strength, 405 plus 360, Agility, 335 plus 360, Constitution, 400 plus 355, Spirit, 370 plus 350, Sequence Skills, 1. Hunting, 2. Infinite Evolution, Passive, Evolution Points, 500, Unallocated, Friendly Reminder, Upgrade by hunting first tier 8-star monsters, 0 out of 1000. There's still room for improvement. Lin Chen squinted at the level prompt on the interface, wondering if level 90 of the SSS class profession would be the endpoint. Meanwhile, a regional announcement appeared above Lin Chen's head, followed by a system prompt of rewards being received, ding! Congratulations to the Whitebone Great Wall for winning the wager token, reward, map resource expansion 20. 2%, all players attribute points plus 40. As the system prompt ended, the average attribute points of Lin Chen increased by another 10 points. Then, he saw the volcano rising visibly at a rapid pace, with the flames erupting from the volcano becoming more intense. Lin Chen focused his gaze and noticed that in the distance, new fire elemental beasts seemed to be brewing within the magma. Boom! Countless rocks fell like meteorites, creating deep craters on the ground, more powerful than before. If Lin Chen hadn't dodged in time, even with his constitution nearing 800 points, he would have struggled to withstand this damage. After all, he had only increased his fire resistance and had not become a true fire elemental creature. Lin Chen didn't hesitate. He picked up the fire staff longsword from the ground and started running on the scorching rocky ground in the next moment. This volcano, after the expansion of map resources, was bound to become a new leveling spot outside the city. The monsters born here would be stronger than the previous Flame Golem Legion. However, it was not a good time for leveling up at the moment, as the volcano eruption was expected to last for several days, even half a month. During this time, this place was not the best leveling spot for players, but rather a place of death. Of course, it was not just the volcano that was growing. The entire area where the White Bone Great Wall map was located would see a significant improvement. Previously, Alice's Heart of the Sea resources were limited, only providing a 2% resource boost to the White Bone Great Wall. But the warrior's home was different, being a resource holy land on par with the White Bone Great Wall, offering a substantial 20% resource boost. As for the Great Cold Dark Nation, Lin Chen thought to himself as he ran through the volcano, feeling a bit regretful for accepting the gambling challenge from the Great Cold Dark Nation. He had been careless at the time, thinking that the Great Cold Dark Nation was also a resource-rich territory. Little did he know it was just a joke. After the settlement, the entire village had not killed more than 100 Tier 1, 5-star monsters. Lin Chen had no choice but to consider that 0.2% of the map resources as an addition to this gambling challenge. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen ran out of the volcano range. The area where he had just been, the yellow stone heap, was now covered with lava and firestones, and this range was still expanding. The other large leveling spots nearby were similar to the volcano area. Faintly through the yellow sand, one could see small hills accumulating rapidly, and the ruined cities towering up. Terrifying howls echoed in the desert, each one louder than the last. The already dangerous Gobi Desert became even more terrifying. At this moment, Li Mingliang and others who were hunting in the distance could not rejoice in the expansion of map resources. Faced with the increasing number of beasts around them, they could only retreat step by step back to the city walls. Of course, for ordinary players, the rapidly expanding desert was hell, but for Lin Chen, it was nothing short of heaven. Just as he was about to continue grinding monsters along this line, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding! Mission prompt: due to your defeat of 2 major undead legions, the Revenge of the Undead mission has been activated. Do you accept the mission? Revenge of the Undead? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at the mission that appeared on the screen. Could it be hunting that guy? He speculated in his mind, but without much hesitation, he directly clicked on the option to accept the mission. Ding! You have accepted the Large Monster Siege mission, Revenge of the Undead. Mission 1, hold the line and resist the beast tide. Mission 2, kill undead monsters. Another siege mission. Lin Chen opened the mission details interface. Mission objective: hold the line in the Undead Legion's siege tide and ensure the flag is not plundered. Mission reward: Undead Realm Fragments *2. The reward of Undead Realm Fragments caught his eye. In addition to this, like the previous Beast Tide siege, there were also numerous treasure chest rewards. Lin Chen was actually no stranger to this kind of Beast Tide siege. When the White Bone Great Wall was not activated, it was just an uninhabited abandoned city. Once activated, it would be seen as one of the forces by nearby tribes and fierce beast groups. Just today, there was a Beast Tide siege, and there would be one tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, with daily tasks. This was also why Lin Chen had arranged hunting tasks for Li Mingliang and others. Of course, besides these daily Beast Tide siege tasks, sudden attacks by fierce beasts on the city would not be uncommon. Even in the later stages, as the Blue Star people continued to grow and develop day by day, the pressure of the Beast Tide on the White Bone Great Wall would increase day by day. Not to mention thousands of Beast Tides, even tens of thousands or millions of Beast Tides were not uncommon. In the previous life, the White Bone Great Wall opened too late. The accumulated killing intent on the wall was not heavy enough, which made it too difficult to resist a real large-scale beast tide. Leaving aside other factors, just tens of thousands or millions of fierce beasts piled up could easily cross the wall and invade. Therefore, the territory of the White Bone Great Wall has been lost many times, each time reclaimed by stepping on the bodies of countless Blue Star powerhouses. Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked at the task on the interface, a hint of a cold smile on his face. Very good, I like beast tides, the more the better. At this moment, a huge firestone erupted from the volcano, passing over the volcano's boundary, piercing through countless rising water vapor, and falling directly towards Lin Chen's position. Boom! Accompanied by the falling of the volcanic stone, a violent explosion sounded, smashing a considerable pit within a radius of tens of meters. But when the smoke cleared, the figure inside had long disappeared from the spot. Thud! 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 In the desert, countless hills rose from the ground, turning into mountains. The already towering mountain range rose again, spreading out and expanding the territory. In just a blink of an eye, the scale of the White Bone Great Wall in the desert had shrunk considerably. Of course, it was not that the White Bone Great Wall had become smaller, but the entire desert map had expanded. Hiss! Terrifying! Just returned to the city, Li Mingliang, who had recovered his health, stood on the city wall, his face still showing a hint of lingering fear. Just as he heard the news of winning the bet again, before he could be happy, he found that the number of fierce beasts around him had suddenly increased, and the beasts' combat power had also begun to soar. Fortunately, they were self-aware and were hunting near the leveling point next to the city wall, which allowed them to quickly retreat back to the city. Although the White Bone Great Wall only had one wall for protection, it was not very realistic for ordinary fierce beasts to cross the 100-meter-high wall. Zhang Yuanji sighed as he thrust his long spear into the ground. It feels good to be able to return to the city wall alive. Li Mingliang smiled and asked, how about it? Is your level maxed out? Zhang Yuanji shook his head, just a bit short on time coins, currently stuck at level 48, just 2 levels away from max. With the healing array inside the city wall, their hunting efficiency had increased significantly. 60+ people formed 3 small teams, luring the group of fierce beasts to the vicinity of the city wall and hunting them in batches. Once the health of one team dropped below the danger line, they immediately replaced it with another team and went into the city to heal. In this way, in less than 2 hours, they had hunted more monsters than during the first wave of beast tide attacking the city. Levels naturally soared, and many players had already reached the full level of Tier 1. Even Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji, 2 B-rank professionals, were close to reaching the bottleneck of level 50 in Tier 1, and their combat power had also increased significantly. Zhang Yuanji scratched his head and said, it's a pity, just when I felt I had the strength to compete with a Tier 1, 5-star fierce beast, the bet ended. In the end, we still didn't help Lingo, Li Mingliang sighed and said, it's true, we are still too weak. The two of them sighed for a while, then rallied. It's okay, when the brothers are fully healed, we continue. Let's try to level up to Tier 2 as soon as possible, Li Mingliang said. Zhang Yuanji was about to nod, but he heard a notification sound from the system. Ding! The side quest Revenge of the Undead has been accepted. The Undead Tide is about to come. Please prepare yourselves. Li Mingliang and Zhang Yuanji both showed varying degrees of confusion. Quest? Undead Tide? What is this? Li Mingliang frowned and asked. As soon as the words fell, a countdown reminder from the system sounded in their ears. 10, 9, 8, 7, 1. As the countdown ended, a series of uniform footsteps could be heard coming from the distant yellow sand. The players on the city wall were startled and quickly looked towards the distance. From the height of the wall, they could vaguely see a row of shadows appearing in the yellow sand several kilometers away. The shadows started small but gradually lengthened over time. That is a beast tide. Li Mingliang swallowed hard. The players on the city wall had just experienced 10 rounds of beast tide attacks not long ago, so they naturally had some judgment experience when it came to the appearance of a beast tide. Oh no, it's a beast tide again. Didn't we just complete the beast tide mission this morning? Who took on this mission? Why wasn't I informed? We're doomed, we're finished. With Lin Chen absent, and the beast tide army attacking again, the players naturally panicked. Li Mingliang suppressed his inner turmoil and said, everyone, calm down. Zhang Yuanji forcefully struck his spear, making a crisp sound that quieted all the players. Li Mingliang looked serious as he said, although Lin Gu is not here, don't forget, we are not the rookies we used to be. This statement made many players snap out of their panic, feeling a bit more composed. Thanks to the resource advantages of the White Bone Great Wall, their levels and combat power had progressed much faster than players from other villages. In less than a day, many players had already reached the maximum level of Tier 1, and their combat power had increased several times over. If it's the same as the previous beast tide attack, we still have a chance, Li Mingliang said solemnly. Although they were few in number, they had 2 combatants around level 50 in Tier 1. On average, the other players also had combat power around Tier 1, 3 stars. The strongest boss of the morning's beast tide attack, the Undead Minotaur, was only at Tier 1, 4 stars. The combat power of ordinary monsters was even lower, with most of them below Tier 1, 3 stars. Yes, that's right. As long as the beast tide is like this morning's, there's nothing to fear, someone said. Although the number of monsters in the beast tide was large, their team had the advantage in quality, not to mention there was a healing magic array in the city that could replenish their health. With a well-organized team of over 60 people, there was still a chance. That's right, as long as the level of the beast tide monsters isn't too high, someone added, igniting a glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts. So, the players gathered their focus and stared intently at the distant undead tide gradually revealing itself in the yellow sand, their level information slowly appearing on everyone's interface. However, when they finally saw the levels displayed, they were stunned in place. After a moment, someone trembled and said, the lowest level. 70, the lowest combat power, Tier 7 of level 1111. The Undead Legion emerging from the yellow sand was not just one group when viewed from the formation angle, but 2 undead legions. Each undead legion had a small number of undead, totaling less than 3,000. Compared to the morning's beast tide attack, these undead were indeed not numerous, amounting to just 1 or 2 waves of the beast tide. However, even the lowest level undead were at Tier 1, level 70, and there were a considerable number of Tier 1, level 80 undead monsters. Most crucially, at the back, there was a small group of Tier 1, level 90 undead, and their numbers were not insignificant. As for what might be in the yellow sand further back, it was too far to see clearly, not even displayed on the system interface. Even just seeing these monsters now was enough to make the players on the city wall weak in the knees. After all, even the highest level players among them, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji, were only close to Tier 1, level 50. Even if all of them are at level 50 of Tier 1, their combat power is at most Tier 1, 6 stars, right? Maybe we are overestimating them a bit. With such combat power, they are not even comparable to the vanguard soldier on the other side. They have slowly climbed up from level 10 and naturally understand the difference in combat power between 1-star levels. With just over 60 people like them, perhaps 2 Tier 1, 7-star undead monsters could wipe them out. With 5 or more, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Moreover, here, there are a full 3,000 Tier 1, 7-star or higher undead wave. We're doomed, there's no hope, someone said despairingly. Li Mingliang wanted to say something, but found himself unable to speak. Fear, confusion, spreading in the air. After a moment, Li Mingliang seemed to remember something and hurriedly asked, "Has anyone contacted Lin Gu? Contact him quickly." Jiang Yuanji shook his head and said, "I just messaged Lin Gu, but he hasn't replied." Li Mingliang fell silent upon hearing this, then gritted his teeth and said, "If all else fails, we'll close the gates and hold our ground. Our city walls are so high, even with top-tier Tier 1 strength, they might not be able to come up for a while. The city walls of the Bone Great Wall are 100 meters high, easy to defend and hard to attack. As long as the players hold the key points on the city walls, it's not impossible to withstand for a while longer." Jiang Yuanji nodded. "That's the only way." He said to the players beside him, "What are you waiting for? All power-type gifted ones, go down and block the gates." Li Mingliang also rallied, stood up from the ground, patted the dirt off, and said, "Ranged players, come up to the city walls with me, the rest stay here with me. Take down 1 monster for everyone that comes. Remember, it's either us or them. Not 1 step back." The last sentence was almost a roar. The players, as if awakening from a dream, though with fear on their faces, began to act one after another. As for running away, not an option. Let alone if the city gates were breached, countless monsters could freely enter the city, with nowhere to hide. Even if they ran outside the city, there were countless beasts, with no glimpse of hope for survival. Now, the only way is to fight to the death, hold the city walls to survive. Hold on, as long as Lin Gu comes back, we'll be fine. Li Mingliang forced himself to calm down, his eyes showing a hint of determination. In a dark room, a beam of light suddenly lit up. Then, one beam of light after another descended from the darkness. Under the light beams, virtual projections slowly appeared. This room is quite interesting, a deep voice sounded. It's just a temporary meeting room. The cost of cross-border opening is a bit high, requiring 100 time coins each time, the virtual projection sitting in the main seat said with a smile. The second-ranked SSS level Yin-Yang master of the Sakura country, Zhou Dude, what's 100 time coins to you? Someone said. The player known as Zhou Dude lightly waved his folding fan, smiling as he said, now I'm third, being pushed down by some waste. Zhou Dude. A roar came. If someone were present, they would surely recognize it as Yu Yaezhan, the village chief of the warrior's home who had just lost to Lin Chan and the Bone Great Wall. Even as a virtual projection, his extreme anger was evident. Losing to the Bone Great Wall, the warrior's home lost 20% of the map resources. The mountain outside the village shrank significantly, even the stream became narrower. The leveling spots were even worse, although the monsters didn't disappear directly, the speed and quantity of respawns were far less than before. To restore to the previous level, they needed to make up for the losses through gambling repeatedly. What's more, the players in their own national game forum were unusually agitated. Some even suggested that he should commit seppuku. Despite considering himself well-mannered, he was furious, hence his explosive emotions at the moment. Yu Yaezhan coldly stated, "Just because you're a player from the Sakura country, doesn't mean I won't dare to kill you." Facing such a blatant threat, Zhou Dude didn't get angry. He continued to smile and said, Yu Yaezhan, don't be angry, I was just making a little joke to lighten the mood. Besides, isn't it a fact that we lost to the Flame Country? Even if your combat power is strong enough to chop off my head, can that silence the crowd and change the truth? Confronted with his sarcastic interrogation, Yu Asian wanted to curse back but didn't know how to respond. Suddenly, a voice came from the darkness, "That's enough." Upon hearing this, Jodu closed his mouth and the playful expression on his face faded. The speaker was none other than the well-deserved top player of the Sakura country, Ching Mai. Ching Mai earned the top spot in the Sakura country due to her outstanding performance in the previous flag battle, where she displayed astonishing combat prowess. With a single strike of her flying shadow slash, she killed thousands of enemies on the battlefield, becoming the player with the most kills and the strongest killing power. It's worth noting that among those thousands were many players of S rank or higher. Unlike the plant Dr. Morong Tao Tao, Ching Mai could control her summons without hesitation, annihilating everyone without discrimination. Ching Mai's overwhelming combat power and precise control never harmed any of her teammates. If it weren't for the intervention of the Flame Country's third saint, Huameiji, Ching Mai might have completely dominated the battlefield. Even Yu Asian, who prided himself on being a top-notch fighter, admitted his inferiority after watching her battle video. His explosive power in a single strike might surpass hers, but her elusive figure made it impossible for him to even unleash his skill, Blade Slash. Jodu nodded and said, "Alright, Lady Ching Mai." Yu Asian swallowed the curse he wanted to utter and sat back, closing his eyes to rest. The female ninja with the black mask finally spoke calmly, "Now, let's discuss business." Jodu nodded slightly, and when he raised his head, there was a hint of a smile on his face, not in jest this time, as he said, "As you all should know, for the great Sakura country to dominate the world, we must first take control of the Flame Country's territory. Therefore, the focus of this meeting is to seize the Flame Country's resource sanctuary, the White Bone Great Wall." Upon hearing Jodu's words, Yu Asian frowned and couldn't help but interject, "It's easier said than done, it's not that simple." Even now, he didn't understand how Lin Chen completed the Wagers challenge. Dealing with 10,000 first-tier 5-star monsters alone, could Lin Chen really do it? The answer was obviously no. Someone in the darkness also chimed in, "That's right, the White Bone Great Wall is not as simple as it seems, there must be assistance behind the scenes. There might even be someone with strength comparable to Lin Chen hidden in the shadows." Yu Asian, feeling understood, suddenly became excited, "That's for sure. How else could an 11-member team from the Flame Country compete with me? Don't be fooled by the small number of people at the White Bone Great Wall. During the flag battle, only Lin Chen appeared from there. Among those 60-plus players, there might be opponents who can match Lin Chen." As he spoke, even Jodu, who had initially been at odds with him, nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, that makes sense. Lin Chen is the obvious one, but there may be strong players hidden in the shadows." The players present all nodded in agreement, acknowledging this perspective. Yu Asian also breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. It's important to know that the people in the current meeting are all top experts in the Sakura country, who can be considered the strongest group in the country and will have the most influence in the future. He is naturally one of them, but he doesn't want to be excluded just because of a loss in a gambling match. Ameya Kazuma adjusted his emotions slightly and said, "Even if we keep challenging the White Bone Great Wall with gambling matches, it may not be truly effective. Lin Chen is not a fool. Once we make a move together, he will definitely be cautious." Futoda gently shook his folding fan and said with a smile, "Although Lin Chen is not a fool, he is arrogant enough. In other words, he is overly confident in his own abilities, as seen from his attitude towards accepting gambling challenges." Ameya Kazuma shook his head, "Even so, what can we do?" At this point, he glanced at Sei Qingshan in the darkness and said, "Even if Lin Chen's personal strength is not as good as ours, I believe the overall strength of the White Bone Great Wall may not be weaker than any village among us. In a competition of village strengths, even Lord Sei Qingshan, I think." He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. What the samurai house couldn't achieve, the other villages present might not be able to either. Futoda did not refute him but nodded instead, "Indeed, so we will not target the White Bone Great Wall through simple gambling challenges, but through the second-tier main city missions." Ameya Kazuma frowned, "Your main city can already be upgraded? So fast?" Futoda shook his head, "Mine is not ready yet, but Lord Seichingshan's main city has already received the upgrade mission." He then explained the main city upgrade mission. Only after listening did Ameya Kazuma understand the purpose of this meeting. It turns out that the main city upgrade mission is similar to the gambling challenges but an upgraded version of gameplay. Main city upgrades require merging with other villages. 2 first-tier main cities can be merged into a second-tier main city. The same goes for third-tier main cities. Of course, merging one village with another does not mean the other village disappears completely. Instead, they merge, and the players from both villages naturally merge as well. But who becomes the main one depends on the merging process. If it's a normal merge, it depends on the decisions and negotiations between the two village chiefs. Even if the other village is chosen as the main city area, the treatment and status of the players residing there will not be affected. However, if the decision is made through battle, the losing side must unconditionally obey the winner. The players from the losing village, even after merging into the main city, will become second-class citizens in the main city area and have no say in front of the winner. They can be expelled from the main city area at any time by the winner. This is what is meant by the winner takes all. After listening to the rules of the main city upgrade, Ameya Kazuma curiously asked, "Is Lord Seichingshan planning to challenge the White Bone Great Wall for a main city merger? Will Lin Chen agree? What if he backs out at the last moment?" Before Fudoda could speak, Seichingshan's cold voice rang out in the meeting room, "He won't." Upon hearing this, not just Ameya Kazuma, but even the other Sakura country players present were stunned, seemingly not expecting Seichingshan to be so certain. He paused and said, "I have watched his battle videos. He and I are the same kind of people. We both pursue the word strongest. So he won't refuse." Each word was sharp and decisive, with a tone of absolute certainty. The people present were stunned, then looked at Seichingshan in the darkness. In the only visible pair of eyes, there seemed to be stars shining, exuding a strong fighting spirit all over. Even as a virtual projection, everyone could feel that killing intent as if it were tangible, sending shivers down their spines. Is this the strength of the number one player in Sakura country? Most of the players present were meeting with Aomai for the first time, and only now did they truly feel that the reputation of the number one player in Sakura country was well deserved. Even Yujiro Kazuma, currently ranked second, was taken aback, his left hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword at his waist. Funato Daishake shook his folding fan and said, "Even so, we cannot be careless, so Aomai-sama, you still need allies. And to prevent Lin Chen's counterattack, you should not initiate the challenge to upgrade the main city yourself." "I can do it," he said, smiling at the other strong players of Sakura country. "Don't misunderstand, even if I take down the White Bone Great Wall, I will share the resources. Everyone who contributes to the main city upgrade battle will get a share." Yujiro Kazuma and others frowned slightly, saying, "You've said so much, but you haven't mentioned how to deal with Lin Chen." Funato laughed and said, "Do I need to explain? It's simple, all of you here just need to join my village. At that time, regardless of how many tricks the White Bone Great Wall holds, can it compare to the top players of our entire Sakura country coming out in force?" Including Yujiro Kazuma, most people showed a hint of understanding. Of course, there were those who had vaguely guessed before, showing expressions of confirmation. However, after a moment, they all looked puzzled. Lin Chen, what makes him so special? Even if the White Bone Great Wall is a resource sanctuary, is it worth it for the top 10 players in Sakura country to join forces against it? Isn't that a bit of overkill? Funato seemed to sense their thoughts, lightly shaking his folding fan and smiling, "Gentlemen, when Sakura country acts, it is like thunder, we must strike decisively and seize the initiative." With that, he closed his fan with a snap, wiping the smile off his face, and stood up solemnly, bowing his head. "So, I implore all of you to lend me your strength. This battle will show the world the strength of our Sakura country." Even Yujiro Kazuma, who was initially extremely displeased, looked solemn, and one by one, the players in the room stood up, returning the gesture of respect. "In this battle, Sakura will prevail." The voice echoed throughout the meeting room, exuding an astonishing momentum. In the darkness, only the number one player of Sakura country sat quietly in his seat, eagerly anticipating the upcoming formidable enemy. "Attack!" The battle cry pierced the sky. On the top of the White Bone Great Wall, players' faces were covered in blood. They stood on the wall, releasing skills at the undead creatures trying to climb up from below. "Damn it, I'll kill you." Li Mingliang raised his long sword and stood in the area with the most undead monsters alongside Jiang Yuangi. Every time an undead creature climbed up, they would use their swords and spears to forcefully knock them down. It had been over 10 minutes since the undead wave began. Even they themselves had not expected that with just over 60 people, their strength was like night and day compared to the undead legion, yet they managed to hold on until now. Of course, Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuangi were not fools. They knew it was because they were fighting in the main city, with a 10% increase in combat power and movement speed. Moreover, for some reason, the undead creatures on the other side did not choose to break through the gates when they reached the city, but instead chose to climb up. And their climbing speed was much slower than expected. It seemed that something on the city wall was suppressing these undead creatures, making their limbs extremely heavy. It was this suppression that allowed players with such disparate strengths to hold on for so long, and so far, no player had died. Despite this, they were starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. In less than half an hour, over 60 people had already taken turns to replenish their health. If it weren't for the healing magic array supporting them, even with the advantage of the main city's terrain, there would only be a dead end. At this moment, neither Li Mingliang nor Jiang Yuanji, or any other players, had any thoughts of Lin Chen coming to rescue them. It's not that they didn't want to, but they simply didn't have the time to think. Just dealing with these grave diggers climbing the city walls was enough to make them exert all their efforts. Apart from kill, their minds were blank, devoid of anything else. Am I afraid of you? Kill. Cut him, cut the hell out of him. Over there, don't let it climb up. Grandsons, your grandpa is back. Die, die, die. Players were all acting like madmen, spitting blood while cursing loudly. The First Order 7-star monster's defense was just too strong. Even with most of them having a 10% increase in strength, it was still difficult to inflict damage on it. They could only rely on all their might to make it fall. As for killing and counterattacking, it was impossible. The backlash from the weapons was enough to injure most people, causing continuous blood loss. So every 2 to 3 minutes, they had to go down to replenish their blood. Fortunately, the healing magic array's blood replenishment speed was fast enough to barely support their rotation. Roar! The howls of the undead grew closer to the city walls, making Li Mingliang and the others anxious but helpless. They had just exerted all their efforts to maintain a delicate balance with the vanguard of this undead army. The enemy couldn't climb the wall, and they couldn't harm it either. However, with more and more undead monsters below the city, the number of breaches they needed to deal with on the city walls increased. 60 people were simply not enough. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from nearby. Someone exclaimed, "Look, they're climbing up over there." Li Mingliang turned around abruptly and saw a gravedigger with a shovel already one hand up on the city wall, 1 foot on the edge. With just a slight turn, it could completely flip over and be considered on the city wall. Seeing this, Li Mingliang felt his scalp tingle. Facing a First Order 7-star gravedigger on the flat ground of the city wall, he had no confidence in confronting it. Even if everyone attacked together, they might not be able to drive it away. Moreover, with more undead creatures climbing the walls, they had no spare hands to deal with this gravedigger. It's over. This thought involuntarily crossed Li Mingliang's mind. This gravedigger was like the straw that broke the delicate balance. Once the opponent flipped over, the city wall would be completely lost, and they could only retreat. But where could they retreat to? Lost in his thoughts, Li Mingliang suddenly heard a breaking wind sound in his ear. Then, his vision blurred, and the gravedigger that had almost climbed onto the city wall disappeared in an instant. Boom! A sound like an explosion rang in his ears. Li Mingliang and the others instinctively turned to look, only to see a figure descending heavily onto the city wall as if from the sky. Before everyone could react, they saw the familiar figure in the dust. "Brother Lin!" someone exclaimed first. As the dust settled, Lin Chen paid no attention to the players around him. Gripping the head of the gravedigger that was trying to climb up the city wall, and looking down at it, he said, "Without my permission, how dare you come up here?" Of course, the gravedigger had no chance to speak and was crushed by his force, its green brain splattering on the ground. Critical hit. 1 strike, 1 kill. The gravedigger hit in the vital spot had its soul fire extinguished instantly, and the red kill notification floated up. That First Order 7-star gravedigger, in his hands, softened and was then casually thrown off the city wall by Lin Chen. Then, Lin Chen looked towards the players on the city wall. Li Mingliang was so excited that he was almost in tears, his voice trembling as he said, "Lin, brother Lin." Lin Chen raised his eyelids, glanced at them, and said lightly, "Those who help themselves will be helped by heaven, those who abandon themselves will be abandoned by heaven. You guys are not too bad, not giving up on defending the city and choosing to run directly. Otherwise, even if you run, I will catch each one of you back and then beat you to death here one by one." For some reason, upon hearing Lin Chen's almost threatening words again, Li Mingliang, Jiang Yuanji, and others did not feel any fear, but instead tears welled up in their eyes, their faces wet with tears. Finally, the thigh has been retrieved. Li Mingliang wanted to say something more, but suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head. He subconsciously turned around, only to see a gravedigger, although not crossing the city wall, raising the shovel in his hand towards himself, but the movement stopped there. Because a sharp bone dagger was nailed to its forehead, the whole body stiffened slightly, then fell straight back. With a thud, it fell down, knocking down a large group of companions trying to climb up. Before Li Mingliang could react, Lin Chen in front of him had already moved, the 12 chains fully unfolded, spinning rapidly in the air. Countless bone daggers shot out from the chains, like automatic seeking knives, accurately hitting the heads of the gravediggers closest to the city wall. The next moment, red kill notifications floated above the city wall. The gravediggers fell backward one by one, crashing into the camp of the undead army. In a brief moment, the situation completely turned around. The players defending the city breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the figure standing on the edge of the city wall, his cold and murderous voice echoing across the entire wall. "Those who cross the wall, die." After saying that, Lin Chen fell straight down towards the city below in a freefall manner. As he passed, the 12 black chains extended infinitely, sweeping down the gravediggers climbing the wall one by one. It was said to be sweeping down, but in fact, Li Mingliang and others on the city wall saw that when those gravediggers landed, either their heads were completely smashed by the meteor hammer, or a huge hole was hammered in their chests. Most of them died instantly, and the small number who did not die lost the ability to move completely. Li Mingliang and others on the city wall watched in amazement. "Brother Lin is truly amazing. Sob, Brother Lin. You are my hero. Tears in my eyes, finally not going to die. Finally survived." Everyone sat on the city wall, panting, just watching the figure leaping off the city wall. They felt completely safe. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji naturally felt the same. However, Li Mingliang, although relieved, suddenly said, "I always feel like Brother Lin's words were not meant for those monsters to hear, but for us." Players were puzzled when they heard him say this. They naturally knew that Li Mingliang was referring to the phrase "those who cross the wall, die." It really wasn't necessary to say it to those undead creatures. What do those monsters understand? It seems like it was really meant for us to hear. Jiang Yuanji scratched his head, although a bit slower than Li Mingliang in reacting, he also understood. Other players also seemed to have a realization. "Sob, Brother Lin finally wants to talk to us," someone said tearfully, recalling Lin Chen's words, "Those who help themselves will be helped by heaven." Although the words were full of killing intent, the people did not feel the slightest fear, but even a hint of emotion. It was like a ray of sunlight suddenly appearing in the boundless darkness, making people unable to resist wanting to grasp it. Jiang Yuanji thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps both sentences were meant for us to hear, probably. Defending the city is really important?" Li Ming nodded. "Perhaps Brother Lin wants to tell us that the city wall is like the face and dignity of our village, even if it means risking our lives, we must defend it." Other players also nodded in agreement, understanding this statement. By chance, Li Ming seemed to grasp a layer of meaning in Lin Chen's words. However, because the current situation had not reached that point, they did not understand the deeper meaning in Lin Chen's words. They also did not grasp the true significance of the phrase "risking our lives." Boom! Just as they pondered, another loud noise echoed on the battlefield. Lin Chen had somehow unfurled the huge bone hands on his back, facing the approaching gravediggers head-on. With a swift motion, he could swipe away a large group of them. The gravediggers, who were difficult for Li Ming and the others to deal with, were like ants in Lin Chen's hands, unable to withstand a single blow. It's worth noting that Lin Chen had left the city walls and was fighting alone outside the city. If there was reinforcement on the city wall, with the advantage of the city walls, dealing with these undead monsters would be as easy as cutting vegetables. Of course, it was almost the same now. Not to mention the two huge bone hands fully extended, making Lin Chen appear terrifying like the legendary Demon King, pushing forward aggressively. Just the 12 chains alone were more powerful than an ordinary player could compare. Like a grim reaper, each time the chains emerged, they sucked the bodies of the gravediggers dry. Even though Li Ming and the others had seen Lin Chen consume corpses many times, they still felt a chill down their spines. But on second thought, considering how infuriated the gravediggers had made them just now, the current outcome truly made them feel extremely satisfied. "Kill! Brother Lin, kill them all!" A player gritted their teeth and cheered for Lin Chen from the city wall. Some players with very low health didn't even bother to go to the healing magic array for a boost, they just stood on the city wall watching this extremely bloody slaughter. Perhaps even they hadn't realized that in less than 5 days since the arrival of the Eternal Kingdom, and less than a day spent at the Bone Wall, their mindset had completely changed. What student status? They had long forgotten about it. The reason their mindset changed so quickly was largely because Lin Chen never gave them time to rest. Especially after entering the Bone Wall, it was either killing monsters or on the way to kill monsters. And each time was extremely dangerous, like walking on a tightrope over a cliff. One wrong move could lead to a fatal fall. However, it was precisely because of the increasing number of situations where they had to do what they had to do that they grew rapidly in a short period of time. Perhaps they themselves did not know that, compared to the increase in their theoretical strength on paper, their actual combat power had increased even more. The foundation of advancement could also be forged and tempered in another way. The path of evolution was never just about accumulating time currency, materials, and then leveling up and advancing. During the flag capture battle, the reason Lin Chen ignored those players on the rankings was also because of this. If one simply wanted to rely on talent to climb step by step, the final outcome would definitely be extremely tragic, even worse than those players whose talent was far below theirs. The so-called geniuses who died prematurely were not due to reasons like bad luck. The main reason was still the two words, mindset. If one could not adapt to the end times, no matter how talented they were, it was useless. Bang! Lin Chen pushed out another palm, sending a gravedigger flying and knocking down another large group of undead. A large open space appeared around him, and taking advantage of the gap, he looked into the undead army formation. Although there were not particularly many undead legions, the quality was top-notch, especially among the first tier. Even the weakest gravedigger had a level of 70 in the first tier. In addition, there is also a legion of level 80 Dark Axe warriors, as well as a small group of level 90 mini-bosses behind them, not in small numbers. Of course, as for the two legion leaders deliberately hiding at the back, Lin Chen actually knows their identities, the Death Spirit Fallen Black Knight and the Nine Hell Dark Flame Lich. These are the last two legion generals under the Death Spirit throne, and also the most powerful. Apart from the Death Spirit throne, these two also caused quite a bit of trouble for the Blue Star players of the Bone Wall back then. But how many levels are they now? Lin Chen's eyes wanted to see through the layers of yellow sand to clearly see the Death Spirit leader behind. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, he couldn't see, and the system judgment did not enter the hate range, so it didn't show. However, Lin Chen vaguely had a feeling that the levels of these two should not be lower than second tier. Boom! Lin Chen waved his bone hands, charging through the Death Spirit formation. The gravediggers were killed and injured, unable to stop his actions. In just over 10 minutes, he pushed into the camp of the Dark Axe. Dark Axe, level 80, skills, 1. Charge, 2. Dark Chop, combat power evaluation, first tier, 8 stars. Although named the Dark Axe Legion, it is actually a Death Knight group of no less than 1,000. Both individual combat power and overall combat power are higher than the Blood Knight group of the Blood Dragon Knight back then. Kill! A strange and hoarse voice rang out. The leaders of the Dark Axe mini-bosses raised their axe spears and charged towards Lin Chen. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of the black bone horses' hooves echoed on the battlefield, heavy and orderly. From slow to fast, from far to near. Lin Chen remained calm, not retreating or avoiding, his hands crossed in front of his chest, unfolding two huge bone hands. He stood still, as if waiting for the Dark Axe Knights to charge at him. The first tier, 9-star Dark Axe boss at the forefront swung his giant axe, aiming to decapitate Lin Chen. With the charge bonus of the Knight group, this blow actually exceeded the first tier, 9-star combat power, even reaching the level of second tier, 1 star. Even Li Mingliang and others on the city wall couldn't help but tense up when they saw the scene. But Lin Chen opened his two bone hands, as if embracing someone, paying no attention to the huge axe spear, but instead rushing forward. Clang! The axe spear did hit Lin Chen's neck, but was blocked by the white bone armor above. The axe blade firmly stuck in the grim white bones, unable to be pulled out for the moment. Unfortunately for the Dark Axe boss, it wanted to retract the giant axe. Just the next second, Lin Chen's huge bone hand slapped down, smack. The first tier, 9-star Dark Axe boss was smashed into a pile of scattered bones. Critical hit. One-hit kill. As the kill prompt floated up, the other Dark Axe Knights behind did not flinch at the leader's death, raising their axe spears and charging towards Lin Chen. Blazing Dragon Flame. The huge bone hands with flame effects once again swung left and right, knocking down the charging Death Knights and their mounts. Bang, bang, bang. Without any extra movements, one hand knocked over the mounts, the other crushed the knights. Not a single Death Knight could survive for a second in Lin Chen's hands, either being one-shot or one-shot. These Death Knights of the same level as Lin Chen had no power to fight back in his hands. The main reason was that the gap in paper attributes was too large. Lin Chen didn't need to use any skills, just a simple push all the way. His arms twisted back into chains, and with a strong pull, the two axe spears stuck in his neck were pulled out. Lin Chen glanced at the system and saw no prompt for absorption. He shook his head slightly and discarded it to the side. It seemed that the conditions for absorbing weapons were more stringent than absorbing corpses. There seemed to be a certain connection with the quality of the weapon, but it was not entirely related. Lin Chen had analyzed earlier while rushing on the road that the current distorted weapon had two attack effects, blood-sucking and scorching dragon flames. One was similar to his own absorption ability, and the other was absorbed through magical abilities. In simple terms, it seemed to be related to his current evolution. Perhaps it was not that he couldn't absorb the effects of other weapons, but his abilities had not truly branched out, evolved to the point of devouring everything. Lin Chen didn't dwell on it too much. The long road of evolution might offer opportunities to absorb more abilities in the future. Just as he was contemplating, another Dark Axe boss attacked from the side on horseback. Same axe, same charge, but a more cunning angle. Lin Chen sneered, clenched his fist with bone hands, and slammed it down forcefully. Bang! The boss's over 2-meter-long axe was smashed to pieces under Lin Chen's bone hand, and the opponent's elbow was completely folded over. Then, Lin Chen leaped up, stepping lightly on the back of the high-level bone dragon, while his bone hand effortlessly lifted the head of the tottering dark axe boss, causing the latter's whole body to naturally fall in mid-air. Although it wanted to continue attacking Lin Chen, the tremendous force from its head controlled its entire body, making it impossible to retaliate effectively. Lin Chen didn't pay it any attention but gazed through numerous undead monsters towards the rear of the army, calmly saying, "If you don't come out now, I'll slaughter them all." After his words fell, apart from the charge of the undead knights, the army remained silent. Just as Lin Chen furrowed his brows, impatiently preparing to charge over, a deep voice suddenly sounded, "Are you the one who killed the Blood Knight in the flame?" Lin Chen squinted slightly and saw an armored knight walking out slowly, carrying a 3-meter-long death scythe in his right hand. He was labeled as the Death Fallen Black Knight, level 130, skills 1, Curse Aura 2, Ghost Burst Slash 3, Devouring Souls, Combat Power Evaluation, 2nd tier, 5 stars. Indeed, this Black Knight's tier exceeded the 2nd tier, and his combat power reached 2nd tier, 5 stars. It was higher than the highest combat power of the Flame Conqueror under the Volcano buff by 2 stars. The Black Knight was clad in a complete set of pitch black armor, emitting a ghostly green glow all over his body, with the soul fire dancing extremely cheerfully, as if welcoming Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, another undead creature that didn't seem like an undead. The crimson eyes beneath the Black Knight's armor stared at Lin Chen fiercely, and in a hoarse undead language, he said, "Human, I'll ask again, did you kill the Blood Knight in the flame?" The Black Knight exuded an astonishing battle intent all over his body. Yes, battle intent. An emotion that shouldn't appear on undead creatures but was present in the Black Knight. Just like the Flame Conqueror had a fear emotion before, it was obvious that the Black Knight had been injected with something by that guy. But compared to the Flame Conqueror's fear, this emotion resembling killing intent seemed more worthy of Lin Chen's attention. Lin Chen looked at him indifferently, "So what if I did?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, the Black Knight chuckled and said, "That makes it easy, I'll kill you, then take your body back to the Master." Before the words "the Master" could land, he lunged forward, raising the death scythe in his hand and swung it, Ghost Burst Slash. The green blade aura, as substantial as it was, exuded an extremely sharp killing intent even from dozens of meters away. The Black Knight, making a move that was an instant kill. Burning Dragon Flame. Lin Chen was eager to test the opponent's skills, maximizing the Dragon Flame effect of the bone hand and fiercely striking out with a clenched fist. Clang! The bone hand collided with the green sword aura in mid-air, emitting a harsh metallic friction sound. Sparks flew between the two, and after a moment of stalemate, the green sword aura suddenly exploded. Almost instantly, Lin Chen's bone hand was mostly destroyed. Moreover, the exploding sword aura did not completely disappear but turned into smaller sword auras heading towards Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and the 12 chains on his body stopped absorbing corpses, beginning to rotate. Clang, clang, clang. Clear metallic sounds echoed in the area. The green small knives were blocked one by the chains and sent flying out. Just as they floated away, the sword aura dissipated in the air as if it had never existed. Lin Chen endured a half-minute of the ghost-bursting slash, catching all the sword auras without missing one. As he finished, he heard a sneer in his ear, not as strong as I imagined." Before he could react, Lin Chen saw the tall figure of the Black Knight approaching him, wielding a huge scythe emitting a green glow. Reacting swiftly, he raised his other left hand to block. Clang! A tremendous force came from the bone hand, slightly bending Lin Chen's body. In an instant, he stood upright again, but his whole body sank several inches into the ground. "Ha!" The Black Knight sneered, increasing the force in his hand. Bang! Lin Chen's lower body was forcefully pressed into the sand, temporarily unable to move. Such incredible strength. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, but he quickly realized something was wrong. With his current attributes, unless he encountered a second-tier Eternal Clan, even facing this boss-level undead creature, his four-dimensional attributes might not truly suppress him. Is it the curse aura? Lin Chen quickly noticed a faint black light attached to his body. The color was light, but it slowed his movements within the Black Knight's aura range. This was the main reason why Lin Chen had not dodged the attack just now. Although the Black Knight did not have the volcanic buff, under this aura, his combat power undoubtedly soared, equivalent to a second-tier 6-star, or even a second-tier 7-star existence. Not bad, being able to withstand my power, no wonder you could kill those two wastes. The Black Knight under the armor smiled, then said, I hope you can entertain me. With that, he began wildly swinging the scythe in his hand towards Lin Chen embedded in the sand. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Chen could only raise the remaining bone hand to resist, with flames constantly flashing, the battle as fast as lightning. On the city walls, the players were shocked. Am I seeing this right? Lingu is actually being suppressed. Damn! What kind of thing is this, standing there exchanging blows with Lingu? No wonder they are surprised, looking back at the previous battles. Lin Chen, the god of war who seemed invincible in their eyes, whether in novice trials or flag battles, always broadened their horizons. The two previous gambling matches were even more unbelievable, and there are still discussions on the Flame Country's gaming forum about the gambling matches at the White Bone Great Wall. Some Flame Country players suggested raising Lin Chen's original 11th ranking. However, many opposed it. The reason for opposition was simple. After all, they had not seen Lin Chen truly face off against an SSS-class profession, and they had no way of knowing how he had won the gambling matches, so they could not confirm his true strength. Of course, that being said, regardless of whether Lin Chen enters the top 10 in the Flame Country, his position in the hearts of Li Mingliang and others is irreplaceable. Even the Flame Country's top poet sword immortal, Bai Yi, cannot compare. The undead monster in the field unexpectedly can hold its own against Lin Chen, and it seems to have the upper hand, which is truly unbelievable. Damn, that boss is second tier and 5-star. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Since their focus had been on Lin Chen before, it wasn't until now that they noticed the information that had just refreshed on the interface. What? Second tier and 5-star. Everyone looked incredulous. My goodness, this is outrageous. Lingu hasn't even reached the second tier yet, and our main city is only at the first tier. How can there be a second tier beast tide attacking the city? Exactly. This system's judgment is unreasonable, and I don't see other players' villages being attacked by beast tides. Why do we have it twice a day here? Damn! What's up with this damn game system, trying to make it harder for us, huh? This is unfair. But no matter what they said, they couldn't change the situation on the battlefield. They could only stand anxiously on the city wall. What should we do? Should we ask Lingu to come back and replenish his health? Someone asked. Do you think that's possible? Do you really think that kind of battle is child's play? Can you pause in the middle of it? Someone rolled their eyes and retorted. What I mean is, we're holding the fort on the city wall, let Lingu come back, heal up, and then go back. The person scratched his head. However, Li Mingliang shook his head at this suggestion and said, forget it, we can't hold out. Not to mention the second-tier undead boss, even dealing with the first-tier 7-star grave diggers below the city was already quite strenuous for them. Fortunately, Lin Chen had cleared out most of the grave diggers, and even though there were still some left, they were drawing the fire away. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to watch the battle so easily from the city wall. If Lin Chen were to give up resistance, retreat into the city to heal, with their limited strength, the city wall would be breached instantly. Perhaps it was because of this that the former's advance was so aggressive and rapid. Without waiting to clear out the vanguard forces completely, he directly penetrated deep into the enemy camp, drawing out the enemy's main general. This was to divert the enemy general's attention to him, rather than allowing them to attack the city directly. My goodness, Lingu is injured. Suddenly, the players on the city wall exclaimed again. Li Mingliang and the others took a closer look. Although they couldn't see clearly the actions of Lin Chen and the Black Knight in their duel, from a distance, all they could see was a dazzling flash of fire flickering. But now, as they focused, they noticed that Lin Chen's shoulders, waist, and various parts of his body seemed to be oozing blood. And the health bar above the opponent's head seemed to be rapidly decreasing, soon dropping below the yellow line and rapidly approaching the red line. The players instinctively clenched their fists, but they were completely powerless to intervene in what was happening before them. Damn it! Someone cursed. At that moment, on the battlefield. Too slow, too slow, too slow. The Black Knight's face twisted in a grimace, constantly ranting, his death scythe in hand moving like lightning, continuously hacking at Lin Chen. Although the latter barely withstood all the attacks, he couldn't completely block the tiny green blade chi that overflowed, allowing the blade chi to cut into his body. Fortunately, the bone armor on his body could withstand it for a while, but that was all it could do. Crack! Another crisp cracking sound came from the bone armor, which was already in tatters, adding another crack to the already wounded bone armor. Too weak, too weak, too weak. The Black Knight laughed maniacally, swinging his scythe. How did you, so weak, manage to kill that idiot Flame? At this moment, Lin Chen was half buried in the mud and sand, unable to move. His bone armor had been shredded by the blade chi, his body cut with numerous small wounds, blood seeping continuously. His health plummeted, reaching rock bottom. It was all evident from the appearance that Lin Chen was indeed in a precarious situation, just as Li Mingliang and others had seen. However, Lin Chen remained calm throughout, as usual. Even though one of his bone hands was completely shattered and the other was on the verge of breaking, ready to shatter under the death scythe of the Black Knight at any moment. Lin Chen showed no intention of emerging from the mud, only continuously exchanging moves with the death scythe with his broken bone hand. The Black Knight, enhanced by the Death Throne, displayed a level of combat prowess beyond that of low-level monsters. Despite the seemingly simple slashing, the overflowing blade aura was not released through the use of skills but flowed out with his strikes. This was a combat technique that only intermediate or even high-level warriors would use. Even though the Black Knight was still unfamiliar with this technique, or rather, extremely rough in its execution, but it was still blade aura, a skill even more difficult to master than steel slash. Indeed, the guy who created this undead creature is remarkable. It's already so formidable at a low level. Lin Chen thought to himself. Seeing Lin Chen unfazed, the Black Knight in front of him didn't even say a word, sneering, "Heh, trash. Useless. Go die." As he spoke, he raised the death sight in his hand, pausing briefly in midair, countless green blade auras gathering in his hand. The next moment, he was about to unleash the skill, Ghostly Burst Slash, once again, delivering the final blow to the seemingly on the brink human below. "Heh, human, you are truly weak," he taunted as he gathered strength, completely disregarding Lin Chen. However, as he looked down at Lin Chen beneath him, Lin Chen simply raised his eyelids lightly, then slightly lifted his left hand. With just this simple movement, a chill ran down his spine instantly, causing a pause in his actions. Danger! Almost every cell in his body was sounding the alarm. Solely based on an almost instinctual feeling, he forcibly interrupted the skill casting, his figure suddenly retreating 100 meters. Boom! A pitch-black giant hand descended from the sky, slamming the ground where the Black Knight had been into a massive crater. The sound echoed throughout, and the shockwave overturned the nearby gravediggers and Knights of the Dark Axe who were watching closely. The area around Lin Chen naturally became a vacuum zone. The Black Knight stared in horror at the center of the exploding shockwave. As the smoke gradually cleared, Lin Chen slowly emerged from the mud, countless tiny wounds on his body visibly healing at a rapid pace. Even his white bone armor and the two severely damaged white bone giant hands on his back sprouted red threads as thin as hair, slowly mending the bone hands and armor like sewing needles. In no time, Lin Chen's injuries and bone hands, even his skin, all healed completely, shining brightly. The Black Knight's crimson eyes stared at him intently, saying, "You actually have self-healing abilities. It's not that healing abilities are rare, but someone like Lin Chen, who can even heal weapons, is truly uncommon. And the speed of this healing was simply outrageous." Of course, the most crucial aspect was not these, but the sudden strike Lin Chen had just made. The Black Knight had a premonition that if he had insisted on using that skill at the time, he would have been reduced to bone dust by now. He stared at that newly refreshed white bone hand, which had just been completely black, emanating a terrifying energy. "What move is this?" the Black Knight asked in a deep voice. Lin Chen did not answer his question, showing a hint of surprise in his expression, but also feeling that it was not so difficult to accept. The Flame Conqueror can evade his attacks through Fear Intuition. Similarly, the Black Knight can dodge his attacks through a similar intuition called Battle Intent. In terms of pure four-dimensional attribute panels, the Black Knight not only surpasses the Flame Conqueror by far but also exceeds Lin Chen. Among the undead, he is considered a relatively high-ranking existence. Seeing Lin Chen remain silent, the Black Knight sneered, "Ha, let's try again." With that, he slightly turned his head and shouted, "Dark Flame." As his words fell, a hoarse and deep voice resonated from the countless yellow sands behind the army formation, "Understood." The next moment, a sword that had not been unsheathed in his left hand suddenly ignited with orange flames, enveloping the broken sword like sword energy, making it appear as if the sword had been restored, forming a complete long sword. The Nine Hells Dark Flame Lich. Seeing this flame, Lin Chen naturally understood the presence hidden in the yellow sand. However, the opponent did not directly attack, likely using the yellow sand or other concealment methods, making it undetectable by the system. Typically, undead creatures, even when concealing their form, would not completely act as an outsider like the opponent. Obviously, this was another undead creature enhanced with something interesting. Lin Chen squinted his eyes and said lightly. The Black Knight seemed to hear his words and sneered, "Interesting? Heh, I'll show you what's truly interesting next." The sword burning with orange flames and the Death God scythe faintly emanating green flames were held in the Black Knight's hands, resembling two intertwined fire dragons, complementing each other. In just an instant, his aura surged. The second tier 5-star combat power on the system panel soared straight up by 2 stars, becoming second tier 7 stars. If combined with the Black Knight's curse aura, his combat power would rise another level when in close combat, approaching the peak of the second tier limit. Such combat power would be fatal for any first tier player. Watching the Black Knight's skyrocketing combat power, Lin Chen coldly said, Do you think only you can increase your power? Without waiting for the Black Knight to speak, he immediately invested all his time coins into the experience bar. Ding! Consumed 162 time coins for an upgrade, all attributes +1. Ding! Consumed 164 time coins for an upgrade, all attributes +1. Ding! Consumed 166 time coins for an upgrade, all attributes +1. With several experience notifications, Lin Chen's level smoothly rose to first tier 90. The Black Knight also sensed Lin Chen's level increase, but he tilted his head and did not feel a significant surge in Lin Chen's combat power. Is that all? Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt something was wrong. How could this be? The Black Knight was stunned because Lin Chen's combat power surged dramatically while standing 100 meters away. However, he could sense that this was not an amplification from some skill but a genuine improvement. Lin Chen, who had invested all his hundreds of evolution points into his attributes, looked slightly serious as he gazed at the Black Knight and calmly said, "Come on, let's continue." Instantly, a powerful aura emanated from the Black Knight, causing him to tense up all over. Wraith Burst Slash. Without hesitation, the Black Knight unleashed the same killing move once again. With his combat power suddenly soaring, the damage of this move, Wraith Burst Slash, also increased significantly. The Death God Scythe threw a green blade aura in the air and charged towards Lin Chen. This time, Lin Chen did not stand still but instead advanced, charging forward. Flash Gap. With a slight movement, the Wraith Burst Slash lost its target, swinging heavily along the ground and unexpectedly cutting down many dark axes. The Black Knight was taken aback, seemingly unaware that Lin Chen could dodge this attack. When Lin Chen reappeared, he was almost right in front of him, and the huge bone hand on his back reached out again and slammed heavily towards him. The Black Knight instinctively tried to dodge, but found that Lin Chen's bone hand seemed unchanged, so he stopped his movement, gritted his teeth, and swung the scythe of the Grim Reaper towards him. This time, he also wielded his broken sword in his left hand, burning with orange flames. Clang! As the bone hand and the scythe of the Grim Reaper made contact, both were pushed back slightly by a tremendous recoil force. Then, a fierce exchange of attacks ensued, too fast for onlookers to follow. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing was deafening in the arena as sparks flew once again. Both sides stood their ground, continuously exchanging blows. However, unlike the previous battle where the Black Knight had Lin Chen pinned down in the sand, unable to move and forced to endure all his attacks, now the roles were reversed. Just like Lin Chen before, the Black Knight was now locked in place by Lin Chen's attacks. If he dared to move even an inch, he would face attacks from Lin Chen several times more powerful than before. After several attempts, the Black Knight completely gave up the idea of moving. Not that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. The initiative in this battle was seized by Lin Chen the moment he closed in, and the Black Knight could only follow Lin Chen's rhythm. Otherwise, he would be defeated even faster. With each strike from Lin Chen, the Black Knight grew more anxious. The force behind the bone hand strikes increased, the speed intensified, creating a sense of illusion for the Black Knight. Could it be that not only Lin Chen's strength had increased, but his own strength had also surged significantly? He could sense that the opponent's sudden power surge was not just due to an increase in attributes. While others might gain a 1% boost in power with a slight increase in attributes, Lin Chen's power would multiply several times more. In simple terms, the more attributes displayed on the panel, the more Lin Chen's power needed to be multiplied by a coefficient. Previously, the Black Knight could rely on overflowing sword energy to attack Lin Chen freely, but now, not even the sword energy could penetrate through Lin Chen's impenetrable defense. On the contrary, due to some delays in blocking attacks, the Black Knight himself suffered varying degrees of injuries. The sudden shift in the situation left the spectators on the city walls dumbfounded. To Li Mingliang and the others, in less than a minute, the roles of offense and defense had switched between the two sides. They were completely clueless about what had happened. Is Lin Gu gaining the upper hand? It took them a while to realize that something was amiss, mainly because the Black Knight's dark armor was gradually crumbling, revealing a body inside that looked like a corpse. It was evident that this was caused by Lin Chen's attacks. Lin Gu is amazing. He can overpower a second tier 5-star. Wait, how did this guy's power surge to second tier 7-star? It's terrifying. Even if it's terrifying, can't he still not defeat Lin Gu? Lin Gu is invincible. Wow. Lin Ge's power is truly an unsolvable mystery. Li Mingliang and Jiang Yuanji deeply understood Lin Chen's power. From the initial novice trials to the flag battles, the beast tide attacking the city, and the gambling challenge. Every time they thought Lin Chen would lose, he managed to surpass their expectations. Li Mingliang clenched his fists, his expression filled with excitement. The other players beside him were equally excited, their faces flushed, almost shouting themselves hoarse. Back to the battlefield. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The Black Knight grew more and more agitated as he fought. But the more agitated he became, the more flaws appeared in his attacks. Consequently, his injuries continued to accumulate, and his health points kept decreasing. Gradually, his original blood points, which were around 10,000, had been reduced by almost half, slowly dropping below the yellow line. However, the Black Knight had no way to deal with this, unable to move his body easily, let alone anything else. After a few more minutes, his blood points decreased again, approaching the red line in a straight line. The Black Knight could no longer hold on and shouted loudly, "If you don't make a move now, I will really die. You won't be able to complete your master's mission either." Only after hearing the last sentence did the Nine-Hell Dark Flame Lich, who had been hiding in the yellow sand all along, slowly reveal his figure. He was covered in black spikes, his face looked like it had been peeled off, revealing bloody muscles underneath. Without eyes, his face was rugged and exceptionally fierce. The most striking thing was that the Nine-Hell Dark Flame Lich held a pitch-black staff with a cold orange flame flickering on it. Despite holding a flame staff, he made the surrounding air several degrees colder as soon as he appeared. A hoarse and terrifying voice came from his mouth, "Hellish Soul Binding Chain." Like the Black Knight, the Dark Flame Lich also attacked as soon as he spoke. The moment he finished chanting the skill, the yellow sand around Lin Chen suddenly turned pitch black, and countless chains with dark flames shot out. In the blink of an eye, they tightly bound Lin Chen's limbs and even two huge bone hands. The Black Knight finally got a brief gap and shouted at the Nine-Hell Dark Flame Lich behind him, "Attack together, don't hold back, kill him." The Black Knight had a premonition that this was his only chance to take the initiative. If he missed this opportunity, there might not be another one later. The Nine-Hell Dark Flame Lich did not miss the opportunity either, not even needing the Black Knight to speak, as he began chanting an attacking spell on his own. The orange flames continued to swirl around the staff, and a deep and eerie incantation flowed in the air. The Black Knight also raised his death scythe and broken sword, preparing to strike. Moments later, they both attacked simultaneously. Spectral Burst Slash. Dark Flame Judgment. A green blade aura and an orange flame shockwave collided with Lin Chen, who was completely immobilized. Both the Nine-Hell Dark Flame Lich and the Black Knight were high-level second-tier forces, even considered top-tier within the second tier. Their combined attack, complementing each other, could be seen as an almost third-tier force strike. Even if Lin Chen was hit head-on, he would at least lose a layer of skin. With a slightly narrowed gaze, he coldly uttered two words, "Demonize." In the next moment, Lin Chen was not just bone hands, his whole body was covered in a layer of pitch-black substance. At first glance, it didn't look like some distorted weapon attached to him. It was more like a group of jet-black fungi crawling all over Lin Chen's body, occasionally pulsating as if alive. In an instant, Lin Chen's entire body became extremely dark, even darker than the Black Knight opposite him. Seeing this scene, the Black Knight's ominous premonition surged once again. Danger! He subconsciously wanted to retreat, but it was too late. In just a moment, Lin Chen broke free from the Nine-Hell Dark Flame Lich's proud binding skill, Hellish Soul Binding Chain. Then, with a swift movement, he easily dodged the blade aura and the dark flame shockwave. By the time his eyes caught Lin Chen's figure, the latter was already standing behind him. He instinctively tried to swing the death scythe in his hand, but Lin Chen's demonized bone hand was already pressing on top of his head. The Black Knight's movements froze, halting his attack. He had a feeling that if he made a move, he would die. The nerves all over the Black Knight's body were jumping frantically as he screamed in his mind, "Nine hells! Where are the 9 hells?" But the next second, he heard Lin Chen's icy voice in his ear, "Are you looking for him?" The Black Knight slightly turned his head and caught sight of Lin Chen's other massive black bone hand tightly gripping the peeled bloody brain of his companion, the Nine-Hell Dark Flame Warlock. The latter's body hung in the air, swaying slightly in the wind, his staff long fallen to the ground. Under the suppression of the black bone hand, there was no thought of resistance whatsoever. The Black Knight was completely silenced. Lin Chen casually lifted the brain in his hand towards himself, his eyes devoid of pupils, filled with blackness, staring at the Black Knight. He calmly uttered 3 words, "Too weak." Without waiting for any reaction from the Black Knight, Lin Chen crushed the brain in his hand, green fluid splattering. On the other side, the Nine-Hell Dark Flame Warlock, seemingly ready to fight to the death, was not given the chance by Lin Chen, as his skull was directly crushed with a snap. Critical hit. 1-hit kill. 2 red kill notifications successively floated above the battlefield. Players on the city walls were initially stunned, then erupted into unprecedented cheers. "Damn, what is that thing? Awesome! Lin Bro! Damn. Lin Bro actually killed 2 second-tier high-star bosses. Wow, is there anything Lin Bro can't do in this world? Lin Bro is invincible. The Bone City is invincible. Li Mingliang and others never expected that in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had completed the suppression. In another blink of an eye, along with a newly appeared second-tier boss, Lin Chen also crushed its skull with one hand. The situation became clear instantly. In the ensuing battle, there was no need to say much. With the loss of 2 leaders, the remaining undead creatures posed no threat to Lin Chen. He unleashed 2 massive bone hands, effortlessly pushing back the entire legion of undead. Even after smashing the last Dark Axe Knight, Li Mingliang felt that Lin Chen on the city walls seemed somewhat unsatisfied. Next was naturally the time for him to feast on the corpses. Before Li Mingliang and the others could relax, they suddenly felt the city walls beneath them tremble violently. Boom, boom, boom. The tremors were intense, causing players on the city walls to instinctively grab onto the battlements, some nearly falling off. Again? An earthquake. Players exchanged puzzled looks, finding it strange. They could understand if the map's resource expansion triggered earthquakes after winning the gambling challenge earlier. But now there was no such challenge, so why another earthquake? Wasn't the Bone City's earthquakes too frequent? However, Li Mingliang quickly noticed something amiss and asked, Zhang Yuanji, don't you feel like the Bone City is rising? Zhang Yuanji, holding onto the shaking wall, glanced down and said, you're not mistaken, the entire Bone City is not only rising but also getting longer. Hearing this, all the players holding onto the walls looked around. Sure enough, they noticed the changes in the Bone City beneath their feet. Although the number of monsters in this undead wave was fewer than the previous beast wave during the siege, the overall quality was several levels higher. Therefore, even the players standing on the city walls could feel the changes in the Bone City. The 100-meter-high city walls had risen by 20 to 30% in height. As for the width, it had extended over 100 meters beyond the kilometer-long city wall in an instant. Such a drastic change made it hard for Li Mingliang and the others not to notice. Li Mingliang snapped out of it and said, could it be that killing monsters can make the city walls grow? Other players also reacted. Damn, no wonder the Bone City shook after the beast wave this morning. Wait, we hunted below the city before, why didn't the Bone City move then? How many monsters did you kill? It's strange that it moved at all. In fact, it seems to have moved a bit, I felt it, but the movement was too small, I thought it was just my imagination. Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit, I thought I had been stabbed in the butt, the pain was shaking. They belatedly noticed the changes in the Bone Great Wall. So that's why Lin Go had requirements on the number of monsters we had to kill before. Li Mingliang stroked his chin, lost in thought. The other players didn't think much about it. It's good that the Bone Great Wall has become taller, those monsters won't be able to climb up in the future, right? Exactly. This time, thanks to the 100-meter city wall, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to hold on until Lin Go came back. Level up high for me. Speaking of which, the city wall really gives a sense of security. The players laughed and joked, as if they hadn't just experienced a life-and-death battle. Meanwhile, Lin Chen below the city wall ignored them, his 12 chains swiftly extending to clean up the bodies. Ding! Evolution points plus 10, plus 12, plus 11. Ding! Cancerization value plus 30, plus 32, plus 31. With the continuous system prompts, a large number of evolution points and cancerization values kept coming in. Despite this, Lin Chen still felt it wasn't enough. After all, the attempt to activate full-body demonization just now consumed far more cancerization value than he had imagined. Fortunately, after a large consumption of cancerization value, the absorption base would also decrease accordingly. A first-tier 7-star body, above and below Lin Chen's average cancerization value of 500 points, provided different amounts of cancerization value to him. In other words, the higher the cancerization value, the higher the requirement for absorbing bodies. Conversely, the requirement for absorbing bodies would decrease. After about a dozen minutes, Lin Chen finally cleared the bodies on the ground. This time, even the lowest-level gravedigger's body, he didn't leave a single one behind. In the end, he barely managed to make up for the consumed cancerization value. Calculating it, he had earned some cancerization value and gained a significant amount of evolution points. Currently, his 4-dimensional attributes were as follows: Lin Chen, level 90, Transcended, Hunter, first tier, title, Blasphemer, blocked, time, 11,250, strength, 490 plus 460, agility, 505 plus 460, constitution, 485 plus 455, spirit, 550 plus 450, sequence skills, 1. Hunting, 2. Infinite evolution, passive, evolution points, 200, unallocated, friendly reminder, to level up, hunt first tier 9-star monsters, 500/1000. Apart from strength and constitution, the other two attributes had already exceeded 1,000 points when combined. And as long as he allocated all the remaining evolution points, Lin Chen's average 4-dimensional attribute value would steadily exceed 1,000. Of course, the most crucial thing was not these, but the level. Indeed, I can continue to level up. Lin Chen looked at the system interface prompts, lost in thought. Looking at the entire blue star at present, only he understood what it meant to level up to first tier 100. Whether it was a B-grade player or the top SSS grade professional player, regardless of how many levels they were away from the second tier, which was 100 levels, they could directly advance to the second tier. Even an F-grade professional who could only level up to first tier 20 could skip over 80 levels and directly advance to the second tier. But that didn't mean there was no difference between the two. Leveling up was like laying a foundation. If you leveled up to first tier 20 and then advanced, no matter how high you advanced in the future, it would be like a castle in the air. The path of evolution wouldn't collapse, but it wouldn't reach the sky either. On the contrary, the stronger the foundation, the more stable the path of evolution would be. If Lin Chen could really reach the full level of the first tier, then advancing to the second tier would be like there was no gap in between. It was even more stable than the advancement of an SSS grade professional player. Currently, Lin Chen is only a small number of hunting away from being able to continue upgrading. In fact, the number of first-tier 9-star monsters hunted on the battlefield is not that many, it's just that when converted, those two bosses above the second tier are quite considerable. This has also provided Lin Chen with a new idea. It takes time to find a considerable number of first-tier 9-star monsters in the Whitebone Great Wall map that has not yet been upgraded, perhaps only by selecting bosses from various leveling spots for strategies. This naturally takes a lot of time. However, it's not easy to find groups of first-tier 9-star monsters, but second-tier monsters are not hard to find. Several options instantly appeared in Lin Chen's mind. But there's no rush yet. Lin Chen looked at the two boss corpses left until the end, and 12 chains pierced straight into the bodies. Soon, the system prompt refreshed on the interface, ding. Evolution points plus 200, ding. Cancerization value plus 200, undoubtedly, another large sum of cancerization value was credited. Even monsters of the same level, bosses provide more cancerization value than ordinary monsters. This is beyond doubt. Lin Chen didn't pay attention to cancerization value and evolution points, looking at the continued prompts refreshing on the interface, ding. Absorption of the Fallen Dark Knight of the Dead completed, infinite evolution, talent distortion absorbed ghost burst / completed evolution, obtained, skill ghost burst / talent distortion absorbed devouring wraiths, completed evolution, obtained, skill ghost burst / soul devouring burst / absorption of curse aura failed, unable to evolve, ding. Absorption of the 9 hellish dark flame lich completed, infinite evolution, talent distortion absorbed dark flame mark completed evolution, obtained, scorching dragon flame dark dragon flame, fire resistance increased from 30% to 40%. Talent distortion absorbed hellish soul binding chain completed evolution, obtained, soul binding chain. Talent dark flame judgment absorption failed, unable to evolve. Seeing several successful absorption prompts, Lin Chen's eyes lit up slightly. Previously, when absorbing other monster corpses, evolution always prompted XX skill absorption failed. Only a few marks or attack effects could be absorbed by Lin Chen. However, the Fallen Dark Knight and the 9 hellish dark flame lich gave Lin Chen a big surprise. Besides the dragon flame effect, the two boss corpses actually provided Lin Chen with 2 active skills. To be precise, 3. It's just that the fusion of Ghost Burst / with Devouring Wraiths evolved into Soul Devouring Burst / In addition, Hellish Soul Binding Chain evolved into Soul Binding Chain. Lin Chen directly opened the details of the 2 skills, Soul Devouring Burst / release a ghostly flame strike by devouring wraiths. The more wraiths devoured, the higher the attack power. Soul Binding Chain, bind enemies with the Death Chain. The knowledgeable Lin Chen, upon seeing the skill descriptions, immediately understood that these 2 skills were quite practical combat skills. Especially the first attack skill. After merging the 2 skills of the Fallen Dark Knight, the skill effect had clearly undergone a qualitative improvement. For Lin Chen, who currently lacks active skills, this is like a tiger growing wings. The only thing unknown is how these 2 active skills will perform on the actual battlefield. Just as Lin Chen was contemplating, suddenly, large golden characters appeared in the sky above the Whitebone Great Wall, and players heard a regional announcement. Regional Announcement 1, congratulations, the Whitebone Great Wall has met the main city upgrade conditions. After completing the upgrade challenge, it can be upgraded. Regional Announcement 2, Sakura Country No. 9 Great Yin and Yang Transformation has launched a main city upgrade fusion challenge to the Flame Country Whitebone Great Wall. Will you accept? 2 consecutive regional announcements left the players of the Whitebone Great Wall stunned. Main city upgrade mission? What's that? Do we even need to ask? Never played real-time strategy games, always played XX Farm, right? Upgrading the main city is just upgrading the map resources. So fast? Can we upgrade the main city already? It seems like the main city fusion hasn't even been a day yet? It's almost there, mainly thanks to Lin Gu. The players weren't wrong. In addition to looking at the average level of the players, there are additional requirements for the main city fusion. However, the requirements for upgrading each main city are different. For the Whitebone Great Wall alone, it mainly relies on accumulating the number of monsters hunted and increasing the height of the city walls. Once the city walls reach the required height, the main city can be upgraded. After the first day's Beast Tide attack on the city, the 2 gambling wins by Lin Chen Midway, and the recent Undead Tide, the Whitebone Great Wall has completely met the upgrade requirements. As a resource sanctuary, the speed of upgrading is not inferior to that of ordinary main cities, and Lin Chen can be said to have made significant contributions. Li Mingliang and the others naturally knew that whether the main city upgraded or not had little to do with them. However, is this Sakura country never going to stop? Here they come again. The players on the city walls looked at the area announcement speechlessly. Didn't Sakura country just lose? Why are they back again? Li Mingliang frowned. These guys are targeting our Whitebone Great Wall? Exactly, like a persistent sore, so annoying. By the way, who is this De Huayin Yang again? It seems to be one of Sakura country's top players. He had a pretty high ranking before, called something like Boat Crossing Day, an SSS class professional player. Wow, another SSS class. Damn, isn't he more troublesome than that Rainy Night one true? Not necessarily, this guy called De Huayin Yang is currently ranked slightly lower than Rainy Night one true. Heh, then he's just here to offer his head. The players of the Whitebone Great Wall were not confident in themselves but in Lin Chen below the city. In their minds, Lin Chen seemed capable of defeating anyone, even any fierce beast. Before the players could finish discussing, the area announcement sounded again. Area announcement. De Huayin Yang requests to connect to the Whitebone Great Wall's area chat channel, do you agree? The players on the city walls were somewhat surprised, but the right to agree or not was in the hands of Lin Chen, the village chief. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, curious to see what these guys wanted to say, and unexpectedly did not refuse the invitation to connect. Ding! You have accepted the invitation to connect to De Huayin Yang's chat channel. With the end of a system prompt, the chat channels of both villages were connected. Unlike the previous situation where players from the other side swarmed into the Whitebone Great Wall, after the chat channels were connected, the players from Sakura country did not immediately start making various mocking remarks. Instead, one person took the lead in the channel. Boat Crossing Day, I come uninvited, sorry to disturb. Village Chief Lin Chen. The tone was surprisingly polite. The players of the Whitebone Great Wall were somewhat surprised but more puzzled. Lin Chen below the city, upon seeing this message, coldly chuckled, showing no intention of exchanging pleasantries. After waiting for a while and not hearing Lin Chen speak, the other side continued to send messages. Boat Crossing D, since Village Chief Lin Chen prefers to get straight to the point, I'll be frank. Boat Crossing De Huayin Yang is interested in co-ruling the world with the Whitebone Great Wall. As long as the village of Lin Chen agrees to a strong alliance with our village, the fusion of the 2 top resource sanctuaries represents that our 2 countries can cooperate sincerely and strive for world dominance together. Ha! Lin Chen chuckled silently. From the first sentence the other party sent, he knew this guy was full of hot air. Co-ruling the world, striving for world dominance. It was just an excuse to seize the resources of the Whitebone Great Wall. In the past life, many villages were deceived by similar excuses and naively merged with other villages. As a result, players from their own village were marginalized everywhere, and their resources were seized by others. A more miserable fate might even end up being kicked out of the village one by one, with all the resources previously fought for becoming someone else's stepping stone. This involves which side, after the integration, can become the village chief and wield the greatest power. However, an unexpected message appeared in the regional chat channel next, surprising Lin Chen. It wasn't news from Zhou Duodai, but Li Mingliang actually started questioning. Li Mingliang, sounds so nice. Let me ask you, who will become the village chief after the 2 main cities merge? Before the other side could answer, another message was sent. Li Mingliang, the so-called second-ranked night market Xiaoyi actually lost to our Lin Gu. Could it be that you, who doesn't even know your ranking, want to be the village chief? Could it be? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised that Li Mingliang had actually grasped the key point of the main city's advancement and integration on his own, and his words were sharp, the 2 sentences of sarcasm hitting the mark. For a moment, even the SSS level Yin Yang master Zhou Duodai was at a loss for words. However, after a while, even Lin Chen and the players from the Flame Country underestimated the other party's audacity. Zhou Duo Dai, the matter of the village chief is actually quite simple. I was actually the president of a Sakura country firm before the apocalypse, so I have some experience in managing people. Zhou Duo Dai, if village chief Lin Chen doesn't mind, after the main city merges, you can just hand over the village chief position to me, and I will take care of the miscellaneous matters. You can rest assured to focus on leveling up and hunting monsters, without worrying about these trivial tasks. With these words, the players on the city walls couldn't help but speak out, directly venting in the channel. Disgusting. Shameless scum. Ugly on the outside, but thinks highly of himself. You have a face bigger than your butt, a toad trying to grow feathers. Are you a bird or a beast? I envy your skin, so well maintained. One curse after another jumped out of the screen. The system's built-in translation function finally allowed the whole world to appreciate the charm of the flame language. The reason Li Mingliang and these players didn't mock back in the Whitebone Great Wall chat channel was because they were worried about being embarrassed later. However, with each successive victory in the gambling challenges, they truly believed from the bottom of their hearts that Lin Chen couldn't possibly lose to anyone, and their confidence naturally grew. Facing Zhou Duodai's ulterior motives, there was no need to say much, just hit back directly. Even Zhou Duodai, this old fox, was infuriated by the comments on the channel. Damn, these flame country people have no idea what's good for them, Zhou Duodai said with a grim face. Rainy Night Asian behind him saw him being put in his place and couldn't help but feel a bit of schadenfreude. Although they were all in the same camp, it didn't stop him from enjoying the show. After all, he had only lost to the Whitebone Great Wall, and if the latter appeared too weak, wouldn't it make him look like a real loser? Of course, he still hoped that the Sakura country's plan would succeed. After all, they had already discussed that once the Whitebone Great Wall was integrated, the Grand Yin Yang village chief would return 20% of the map resources they had won from the Whitebone Great Wall to their samurai family. But this was just one part of it. The best scenario would be if the Whitebone Great Wall actually agreed to Zhou Duodai's proposal. They could even leverage this cooperation to make bigger moves. Perhaps they could even plan to seize a few resource sanctuaries in the Flame Country. Of course, it didn't matter if they didn't, they would just proceed with the plan. Zhou Duodai forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, and didn't continue to entangle with these ordinary players from the Whitebone Great Wall, continuing to message Village Chief Lin Chen, if you don't agree with my proposal, that's fine too. Why not appear in person and say a few words? Are you afraid of our Grand Yin Yang's advancement challenge? A very clumsy provocation. However, Zhou Duodai and the others had studied Lin Chen. In their eyes, Lin Chen should be an incredibly arrogant and greedy person. If he wasn't afraid of Yu Yaezhen, who ranked second in the Sakura country, he certainly wouldn't fear someone with a lower ranking. So, no matter what, Lin Chen would accept this advancement challenge. After all, Dahua Yin Yang was also one of the top resource sanctuaries, and Lin Chen couldn't resist the temptation of this opportunity. When Lin Chen saw the news about Dahua Yin Yang, his expression turned colder. Wanting to integrate the Whitebone Great Wall? The Whitebone Great Wall was the ace Lin Chen had established for Blue Star, a crucial asset. Even if in the future, foreign armies invaded and crossed into our human territory, even if all players in Sakura country committed suicide, it would be futile. Can your small piece of land in Sakura country bear this responsibility? Seeing Lin Chen's delayed response in the regional chat channel, Dahua Yin Yang also looked displeased. Although Lin Chen had defeated Yu Yaezhen's warrior family, why was he so arrogant? Did he really think he had the strength to defeat the strong players of Sakura country? To be honest, during the previous meeting, although everyone agreed not to underestimate the overall combat power of the Whitebone Great Wall, they somewhat underestimated Lin Chen's personal strength. They had watched the battle videos of Lin Chen in the flag contention battle before. For ordinary players, he was considered good. But for SSS level players like them, Lin Chen's performance was only average. Although the 95th arena had top-tier resource qualities, its ranking was low, and the battlefield's average combat power was mediocre. Any of the top 10 players in Sakura country could easily dominate the entire battlefield and do it more effortlessly than Lin Chen. Is Lin Chen strong? Yes, but not as strong as them. Perhaps the reason why the Whitebone Great Wall could defeat the warrior family was that there was another force equivalent to Lin Chen behind it. But it didn't matter, with Sakura country's top players coming out in full force, how could a mere Whitebone Great Wall be a concern? The premise is for this guy to accept the advancement challenge. Yu Yaezhen said. Dahua Yin Yang also frowned, who said otherwise? But this guy is acting strange. Could he know about our plan? Someone in the room sneered, oh, are you suggesting there's a traitor among us? Dahua Yin Yang quickly raised his hand. Ahem, that's not what I meant, and it's not possible. It's just that this guy is indeed acting weird. He hasn't responded for a while. Yu Yaezhen nodded. Indeed, it's not like him. Lin Chen's demeanor was like that of a suddenly successful villain from start to finish, looking down on everyone and thinking he was invincible. Having only defeated Yu Yaezhen, the second person in Sakura country, there was no reason for him to refuse the opportunity presented by Dahua Yin Yang. They believed that this plan, while not flawless, was just right. However, after a moment, Dahua Yin Yang and the others finally received Lin Chen's reply, which surprised everyone present. Lin Chen, want to merge cities? Sure, but one main city is not enough. Such arrogance. Yu Yaezhen snorted. While everyone was surprised, they also found it reasonable. Having already devoured 20% of the map resources of the top-tier resource sanctuary, the White Bone Great Wall, Lin Chen must have felt the immense benefits of resources. When advancing the main city, why would he settle for just one? Dahua Yin Yang smiled. Very well, the fish has finally taken the bait. After some thought, Dahua Yin Yang replied on the chat channel, Dahua Yin Yang, if village chief Lin Chen thinks several main cities are suitable, I still have some faith in the Sakura country war zone. Merging a few more villages is not a difficult task. And that was no exaggeration. Dahua Yin Yang was one of the top 10 resource sanctuaries in Sakura country. Just by posting on their game forum, numerous villages would want to merge with Dahua Yin Yang. Calling a few villages to serve as a backdrop is not a difficult task, and Bo Lai was originally prepared to do so. However, Lin Chen's next words shocked everyone present. Lin Chen, if you're trash, don't bother coming. Let the 10 resource sanctuaries of your Sakura country come together. How daring! In the virtual meeting room, someone immediately stood up and slammed the table. The others also blared angrily, as Lin Chen's words were undoubtedly an insult to their entire Sakura country. Is this guy out of his mind? Does he have some other trick up his sleeve? It can't be. Is he just showing off? Probably not, but it's strange. Could it be that the Flame country knew about our plans in advance and took action? The strong individuals from Sakura country in the meeting room had various opinions, and for a moment, they were indeed somewhat stunned by Lin Chen's actions. However, Lin Chen under the White Bone Great Wall was not as they had imagined, full of conspiracies and tricks. His idea was very simple. If he wanted to scheme against the White Bone Great Wall, fine. Then he should be prepared to pay the price. A mere Yin Yang resource sanctuary was not enough. After Lin Chen said this, Bo Lai and the others naturally had some headaches. Even though they had considered many possibilities, including Lin Chen directly rejecting the main city's advancement, they had never thought that Lin Chen would dare to merge all 10 resource sanctuaries of Sakura country at once. They didn't know if the other party was bold or had planned ahead. The current situation had put them in a passive position. Should they agree to Lin Chen's proposal or just give up on the White Bone Great Wall? In my opinion, even if we agree, it's no big deal. A thug-like guy carrying a baseball bat said, I don't believe he can turn the tables with just one White Bone Great Wall. Yu Yaezhen shook his head. You can't say that. Maybe the Flame country has already taken precautions. Bo Lai pondered for a moment, then chuckled. Maybe not. According to previous intelligence, those on the Flame country's list, although progressing quickly, still have some significant gambling tokens in hand. They seem to be accumulating some resources before advancing. Moreover, a large part of them seem to have already planned to advance from Tier 1 to Tier 2 conservatively, choosing to merge with some villages in the Flame country's territory to further expand their influence. Only a few, 2 or 3, have set their sights on resource sanctuaries in other countries, seemingly planning something. But that's fine, at least it ensures that they won't join the White Bone Great Wall for a sudden attack. The guy with the baseball bat glanced at him and said, How do you know so much about the Flame country? Bo Lai laughed and said, as the Flame country says, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to 100 victories. Although we haven't accessed the Flame country's gaming forums, we also have natural channels for gathering information, and I assume they do too. There was one thing he didn't say. Their plan this time was to feign ignorance, so it would be strange if the Flame country found out in advance. Just now, he was almost fooled by Lin Chen and almost got suspicious. Now, upon careful consideration, it seemed that they were the ones overthinking. After hearing Bo Lai's explanation, the strong individuals from Sakura country present began to contemplate. After a while, someone asked, So what do we do now? Should we really agree to his request? Wouldn't that be a bit too much? If they were to agree to Lin Chen's request all of a sudden, it would be obvious that Sakura country was scheming against the White Bone Great Wall. Bo Lai thought for a moment and finally replied on the regional chat channel, Bo Lai, village chief Lin Chen is joking. I don't have the face to call upon all the strong individuals in our country's region. Bo Lai, however, if you are serious, I can try to contact 1 or 2 of them, but I can't guarantee it will be of any use. Fairy laughed and replied, and the other strong individuals didn't say much upon seeing the messages. The former's response was relatively conservative, not exactly no silver here. However, Lin Chen's third reply once again caught them off guard. Lin Chen, if you can't handle it, then leave. Don't waste my time. Even though Fairy had a good temper, a hint of anger rose within him. This guy is impossible to deal with. Is this guy serious? Fairy furrowed his brows. He didn't dare make a decision alone and instead turned to the strong individuals from the Sakura country in the meeting room. What do you all think now? He asked. Does he deserve one of the 10 resource sanctuaries? Why not just agree and have a good fight? Is this for real? It's a bit too much. Everyone was contemplating when a voice from the back, dressed in a blue hemp garment, said firmly, "All right, let's agree to it." Everyone was surprised and turned to look at the speaker. Although not leading the meeting, the person in blue hemp had the most authority in the room despite speaking little. This statement made many consider the feasibility of the matter. After a moment, Yu Yijin spoke first. "I'm in. I can't swallow the fact that the samurai family's territory was taken over." Fei Jita stood on a chair and said, "Heh, interesting, count me in too." A high school student in uniform stood up and said, "Since it's Master Blue Hemp's order, I'll join as well." Fairy shook his folding fan and said with a smile, "I naturally support Master Blue Hemp's decision." 2 others also stood up to participate. However, the remaining 3 adamantly refused, with one even leaving the meeting room directly. Blue Hemp didn't force them to stay, saying it was their choice. The other 2 sighed in relief as the majority agreed, fearing retaliation from the strong individuals of a whole country later on. After those who disagreed left, Fairy paused briefly before continuing, "Master Blue Hemp, since Lin Chen isn't afraid of making a scene, why don't we make this challenge even more lively?" Blue Hemp, with her only visible eyes, looked at him coldly and asked, "How lively?" Fairy put away his folding fan and said with a smile, Let's invite people from all over the world to watch this battle." His eyes gradually lit up. "If Lin Chen wants our resource sanctuary, let's see if he can handle it." The others present were also excited by his proposal. "Can you do it?" Yu Yijin was clearly intrigued. Fairy chuckled and said, "Coincidentally, I just traded for an item on the forum that can be used for live battles, similar to the flag battle livestream." Yu Yijin slammed the table and sneered, "Good. I was just looking for a chance for revenge." The aftermath of losing to the Whitebone Great Wall was evident, causing the samurai family's status in the Sakura country to plummet rapidly. The expansion of power slowed down significantly, making it harder to recruit talents and followers compared to before. Hence, a large-scale live broadcast was needed to prove their strength. The other players present also thought of this. What could be more eye-catching than the flag battle from before? Winning against the Whitebone Great Wall would increase their village's exposure. This would make recruiting soldiers and horses much easier. In the meeting room, only Blue Hemp hesitated to speak. To be honest, her attendance at the meeting was not driven by any particular interest in the Whitebone Great Wall's map resources. For her, the possession of those map resources and the recruitment of soldiers and horses were not very important. Since gaining her abilities, she has been obsessed with the thrill of combat and battle. The reason she joined the flag battle was to face off against stronger opponents. To her, the monsters on these maps were not challenging enough. Even the 9-star Tier 1 monsters were no match for her. Lin Chen, she had watched videos of the opponents in the flag battle. However, her perspective differed from that of Zhou Du and the others. Although Lin Chen's performance in the flag battle did not compare to some top-tier players, she had a strong intuition that this guy was powerful, perhaps even stronger than anyone could imagine. This intuition had appeared before when she encountered the 3rd-ranked Saint Fire Rose from the Flame Nation on the battlefield. At that time, she regretted not being able to truly compete with Saint Fire Rose due to her so-called subordinates behind her. But this time, it was undoubtedly a good opportunity. Xing Mai thought for a moment but ultimately didn't say much. Whatever, as long as she could finally face Lin Chen. In the end, the Bone Great Wall truly reached an agreement with the 7 resource sanctuaries of the Sakura country for the main city upgrade. Without the need for the players of the Bone Great Wall to say much, this news spread like locusts. For a while, not only on the game forums of the Flame Nation and Sakura country but also on the game forums of major countries worldwide, people were spreading this news far and wide. This news quickly became a hot topic on forums worldwide. If it were just a dispute and battle involving 1 or 2 top resource sanctuaries, it would not have attracted such attention. The fact that the Sakura country, one of the top 10 world powers with the most resource sanctuaries, had initiated a showdown with the Bone Great Wall of the Flame Nation was indeed very absurd in the eyes of outsiders. Flame Nation Game Forum, wow, the Bone Great Wall really knows how to stir up trouble. Are they really going head-to-head with Sakura country? Although Lin Chen defeated Yu Yijin, how dare she confront the 7 resource sanctuaries of Sakura country? She's asking for trouble. Lin Chen always surprises people. Surprises people? Clearly, she's just arrogant and too bold. Even the top 10 in the Flame Nation rankings probably wouldn't dare challenge so many strong players from Sakura Country at once. Exactly, I heard that this time even the top-ranked Xing Mai from Sakura Country has taken action. She's someone who can go 55 rounds with Luo Lianji. I'm starting to like this Lin Chen, fearless against the strong. And undefeated, very strong. That was in the past. If she ends up losing the entire Bone Great Wall, let's see how she handles it. That's none of your business. The Bone Great Wall was won by someone single-handedly. Even if they lose everything, what does it have to do with you lemonheads? Someone finally said what I wanted to say. I was thinking the same during the gambling challenge. You can't say that. The Bone Great Wall is one of the resource sanctuaries in the Flame Nation Warzone, right? If Lin Chen really hands over the territory, won't it require an explanation to us Flame Nation players? While the Flame Nation game forum was buzzing, Lin Chen also received an unexpected message. Ding! Player White Knight requests to add you as a friend, do you agree? Ranked first in the Flame Nation, the sword poet immortal, White Knight. Lin Chen naturally knew this prominent figure from her past life. Without any derogatory connotations, he was a true heavyweight, one of the strongest forces in the future Blue Star. If the likes of Ellis and Nina, who lost to him before, were geniuses destined to die halfway, and top-tier professionals like Yu Yaezhan could sail smoothly in the early and middle stages but ultimately had limited achievements due to over-reliance on abilities, then this SSS-ranked sword poet immortal was completely opposite to all of them. Not only did he fully unleash his profession and abilities, but he also further advanced on the path of evolution at the pinnacle. If it weren't for the sudden outbreak of war, perhaps the poetic swordsman wouldn't have surpassed Lin Chen from the previous life. Thinking about this, Lin Chen didn't refuse White Knight's friend request like he did with others. Instead, he directly clicked accept. Ding! You are now friends with player White Knight and can chat privately. The system prompt sounded promptly. Without waiting, White Knight messaged Lin Chen. White Knight, brother Lin, need any help? The message was straightforward, without unnecessary pleasantries, getting straight to the point. Lin Chen naturally understood what help meant, showing no other expression on his face as he replied. Lin Chen, no need. After a second, White Knight, alright, sorry for bothering, goodbye. With that, the private chat indicated that the other party was no longer in the chat box. Lin Chen closed the chat box smoothly. 3 brief messages, both parties displaying a clean and decisive character. No beating around the bush, no sense of impropriety in their actions. With just a few simple exchanges, they became friends who were destined to have nothing to talk about in their friend list. Of course, Lin Chen and White Knight may have had nothing to say, but that didn't stop the game forums in other war zones from buzzing with activity. Sakura Country Game Forum, Lord King Mei is actually helping Lord Yuya find a place back. With Lord King Mei in the picture, Lin Chen is doomed to lose. White Bone Great Wall is bound to fail. Lord King Mei is invincible. Wow! There's even Lord Zududu. Lord Zududu is so handsome. White Bone Great Wall dares to take this on? It's practically seeking death. This time they have to spit out all the profits they made before. Lighthouse Country Game Forum, Sakura Country is a bit shameless, sending 7 against 1? White Bone Great Wall. Didn't they just win that village from Ellis? Dogs biting dogs, serves them right. How will White Bone Great Wall win this time? Well, you never know, maybe that guy Lin Chen has defected. There's a possibility. Flying Pancake Country, damn, they're live streaming again? Stealing our thunder. No way. Those on our leaderboard, don't just sit there. Quickly challenge some resource sanctuaries from the big countries. Exactly. We, Flying Pancake Country, are the best in the world. Grizzly Bear Country, this Lin Chen guy is something. 1 against 7, what a man. I'm supporting White Bone Great Wall this time, those guys from Sakura Country have gone too far. 1 against 7, shameless. I'm backing Flame Country, let's go against them. Of course, this matter had the most impact on the players of White Bone Great Wall. Even though Li Mingliang and the others were familiar with Lin Chen's madness, upon seeing the regional announcement that White Bone Great Wall was about to face a 1 against 7 situation, they still felt they had underestimated Lin Chen. Lin, this is too impressive, Li Mingliang said with a wry smile. What can we do now that things have come to this? Zhang Yuanji was more relaxed, shrugging his shoulders. After some thought, he said, why don't we ask Lin if there's anything we can help with? Li Mingliang also pondered for a moment and decided to send a message to Lin Chen inquiring about it. However, in no time, he received the expected reply, Lin Chen, no need. Just like the reply to White Knight, it was still those 2 words. But while the former was because he felt he didn't need help, the latter was because Li Mingliang and the others couldn't be of assistance. The messages were the same, but the meanings were vastly different. Li Mingliang wryly showed the message to everyone, and after reading it, the players wore the same wry smile as Li Mingliang, finding it all too natural. Yes, that familiar taste was indeed Lin's style. Li Mingliang and the others didn't wait long on the top of the White Bone Great Wall before the just-reached regional announcement was finally broadcasted. Regional announcement: the White Bone Great Wall has formed a cooperative alliance with the Ninja Village, Heroic Spirit Hall, De Hua Yin Yang, Warrior's House, Hot-Blooded High School, Superpower League, and Magic Toy City, and has now begun to appoint a village chief. Please all village chiefs proceed with the voting election. Including Lin Chen, the village chiefs of the 8 top resource sanctuaries displayed the voting options in front of them. However, this was not a majority rule election. In case of disagreement, other methods would be used for the election. In other words, even if all 7 village chiefs of the Sakura country did not choose Lin Chen, as long as he chose himself, it would be fine. The voting results quickly came out. To the surprise of the players of the White Bone Great Wall, not only did Lin Chen choose himself, but the other 7 village chiefs of the Sakura country also chose themselves. No one backed down. Or rather, everyone knew that this first step of voting was a waste of time. Regional announcement: voting failed. Village chiefs, please choose one of the following ways to elect the village chief. 1. Arena battle, single. 2. Arena battle, mixed. 3. Gambling battle. 4. Voting. Friendly reminder: if there is no unified choice, repeat the above process until a unified choice is made. In simple terms, the 8 village chiefs must make a unified choice, or they would continue to be deadlocked in this process. Before Lin Chen could speak, a message from the village chief of the Sakura country appeared in the regional chat channel, but it was not the initials Redude. King Mei, shall we all choose the first one? King Mei's appearance not only startled Li Mingliang and the others but also caused a frenzy among the players of many resource sanctuaries in the Sakura country. She was the acknowledged number 1 in the Sakura country region, with formidable combat power. Her killing prowess was strong enough to make all the top players on the Blue Stars Battle Zone rankings take notice. Many strong players had long regarded her as a formidable opponent. Even the number 1 in the Flame country, Bei, did so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately asked about Lin Chen, only to be rejected in the end. Li Mingliang and the others looked at the first option, arena battle, single. They frowned. If they had to choose, a one-on-one arena battle would definitely be better. It was much better than being bullied by the 7 resource sanctuaries together. However, facing 7 resource sanctuaries, 7 top-ranked players, they would still be at a disadvantage no matter what. Just as Li Mingliang and the others were contemplating, Lin Chen had already replied. Lin Chen, don't waste time, choose the second one, go together. Humph, still as arrogant as ever. Yuya Yizhen looked at Lin Chen's message on the chat channel and snorted coldly. Since that's the case, let's indulge him. Juedude put away his folding fan, stood up, and said with a smile, everyone, this is our Sakura Empire's first true appearance in front of the whole world. I hope everyone can cooperate and bring a little shock to this world. Fujita raised the baseball bat in his hand and said proudly, what little shock? When I make my entrance, I'll blind everyone's eyes. Yuya Yizhen gripped the hilt of her sword, chuckled, and said, it should be so. Other strong players stood up one after another, their faces showing a determined expression. You're right, since we're going to make an appearance, it should be a big shock. Fighting against just Lin Chen, we don't even need so many of us. Ha, that's true, but we weren't here just for a mere Lin Chen. As the village chiefs finished choosing one by one, the regional announcement sounded, regional announcement, all village chiefs have chosen arena battle, mixed. The countdown will begin to set up the arena. Village chiefs, please select the participants for the arena battle, up to 100. As one by one, golden characters appeared in the air. The players from the 8 villages also saw the mode chosen by the village chiefs in the end. What the heck? A limit of 100? But our village has just over 60 people. The moment they saw the announcement, Li Mingliang and the others' brains crashed. If they chose the one-on-one arena battle, then the number of participants from each village could not exceed 10. But in the free-for-all mode, the limit directly increased tenfold. Obviously, this was a battle considering the overall strength of the villages. What else can we do? We have to go even if it's tough. Someone said. You guys don't know, now on the Flame Country Gaming Forum, some even say we are traitors. It really makes me mad. Damn. What traitors? Clearly, it's Sakura Country deliberately targeting us, right? Exactly, believe it or not. Even if Lingu didn't choose one-on-one at the time, there might have been more than just Sududu from Sakura Country entering the field. The players of the Great Wall of White Bones exchanged remarks, trying to guess a bit of the truth behind the scenes. However, it was of no use to the current situation. Soon, they realized something was amiss. Ha! What's going on? It seems like we can see the situation of those Sakura country villages through the gaming forum. Suddenly, someone on the city wall exclaimed. Li Mingliang and the others were surprised. Only then did they open the Flame Country's gaming forum and found that it was indeed true. Not only could they see the great yin and yang of Zududu, but also the true warrior house of Yuyue, as well as the hot-blooded high school of Indidai and other villages, through the links on the forum. When they clicked in, they found that the audience watching the live broadcast at the moment was not only Flame Country players but also many players marked with IPs from other country zones. My goodness! Can you watch the live broadcast when the main city upgrades? Where is the Great Wall of White Bones in Flame Country? Why can't we see it? It seems like we can't. Our village doesn't have this function. Is this something the Sakura Country players set up themselves? Ha, interesting. Flame Country is really going for a 1 versus 7? My goodness! It's King Mei, so beautiful. Whoa, King Mei, I'm your fan. Zududu is quite handsome, really looks like Abe no Saimai. Am I the only one who thinks Indidai is cool and awesome? One by one, the top players of Sakura Country appeared on the live channel, with Zududu, the leader of the broadcast, waving at the camera, smiling and saying, "Hi, everyone. I'm Zududu, welcome to watch the live broadcast of the main city fusion." Unlike the live broadcast of the flag battle, this broadcast was completely controlled by Zududu. He could even see the barrage sent by the audience in the live room and communicate directly with them. This was a kind of prop to start a live broadcast. The advantage was that it could automatically lock onto oneself and teammates, but the disadvantage was also obvious, as it couldn't directly lock onto the opponents. Therefore, from the live room's camera, they could only see the scenes of several Sakura Country villages, but not the Great Wall of White Bones. The audience in the live room was also curious, with many players interested in these top-ranking resource sanctuaries and top players. Even many strong players from other country zones were secretly observing this battle. Currently, the gaming forums of various war zones had not been opened, making it very difficult to understand the information of other war zones. This live broadcast by Sakura Country, regardless of the opponent's motives, was indeed a good opportunity to understand other war zones, especially since Sakura Country had mobilized 7 top resource sanctuaries at once, and with the Great Wall of White Bones, it would be 8. The barrage in the live room was also interesting. Ha, can you talk too? Is this for real? Isn't it just like the broadcasts before the apocalypse? Interesting, how did they do it? Teach me. I want to broadcast too. Hee, you 7 against 1, have you no shame? Exactly, ganging up is a bit low. Aren't you advocating the spirit of Bushido? Is the Bushido spirit of your warriors the 7 versus 1 situation? After a barrage of questioning comments appeared, the screen was filled with doubts about the Sakura Country. It's not that everyone would really stand up for Lin Chen and the White Bone Great Wall, but rather many were just spectators enjoying the show from behind their screens. Facing these doubts, Jodu had long prepared his response and said, "Don't get me wrong, initially it was only my village, Dahuayin Yang village, that wanted to cooperate with the White Bone Great Wall, but..." He intentionally paused, a wry smile appearing on his face. In the end, it was village chief Lin Chen who proposed, "Let's have 10 rounds, so that's how it escalated to this point. With that, he revealed screenshots of the previous chat messages from the White Bone Great Wall's area chat channel in the livestream. Thus, all of Lin Chen's previous remarks were exposed to the audience. Comments like, "Want to merge cities? Sure, but one main city is not enough. If you're trash, don't bother coming. Let all 10 resource sanctuaries of your Sakura Country come together. If you can't, then get lost, don't waste my time." Upon seeing these remarks, the audience and the live stream exploded. Wow! Is this guy really that bold? Lin Chen? Never heard of him before. Who is he? Is he strong? Seems like he won against Ellis from Lighthouse Country and Yuya Asian in a previous wager. He's got some skills, but he's too arrogant, no wonder he's being targeted. Ha, serves him right. Asking for trouble himself. Ha, acting like in a movie, wanting to fight 10 people. So he brought it on himself. It's over, he's definitely going to lose, no fun. In almost an instant, the tone of the comments in the live stream changed. Jodu looked at the barrage of comments in the live stream, a hint of a smile on his face. Very good, everything is unfolding as I anticipated. Other top players from Sakura Country who saw these comments also nodded slightly. Indeed, leaving this situation to Jodu was no problem. What they wanted to create was not a scenario of outnumbering or bullying the weak, but to showcase the strength of Sakura Country and themselves on the world stage, attracting more strong players to join their ranks. At the same time, they were already planning for world domination. Only King Mei, upon hearing Jodu's words and seeing the comments in the livestream, furrowed her brows slightly. But considering that they were in the same camp, she ultimately held back and said nothing. Just as Jodu was chatting with the audience in the live broadcast room with ease and enthusiasm, the countdown for the challenge of the main city's promotion finally reached its end.